Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, I'm Kyubi. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The soft sound of gurgling water echoed through the dark space. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 9 tails. Kurama counted his tails out of boredom. He had transmigrated into the world of Naruto and seized control of the 9 tails. Now, both the consciousness and body of the 9 tails belonged entirely to him. Others who transmigrate into this world often end up as Uchiha with their Sharingan, Hyuga with their Byakugan, or, in some cases, descendants of the Senju clan. But he was different. He had become the nuclear weapon that everyone in this world feared, the tailed beast. And not just any tailed beast, the strongest of them all. Kurama hadn't been in this world for long, and as the 9 tails, he still didn't know who his Jinchuriki was. Was it Uzumaki Mito? Or Uzumaki Kushina? Or perhaps even Uzumaki Naruto? Kurama looked around and saw that he was surrounded by walls of metal and stone. The only door remained tightly shut, with a large sealing kanji, seal, engraved upon it. As the 9 tails, he understood the sealing technique very well. It was none other than the Uzumaki clan's powerful 8 trigrams seal. The seal was made up of 2 4-symbol seals, and the Uzumaki clan's unique life force granted them the ability to suppress the tailed beasts. Now that he had become the 9 tails, Kurama couldn't help but feel like a pet locked in a cage. A song came to mind, a tragic lament for himself. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. With my hand on the iron bars, I look outside. Life beyond is so wonderful. When will I return to my freedom? Chains bind me tightly. When will I be free again? Kurama sighed, swiping his tail to stir up a massive wave in the flooded space. In the original timeline, the 9 tails had never stopped trying to break free from his seal. Since the moment he was sealed away, he had constantly sought ways to escape. If his struggles were written down, it could fill an entire book titled 9 Tails Prison Break. But in the end, all his attempts had failed. And finally, he had been talked into submission by none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the king of Talk no Jutsu, who had opened the cage that bound him. The ground beneath him was damp and covered in stagnant water. Kurama bared his fangs, releasing a low growl as he exhaled sharply. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps outside. Mito-sama, Uzushiogakure has fallen. The third Hokage has brought a young girl from the ruins. She is from your clan and is highly suitable to become the next Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Mito. Uzushiogakure? Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Kurama finally understood where he was. He was inside the body of the first 9 tails Jinchuriki, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito. It had been Hashirama himself who had captured him, like an eagle snatching up its prey, all while delivering his signature Versailles-style speech. With a serious expression, Hashirama had declared, 9 tails, your power is too great. I cannot allow you to roam freely. Seriously, look at how this guy talks. Kurama occasionally overheard the voice of an elderly woman from outside. I truly appreciate the efforts of the third Hokage. This way, the balance of tailed beasts among the villages will remain intact. Uzumaki Mito's voice was slow and calm as she lay on her bed. Once a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast inside them dissipates into chakra and takes time to reform. Naturally, Mito didn't want such an outcome. Finding a successor from the Uzumaki clan would be the best possible solution. Through Uzumaki Mito's senses, Kurama caught a glimpse of the outside world. It was a spacious and well-lit room, elegantly decorated yet simple. 2 maids attended to Mito, while 2 kneeling Umbu members delivered their report about the Jinchuriki selection. These Umbu were directly under the third Hokage's command. From what Kurama knew of the original timeline, Uzumaki Mito was deeply respected by Konoha's villagers and shinobi alike. First, as the wife of Senju Hashirama, her status was unquestionable. Hashirama had ended the Warring States period and earned the title God of Shinobi. Second, as a powerful Uzumaki, Mito possessed immense chakra and the ability to suppress tailed beasts, further cementing her high regard in the village. Uzumaki Kushina, however, had a different fate. Unlike Mito, she was seen more as a vessel to seal the 9 tails. That being said, Kushina was still treated far better than her son, Naruto, in Konoha. Very few people knew about Kushina's identity as the next Jinchuriki. Even the Sannin had been unaware at the time. As a result, she was never shunned or treated like an outcast, unlike Naruto. But none of this was Kurama's concern right now. What mattered to him was how to escape from this seal. In the original timeline, the Nine Tails had no way of breaking through the Uzumaki clan's seal on his own. All he could do was wait, bide his time, and weaken the seal little by little as the years passed. But that didn't mean Kurama himself had no options. Another problem was that he had always remained in his Nine Tails form. If he wanted to take action, he had to find a way to return to his human form. In the now empty room, after the Umbu had left, only the two maids remained. Uzumaki Mito slowly sat up in her bed, folding her hands in her lap. "You two, please step aside. I wish to speak with the Nine Tails." "Yes, Mito-sama." Inside the sealed space, the sound of water splashing echoed softly. An old woman with warmth and wisdom etched into her features approached the massive gate sealing the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, it's been a long time." "Humph, what does a little girl like you want with me?" Kurama sneered, lying lazily on the wet ground. His nine tails swayed behind him. The enormous shadows of his tails loomed across the space. To him, Uzumaki Mito was nothing more than a child. Though she was over 80 years old, compared to a being that had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, she was still just a young girl. In a world where the average lifespan barely reached 30, Mito had already lived far longer than most. But she didn't seem to mind being called a little girl. "Nine Tails," she said softly, her voice calm and gentle. "I don't have much time left in this world. Before I go, I want to have a proper conversation with you." Chapter 2, Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito knew her body well and was fully aware that she wouldn't live much longer. If the Nine Tails were to leave her body now, even with her Uzumaki lineage, she would not survive. As the Nine Tails, Kurama had the ability to use his chakra to sustain Uzumaki Mito's life for a little while longer. But it wasn't necessary. For Konoha, Uzumaki Mito had already given everything. And now, she wanted a descendant of her own clan to succeed her as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina didn't have a choice. "Bitch, go to hell. I'm tired of being sealed inside your body." She had once been called a little girl, but now, she was an old woman. Uzumaki Mito was already used to the Nine Tails' mood swings. "Hey, this is strange. You seem different today. I can't sense any malice from you." Staring at Kurama's massive red body, Uzumaki Mito was confused. After all, the Nine Tails was a manifestation of pure hatred. Kurama knew from his own memories that Uzumaki Mito had once taken a portion of his chakra. Just as in the original events, Naruto had gained a part of the Nine Tails chakra and, with the help of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, developed the ability to sense evil. Similarly, Kurama recalled that Uzumaki Mito had managed to do the same with the assistance of her husband, Senju Hashirama. A tag team of the ninja god and his wife, how could the Nine Tails possibly stand against that? What harm can a dying person do? Kurama glanced at Uzumaki Mito with his scarlet eyes and spoke indifferently. Uzumaki Mito had always wished to become the perfect Jinchuriki, fully mastering the power of the Nine Tails. But that required Kurama's recognition, something she had never been able to attain, even up until her final days. "All the shinobi of my generation are gone. The only one I can relate to now is you, Nine Tails." Mito probably never expected that, in her old age, the only one she could talk freely with would be a fox. She continued to chatter while Kurama closed his eyes, listening quietly. Perhaps because she sensed the end of her life approaching, this was the most talkative Uzumaki Mito had ever been. "I'm sorry, Nine Tails. I once said that hatred always follows power. Maybe that's why I could never become a perfect Jinchuriki." After speaking her heart out, Uzumaki Mito felt at peace. "That's enough, old woman. I need to rest." Kurama's memory still carried the vivid images of his battles against Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths and a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, had a body that could rival the mightiest beings. Their clashes had been like scenes from a war film, grand and devastating. And now, Kurama could replay those memories for free, without any effort. Originally, as a fox, Kurama had no interest in such things. But even he couldn't ignore the fact that the frail old woman before him had once been a fierce and untamed warrior in her youth. Uzumaki Mito studied Kurama seriously. She felt that he truly seemed different today. If she were only a few decades younger, perhaps in this state, she could have finally gained Kurama's acknowledgement and become a perfect Jinchuriki. That was the only regret of Uzumaki Mito's life. "All right, Nine Tails, next time, I will bring the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan to meet you." Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed as Uzumaki Mito's figure faded from the sealed space. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in Kurama's mind. Ding. System activation complete. Host, Nine Tails Kurama. The host is given 3 options to leak chakra. Option 1, leak chakra when the Jinchuriki defecates. Option 2, leak chakra during childbirth, with a 98% chance of breaking the seal. Option 3, leak chakra when the Jinchuriki urinates. A system, huh? In the original events, Kurama had relied on his Jinchuriki's emotional fluctuations to weaken the seal and escape. But now, with this system, he had 3 additional options. Childbirth. Ridiculous. At Mito's age, she had long since lost the ability to bear children. Even if she had eggs, there was no sperm. As for the supposed 98% success rate, it was meaningless when there was no chance of it happening. And as for the other 2 options, defecation was far too disgusting. With tears in his eyes, Kurama reluctantly chose urination. After finishing her conversation with Kurama, Uzumaki Mito lay down on her bed and took a nap. Meanwhile, deep within her body, Kurama knew his chance was coming. At that very moment, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the top officials of the village had gathered. Mito Kato Hamura, Udatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat together. Hiruzen, seated in the center, took a deep drag from his pipe before speaking. The 3 of you, Mito-sama's successor has been found. This matter is an S-rank secret of the village. We 4 are the only ones who know. Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo exchanged glances, fully understanding the weight of Hiruzen's words. There were very few Uzumaki left in the world. During the first Great Ninja War, after Senju Hashirama's death, Uzushio village in the land of whirlpools had been destroyed. If Hashirama had still been alive, no one would have dared to start such a war. The marriage between Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan had strengthened the bonds between Konoha and Uzushio village. But after his death, the world's fear of the Uzumaki clan's power turned into action, and the once thriving Uzushio village was erased from history. The surviving members of the Uzumaki clan were scattered across the world. Finding a suitable successor for Uzumaki Mito had not been easy. Uzumaki Kushina was one of the few Uzumaki Konoha had managed to track down, an invaluable treasure the village had invested considerable resources in securing. For a Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki bloodline was the ideal choice. This matter was too important. Hiruzen hadn't even shared it with his most trusted disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. It had to remain a secret. As the sun set, Uzumaki Mito awoke from her slumber. And within her, Kurama knew the time was near. Chapter 3, The Strong Konoha. As the evening settled, Kurama sensed his opportunity. Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, walked toward the bathroom. Kurama knew this was the perfect moment to weaken the seal restraining him. When a Jinchuriki relieves themselves, their chakra naturally fluctuates, loosening the seal, if only slightly. Unlike what many believed, it wasn't necessary for a Jinchuriki to be enraged or desperate for power for the Nine Tails chakra to leak out. This was the brilliance of the 8-sign seal, a combination of 2 4-sign seals, designed by the Uzumaki clan. This seal not only restrained the Nine Tails but also channeled small amounts of its chakra into the Jinchuriki's body, allowing them to wield its power without fully unsealing it. A feat far superior to the primitive sealing methods used by the shinobi of Kimogakure. Mito took a deep breath as she squatted down. Kurama heard the quiet sound of running water. That was when he felt it. The seal wavered. A faint, red chakra seeped from Mito's body, spreading around her like mist. Mito stiffened, feeling the surge of power course through her. This is the Nine Tails chakra. Why now? She murmured in confusion. This had never happened before. In the past, the Nine Tails chakra only leaked when she was in extreme emotional distress. But since her husband, Hashirama Senju, had died, Mito had remained calm, composed, and utterly in control. She had once lived freely, expressing her emotions without fear. With Hashirama by her side, she could laugh, cry, and get angry without restraint. She had never needed to suppress the Nine Tails, because if she lost control, Hashirama's style would immediately subdue it. But that was decades ago. Since his death, she had maintained a perfect grip over her emotions. Yet now, chakra was leaking on its own. Something was wrong. Mito frowned. The chakra was leaking, but she didn't feel any discomfort. Meanwhile, deep within the seal, Kurama could sense it clearly. His vision sharpened as he peered through the veil of time, seeing the scars left behind by Hashirama's power, the marks of a godly shinobi who had once defeated him in battle. Mito composed herself and returned to her room, her mind still lingering on the strange occurrence. "I'll consult the Nine Tails when I have time," she murmured. For now, she had other things to prepare for. The transfer of the Nine Tails was imminent. The seal weakens. 3 days passed in a blur. In that time, Mito had relieved herself dozens of times, each instance allowing Kurama's chakra to escape. The first time had the most significant effect, weakening the seal by 10%. After that, the rate of decay slowed. 7%. 5%. 4.4%. By now, the seal had loosened by 30%. Kurama felt the difference. He had more space to move, more freedom. Mito, however, remained completely unaware. The next Jinchuriki. At the entrance of Konoha, a group of masked Umbu stood alongside the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had escorted a young girl to the village. She had long, striking red hair and wide, uncertain eyes. Uzumaki Kushina. At just 6 years old, she had been taken from the ruins of Uzushiogakure and sent to Konoha. She believed she had been brought here to start a new life, unaware of the true reason behind her relocation. She was to become the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Third Hokage-sama, this is Uzumaki Kushina, one of the Umbu reported. Hiruzen studied her carefully. Take her to Mito-sama. At this time, Konoha was at its peak. The village had never been stronger, not even during the first Hokage's reign. There was no Nine Tails attack, no great internal strife with the Uchiha clan. The legendary Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, was still alive. The Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were still in the village, thriving under their master's guidance. The great clans, Hyuga, Nara, Aburame, Inuzuka, stood united, contributing to Konoha's unprecedented prosperity. Yet, despite all this power, there was one lingering concern. The Nine Tails. As long as it remained an unstable force, the third Hokage's rule could never be truly secure. This is why Kushina had been brought here. If the transition of Jinchuriki succeeded, Konoha's strength would be further solidified. Hiruzen and his Umbu arrived at Mito's residence. Mito-sama, this is Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen said with deep respect. Kushina pick. Despite being the Hokage, he knew his place. Uzumaki Mito was one of the village's founders. Her seniority surpassed even his own. Mito gazed at the young girl. A feeling of warmth and familiarity welled up inside her. Kurama, observing from within, saw her as well. The little girl's long red hair reminded Mito of her past. Of her younger self. Third Hokage, please step aside. I wish to speak to her alone, Mito said gently. Hiruzen nodded and left, along with the Umbu. Now, only Mito and Kushina remained. Kushina stood there, confused and nervous. Mito-sama, she hesitated, her voice small. Mito gave her a kind smile. Don't be afraid, child. Come closer, she said softly. You can tell me anything. Something in her voice soothed Kushina's heart. The little girl hesitated for only a moment before running into Mito's arms. Mito embraced her warmly. Do not fear, Kushina. I, too, am from the Uzumaki clan, she whispered. I know what you must be feeling, confusion, anger, even fear at becoming a Jinchuriki. Kushina trembled slightly in her grasp. Jinchuriki. She whispered. She had heard the word before. But no one had explained what it truly meant. Mito gently stroked her hair. As Jinchuriki, we are not just containers for a tailed beast, she explained. The tailed beasts are not mere monsters. They are living beings, just as we are. And though we may carry them inside us, that does not mean we must live in fear. Kushina looked up at her, listening intently. The key to happiness, my dear, is to fill this container with love, Mito said. Kushina's small hands clenched her robe. She didn't fully understand yet. But for the first time since arriving in Konoha, she felt less alone. Deep within Mito's body, Kurama watched it all unfold. From the Nine Tails memories, he knew exactly who he despised the most. Uchiha Madara. That man had used the Sharingan to forcibly control him, treating him like a mindless tool. Compared to that, being sealed within a Jinchuriki wasn't so bad. At least here, he retained his consciousness, his will. Just as he had done in the past, Kurama would rather lend his power to a human than be enslaved by an Uchiha's eyes. Then, a voice rang in his mind. Ding. Due to current conditions, the host is presented with 3 choices. 1. Break through the seal during the Jinchuriki transfer and gain freedom. Reward, none. 2. Enter Uzumaki Kushina's body and become her tailed beast. Reward, 1. Human form, 2. Learning talent. 3. Remain sealed within Uzumaki Mito and perish alongside her. Note, the tailed beast can resurrect after death. Kurama's eyes gleamed. The time to decide had come. Chapter 4, Tsunade. Breaking the seal during the handover of a Jinchuriki. That was indeed an option. If done, Kurama could manifest in the world freely as the Nine Tails. However, what benefit would that bring? Becoming the Nine Tails in his full form meant he would immediately be targeted by the ninja villages, all of whom would attempt to seal him away. He would be an existence that no village would allow to roam free. As for dying along with Uzumaki Mito, that was completely unnecessary. Even Mito and Hashirama, her husband, did not share such a fate. For Konoha's sake, Mito had ensured that the Nine Tails remained within the village's control rather than allowing it to vanish with her death. Kurama had no intention of being dragged into the grave alongside an old woman. He could resurrect himself as a tailed beast, but such a process would take far too long. A complete waste of time. So, the choice was obvious. I choose the second option, Kurama responded without hesitation. Returning to a human form was the best path. Not only would he regain his humanoid existence, but he was also intrigued by the abilities of the so-called learning talent. With this transformation, he wouldn't just be using a simple transformation jutsu. He would retain all the power of the Nine Tails within his new form. That alone made the decision easy. Ding! Host has successfully selected an option. The process to integrate with Uzumaki Kushina will now begin. Please wait for further updates. In a quiet room within Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina lay asleep. The journey had been long. Under Mito's guidance, she had been taught extensively about her future as a Jinchuriki. It had been a slow, patient process, but she had absorbed the lessons well. Now, exhaustion weighed on her, and she slept peacefully on Mito's bed. The official Jinchuriki handover was scheduled in just 5 days. When the transfer was completed, Mito's life would reach its end. The old Uzumaki matriarch knew this, and rather than dreading it, she sought to cherish her remaining days as best she could. Kurama, sealed within her, awaited his new host. He had spent decades within Mito's aging body. Her strength had waned, her vitality faded. There was no reason to remain attached to her. The days of being confined within a decaying vessel were coming to an end. Kushina, on the other hand, was different. Young, full of energy, her body would be a fitting new home. 3 days before the handover, a familiar voice echoed through Mito's chambers. A series of firm knocks rapped against the wooden door. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Mito called softly. Grandmother, it's me, Tsunade. I've brought Nawaki with me. Mito's expression softened as she heard her granddaughter's voice. Slowly, she made her way to the door and opened it. 2 young figures entered, a blonde girl and a boy with short brown hair. Tsunade pick. Inside Mito's body, Kurama observed them both. Tsunade at this age was nearly identical to how she would look in her later years, save for one key difference: youthful energy radiated from her. She was still cheerful, still active, still full of life. Before Mito could react, Tsunade lunged forward, wrapping her grandmother in a tight embrace. Grandma. Kurama, watching from within Mito, could feel the force of Tsunade's affection. It was an overwhelming, all-encompassing embrace, one that nearly knocked the elderly woman off balance. Had she always been this, overzealous? Did you miss me, Grandma? Tsunade grinned. Mito chuckled, resting a gentle hand on Tsunade's head. Of course, my dear. I always do. Beside them, Nawaki smiled. Kurama observed their interactions quietly. The Senju clan was no longer the dominant force it once was. Hashirama's descendants had not inherited his wood release, nor his overwhelming power. Yet, despite that, Mito cherished them deeply. Grandma, don't say things like that, Tsunade pouted, crossing her arms. You'll live for 100 more years. Mito smiled at the girl's childish optimism. I wish that were true, Tsunade. But my time is drawing to a close. Don't say that. Nawaki protested. You'll see me become Hokage one day. That's my dream. I want you to witness it. His voice was filled with conviction. His desire to become Hokage burned brightly, much like Naruto's would in the future. Kurama smirked internally. So this was the original. The prototype of the boy who would one day wield his power in an entirely different way. Mito smiled warmly. I'm proud of both of you. The 2 siblings exchanged glances, then turned to their grandmother. Mito clapped her hands together lightly. Come, I want to introduce you to someone. Curious, Tsunade and Nawaki followed Mito deeper into the room. Inside, Kushina was sitting cross-legged on the floor, completely absorbed in her own world. She had let her guard down, her carefree nature on full display. As soon as she noticed Mito and the others entering, she straightened up immediately, regaining her composure. Mito chuckled. Kushina, I'd like you to meet my grandchildren. She gestured toward the 2 standing beside her. This is Tsunade, and this is Nawaki. Kushina's eyes widened. Tsunade-sama. Nawaki-sama. The 2 were members of the Senju clan, descendants of the first Hokage. Their status in Konoha was unquestionably high. Out of respect, Kushina immediately adopted a formal tone. Tsunade, however, waved it off. No need to be so stiff. Just call me Tsunade-ne. Yeah, and I'm just Nawaki. No need to be so formal. Seeing how relaxed they were, Kushina hesitated for a moment before nodding. Kurama, watching from within Mito, found himself mildly amused. This family wasn't bad. They lacked arrogance despite their lineage. They treated Kushina well, as though she was truly one of their own. Soon enough, the atmosphere lightened, and Kushina began interacting more comfortably with them. Laughter filled the room as they talked, the warmth of family momentarily pushing aside any lingering thoughts of Mito's impending fate. Kurama recalled something from the future, Jiraiya once mentioning Kushina to Tsunade before heading to the Rain Village. Tsunade had commented that girls like Kushina, the wild and mischievous ones, always grew up to be stunning women. Dinner came and went, and finally, Tsunade and Nawaki prepared to leave. Tsunade hesitated at the door, glancing back at her grandmother one last time. Then, without warning, she rushed forward and hugged Mito tightly. Mito smiled, running a hand through Tsunade's blonde hair. "Take care of yourself, Tsunade." Tsunade lingered for a moment longer before finally pulling away. Then, with a nod, she and Nawaki left, disappearing into the night. As the door closed behind them, Mito turned to Kushina. "Kushina," she said, her voice suddenly serious. The red-haired girl straightened. "I want to introduce you to someone else now," Mito continued. "Come, I will take you to meet the Nine Tails." Kushina's eyes widened. Kurama, within Mito, smirked. This was going to be interesting. Chapter 5, Fierce Kushina. Kurama in Uzumaki Mito's body listened to her conversation with Kushina. Since she wanted Kushina to inherit the role of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito naturally wanted her successor to meet the beast firsthand so she could be mentally prepared. Tap. 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 In the dimly lit, sealed space, Kurama heard the sound of 2 steady footsteps approaching. Uzumaki Mito held Kushina's small hand, guiding her forward. At this moment, the young girl was hesitant, a flicker of unease showing in her eyes. She had never seen a tailed beast before, and after hearing Uzumaki Mito's descriptions, she understood how terrifying the Nine Tails was. The immense power of the tailed beast was undeniable. A large seal symbol was inscribed on the giant gate before them. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina had finally arrived in front of Kurama. Seeing the enormous beast's red-orange fur and oppressive presence, Kushina instinctively shrank back. "Don't be afraid, Kushina. This is the Nine Tails. You'll need to learn how to get along with it from now on," Uzumaki Mito reassured her, gently stroking her red hair. Kushina swallowed her nerves and straightened her posture. "Yes, Mito-sama. I will." Her initial retreat had been an instinctive reaction, but her fiery temper quickly resurfaced. With a small finger pointing at Kurama, she declared, "Hey, you stupid fox. From now on, you better behave while you're inside me. And remember, you have to pay rent." There was no trace of fear in Kushina's voice. Kurama, who had been lying lazily inside the seal, nearly let out a chuckle. This little girl had some nerve. It seemed Naruto truly inherited his mother's personality. She's indeed red hot-blooded habanero. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but observe Kushina more closely, admiration flickering in her gaze. At the same age, she herself wouldn't have dared to speak to the Nine Tails so boldly. A thought crossed her mind, perhaps Kushina could be the first true perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Maybe, just maybe, this young girl could achieve what she never could and make up for her biggest regret. Kurama, still lounging inside the seal, closed his eyes indifferently. He wasn't particularly interested in their words. Strange. Mito-sama, why isn't this big fox saying anything? And why doesn't it seem as scary as you said? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Uzumaki Mito shared the same confusion. She had noticed something unusual about Kurama lately, there was no malice emanating from him. Normally, the Nine Tails would be glaring with hatred, clawing at the seal in defiance. But now, it lay there almost calmly. This change further solidified Mito's belief that Kushina had the potential to surpass her as a Jinchuriki. Even she, despite her strength, had only been able to tap into a small portion of Kurama's chakra. When she was younger, she had briefly entered the Nine Tails chakra mode, combining it with her powerful Uzumaki clan abilities. At the time, there had been only one person in Konoha capable of keeping her in check, her husband, Senju Hashirama. After all, he was the god of shinobi. If he decided to suppress her, there was nothing she could do about it. Nine Tails, you'll be moving to a new home soon, Mito said playfully. Don't you think it's time you got to know your new landlord? I won't be around much longer. She chuckled softly, following Kushina's earlier remark. Umph. You two are so noisy, Kurama finally grumbled, his voice deep and reverberating. His blood-red eyes flickered open, revealing sharp vertical pupils. With a slight sway of his nine tails, a powerful force rippled through the space, sending waves crashing against the walls. The entire sealed chamber trembled. This was the power of a tailed beast. Kushina's heart pounded in her chest. She hadn't expected the big fox to cause such a commotion just from being annoyed. Despite the display, Uzumaki Mito remained unfazed, her smile unwavering. Nine Tails, don't be so grumpy. My Kushina here is very adorable. TCH. You ninjas are all the same. You only want to control the power of the tailed beasts. How many of you are truly sincere? Big Fox. Kushina stomped a foot forward, undeterred. I, Uzumaki Kushina, sincerely want to be your friend. You can even pay me rent if you want. Kurama let out a huff. You're lying. I never wanted to be sealed inside any of you. It's you shinobi who are shameless. When I make a promise, I keep it. Kushina clenched her small fists, determination burning in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a high-ranking conference room in Konoha. Konoha F4. The four major decision-makers of the village, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu, were in the midst of a heated discussion. The topic at hand. The transition of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With everything in place for Kushina to inherit the role, they were now debating what her life should look like moving forward. Hiruzen advocated for allowing Kushina to attend the ninja academy and graduate like a normal child before integrating into the shinobi system. Danzo, on the other hand, strongly opposed this. He insisted that Kushina be placed under strict umbu surveillance, confined within Konoha, and prohibited from stepping outside the village or attending the academy until she gained control over the Nine Tails. Neither was willing to back down. Mito Kato Hamura attempted to find a middle ground. He proposed allowing Kushina to attend the academy while keeping her under constant umbu surveillance. Uchiha Koharu, the only woman present, found all three approaches viable and refused to take a side. In the end, no consensus was reached, and the meeting adjourned with tensions still high. Regardless of their personal views, the final say on this matter rested with one person, Uzumaki Mito. As the wife of the first Hokage and the Nine Tails' first Jinchuriki, her opinion carried the most weight. The night before the official handover ceremony, umbu operatives were stationed in secret, keeping a close watch on Uzumaki Mito's residence. The four key figures of Konoha, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, personally arrived at her home. Each of them bowed in respect to the legendary kunoichi. Though Danzo often clashed with Hiruzen, he held immense reverence for Hashirama, the founder of Konoha. And by extension, he deeply respected Uzumaki Mito. Hiruzen stepped forward and spoke first. Mito-sama, we would like to discuss the arrangements regarding Uzumaki Kushina's future as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 6, Nine Tails Transfer Ceremony / degree / The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took the lead and said, Mito-sama, we would like to ask you about the follow-up arrangements regarding Uzumaki Kushina becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Hiruzen explained his thoughts, as well as those of Danzo and the other village elders. The room fell into complete silence. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura all awaited Uzumaki Mito's response. Mito took her time, carefully considering the consequences of Kushina becoming the new Jinchuriki. After a long moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Mito finally spoke. Follow the third Hokage's wishes. Mito-sama, this, Danzo immediately stood up, ready to object. Danzo, I have my own judgment on this matter, Mito interjected firmly. The battle between Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage took place at the Valley of the End. None of Konoha's villagers had ever witnessed the Nine Tails in action, nor had they truly experienced its destructive power firsthand. Now, the only ones aware of Kushina's new role as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki were the highest-ranking officials in the village. If Kushina was kept under excessively strict supervision, it might not be necessary. Given this, there was no reason to conceal Kushina's identity as the Nine Tails' new host. As the previous Jinchuriki, Mito had never lost control of the beast, nor had she caused any harm to the village. Moreover, after observing the recent state of the Nine Tails, she felt even more confident in her young successor. Having shared her opinion, Mito noticed Danzo's reluctance to speak further, which she took as his silent agreement. If the umbu were to monitor Kushina too closely, it might inadvertently attract unwanted attention from enemies. Besides, Uzumaki Mito was a highly respected figure in Konoha. Neither Hiruzen nor Danzo dared to refute her outright. Understood, Mito-sama, Hiruzen said. There are still many matters to attend to in the village. We will take our leave. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others bowed to her once again before departing. Tisk, these Konoha politicians, especially Danzo and the third Hokage, are all schemers, a voice echoed inside Mito's mind. Kurama, the Nine Tails, chuckled with amusement. Even without fully manifesting, he could sense Danzo's barely concealed malice. In front of Mito, Danzo hid his true intentions well. But it was impossible to deceive the Nine Tails, a being forged from pure hatred. Even if Mito detected Danzo's ill intent, she assumed it was solely directed at the Nine Tails. That evening, Kushina lay in Uzumaki Mito's arms. Over the past few days, Mito had been teaching her about Konoha's structure, history, and important figures. Meanwhile, Kushina had taken the opportunity to explore the village. When she learned that she would be able to attend the ninja academy like an ordinary child, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, she found her dream. I want to become the first female Hokage, Kushina declared with enthusiasm. Mito gave her an encouraging smile. That's a wonderful dream, Kushina, Mito said, raising a thumb in approval. I believe you will succeed. Thank you, Mito-sama. Compared to this passionate junior, Mito felt a sense of admiration. She had only ever been the wife of a Hokage, but Kushina aimed to become Hokage herself. After many preparations, the time for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki handover finally arrived. Kurama, who resided within Uzumaki Mito, observed the transfer ceremony's location with interest. Unlike Konoha's usual high-security chambers, the ceremony was being conducted in a hidden cave outside the village. The process of transferring a tailed beast, much like childbirth for a Jinchuriki, carried immense risks. To prevent the Nine Tails from escaping and wreaking havoc, the transfer was being conducted outside the village, shielded by multiple barrier layers. Sarutobi Biwako, the third Hokage's wife, was in charge of the ritual. Outside, elite Umbu operatives stood guard. Mito-sama, everything is ready, Biwako reported respectfully. I understand, Biwako, please step back. Inside the stone chamber, candlelight flickered, illuminating only Uzumaki Mito and Kushina. Mito looked at the younger girl with a calm expression. Kushina, don't be afraid. Kushina took a deep breath and nodded. I won't be afraid. She had already steeled herself for this moment. Kurama, deep inside Mito, found himself intrigued. Over the past few days, he had sensed his chakra gradually loosening within the seal. But now, the real event was beginning. Uzumaki Mito untied her sash, allowing her robe to slip off, revealing her frail, aged body. Kushina followed suit, though the contrast was stark. She was young, with a long future ahead of her. Kurama found the transfer process strange. Did a Jinchuriki transfer truly have to be conducted like this? But both Mito and Kushina had already agreed to the procedure. Kushina lay down on the stone bed, her body tense with anticipation. Uzumaki Mito formed a complex series of hand seals before pressing her palm against Kushina's abdomen. Instantly, a powerful surge of red chakra erupted from Mito's body, flooding the chamber with its oppressive energy. Kushina, Mito warned, her voice steady despite the strain, the more the Nine Tails resists, the more painful it will be. Endure it. Sweat beaded on Mito's forehead as she focused intently on the sealing process. The immense chakra began to flow into Kushina's body, forcing its way inside her. This method was the most stable and ensured a stronger seal. It was only possible when transferring the Nine Tails between female Jinchuriki. Kurama, still within Mito, felt an odd sensation. He found himself unable to resist the process, so he simply accepted it. The moment Kurama's chakra first entered Kushina's body, she let out a strangled cry. The agony was overwhelming. It hurts, she screamed, her voice raw. The sheer pain of the process was comparable to childbirth. Kushina, hold on. Mito urged. The Nine Tails' power is vast. This transfer will take time. Kushina's body trembled, her face drenched in sweat. Tears pricked at her eyes, but she clenched her jaw, refusing to cry out again. She bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. I won't lose to that stupid fox, she muttered through gritted teeth. The pain was unbearable, but it was temporary. The most agonizing moment had passed, the initial surge of the Nine Tails chakra into her body. Gradually, Kushina's body adjusted. She began to feel warmth rather than pain. And then, something changed. Strength. Power. A surge of something incredible. At that moment, she knew. She had truly inherited the Nine Tails. She had become a Jinchuriki. And she would use this power to forge her own destiny. Chapter 7, Damn, who's this handsome guy? The day Uzumaki Kushina became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. When the Nine Tails chakra first entered Uzumaki Kushina's body, the pain was unbearable. But then, she felt something unexpected, her body suddenly felt much lighter. She could clearly sense the Nine Tails chakra flowing into her without much resistance. Logically speaking, a tailed beast should resist with all its might when being sealed inside a Jinchuriki, especially the Nine Tails, who despised humans. Yet, Kushina felt that the beast entered her body smoothly, as if it had no intention of struggling. At that moment, the sweat that had formed on Kushina's body was instantly evaporated by the overwhelming heat of the Nine Tails chakra. Mito-sama, this big fox seems very obedient. It didn't even struggle. Kushina exclaimed in surprise. As the sealer, Uzumaki Mito was equally stunned. She knew firsthand how violent the Nine Tails could be. When she had sealed the beast within herself, it had fought back with all its strength. If not for her husband, Senju Hashirama, subduing it with his would release, sealing the Nine Tails would have been nearly impossible. But now, this time was completely different. The Nine Tails didn't fight. It didn't resist. It simply let the sealing process take its course. How strange. Why was the Nine Tails so quiet? Had it suddenly achieved enlightenment? Or, did it know that resisting was useless? Konoha had prepared thoroughly for this, ensuring there was no room for the Nine Tails to break free. If the beast struggled, it would only prolong the process and cause unnecessary pain. Uzumaki Mito could only explain it this way. Still, it was a fortunate turn of events. The less resistance from the Nine Tails, the less suffering Kushina had to endure. Time passed slowly. The ceremony, which had started at noon, extended until evening. Due to Uzumaki Mito's age and the immense power of the Nine Tails, the sealing process took a long time. It was not something that could be rushed. Finally, the last traces of the Nine Tails chakra entered Kushina's body, and the sealing was complete. A complex 8-sign seal appeared on her abdomen, with black magatama markings surrounding it. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito, now without the tailed beast's power, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Kushina, however, felt a surge of immense and limitless energy coursing through her body. She felt stronger than ever. Getting up from the stone bed, she quickly dressed herself before helping Mito to sit upright. "Mito-sama, are you all right?" Kushina asked, her voice filled with concern. Mito exhaled slowly. Even breathing felt difficult now. "Kushina, you are now the Nine Tails Jinchuriki," she said, her voice weak but firm. "Remember, this is a secret. Do not tell anyone." Kushina nodded immediately. "Yes, Mito-sama. I understand." Mito sighed. She knew that after losing the Nine Tails, she didn't have much time left. Even though she was of the Uzumaki clan, known for their extraordinary longevity, her body was rapidly declining. She would not see another sunrise. With great effort, she sat down on a stone chair, with Kushina at her side. "Kushina, from now on, Konoha will be your second home. You can live like a normal girl, go to the academy, and one day, become a great ninja. I will not live to see the day you achieve your dreams, but I believe in you. I know you will become Hokage." Kushina's heart clenched. Even at the end of her life, Mito was still thinking about the village. The truth was, the destruction of Uzushio-Bikure, the home of the Uzumaki clan, was not entirely unrelated to Konoha. Even someone as powerful as Uzumaki Mito had to bow to the village's decisions. Hearing Mito's final words of guidance, Kushina couldn't hold back her tears. "Mito-sama. I will always remember your teachings," she sobbed. The two of them talked for a while longer, treasuring their final moments together. Then, Biwako Sarutobi, the wife of the third Hokage, entered the chamber. She had come to fulfill Mito's last wishes. "Biwako, the Nine Tails transfer is complete," Mito said weakly. "You and Hiruzen must take good care of Kushina." "Mito-sama, the third Hokage and I will do our best for the village," Biwako assured her. Mito turned to look at Kushina one last time, her vision blurring. She murmured in her heart, "I have no regrets in this life." With that final thought, Uzumaki Mito closed her eyes forever. "Mito-sama. Mito-sama." Kushina and Biwako both cried out, but the legendary Kunoichi was gone. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully entering Uzumaki Kushina's body. Acquired human form. Reward, supreme learning talent. Suddenly, the massive form of the Nine Tails inside Kushina's subconscious began to shrink. A moment later, it had transformed into a human. Nine Tails, or rather, Kurama, looked down at his hands and feet, feeling as if he had been reborn. His hair was the same shade as his fur, fiery orange-red. Glancing at his reflection in the water of Kushina's mindscape, he saw a strikingly handsome face staring back at him. At this moment, a thought popped into his head. Damn, who is this beautiful guy? Kurama human form pic, MC. It was a surreal experience. Who would have thought that the most feared tailed beast in the world was actually this good-looking? Powerful and attractive, this was exactly the outcome he wanted. Of course, despite his transformation, the 8-sign seal that had been placed on him remained intact. But Kurama wasn't worried. He had plenty of ways to weaken it over time. There was no need to rush. More importantly, he had now entered a safe vessel. Had Mito died before transferring him, he would have disappeared along with her, forced to wait years before regenerating. That would have been an unnecessary setback. Compared to Mito's aging body, Kushina's was strong, youthful, and brimming with vitality. Kurama smirked to himself. He knew Kushina well. If he played his cards right, he wouldn't even need to break the seal himself. A few well-placed words, and Kushina would open the sealed gate on her own. He was looking forward to that day. Chapter 8, Ninja Academy. After Uzumaki Mito's passing, Kushina felt a deep sorrow inside her heart. The majestic power of the Nine Tails had just been sealed within her, and she was still adjusting to its presence. Exhausted both mentally and physically, she quickly drifted off to sleep. When Kushina woke up the next morning, she found herself alone in the small, dimly lit room. This was the place the third Hokage had arranged for her, a secluded corner of Konoha, far from the bustling center. There were fewer villagers nearby, and transportation was inconvenient. It wasn't a matter of hospitality, the third Hokage had placed her here as a precaution. If the Nine Tails were to go berserk, the damage to the village would be minimized. Despite this, Kushina remained optimistic. Even though Mito, the woman who had taken care of her, was gone, she knew she had to move forward. She clenched her fists, determination flaring in her violet eyes. "I'll become Konoha's first female Hokage," she declared. "So that Mito-sama can see me from the afterlife, huh?" With her goal set, she felt a surge of motivation. However, her body had other priorities at the moment. She needed to use the bathroom. After a while, deep within Kushina's subconscious, the presence sealed within her stirred. The Nine Tails, Kurama, sensed an opportunity and let a small amount of his chakra leak out, testing the integrity of the seal. Dark red chakra slowly seeped from Kushina's body, swirling ominously around her. Kushina, however, didn't panic. Mito had already warned her that this kind of thing might happen. Instead, she curiously observed the ominous energy. "So this is the Nine Tails chakra, huh?" she murmured, watching the tendrils of energy curl around her fingers. "I wonder when I'll be able to control this power." Just as she was marveling at it, a notification-like voice echoed deep in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the first chakra leak while using the bathroom. The seal has been loosened by 40%. 40%. The entity within Kushina, hidden within the depths of her mind, was shocked. When the first chakra leak happened in Mito's body, the seal had only weakened by 10%. But in Kushina's case, it was 4 times as much. Hey, youth is really something else, huh? However, the moment of amusement was quickly overshadowed by a sudden, pungent smell. From his vantage point deep inside Kushina's subconscious, Kurama's counterpart, an entity separate from the Nine Tails but observing the situation, winced. If he wanted to, he could continue watching. But this wasn't exactly something he enjoyed witnessing. Unlike Mito, whose body had endured countless years of battle alongside the first Hokage, Kushina was still a young girl, fresh and full of life. Yet, at this moment, she was proving to be just as human as anyone else. Severing his connection to the outside world, the entity decided to spare himself the experience. A while later, Kushina emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed. She was excited. Tomorrow would be her first day at Konoha's Ninja Academy. 3 days later. Uzumaki Mito's funeral had been a simple ceremony, just as she had wished. The mourning period had passed, and now it was time for Kushina to begin her new journey. As a foreigner from Uzushio, she knew she had to make an impression. In the classroom, the instructor stood at the front, introducing her. "We have a new student joining us today," he announced. Before he could finish, Kushina proudly stepped forward and declared, "I'm Uzumaki Kushina." The class immediately erupted into whispers and murmurs. "Whoa, look at her hair. Yeah. It's so red. What did she eat to make it that color? Tomatoes. Ha ha ha." Laughter filled the room as the students teased her. Kushina's excitement faded for a moment as she instinctively touched her bright crimson hair. Her fingers curled into fists, but she took a deep breath. "I'll be the first female Hokage of this village," she announced boldly. Among the students, one person in particular observed her with quiet amusement. Deep within Kushina, the entity that had watched her from before chuckled. "She's got guts." After her introduction, the instructor moved on, asking the other students to introduce themselves. Among them were some notable names. Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi, the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio. Hyuga Hizashi, father of Niji Hyuga, already bearing the caged bird seal. Hyuga Hayashi, the heir of the Hyuga clan, though he was attending a different curriculum. Hyuga Hikari, a girl with striking resemblance to what Hinata would one day look like. Kurama soon learned that she was likely Hinata's mother. A/N, what's Hinata mom name? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, heirs of the Uchiha clan, the latter of whom would one day become Sasuke's mother. Inuzuka Tsum, a fiery girl from the Inuzuka clan. Abirame Shibi, from the Abirame clan. Finally, a boy with spiky blonde hair and bright blue eyes introduced himself. "My name is Namikaze Minato," he said with a warm smile. "My dream is to become the Hokage of this village." Kushina scoffed internally. "This guy. He looks too soft to be Hokage." She didn't think much of him, but he seemed to have caught the attention of many students. In the days that followed, Kushina quickly made a name for herself. Any boy who dared tease her about her hair or challenge her quickly found themselves on the receiving end of her fists. Soon, her classmates gave her a new nickname, Blood Red Pepper. the title spread across the academy like wildfire. However, her reputation wasn't just about her strength. She became well respected among the girls in her class, forming close bonds with Mikoto and Hikari. Anytime a female classmate was bullied, Kushina would step in to set things straight. To the girls, she was an elder sister figure. To the boys, she was a menace, someone who kept stealing the spotlight. She's so strong, but she's dumb, some of the boys sneered. That was the one area where they could feel superior, academics. Kushina's worst subject was ninja theory. No matter how hard she tried, she always ranked last in written tests. This gave the boys she had beaten up something to gloat about. What's the use of being strong if you can't even pass, they mocked. She won't even graduate at this rate. But Kushina didn't let it bother her too much. After all, tomorrow was the practical exam, the transformation jutsu, body replacement jutsu, and clone jutsu. These three fundamental jutsu were the cornerstone of a shinobi's basic training. However, for Kushina, they were also her biggest weakness. And thus, her journey at the Ninja Academy began, one filled with challenges, rivalries, and the first steps toward becoming the red-hot habanero of Konoha. But before that, she had a big hurdle to overcome. Would she be able to pass tomorrow's exam? Chapter 9, Meeting. Kushina's hidden potential. These days, the Ninetales chakra leaking from Kurama through Kushina's body had gradually weakened the seal, loosening it by 60%. Just as it had happened with Uzumaki Mito, the initial release was the most significant, immediately weakening the seal by 40%. After that, the process slowed down, gradually depleting Kushina's resistance. So far, the seal had loosened by 60%. Inside her, Kurama was also experiencing an incredible growth in intelligence due to Kushina's abilities. His mind evolved rapidly, adapting to the billion-fold learning potential hidden within his chakra. The moment he returned to his human-like consciousness, he immediately performed the clone jutsu. A single puff of smoke quickly became a dense fog, filling the entire sealed space with identical clones of himself. Good grief, Kurama thought, amused. This isn't just a simple clone jutsu anymore. This has already reached the level of a forbidden jutsu, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Ordinary clones were just illusions, but Kurama had transformed the technique into something far beyond what it was meant to be. As the Ninetales, the last thing he lacked was chakra. In the original timeline, Naruto had used the multi-shadow clone jutsu to create thousands of clones, despite only possessing half of Kurama's chakra, the yang half. But Kurama in his full form. That was a completely different level. The sheer power of the complete Ninetales was incomparable to its divided self. Ninja School's clone jutsu test. What am I going to do? Tomorrow is another basic ninjutsu test. Kushina groaned in frustration, staring at the test paper covered in red marks. She wasn't worried about failing the written exams, she had already accepted that part, but her struggles with basic ninjutsu were another issue entirely. Has my Hokage dream sunk before it even set sail? She sighed heavily. If she couldn't even pass the Academy's graduation exam, how could she ever become Hokage? Her ambitions seemed to be crumbling before they could even begin. Lost in thought, Kushina eventually drifted into sleep. The next morning at the Ninja Academy, the first test was the clone jutsu. The requirement was simple, create a single clone that could move normally. If this were the graduation exam, students would need to create at least 2 functioning clones. Today, however, one was enough. First up was the Ino Shikacho trio. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza easily completed the task. Shikaku sighed, scratching his spiky hair lazily. This is such a drag. Next was Uchiha Fugaku, who effortlessly created 2 clones. After him, Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward, completing the test smoothly. She then turned to Kushina and smiled encouragingly. Kushina, you can do it. Don't let those boys look down on you. Kushina grinned, her usual confidence flaring up. Of course. I got this, Mikoto. Without warning, she pulled Mikoto into a tight hug. Up next was Namikaze Minato. As expected, he effortlessly created 3 perfectly identical clones. Kushina scoffed, crossing her arms as she glanced at Minato with mild annoyance. TCH. That girly-looking guy actually has some talent. Minato's flawless execution shocked even the teachers. His instructor, Moika-sensei, was in awe. This boy. Moika murmured. He might achieve greatness one day. Finally, it was Kushina's turn. She stepped forward confidently, ignoring the whispers around her. It's just clone jutsu. What's so scary about it? She formed the hand seal and focused her chakra. Poof. White smoke erupted around her. When it cleared, the result was a complete failure. Her clone lay on the ground, lifeless and twitching. It rolled its eyes blankly, unable to function. Moika-sensei sighed and rubbed her temples in frustration. The way she covered her face with her hands seemed to say, I don't know her. She's not my student. The class erupted into laughter. The tail of the class is still the tail of the class. Blood red pepper, huh? With that skill, can she even graduate? More laughter followed, echoing through the room. But suddenly, Kushina's blood-red hair stood on end. Her sharp gaze swept across the room, and the boys immediately fell silent, avoiding eye contact. Even Moika-sensei felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine. Since her clone jutsu failed, the instructors didn't even bother testing her transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu. Was she disappointed? Yes, but only for a moment. With her fiery spirit, she quickly shook it off and regained her usual energy. A voice in the darkness. Later that evening, back at home, Kushina lay on her futon, frowning. She replayed the test over and over in her mind, trying to understand what went wrong. She had enough chakra, there was no doubt about that. Then why couldn't she perform the clone jutsu? No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't find an answer. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice echoed in her mind. Hey, little girl, what are you stressing about? Kushina's eyes widened. That voice. It had been a long time since she last heard it. Nine Tails. A moment later, she felt her consciousness being pulled away. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself inside a vast, eerie space. The sealed chamber. Her footsteps echoed as she hurried toward the giant cage. Beyond the massive iron bars, a colossal fox sat in the shadows. Its red-orange fur shimmered under the dim light, and its piercing blood-red eyes gleamed with an overwhelming presence. For the first time, Kushina stood face-to-face with Kurama inside her subconscious. In the original timeline, Jiraiya had forced Naruto into a near-death situation to unlock his connection with the Nine Tails. But for Kushina, the circumstances were different. Because the seal had loosened by 60%, Kurama had dragged her here himself. A different kind of bond. Kushina stared up at the enormous beast. Hey, big fox, you called me, what do you want? She showed no fear. She had always known Kurama was inside her, but she had never directly communicated with him until now. Before her death, Uzumaki Mito had given her one final piece of advice. If you want to control the Nine Tails, do not think of him as a beast. Treat him as an equal. Respect him as a friend. Kushina had taken those words to heart. Even though she had never seen Kurama before, she had always believed they could coexist. Now, standing before the mighty Nine Tails for the first time, she smiled. Kurama stared at her for a long moment before chuckling. You're an interesting one, brat. Chapter 10, Mind Eye of Kagura. Kushina's first meeting with Kurama. Hey, big fox, you called me. What's the matter? Kushina's voice was soft and childlike. It's nothing. You're the landlord, and I'm the tenant. Shouldn't the landlord and tenant at least meet? Kushina placed a small hand under her chin, rolling her big eyes in thought. After a moment, she nodded. That actually makes sense. Hey, big fox, you know, I did terribly at Konoha's Ninja Academy today. If I can't even pass the basics, how can I ever become Hokage? Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in her mind. Given the host's current situation, you are now presented with two options. Interrupt Kushina's confession and drive her out of the sealed space. Reward, seal loosens to 70%. Let her talk and offer some simple comfort. Reward, Uzumaki clan's ability, Kagura's Mind Eye. Additionally, gain Kushina's psychological dependence. Kurama, confined within the seal, considered his options. The seal loosening was inevitable, but Kagura's Mind Eye was a rare ability, even among Uzumaki clan members. If Kushina lowered her guard and trusted him more, she might even break the seal herself in the future. Choice 2, he decided. Ding. Choice selected. Reward obtained. Despite her tough exterior, Kushina was just a lonely child. She had come to Konoha alone, was forced to become a Jinchuriki, and had no family. Even her best friend, Uchiha Mikoto, was just a classmate at the academy. Once school ended, Kushina returned to an empty home, spending her time alone. Tonight, she finally found someone to confide in, the big fox inside her. She let out all the frustrations bottled inside her. She told Kurama about her struggles at the academy, how her classmates teased her fiery red hair and called her a loser. After venting, she felt an odd sense of relief. It was like she had poured out all the negativity in her heart. Kurama, who had been silently listening, chuckled. I'm sorry, big fox, I used you like a trash can to dump all my problems, Kushina mumbled. Kurama's massive head tilted slightly. In a way, we're kindred spirits, she continued. You're feared by the world, and I'm not exactly popular at school either. Kurama smirked, flashing his sharp fangs. But personally, I think your hair looks good. Kushina blinked in surprise. Look at my fur, Kurama said, flicking his tail. It's the same shade as your hair. I'd say we match pretty well, don't you think? Kushina's cheeks turned slightly pink. For the first time, something, was complimenting her hair. And it came from a giant, terrifying fox. Kurama smirked at her reaction. By the way, he added, from my perspective, you're just a little kid. So, I'm going to call you Little Nana. Kushina froze. She had never been called that before. Wait. Was she really going to accept a nickname from a giant fox? She mentally calmed herself. Remember, Mito-sama said to treat the tailed beast as a friend, not as a monster. What do you mean, Little Nana? I'm not a kid, she puffed her cheeks in frustration. I'm already big, okay. Kurama chuckled. I've lived for thousands of years. Even your predecessor, Uzumaki Mito, was just Little Mito to me. Kushina huffed, but deep down, she was secretly happy. Not to mention, his fur really did match her hair color. Kurama, having lived for centuries, saw everyone as a child in his eyes. She sighed. Fine, you can call me Little Nana. Kurama grinned. 1 step closer. As the conversation continued, Kushina slowly began to see Kurama differently. Despite being the feared Ninetales, he wasn't as scary as she thought. In fact, he actually listened to her complaints. Kushina's mind suddenly jumped to an important question. Hey, Big Fox, can you let me use your power? Kurama smirked. Little Nana, can you break the seal on this cage? Kushina hesitated. She had always been warned that Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts were supposed to restrain each other. Unless they achieved true harmony, she must not break the seal. Though she was beginning to trust the Ninetales, she wasn't foolish. Sorry, Big Fox. I can't break the seal just yet, she admitted. Kurama wasn't surprised. He didn't expect her to release him so quickly. Then why should I let you use my power, he countered. Kushina pouted. She couldn't argue with that logic. Then something clicked in her mind. Wait, does my inability to refine chakra have anything to do with you? She suddenly asked. Kurama's ear twitched. She figured it out. The Uzumaki sealing technique allowed Jinchuriki to passively absorb a small amount of their tailed beast's chakra. However, due to his massive reserves, Kurama's chakra constantly interfered with Kushina's own chakra control. This made it harder for her to refine chakra compared to normal ninja students. Ugh, so it was you. Kushina groaned. Kurama merely flicked his tail. Who else? Kushina rolled her eyes. Great. The real saboteur has been inside my own body all along. After that, the two continued talking for a while. Despite everything, Kushina actually enjoyed the conversation. For the first time, she didn't feel alone. She had someone to talk to, even if that someone was a giant fox sealed inside her. Kurama, in turn, found her amusing. A feisty little girl, but one with spirit. Thanks, Big Fox, Kushina finally said, standing up. I feel a lot better after talking to you. See you next time. Kurama simply yawned. Humph, whatever you say, Little Nana. Kushina opened her eyes, returning to her dimly lit bedroom. She stared at the ceiling, her heart feeling lighter than before. It was a strange experience, but she didn't hate it. She even felt bad for the big fox, trapped inside the cage. He may have been dangerous, but from what she saw today, he wasn't all that bad. Big Fox, she whispered, I'll help you gain your freedom someday. And with that, she drifted off to sleep. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired Kagura's mind-eye. Chapter 11, versus Minato. Little girls are so easy to fool. Kurama felt this way. Before the seal could be loosened to 100%, Kushina had already broken the seal for him. As for the Kagura mind-eye, it was also a good ability. Kurama was the Ninetales, and the Ninetales was a manifestation of hatred. He could sense malice, and this Kagura mind-eye could sense chakra within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The Uzumaki clan had this ability, and Nagato, being an Uzumaki, also had the ability to sense. Kurama believed that with Kushina's potential, she would awaken such an ability soon. Konoha Village, Ninja Academy Training Ground. If one wanted to become a ninja, combat training was essential. And now, a highly anticipated showdown was about to take place. Uzumaki Kushina versus Namikaze Minato. Minato carried the hopes of many boys in the class. Except for Minato, the Inoshikacho trio, and the boys who had not crossed paths with Kushina, every other boy had been beaten by her. The reputation of the red-hot habanero made them tremble. Namikaze Minato was the undisputed genius of their generation, while Uzumaki Kushina was seen as just a brute with raw strength. Come on, Minato. Show that red pepper who's boss. Yeah, Minato, you're our only hope. That tomato has been too arrogant. Go, Minato. Teach that embarrassing tomato-haired girl a lesson. The boys cheered for Minato, while Kushina had the full support of the girls. Uchiha Mikoto, arms crossed over her chest, muttered softly, "You got this, Kushina." Just then, a faint voice reached Minato's ears. "Minato, make sure to put that red pepper in her place." The speaker was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. This surprised Minato. "Fugaku, you don't usually get involved with the red-hot habanero. Why now? Kushina has bullied too many of the boys here. You need to put her in her place." Fugaku's eyes darted away slightly. This wasn't his true intention. He simply wanted to use Minato to suppress Kushina's dominance. His reason for targeting Kushina wasn't about standing up for his classmates, it was about Uchiha Mikoto. Fugaku was the son of the Uchiha clan leader and the future head of the Uchiha clan. And Fugaku liked Uchiha Mikoto. With his standing in the Uchiha clan, he believed Mikoto had no reason to reject him. Before Kushina had joined the academy, he and Mikoto had a decent relationship. They would talk, and things were progressing well. But ever since Kushina arrived and became Mikoto's best friend, the two girls had been inseparable. Fugaku no longer had a chance to approach Mikoto. In class, he could only glance at her secretly. Mikoto's attention was always on Kushina, and he, the young heir of the Uchiha clan, was almost invisible to her. Fugaku probably never expected that his love rival would turn out to be another girl. Inside Kushina, Kurama sensed Fugaku's malice toward her. At the same time, he noticed the way Fugaku looked at Kushina and then at Mikoto. Kurama immediately understood the little schemes running through Fugaku's mind. Instructor Moika stepped onto the training ground and explained the rules of engagement. Weapons such as kunai and shuriken were forbidden, but other techniques could be used freely. Minato and Kushina stepped forward, facing each other. Minato gave a gentle smile. "Kushina-kun, I look forward to this match." Kushina scoffed, pointing at the group of boys behind Minato. "So, you're the leader of that pack, huh? Then I'll beat you up so they understand the true terror of the red-hot habanero." The boys shrank back, avoiding her gaze. Since Namikaze Minato was their symbol of hope, their pillar of strength. Then Kushina would crush that hope and smash their pillar to pieces. If they wouldn't respect her, she would make them fear her. Besides, Kushina couldn't stand Minato's soft, polite demeanor. To her, he was too much of a goody-goody, a weakling. She swore she would punch all these cowardly boys until they were black and blue. Begin. At Instructor Moika's command, Kushina lunged forward, fist raised. Just because she lacked proficiency in ninja theory and ninjutsu didn't mean she wasn't skilled in taijutsu. Even Minato, a recognized genius, didn't dare to take her punch head-on. He could feel the raw power behind her attack. If he took a direct hit, his body would go numb. And in that brief moment of paralysis, Kushina would unleash a relentless flurry of attacks. If that happened, he would lose. As a genius, Minato couldn't accept defeat at the hands of a so-called failure. He thrived under the reputation of being a prodigy. He enjoyed the admiration of others, the way people looked up to him. He wanted to be Hokage, the leader of the village. If he couldn't take her on with brute force, then he would have to outmaneuver her. Minato utilized his agility and quick footwork, skillfully dodging Kushina's attacks. Boom. Kushina's punch slammed into the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Everyone watching swallowed nervously. If that punch had hit them, they'd have been hospitalized. The red-hot habanero was terrifying. She was bad at ninjutsu, hopeless in written exams, but her sheer physical strength was monstrous. That was what scared her classmates the most. As the battle continued, Minato remained on the defensive, evading every strike. The spectators began to grow anxious. "Hey, is Minato okay? He's been on the defensive this whole time." "Yeah, Minato is our only hope. If he doesn't put the red-hot habanero in her place, we'll never live this down. This girl is a total menace. Shut up and watch." Fugaku snapped, frustration clear in his voice. The reason a genius is because they're meant to be above failures like her. He had complete faith in Minato. He was certain Minato would win. Chapter 12, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Check out other novels. Haikyuu, The Unstoppable Force. Marvel, I'm in Westview Town. Uchiha Fugaku believed that Minato would win. Because Minato was the man he recognized. Under the overwhelming aura of Minato's genius, Fugaku, hailed as the Uchiha clan's prodigy and its young leader, paled in comparison. But that didn't mean he would bow his head. Fugaku knew he possessed strengths that Minato lacked. Namikaze Minato had no bloodline limit, while Fugaku was a member of the Uchiha clan. He was certain that his eyes would awaken sooner or later. And when that day came, he believed he would surpass Namikaze Minato. Perhaps, even Mikoto would look at him differently then. On the training grounds, the spar between Minato and Kushina continued. Minato had been at a disadvantage so far, but Fugaku understood his rival well. He knew that once Minato fully grasped Kushina's fighting style, that would be the moment he turned the battle around. If Namikaze Minato was the #1 student at the academy, then Fugaku was #2. Seeing his composed expression despite Minato's previous struggles, a few students approached him cautiously. Fugaku, do you think Minato can actually defeat the red-hot-blooded habanero? They had placed all their hopes on Minato. If he couldn't win, then no one could. Fugaku scoffed slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. He spoke slowly but with certainty. A battle between shinobi isn't just about taijutsu. Just watch, it's time for Minato to fight back. On the training field, Kushina was starting to struggle. Her usual confidence was now tinged with frustration. Everyone saw Minato form a hand seal. Standing at the side, their instructor, Mocha, couldn't help but react with astonishment. As expected of a genius, he's already mastered that technique. Bang. 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 Several bursts of white smoke appeared, and in an instant, Minato created 4 identical copies of himself. It was the shadow clone technique. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Minato, you're always one step ahead of me. The watching students erupted into cheers. Yes. Minato, you've got this. Defeat that red-haired demon for us. Previously, when Minato was struggling, they had remained silent. But now that he was gaining the upper hand, their suppressed excitement burst forth. Including the original, 5 Minato stood side by side, all facing Kushina. Minato smiled confidently. Kushina-san, surrender. You can't win against me. TCH. Just because you made a few clones, you think you've won. Kushina clenched her fists. There was no way she would lose to this blonde pretty boy. She wasn't the type to back down. Minato's 5 clones rushed at her simultaneously. For the first time in the match, Kushina found herself overwhelmed. She didn't know which one to attack. Minato's speed was incredible. He was light on his feet, graceful, and incredibly agile. No matter how she swung, her fists never connected. Instead, it was Minato who kept forcing her back. Damn, this pretty boy is actually good. The students watching cheered with excitement. They had never seen Kushina struggle like this before, and to their surprise, they found it incredibly satisfying. She always bullied us, but now she's finally getting a taste of her own medicine. Minato, you really are a genius. Yes. Beat the red-hot-blooded habanero into submission. Fugaku smirked slightly as he watched. That'll teach her not to mess with Mikoto. While some were cheering, others, like Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari, were worried for Kushina. At that moment, Kushina saw the smug expressions on the faces of those watching. Dogs who only know how to bark when they think they're winning. Giving up was never an option for her. Kushina Uzumaki never admits defeat. Biting her lip, she thought for a moment. Shadow clone technique, huh? If Minato could do it, then so could she. Mimicking Minato's hand seal, she took a deep breath and shouted. Shadow clone technique. Boom. A puff of white smoke erupted. But when it cleared, there was only one Kushina, lying flat on the ground, her eyes rolling from dizziness. The students burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at that. She actually thought she could do it. Yeah. The weakest student at ninjutsu trying to show off against Minato. She should know her place. As expected from the red-hot-blooded habanero. So much talk, but no talent. Minato couldn't help but suppress a smile at the sight. But inside Kushina, a deep voice rumbled. Oi, Big Fox, that was your fault. Kurama, the 9 tails sealed within her, gave an amused grunt. Don't mess with me, stupid fox. This is important. For letting you live inside me, at least help me a little. Kushina, who always acted tough, was on the verge of tears. She couldn't afford to lose in front of everyone. Come on, Kyubi. You're my best friend. Kurama chuckled. Teasing her is kind of fun. Fine, kid. Use that jutsu again. Kushina's eyes brightened. Determined, she formed the hand seal once more. The students, still laughing, sneered. She's trying again. Does she not realize how ridiculous she looks? They mocked her without restraint. But this time, Kushina ignored their jeers. She focused completely. Shadow clone technique. Bang. 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 The ground erupted with a series of smoke clouds. And when they cleared, the entire training ground was filled with hundreds of Kushinas. A sea of red hair surrounded the students. The overwhelming presence of so many clones made the atmosphere heavy. The previously mocking voices fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Even Fugaku's eyes widened slightly in shock. Kushina, really did it? The once laughing students now stared in disbelief. This was no ordinary shadow clone technique. This was an overwhelming number of clones. And at the center of them all, the original Kushina grinned. Minato, you're not the only genius here. For the first time, Minato's smile faltered. This battle wasn't over yet. And with that, the real fight had just begun. Check out other novels. Haikyuu, The Unstoppable Force. Marvel, I'm in Westview Town. Chapter 13, Hallucination or What? When hundreds of Kushina stood in the middle of the training ground, the scene fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. A match. How could Kushina possibly let others dictate the pace of the battle? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What they were witnessing was beyond comprehension. Could the blood-red habanero use shadow clone jutsu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone considered a failure in ninja theory and ninjutsu possibly perform shadow clone jutsu? It had to be an illusion. It must be. People rely on their knowledge and perception to determine what is real. This is called reality. But no matter how many times they blinked and rubbed their eyes, the scene before them didn't change. As an instructor, Moika was just as shocked as the students. This wasn't just the ordinary shadow clone jutsu, this was clearly the multi-shadow clone jutsu, a technique classified as forbidden due to the immense chakra consumption. A student from the academy had actually pulled off such a feat. In all his years as a teacher, Moika had never witnessed anything like this. He wasn't sure if anyone else had ever done it before, but he was certain this was unprecedented. The students who had previously mocked Kushina fell into stunned silence. Perfect. This was exactly the outcome she wanted. Thanks, Big Fox. Kushina thanked Kurama in her heart. Click. Click. She clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles, loosening her joints. Hundreds of eyes stared at her, filled with fear. Among them, Namikaze Minato felt his heart sink. How was he supposed to fight this? He had thought his victory was guaranteed. But never, had he imagined he would face an absolute nightmare. This blood-red habanero was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. For all his talent, for all his achievements, whether in theory, shuriken training, or ninjutsu, was he about to lose? Outnumbered 100 to 1. What chance did he have? Kushina didn't give Minato a moment to think. The army of clones surged forward. Bang. 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 Crack. A whirlwind of blows rained down. When the dust settled, Namikaze Minato lay on the ground, his face swollen, bruised, utterly defeated. At that moment, the terror of the blood-red habanero engulfed the entire academy. Even the so-called genius Namikaze Minato, who had dominated every test, had lost. Now, was there anyone left? No. No one. Kushina had completely shattered their expectations. Their faith in superiority crumbled, and with it, their spirit. From this day forward, no one in the academy dared to provoke the blood-red habanero. Whenever she passed, they made way. Amazing. Kushina wins. Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hikari, and others cheered for Kushina. A/N Mikoto Uchiha pick. Hikari Hyuga pick, Hinata's mom. Kurama hadn't done much, just refrained from disrupting Kushina's chakra control, providing slight assistance. With her natural Uzumaki resilience and a touch of extra power, she had pulled off the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. That evening, as the academy day ended, things seemed to return to normal. But for Instructor Moika, today's events needed to be reported to the third Hokage. This was an assigned task. The third Hokage paid close attention to the students, always keeping track of Konoha's emerging talents. Moika saw this as a sign of the Hokage's dedication to nurturing the next generation. In reality, the third Hokage had a different priority, monitoring Konoha's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Kneeling respectfully before the Hokage, Moika spoke. Third Hokage-sama, something extraordinary happened at the academy today. Oh. The old man took a long drag from his pipe, curiosity piqued. Go on. Moika recounted the entire event, from the moment Kushina created the clones to the moment she overwhelmed Minato. A heavy silence filled the office. The third Hokage stroked his beard, deep in thought. Shadow clone jutsu used at the scale of the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. TSK. What a terrifying future. Moika nodded. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Kushina is an unexpected find. Yes, I know. Even so, Moika still believed Minato had the greater potential to become a true shinobi leader. A single victory didn't define the future. Though Kushina had bested Minato today, Moika remained convinced that Minato's growth would outshine hers in the long run. Not just them, there were other promising talents in the academy. Uchiha Fugaku was an obvious standout, though Minato's brilliance made his strength seem less remarkable. Then there was Nara Shikaku, a strategic genius. Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Abirame Shibi, each had their own impressive talents. Even among the female students, Hyuga Hikari and Uchiha Mikoto showed immense promise. Moika relayed everything he had observed, painting a vivid picture of the academy's brightest prospects. The next generation of Konoha has a bright future. The third Hokage smiled. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns. The shadow of the flame will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout once more. The old man repeated the words, a philosophy he held close to his heart. Moika's report only strengthened his hope for Konoha's future. A village thrives when its shinobi flourish, and Konoha was teeming with talent. But one thing was certain, everything must remain under his control. As Moika left, the third Hokage sat alone in his office. Taking another long drag of his pipe, he exhaled a slow stream of smoke. It's time to guide these students myself. Chapter 14, Danzo. The shadow clone technique, known for its ability to create multiple clones, was a powerful technique in the ninja world. But what if there was more to it? What if the user could not just create shadow clones but also use the power of the Nine Tails? Kushina Uzumaki's recent actions had caught the attention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kushina had been learning how to master the chakra within her, and the third Hokage had begun to believe that she was, indeed, tapping into the power of the Nine Tails, even if only a small portion of it. This was no small feat, especially considering that the Nine Tails was the most powerful of the tailed beasts, a creature whose strength had caused massive destruction in the past. Despite her being the current Jinchuriki, the third Hokage understood that she wasn't yet fully in control of the beast's immense power. Even so, he couldn't deny that the Uzumaki clan's lineage gave Kushina an unparalleled potential. He, along with others in Konoha, had witnessed the power of the Uzumaki clan firsthand in the past, how their seals, their chakra control, and their stamina were far beyond what most other ninja clans could achieve. Hiruzen reflected on the past, remembering the Uzumaki clan's glorious history. It had been so powerful that even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, had chosen to ally with them and marry into their clan. But after Hashirama's passing, the tides had turned. Other nations and ninja villages formed an alliance to destroy the once great Uzumaki, and with it, the formidable power of the Uzumaki. It wasn't just any ninja village. Uzumaki was a country built on the power of seals, and the fall of such a country had left scars on the hearts of those who had witnessed it. For Hiruzen, the rise of a new Uzumaki Jinchuriki, one as powerful as Kushina, was not only a personal victory but also a chance for Konoha to reclaim some of the might lost in the wake of Uzumaki fall. His mind began to race, envisioning what might be possible if Kushina could gain full control of the Nine Tails. She could surpass even Mito Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki, and become the perfect vessel. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the thought of it. The perfect Jinchuriki had never been achieved in the history of the ninja world, but if anyone could do it, Kushina had the potential. A perfect Jinchuriki would be a historic milestone for Konoha, marking an era of unprecedented power and influence. If Kushina could master the Nine Tails, Konoha would stand as the most powerful village in all of the 5 great countries. Other villages would look up to Konoha, and its authority would be unquestioned. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke from his pipe as he allowed these thoughts to settle in his mind. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, we must make sure Kushina feels a deep connection to Konoha, that she sees the village as her true home. She must remain loyal, for her strength will be Konoha's greatest asset. Kushina's emotional well-being was important, Hiruzen thought. She had been through a lot, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But he was confident that with time, she would grow into her role, her powers only becoming more refined as she learned to understand them. He had seen the potential for loyalty to the village, something that would make her a true asset. In the end, all the children of Konoha must be nurtured to understand their duty to the village, something Hiruzen had always emphasized. After all, it was through loyalty that the village could grow stronger. His methods of guiding the younger generation, what some would call brainwashing, were effective. He had used this approach with many of Konoha's top ninja. He had no doubt that it would work on Kushina as well. As Hiruzen's thoughts drifted, the door to his office opened, and his old friend, Danzo Shimura, hobbled in, leaning on his cane. Third Hokage, Danzo began, his voice low and serious, I believe we should keep a close eye on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If anything unexpected were to happen, the village could be in danger. Hiruzen's expression hardened as he looked up at his old friend. Humph, Danzo, he said coldly. You should be more concerned with your roots. If something were to happen to Kushina, as Hokage, I would bear the responsibility. But let me remind you, did you not give the order when Mito-sama was still alive? You know as well as I do what happened then. Hiruzen's words carried weight. In Konoha, the Hokage held absolute power, and while Danzo was influential, he was merely an advisor. There was a clear divide between the two men, Hiruzen, the beloved leader of Konoha, and Danzo, the shadowy figure who ran the secretive root organization. Danzo's expression flickered, but he didn't press further. He knew that Hiruzen was not an easy man to sway. Besides, his real agenda was not to convince Hiruzen to take action, it was to gather information. Danzo's thoughts wandered to his own plans. He had been investigating ways to control the Nine Tails, seeing it as the ultimate weapon. There were two powers he believed could control the Nine Tails, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the wood style of the first Hokage. The Sharingan had once been used by Uchiha Madara to control the Nine Tails during the battle against Hashirama, and the wood style of Hashirama was capable of suppressing the Nine Tails. The thought of possessing such power filled Danzo with ambition, but he knew it would not be easy. The Uchiha clan had long been weakened, and with only a few of them having awakened the Mangeko Sharingan, it was becoming increasingly difficult to obtain the power he sought. But Danzo was patient. He had already begun to study the cells of Hashirama, and though they were difficult to replicate, he knew he was getting closer. "I'll leave you to your work, Hiruzen," Danzo said finally, his voice colder than before. "But remember, you will regret this in the end." With that, Danzo turned and left, his steps echoing in the hallway. Hiruzen was left alone, thinking deeply about the future of Konoha and the growing power of his village. Meanwhile, Kushina was in high spirits. After a victory at school, having defeated the genius Minato Namikaze, she felt more confident than ever. The teasing about her red hair had stopped, and for the first time, she didn't feel like an outcast. But beyond the surface, Kushina had been wrestling with her true self, her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It was a burden she carried with pride, but it was also a constant reminder of the power within her. She had started to make peace with the beast inside her, even developing a strange bond with it. Later that night, Kushina visited the sealed space where the Nine-Tails resided. She had become more comfortable there over the past few weeks. As usual, she saw the massive form of the Nine-Tails lounging, its eyes half closed but aware of her presence. "Big Fox," she said with a smile. "Thanks for your help today." The Nine-Tails, Kurama, gave a low growl, acknowledging her words. Despite their complicated history, Kushina felt a strange kinship with the beast. "I know you're not a bad person," she continued. "Maybe you're just misunderstood." Kushina's determination shone through as she made a decision. She would stop running from her power and face it head-on. She was ready to take control, to not be defined by fear but by strength. "I'll break the seal," she said firmly. "I won't be afraid anymore." And so, Kushina vowed to embrace her role, not just as a Jinchuriki but as someone capable of great power and even greater resolve. Chapter 15, Seal Lifted. Snort. Kurama's massive body moved, assuming his original Nine-Tails arrogant look, and snorted softly. Young girls are so innocent. Kushina was touched by such a small favor. Kushina is still the strong, lively, and cute Kushina. And Kurama is no longer the original Nine-Tails, but Kurama. "Kushina, if you break the seal, aren't you afraid that I will take over your body?" "Humph, Big Fox, who do you think I am?" Kushina is not afraid. "You are much better than those who laughed at me in school." Kushina walked forward. At this time, she mustered up the courage in her heart without any hesitation. "Big Fox, let me tell you, even if you take away my body, I will admit it, because there is no way that a Jinchuriki who puts a tailed beast in a cage can become a perfect Jinchuriki." Swish. Kushina ripped off the seal and threw it aside. At a young age, Uzumaki Kushina also has a way of using her mouth to escape. Naruto may have inherited this in the original novel. The sealed door opened, revealing Kurama's complete body. This is not half, but the complete Nine Tails. This was the first time Kushina saw Kurama's complete and huge body. The mountain-like tailed beast gives people a suffocating and oppressive feeling. "Big Fox, you are so big." "Kushina, what, are you scared, or do you regret it?" "I will never regret what I have decided upon." In fact, even if Kushina doesn't break the seal, Kurama can break through the seal with his own power. During this time, he had loosened the seal 80% by releasing the chakra through Kushina's shushing. Breaking through the seal is only a matter of time. Now Kushina helped him break the seal, which saved him the trouble. Kushina looked up and down Kurama's huge body, quite curious. Big Fox, do you have a name?" "Name? Nine-Tails. Kurama. It will be all right. But now he is Kurama." "Kushina, you can call me Master Kurama." "Master Kurama, can I touch your tail?" Kushina, who has just seen the whole body of Nine-Tails, is not surprised at all. Kurama's tail is fluffy and looks very comfortable. "Touch it." Received permission from Kurama. Kushina tiptoed over and touched it carefully with her fingers. It's fluffy, full of elasticity, and feels great in the hand. It will definitely be very comfortable if you use Master Kurama's tail as a pillow or sleep on it. Thinking of this, Kushina couldn't help but rub her little face on Kurama's tail. Master Kurama's tail is so comfortable. This indescribable feeling of comfort made Kushina hum unconsciously. Kushina, why do you want to take advantage of me when we just met? Ah, Master Kurama, your tail is so comfortable. Little Kushina couldn't help it. Her body didn't obey her orders, so she rubbed it on her own. It's the hands that move the body, it has nothing to do with me, Kushina. Kushina took a few steps back, like a child who had done something wrong. Inadvertently, she also called herself Little Kushina. As a matter of courtesy, it's a pity that Kushina doesn't have a tail, otherwise I could have let Master Kurama touch it. Without the barrier of the sealed gate, Kushina is no stranger to nine tails. Faintly, she felt that Master Kurama was an important person to her. Master Kurama, can I use your power? Well, it depends on my mood. Without the restraint of the seal, I want to take a good rest. Kushina, please go back first. Oh. Kushina pursed her lips and said simply. She seemed unable to refuse Kurama's order. After 3 steps and 1 turn, Kushina reluctantly left the sealed space. Ding, congratulations to host for getting rid of the seal, reward, fusion of Jinchuriki's own abilities. The system prompt sounded in Kurama's mind. Fusion of Jinchuriki's abilities. Kurama is originally the body of Nine Tails, plus the physique of the Uzumaki clan. The healing ability of Nine Tails is already incredible, plus the ability of the Uzumaki family, TSK, I can't even imagine it. Even though she broke the seal, Kurama still didn't want to leave Kushina's body. In today's ninja world, the only ones that can have an effect on Nine Tails are the sealing technique, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the wood style of Senju Hashirama. The Uzumaki clan, who are best at sealing techniques, Uzumaki Kushina is her own Jinchuriki. He can rule out the sealing technique. In Kushina's body, he can better observe the movements of Konoha and the ninja world. The most important thing is that Kurama is not a fox now. Naturally, there is more interesting fun in Kushina's body. When will Kushina see her true form? Kurama needs to think carefully, he can't always face Kushina in the form of Nine Tails. The next day. On the roof of the Hokage building, the third Hokage and the students of the ninja school spoke eloquently about the will of fire. Everyone else listened with rapt attention, their eyes full of longing and yearning. Kushina was not impressed by this. She shouted to Kurama in her heart. Lord Kurama, when will the old man third Hokage abdicate? I cannot let others take the lead. I want to become the fourth Hokage. If you want the third Hokage to unseat Hokage, it will be harder than reaching the sky. The third Hokage obsession with power is, in some ways, even worse than Danzo's. In the original work, even the third Hokage was forced to abdicate in favor of Minato due to circumstances. That's because Namikaze Minato is one of his own, he is his disciple student, and he respects him quite a bit. Even if they abdicate, the third Hokage will still participate in politics. No, as soon as Minato died, the third Hokage immediately took over. Kushina, if you want to become a Hokage, with the third Hokage here, you should wait a little longer. Kurama joked. Chapter 16, Graduation. Time flies, and it's graduation day in a blink of an eye. In the past few years, Kushina has been trained by Kurama, Nine Tails, to become a bad boy. Like tomboyish. Inside of Kushina, Kurama seemed to know both astronomy and geography. With Nine Tails in her body, Kushina feels that she can learn different knowledge every day. At this time, the person Kushina admired the most in her heart was Kurama, her partner inside her. At the same time, Kurama also learned the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan from Kushina. With his billion-fold learning talent, he used the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to create new tricks. Kurama created the sealing technique that can seal the soul, as well as a series of other sealing techniques. Also, Raise-Non is no longer exclusive to Namikaze Minato. As Kurama, the Nine Tails, he can do Tailed Beast Bomb, not to mention making Raise-Non. Konoha Village, Ninja School. Today is Kushina's graduation day. They all successfully passed the graduation examination and are waiting for the teacher to divide them into teams. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku graduated before Kushina because they were outstanding in all aspects. And Namikaze Minato's teacher is none other than third Hokage's disciple, Jiraiya. Being able to become a disciple of the third Hokage means that you are one step closer to the Hokage. Minato was very excited about this. Not only that, the third Hokage allowed his disciple to serve as the mentor of Fugaku, the young leader of the Uchiha clan, Jonin, which can be said to have a long-term vision. The third generation's wishful thinking is so great. Although Jiraiya is lustful, third generation still trusts him as his apprentice. Not to mention Jiraiya, at third Hokage age, he also wants to see beauties. Teacher Moika on the stage looked at everyone, coughed a few times, and cleared her throat. Okay, everyone, first of all, congratulations on your successful graduation. Next, I will read out the team list. Team 8, Hyuga Hisashi, Inuzuka Tsum, Gashu, Mentor Jonin, Sarutobi Yamaru. Inuzuka Tsum is Kiba's mother in the original novel. As for Sarutobi Yamaru, he is not the son of the third Hokage, he is just a member of the Sarutobi clan. Team 4, Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi. The flowing team, the ironclad Ino, Shika, Cho. Kurama was not surprised that these three people were in the same team. Ino, Shika, Cho is a combination that has existed in Konoha since its founding. Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi are the leaders of their clans, and they work together quite well. Besides, the Akamichi clan, the Nara clan, and the Yamanaka clan have been family friends for generations. First team, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hikari. Ah, great, little Mikoto, little Hikari, we don't have to be separated. There was a burst of cheers, the most excited one being Kushina. After spending so much time with Kurama, her name for Mikoto and Hikari had a special affectionate tone. Mikoto is still older than Kushina, but this is Kushina's kindness, and she and Hikari could only accept it happily. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari hugged each other and cheered. When best friends are together, Kushina is the most excited, and Hikari is the shyest. A girl's happiness is that simple. If Uchiha Fugaku saw this scene, his whole face would darken and he would feel sulky. Damn it, why do all the good things happen to Blood Red Pepper? Teacher Moika on the stage looked at the list and then at the people in the audience. By the way, Minato-san, Fugaku-san, and Abirame Shibi, who graduated before you, are in the second team, and their teacher is Jiraiya. Abirame Shibi, am I not a genius, so I am not worthy of being a teammate? Although Abirame Shibi is not a genius, the Abirame clan is trendy. Wearing sunglasses and a turtleneck, he looks aloof and talks little. Compared with other clans in Konoha village, the Abirame clan has always been at the forefront of fashion trends. As for the other teams, routine passerby A, B, and C, I will not go into details. Team 1, Team 2, Team 4, Team 8. Is this the tradition of Konoha, the 12 little strong genins? Other team have the usual configuration of 2 boys and 1 girl. There are only the first team where Kushina is and the fourth team of Ino, Shika, Cho. One is a girls' team. One is a boys' team. By the way, the boys' team also has Minato's team. At this time, Kushina looked here and there, and she discovered the blind spot of the problem. Ms. Moika, the teacher of Team 2 is Jiraiya, and the teacher of Team 8 is Sarutobi Yamaru. Why don't we have instructors in Team 1 and Team 4? Very good, Kushina-san, your senses are very keen. This is one of the few compliments that teacher Moika has given to Kushina. In Moika's impression, Kushina has always been a carefree person. Kurama in Kushina laughed out loud, even for this, he had to praise her. At present, in Konoha, there are only a few people who can be named as the Jonin sensei. Kurama could guess the candidates with her eyes closed. Jonins, the teacher who guides the first and fourth teams, I don't know who they are. They are still on a mission and will be back in 3 days. You will know who your teacher then. After the team division, Kushina held Mikoto in her left hand and Hikari in her right hand and went shopping. On the street, Kushina started chatting with the two of them. Little Mikoto, little Hikari, I will teach you the art of speaking, and you will always succeed. The art of speaking. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari's eyes widened, looking very interested. In the past few years of getting along with Kushina, they have always learned all kinds of strange knowledge from Kushina. As for where Kushina's knowledge comes from, it's naturally the nonsense from Kurama. Listen, the art of speaking is very important. Change casualness to attentiveness, change, I don't know it, to, I'm willing to learn it. This is the art of speaking, and you must learn it, okay. That seems to make sense. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari nodded seriously. Following Kushina, they learned another lesson today. Chapter 17, Tsukumo. The other teams have already carried out their tasks, but Kushina's first team is still doing nothing. Without Jonin's leadership, they, as the first team genin, would not be able to take on the mission. On the streets of Konoha, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari continue their daily life as girls, shopping. When they walked into the barbecue restaurant, they happened to meet the Ino Shikacho trio, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akamichi Choza. Kurama inside Kushina's body couldn't help but sigh when he saw these 3 people. With the exception of Yamanaka Inoichi, are Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza's looks and personalities inherited from generation to generation. That can't be said to be inherited at all, it's simply carved from the same mold. In the original work, Yamanaka Inoichi's daughter is Yamanaka Ino, but her parents don't look much alike. But Nara Shikamaru, son of Nara Shikaku, and Akamichi Choji, son of Akamichi Choza, they were carved from the same mold. Not only Shikamaru, but also Shikamaru's son. Hey, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza, you 3 coming to eat barbecue? Kushina greeted the 3 warmly. In the ninja school, Kushina has a good impression of Ino Shikacho. These three people at least never laughed at her hair or messed with her. Kushina knew it after being a classmate of Akimichi Choza for so long. Yeah, it's really troublesome. We have to go on a mission with the teacher right after we finish eating. Nara yawned lazily, looking like he couldn't wake up. Hey, is the instructor of your fourth class already here? Well, don't you know? He seems to be called Hataki Sakumo or something, and he has the title of Konoha's White Fang. He looks very powerful. Hataki Sakumo. Kurama inside Kushina heard the name. This is Hataki Kakashi's father. I didn't expect that Ino Shikacho's, Jonin-sensei, would be him. While Kushina was chatting with them, a man with white hair, a short sword on his back, and half a Hokage robe walked into the barbecue restaurant. It was none other than Hataki Sakumo. At this time, Hataki Sakumo was holding a baby in his arms, about 1 year old. What the hell, this baby is Kakashi. Shikaku, Inochi, Choza, let's go, the mission has come. Hataki Sakumo came to the barbecue restaurant and said something to Nara, Shikaku, and the others. Sakumo-sensei, are you taking your child on a mission? Sakumo smiled gently. It's okay. This mission is not difficult. Kakashi's mother died early, so I can only take him with me. The Ino Shikacho surrounded Hataki Sakumo and looked at Kakashi in his arms, tut-tutang teasingly. It turns out that the sensei child is called Kakashi. His eyes look exactly like the teacher's, and he has this hair. He's so cute. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but murmur in his heart, sensei taking the children to perform the task will not make the task more troublesome, right? This is simply Nara Shikaku's overthinking. Konoha's White Fang is more famous than the three disciples of the third Hokage. After saying a simple hello to Kushina and the others, Hataki Sakumo left with Ino Shikacho. There are only 3 people left in the barbecue restaurant, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari. The 3 people stared at each other. Now, other teams have Jonin-sensei, but their first team does not. Kushina, why haven't our instructor come yet? As a ninja, you have never performed a mission. Isn't it too bad? Little Mikoto, I don't know. Just wait. Kushina want to carry out the mission earlier? After completing the mission, she gains the experience of a ninja. She'll have a glorious name and be able to accumulate it. This will allow her to advance through the ranks and eventually become the Hokage. Kurama, do you know who our Jonin-sensei is? Don't worry, just wait, Kushina, she will appear. At dusk, Kushina and the 3 of them had gone home. At the corner of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Mikoto met Uchiha Fugaku as soon as she returned to the clan. Uchiha Fugaku graduated before Kushina and the others, and is now a special Jonin of Konoha village, a member of the Konoha police department. He has many tasks, and it is very difficult to meet Uchiha Mikoto. Now, he finally found time to meet Mikoto. Tomorrow, he has another mission. Mikoto, congratulations on your graduation. Have you already carried out your mission? Be careful when leaving the village. The mission is dangerous, so be careful. Fugaku narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Well, Genin's missions are usually not too difficult. Fugaku-sama, what can I do? Uchiha Mikoto's tone was not enthusiastic, but it was not cold either. People in this world are very precocious. Hinata fell in love with Naruto when she was only a few years old. Haruno Sakura, who had just graduated and became a genin, had almost kissed by Naruto, who had transformed into Sasuke, at the age of 12. Oh, when Sasuke defected, Sakura wanted to abandon everything and go with him. This can be considered an elopement. Maybe, this is a ninja. Uchiha Mikoto didn't understand what Fugaku meant. It's just that Mikoto didn't care about this at the moment, and she clearly rejected Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto just wants to become stronger, because the current ninja world is still in the turmoil of war. Uchiha Fugaku is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and his identity lies there. As members of the Uchiha clan, occasional encounters are beyond Mikoto's control. Fugaku finally found time to meet Mikoto in his busy schedule. Today, he was going to express his feelings. Mikoto, you know that the leader of the Uchiha clan will be me sooner or later. If my father dies on the battlefield, I will take over as clan head immediately. A filial son, really a filial son. If Fugaku's father heard this, he would definitely beat him up, and he might even die in filial piety. No wonder Fugaku could give birth to a filial son like Itachi. It is true that like father, like son. With me, you will become the future patriarch's wife. Young patriarch, these are turbulent times and I don't want to talk about this. Uchiha Mikoto's attitude towards Fugaku is still lukewarm, just like how she treats everyone else. But Fugaku is not happy. He is the future leader of the Uchiha clan, and there are countless women in the clan who fawn over him and want to become the clan leader's wife. But Uchiha Mikoto is not among these women. What you don't get is always in turmoil. Angry in his heart, Fugaku's tone increased a few decibels. Mikoto, you don't like me, is it because you like Kushina, that bloody red pepper? Kushina. How is this possible? Mikoto has always regarded Kushina as her best friend, nothing more. Chapter 18, Tsunade Senju. Yes, Mikoto is still too simple. At first glance, she seems like a good wife and a loving mother. Hearing the words, yes, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. He glanced up and down at Mikoto with disbelief. Looking at Fugaku's strange eyes, Uchiha Mikoto didn't understand why the young patriarch was looking at her like this. Thinking of the scene, with Kushina and Mikoto together, Fugaku suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. No wonder Mikoto always rejected his advances. Today, Uchiha Fugaku finally realized the reason. There was a problem with her sexuality. Then this. So unexpected. Uchiha Fugaku was left in a daze. There was sudden silence for a few seconds, and the atmosphere became awkward. Young patriarch, the patriarch has something to discuss with you. Suddenly, the tranquility was broken by the call of an Uchiha clansman. I know, I'll be right over. Uchiha Fugaku followed the clansman and left in a hurry. Strange, what happened to the young patriarch just now? It seemed that the communication techniques taught by Kushina were quite effective. No, Uchiha Mikoto said yes, and the young patriarch left immediately. After all, she likes Kushina, she's his good friend. Uchiha Mikoto didn't want to be too involved with Fugaku, the young patriarch. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Suddenly, the mood shifted. Mikoto suddenly slapped her head, and her reflex arc finally clicked into place. Oh, young patriarch Fugaku has misunderstood me and Kushina. Phew, thank goodness. I'll be able to avoid the harassment from the young chief in the future. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, she wasn't interested in love or anything like that. She just wanted to become stronger. That's all. She adjusted her breathing and returned to her home. The next day, at the Konoha training ground, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari were waiting there. Their guide, Jonin-sensei, was supposed to show up today. The three of them were excited. Who would their Jonin-sensei be? Minato's team Jonin-sensei was Jiraiya. Ino Shikacho's team Jonin-sensei was Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Sakumo. Hyuga Hizashi, Inazuka Tsum, Character 1, and their Jonin-sensei was Sarutobi Yamaru. In terms of fame, Sarutobi Yamaru was not as well known as Jiraiya or Hataki Sakumo. But he was from the same clan as the third Hokage, so that was okay. Kushina and the others were hoping that their teacher wouldn't be some unknown person. Hello, three lovely beauties. A crisp voice echoed from high in the sky. Bang. What followed was a black shadow falling from the sky, landing with a thud and smashing a deep pit into the earth. This kind of dramatic entrance was too cool. Kushina, in her body, immediately recognized the figure. Yellow twin tails and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Wearing a green windbreaker with a big word, Gamble, written on it. Of course, that wasn't the main point. What caught everyone's attention was her unscientific, proud bust that was envied by countless girls. Yes, it was Tsunade. Kurama had guessed that Kushina and the team sensei would likely be Tsunade, and it turned out to be true. At this time, there were not many elite jonin who could be Third Jonin sensei. It was either Tsunade or Orochimaru. If it had been Orochimaru, Kurama would have still been in trouble with Kushina's body. But Tsunade. That was the best possible outcome. Tsunade appeared in front of them in such a stunning way that it left Kushina and the others stunned. Even though they were all girls, Kushina and the others couldn't help but be mesmerized by Tsunade. They stared at her chest. TSK. The three of them looked down at themselves at the same time, gazing at their own bodies. They almost couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if they had figures like hers. Kushina was the first to react and threw herself into Tsunade's arms. Tsunade-ne, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be our teacher. Even while hugging her, Kushina rubbed her little face against Tsunade. Inside Kushina's body, Kurama could feel Tsunade's softness. Just like in the original story, when Konohamaru first met Tsunade, it was the same kind of bouncy feeling. Tsunade gently touched Kushina's red hair. Kushina, it's been a long time. I have missed you too. As the student of the third Hokage and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade had become their teacher. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari were equally surprised. Kushina, do you know Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and student of the third Hokage? Yeah, I've known Tsunade-ne even before I entered the ninja school. Tsunade becoming Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari-sensei naturally meant that she was connected to the third Hokage. One from the Uchiha clan, one from the Hyuga clan, and one with the 9 tails sealed inside her. In fact, the third Hokage had considered Orochimaru for the role of their teacher. But considering Kushina's unique identity and Orochimaru's dark temperament, even the third Hokage, as their teacher, wasn't sure about it. In the end, the third Hokage chose Tsunade. Granddaughter of the first Hokage, student of the third Hokage, and now, you're going to call me Tsunade-sensei. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. The three of them answered in unison, their excitement evident. Lovely girls, please introduce yourselves first so I can get to know you better. I'll go first. Uzumaki Kushina, who likes touching. Kushina was about to say that she liked to touch the Nine-Tails' tail. But the fact that she had the 9 tails sealed inside her was a secret, so she stopped herself. The big eyes rolled. I like touching my belly and dream of becoming Hokage. Touching your belly? What kind of hobby is that? Anyway, Kushina always had some weird ideas. Mikoto and Hinata were already used to it. Dream of becoming Hokage. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking deeply. Uchiha Mikoto, I want to become stronger. I want to become a ninja like you, Tsunade-sensei. I also want to become stronger. I want to change the Hyuga clan. The last person to speak was Hikari. Among the Hyuga clan, she was usually very quiet. But around Kushina and Mikoto, Hikari felt she could speak freely without pressure. Yes, all three of you have great dreams, but whether you become ninjas or not depends on me. With a few clanging sounds, Tsunade took out 3 bells from her chest. She had learned this from the third Hokage. However, the third Hokage had used only 2 bells, and Tsunade had improved it by adding an extra one. She felt there was no need to make things so difficult, so she used 3 bells instead. Whatever you do, the one who grabs the bell will be qualified. The one who can't grab it has to return to the ninja school. The eyes of the 3 girls lit up with determination. Tsunade nay. Tsunade-sensei, don't get beaten by me then. HMMP. Chapter 19, Bell Test. Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari surrounded Tsunade in a triangle. Mikoto was the first to attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Here comes the fire style of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, it did not hit her. There is Kushina on the left and Hikari on the right. Tsunade's purpose is not to fight them, but to prevent them from grabbing the bell. Boom. The scorching fireball floated past, and Hyuga Hikari suddenly shouted. Kushina, up there. Dodging the great fireball's attack, Tsunade jumped high into the air. What was waiting for her in the air was Kushina's fist. This is a wonderful collaboration. From the beginning, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari showed tacit teamwork. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh inwardly. TSK, the tacit understanding between these 3 people is really good. Kushina's big fist was directed toward Tsunade's head. Ninjas don't hold back in a fight between ninjas. If Bell was snatched away from Tsunade like this, it would prove that her strength was nothing more than this. Boom. There was a low muffled sound, the collision between fist and arm. Tsunade directly blocked Kushina's attack with her arm. It gave Kushina the feeling that the bell was right in front of her, but seemed to be thousands of miles away and could never be touched. The 2 of them fell to the ground one after another. Kushina, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Hey. Kushina bit a bunch of red hair in her mouth and smiled slightly. As expected of Tsunade-sensei. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a bang, and Tsunade turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared from the place. Mikoto, head to the west, on the big tree 50 meters away. Hyuga Hikari reminded loudly. Okay. Swish swish. Several shurikens came out of Uchiha Mikoto's hands and flew toward Tsunade on the big tree. She saw veins appearing on Hyuga Hikari's cheeks and her Byakugan activated. For Hyuga Hikari, who has opened her Byakugan, Tsunade's figure cannot be hidden. Byakugan. There's no such thing as playing hide-and-seek with someone who has supercilious eyes. If there is anyone, it can only be that idiot Boruto. Tsunade was very satisfied with these 3 students. The tacit understanding between them is like partners who have performed many missions and worked together for many years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens spun at Tsunade's fingertips. Uchiha Mikoto's shuriken attack was caught by Tsunade with her bare hands. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, 3 of them ran toward Tsunade with their hands behind their backs. This is a standard ninja run. Mikoto's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of scarlet pupils with 2 black magatama inside. Sharingan. Mikoto now has 2 Tomo Sharingan. Kushina, cover me. Well, Mikoto, go ahead with confidence. Tsunade watched the scene with interest. Sharingan. Byakugan. What an interesting combination. But don't underestimate Konoha's Jonin. Tsunade jumped to the ground, raised her fist, and smashed it down. Rumble. The land was suddenly torn apart, the cracks were tens of meters long and bottomless. The power of this punch was so terrifying to both Mikoto and Kushina. Under the observation of Mikoto's Sharingan, they did not fall into the cracks. Mikoto, keep a medium to long distance from Tsunade-sensei and attack with fire style. Hikari, you use gentle fist to attack Tsunade-sensei, and I will take the opportunity to grab the bell. At this moment, Kushina became the captain of this team. She knew her partner's abilities very well and immediately issued tactics. Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her, looking very impressive. Kushina, talking tactics in front of the enemy is not a wise approach. Tsunade smiled. Fire style, great fireball technique. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari launched an offensive against Tsunade. However, they were all defended by Tsunade. The three looked at each other and understood. Tsunade-sensei, we want you to watch the bell being taken away. You little brats, don't be too proud. When Tsunade wanted to move, she found that she couldn't move. At some point, a black pattern appeared under Tsunade's feet. Kushina clapped her hands. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, this is my sealing technique. You can't move if you stand on top of this sealing pattern. Suddenly, Tsunade understood everything. The attack by Mikoto and Hikari just now led her into this trap. These three really surprised me. Tsunade muttered inwardly. Kushina walked toward Tsunade in a swaggering manner. As a ninja, don't get carried away, and don't underestimate Konoha's Jonin. This is my first advice to you as a teacher. Tsunade snorted slightly. She used brute force to break free from the sealing technique of Kushina's sealing operation. My sealing technique actually. Kurama, inside Kushina's body, observed the entire battle. A fight between women would be quite interesting if it weren't for the hair pulling. 3 of them have tried their best. Next, there was another round of fight. Time passed minute by minute. Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hikari, and Kushina were all soaked with sweat. Mikoto and Hikari no longer had the energy to fight and collapsed on the ground. Tsunade still looked relaxed. But Kushina still didn't give up. She seemed to have endless physical strength and continued to grab the bell. This reminded Tsunade of what her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, told her before she passed away. Kushina, this little devil, seems to be from the Uzumaki clan like her grandmother. Thinking of this, Tsunade understood Kushina's energetic body. It seems that Kushina needs to be restrained so that I can take a rest. Hoo-ho. And Kushina's breathing became rapid. Damn it, Tsunade is too strong. Hikari and Mikoto have all fallen. What should I do? Chapter 20, past. Damn it, Mikoto and Hikari both fell down. What should I do? Giving up is not a word in Kushina's life dictionary. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Kurama's mind within Kushina's body. Ding. Based on the current status of the host, 3 options are provided for the host. Option 1, help Jinchuriki Kushina grab the bell, reward, unknown benefits. Option 2, control Jinchuriki Kushina's body and beat Tsunade up. Reward, water style, water dragon bomb technique. Option 3, leave it alone and let it develop. Unexpected rewards, fire style, great fireball technique. Water dragon bomb. Great fireball. As a member of the 9 Tails, Kurama didn't need these kinds of ninjutsu. Besides, controlling Kushina's body to beat Tsunade would cause massive disruptions. It wasn't worth it for a water dragon bomb. The unknown rewards were the most intriguing. Kurama chose the first option without hesitation. Kushina bit a strand of her red hair between her teeth and looked at Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari, both lying on the ground tiredly. She wouldn't give up. There was only one way to make her give up, and that was to grab the bell. Clenching her fist, Kushina charged at Tsunade again. Come on. Tsunade admired Kushina's resilience and determination. But she also felt it was time for Kushina to take a break. Within a few moments, Kushina reached Tsunade. Both fists were thrown forward, but just when Tsunade was about to block the attack, a golden chain emerged from Kushina's body and ensnared Tsunade. Good chance. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she stretched her right hand toward Tsunade's waist. Despite being bound, Tsunade's body shifted slightly to the side. Kushina lunged at her, only to miss. The sound of bells ringing echoed. The bells landed right in front of Kushina's eyes. Kushina eagerly grabbed it, her excitement palpable. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, I got it. At the same time, the golden chains binding Tsunade loosened and returned to Kushina's body. Tsunade was stunned. The golden chains were the signature technique of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing chains. Kushina hadn't expected to awaken them during her battle with Tsunade, but it seemed that she was only able to use a single chain for now. This was only one of her abilities. Kushina didn't rely solely on the adamantine ceiling chains to grab the bells. Even when she was trapped, Tsunade managed to dodge her attack. But just as Kushina leaped into the air, a dark red tail extended from her backside and hooked the bell hanging from Tsunade's waist. That dark red tail sent a shiver down Tsunade's spine. She thought to herself. Besides the golden chain, what is that dark red tail? Is it also an ability of the Uzumaki clan? This time, Tsunade wasn't quick enough to dodge. Kurama inside Kushina smiled slightly. It had been a surprise attack, simply extending the tail to hook Tsunade's bells. It was that easy to grab the bell. Kushina calmed down after her excitement faded. She was already familiar with the dark red tail. It was the power of the 9 tails in her body. Thank you, Kurama. You're welcome, Kushina. Congratulations on becoming a ninja. Having spent many years with Kurama, Kushina understood that the 9 tails had its own reasons for helping her. She didn't ask why Kurama helped her. If she wanted help, she wouldn't hesitate to ask. This time, she would grab the bells with her own strength. But in the end, Kurama had lent a hand, and Kushina happily accepted the help. Kushina, now with the bell in hand, walked over to Mikoto and Hikari. Here, Mikoto take one, Hikari take one. All 3 girls now had bells. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, now that all 3 of us have passed the test, we can finally be considered ninjas. Tsunade gathered them all in a hug. You did great. You all passed. In fact, even if Kushina and the others hadn't grabbed the bell, Tsunade would have let them pass. The bell was just a tool to test their teamwork. Kushina and the others had already passed the test when they first worked together to attack Tsunade. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Kushina and the others opened their mouths in surprise. Ah, it was that simple. So, we didn't have to fight so hard to grab the bell. Kushina felt tricked by Tsunade. Kurama inside Kushina was also a little surprised by the bell test. He hadn't expected that Kushina would awaken the adamantine ceiling chains during this period. In the original timeline, Kushina had only awakened them during the Third Ninja War. Her talent was far beyond what Kurama had expected. It wouldn't be long before Kushina completely mastered the adamantine ceiling chains. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have completed the option and unlocked unknown benefits. Kurama looked forward to seeing what the unknown reward would be. Tsunade patted the dust off of Kushina and the other 2 girls and spoke softly. You've all worked hard. It's time to relax. Let's go. I'll take you to the hot springs. Konoha's hot springs are famous for their warmth. It's a treat. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Don't be so formal. Just call me Tsunade or Tsunade-ne, like Kushina does. Tsunade-ne, I love you so much. The carefree Kushina threw herself at Tsunade. She hadn't bathed in Konoha's hot springs for a long time. At the same time, Kurama in Kushina's body noticed 3 words behind the reward, hot spring bath. Damn it. Originally, Kurama hadn't expected much from this unknown reward, but now, after seeing the hot spring bath, he couldn't sleep anymore. Would a hot spring bath really be a reward? Thinking about it, Kurama couldn't help but feel more awake. Chapter 21, Hot Springs. Konoha's Hot Springs. Konoha's hot springs were the most famous in the entire Land of Fire. After an intense battle, there was nothing better than soaking in the warmth of the springs, feeling the fatigue melt away. The level of comfort was indescribable. Both body and mind were rejuvenated, as if stepping into paradise itself. For a shinobi, there was no greater luxury than taking a dip after rigorous training. Among the many hot springs in Konoha, the Hachido Onsen was the most renowned. It was a high-class establishment, attracting visitors from all over, including some of the most well-known kunoichi in the village. Tonight, the hot spring was graced by none other than Tsunade, Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Hikari Hyuga. Technically speaking, there was another presence, Kurama, the 9 tails, sealed within Kushina. However, since he experienced everything alongside her, it could be said that he was enjoying this bath for free. Or, as he might put it, unwillingly participating in an experience he never asked for. The bathhouse. Inside the steaming waters of the hot spring, Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari sat together in comfortable silence, their bodies submerged in the soothing heat. Without the cover of their usual clothing, it was impossible not to notice the striking contrast between them, especially when compared to Tsunade. Kushina, ever the blunt one, couldn't help but voice what was on all their minds. She scooted closer to Tsunade and, with a teasing grin, pointed directly at her chest. Tsunade-ne, I have a friend who wants me to ask you something. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. A friend. At the same time, Mikoto and Hikari shot Kushina a glare. They knew exactly what she was doing, and frankly, they wanted to hear the answer too. Still, dragging them into it. Shameless. Kushina, however, was undeterred. Yeah, a friend of mine wants to know, how can we, reach that level? She gestured vaguely in Tsunade's direction, clearly referring to her, well, assets. Mikoto and Hikari looked away, embarrassed but secretly curious. Tsunade, sensing their thoughts, smirked. Who wouldn't feel a little pride when standing out in such a way? You three little brats are worrying over nothing, she said, stretching her arms behind her head. I was just like you at your age. Then, one day, boom, blessed by heavens. Some things just can't be forced. That answer was, of course, completely unsatisfying. The three younger women frowned. Saying something like that was the same as saying nothing at all. Then, as if to rub salt in the wound, Tsunade lowered herself deeper into the hot spring and smirked. Besides, she mused, watching their expressions. Look, they can even float. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari rolled their eyes in unison. Tsunade-sensei was definitely showing off. Still, they weren't discouraged. They were still young, there was always room for growth. Eventually, as all girls do when they gathered together, the conversation shifted from body talk to gossip. Various village rumors, personal stories, and amusing incidents were exchanged, filling the air with laughter. But as time passed, the warmth of the hot spring worked its magic, lulling them into a peaceful silence. Kushina, staring at the rippling water, suddenly remembered something. Kurama helped me today with the bell test. She hadn't properly thanked him yet. It was only right to do so. With that thought, Kushina closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift into the depths of her mind. When she opened them again, she was standing inside the dimly lit, cavernous space that housed Kurama. Kurama's enormous form rested. However, something seemed different about him. Kushina tilted her head in curiosity. Hey, Kurama, she greeted, stepping forward. What's up with your tails? They're all standing up. Kurama froze. Then, with the most forced cough imaginable, he tried to act casual. Ahem. Kushina's sharp gaze didn't waver. Kurama sighed internally. Kushina, he began. You do realize that when you, my Jinchuriki, take a bath in a hot spring, it's like I'm taking a bath too, right? Kushina blinked. Huh. The nine-tails cleared his throat again. Since I experience everything you do, my tails naturally react to the temperature of the water. Kushina stared at him, then nodded slowly. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. But then, she frowned, her gaze shifting slightly. But Kurama, why do your tails look a little redder than usual? Kurama stiffened. He hadn't expected that question. Kushina, as straightforward as ever, had just hit him with a second critical strike. Cough. With the most serious expression he could muster, Kurama said, Little brat, it's simple. The hot spring's temperature is higher than normal. Blood flow increases. And what color is blood? Red. So naturally, my tails look a little brighter. It was, technically speaking, not a lie. Kushina, satisfied with the answer, grinned. Well, thanks for helping me with the bell test today, Kurama. See you later. With that, she left the sealed space. As soon as she was gone, Kurama let out a long sigh of relief. Thank the sage she only sees me as a giant fox. Shaking his head, he flicked his tails, sending a ripple through the water in his mindscape. A perfectly normal physiological reaction. Nothing more. In the following days, under Tsunade's leadership, Kushina and her friends were assigned minor missions, nothing too serious, just routine work to build experience. But beneath the surface, the ninja world was shifting. Inside Kushina's home, Kurama stirred. His senses picked up on something. Konoha's Umbu. The chakra signatures belonged to shinobi under the direct command of the third Hokage. They had been lurking nearby for a while now. Kurama, Kushina whispered, feeling it too. Why do I keep sensing Umbu from the third watching me lately? Kurama huffed. As if you don't already know. It's nothing to worry about, he replied. But that wasn't all. Beyond Konoha's borders, deeper within the land of fire, several new chakra signatures surfaced, ones full of hostility. Kurama narrowed his eyes. So it's happening. The Cloud Village had been gathering information. Somehow, they had learned about Kushina's unique chakra and had set their sights on her. However, they didn't seem to realize she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. They wanted her for something else, possibly as a potential Jinchuriki for the Two Tails or the Eight Tails. Regardless of their reason, the attempt was coming soon. In the dark forests of the Land of Fire, a group of cloud shinobi moved swiftly through the trees. Their leader, a man named D, glanced at his squad. Our target is the red-haired girl, he instructed. But remember, our mission isn't just about her. The Uchiha's Sharingan is also a priority. They were ambitious. They wanted both. At their speed, it wouldn't take long to reach Konoha. Back inside Kushina's home, Kurama smirked to himself. Let them come. Deep within the sealed space, his form shifted, no longer the nine-tailed fox, but a human-like figure. It had been far too long since he had stretched his limbs. Looks like it's finally time to have some fun. Chapter 22, Cloud Shinobi. At this time, Konoha village did not have a sensory barrier like in Shippuden. Abnormal chakra could only be detected once it entered the village. This was one of the reasons why the Cloud Shinobi were able to infiltrate. As dusk settled, Kushina Uzumaki walked home alone. She asked in her mind, Kurama, why are you making me take this route? Those strange chakras are getting closer and closer. Don't worry about it. Just go home. After returning home, Kushina sat on her bed. She entered her sealed space and exchanged a few words with Kurama before taking a nap. Nightfall. A young figure appeared in the darkness. He had orange hair and a handsome face. The strange thing was his scarlet eyes, glowing ominously in the night. His black vertical pupils exuded an inexplicable sense of fear. This was the Ninetales' human form, Kurama. Kurama's entire body radiated an aura of a beast. There were many ways to leave Kushina's body without affecting her. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Gyuki was forcibly extracted from Killer Bee, yet a fraction of its chakra kept him alive. Since Kushina was a pure-blooded Uzumaki, Kurama could leave just a small portion of his chakra within her. Sensing the presence of his prey, Kurama grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Captain D, the other team has made their move. Is that so, Moroi? In that case, we need to pick up the pace. We can't let our comrades outperform us. For this mission, the Cloud Shinobi had split into two groups. One team targeted Kushina Uzumaki. The other aimed for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This Cloud Shinobi squad consisted of 5 members. D was a young but promising captain. Moroi, a veteran Cloud Shinobi, served as the vice captain. The younger ninjas respected their seniors, a trait deeply embedded in Cloud Shinobi culture. The people of Kimogaku were known for their strength and warrior spirit. Unlike other villages, conflicts between high-ranking officials and ninja were rare. It was no surprise that no rogue ninjas from Kimogaku had ever joined Akatsuki in the original timeline. Aside from the infamous Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Kimogaku had no notable defectors. Stop. D raised his hand, and his team halted in perfect synchronization. Under the moonlight, a lone figure stood before them. Who goes there? D called out softly, but the figure did not respond. Kurama opened his eyes. A pair of scarlet pupils illuminated the darkness. The moment the Cloud Shinobi saw them, a shiver ran down their spines. Their bodies stiffened, hands trembling involuntarily. Damn it. What is this terrifying pressure? Under the moonlight, the Cloud Shinobi finally saw him clearly. Orange hair. Beast-like scarlet eyes. Had their plan been exposed? Had Konoha already discovered them? D and Moroi frowned as they observed the young man. But something was strange. He wasn't wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Was he a ninja from another village? Or had he just wandered into their path by chance? And those eyes. Moroi felt a sense of déjà vu. D clenched his fists. It didn't matter. Whether ninja or civilian, anyone who witnessed their actions could not be left alive. D signaled his teammates. The 3 Cloud Shinobi immediately sprang forward. Swish. 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 Their movements were swift and precise. But a dark red chakra surged from Kurama's body. It expanded in an instant. Schlick. The 3 Cloud Shinobi were impaled through the chest before they could even get close. Instant kill. What? Cold sweat covered Moroi's face. D's eyes widened in disbelief. His 3 comrades were all Chunin-level shinobi. Yet they had been taken out in an instant. And the dark red chakra radiating from the enemy. It felt ominous. Who are you? We have no quarrel with you. Why are you attacking us? Kurama smirked. You're here to capture a red-haired woman from Konoha, aren't you? D and Moroi froze. How? How did he know? This was supposed to be a classified mission. Could there be a spy in Kimogaku? No. That was impossible. Kurama chuckled. Your silence confirms it. D felt a deep chill spread through his body. Moroi, run. Join up with Rue and the others. Get out of the land of fire, now. D was decisive. He knew they stood no chance against this monster. Moroi turned and fled. But. Boom. Kurama force-fed D a miniature-tailed beast bomb. Like a meatball stuffed into his mouth. The explosion obliterated him. Moroi didn't get far. A dark red chakra arm extended several meters and grabbed him midair. Moroi's eyes widened. The moment his body touched that chakra, he recognized it. That overwhelming power. That sinister red chakra. Those demonic scarlet eyes. There was no mistaking it. This was the power of the Nine Tails. Memory surged in his mind. As a child, he had once witnessed Kinkaku and Ginkaku tried to capture Kurama. The two brothers had temporarily transformed into pseudo-Jinchuriki, covered in the dark red chakra of the Nine Tails. The young man before him. He was using the exact same power. Moroi stared in horror. Could it be? Is this man Konoha's new Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Check out other novels. Haikyuu, The Unstoppable Force. Marvel, I'm in Westview Town. If there are mistakes, let me know. Chapter 23, Kidnapped. Moroi's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the men before him. His face was full of disbelief. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kurama's scarlet eyes flickered with amusement as he glanced at Moroi. Hey, old man, seems like you've seen this kind of power before. The Nine Tails had been sealed inside Uzumaki Mito after the legendary battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Only a handful of shinobi had ever experienced its true might firsthand. But I'm no Jinchuriki. Moroi stiffened. Not a Jinchuriki. Was this man lying? If he wasn't a Jinchuriki, then how could he wield the power of the Nine Tails? Moroi muttered under his breath, unwilling to believe it. From what he could sense, the power flowing from this man was far greater than what the Gold and Silverhorn brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, had displayed. Before he could dwell on this revelation, Kurama's expression darkened. Tell me, what is your Cloud Shinobi unit doing in Konoha? Moroi tilted his head to the side, his expression unreadable. Cloud Shinobi were known for their unyielding spirit. The thought of betraying their comrades was unthinkable. Death is preferable to treason. Kurama chuckled, baring his sharp fangs in a menacing grin. Interesting. I enjoy torture the most. The sinister aura that emanated from Kurama was beyond what any Jinchuriki could possess. It was suffocating, as if an enormous beast was bearing down on Moroi. He had witnessed the Nine Tails' wrath firsthand when the Gold and Silverhorn brothers had fought against the beast. The men standing before him exuded that same terrifying presence. You're not the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, yet you wield its power. What is your connection to the Nine Tails? Connection? Kurama smirked. I am the Nine Tails. The moment Kurama spoke, black seals appeared on Moroi's forehead. Ahhhhh. With a piercing scream, Moroi collapsed unconscious. Kurama smiled, pleased. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of the other Cloud Shinobi in Konoha? Still under the effects of the sealing technique, Moroi murmured groggily, to steal the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Kurama narrowed his eyes. His sealing technique, the sealing technique of torture, was working perfectly. Unlike traditional physical torture, this technique inflicted mental agony. Drawing from the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, combined with his own exceptional intelligence, Kurama had developed a technique that could crush a person's spirit in mere moments. That brief moment of Moroi suffering. It had felt like centuries of torment in his mind, similar to Tsukimi, I think. As for the Cloud Shinobi's plan, Kurama had already sensed it earlier. He had detected Uchiha Fugaku's chakra, along with several unfamiliar ones, moving rapidly toward the Land of Lightning. They were already approaching the border of the Land of Fire. Kurama hadn't expected Fugaku to be captured. Should I save him? He dismissed the thought almost instantly. Fugaku's fate was of no concern to him. Kurama had no interest in playing the role of a noble hero. After disposing of the remaining Cloud Shinobi, he returned to Kushina's body. Shortly after re-entering Kushina's consciousness, Kurama sensed a familiar chakra approaching. It was none other than Namikaze Minato. This timing. Kurama recalled how, in the original timeline, Cloud Shinobi had attempted to kidnap Kushina. Minato had saved her by following the strands of her hair left as a trail. Could this entire situation have been orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups? Kurama conveyed the information about Fugaku's capture to Kushina. Kushina's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. So what, she said indifferently. Kurama chuckled. Aren't you going to save him? Kushina scoffed. Kurama, are you kidding? Why would I save him? She still remembered how Mikoto had been troubled by Fugaku's behavior during their academy days. She had no reason to care about what happened to him. Before they could continue their conversation, there was a loud knock on the door. Bang. 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 Is Kushina-san here? It was Minato's voice. At that moment, Kurama heard a familiar system notification. Ding. The host is presented with 3 choices. 1. Inform Minato about Fugaku's capture and let him handle it. Reward, strengthening the bond between Fugaku and Minato. 2. Personally rescue Fugaku. Reward, 1-day experience card for the 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3. Ignore the situation. Reward, none. Kurama made his decision almost instantly. Option 1. A temporary Sharingan had no appeal to him. He was far more interested in how the bonds between Fugaku and Minato would evolve. Kurama relayed his decision to Kushina. Taking a deep breath, Kushina raised her voice. Minato, I just got word from the Uchiha clan, Fugaku has been captured by Cloud Shinobi. What? Minato's initial concern had been for Kushina's safety, but now he realized the bigger crisis at hand. Fugaku, the future head of the Uchiha clan, had been taken. Kushina feigned urgency. Minato, you have to go and save him. I'll notify the village. Minato didn't hesitate. Understood. Without another word, he vanished in a yellow flash. Kushina sighed in relief, then turned toward Kurama. Kurama, why did you have Minato rescue Fugaku? If Fugaku returns, he might annoy Mikoto again. Kurama chuckled. Kushina, haven't you noticed that Fugaku has been avoiding Mikoto lately? Kushina paused, thinking back to recent days. It was true. Mikoto had once been plagued with uncertainty regarding Fugaku. But after Kushina had taught her how to speak with more confidence, thanks to Kurama's influence, Fugaku had stopped seeking her out. Kushina remembered the gossip among the girls during their recent hot spring visit. She had even asked Mikoto about it. Mikoto, however, had been just as confused by Fugaku's sudden change. But now that Fugaku was no longer troubling her friend, Kushina couldn't care less about his fate. She crossed her arms and smiled. Well, that's good for Mikoto then. Kurama smirked. Exactly. Kushina's carefree attitude had been subtly influenced by her time with Kurama. She was no longer bound by conventional thinking. And with Fugaku's rescue now in Minato's hands, the game had just begun. Chapter 24, the bond between Minato and Fugaku. 2 teams of Cloud Shinobi had entered the Land of Fire. The team led by D and Moroi had already been eliminated by Kurama. The second team, however, was rushing toward the Land of Lightning at full speed and was now close to the border of the Land of Fire. This team was led by C, D's brother. Their plan was to meet at the border of the Land of Fire. Once they crossed it, no matter how strong Konoha was, they would be safe. I don't know if D's mission has been completed, C thought to himself. There was no other option now but to head to the meeting point and confirm the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku was struggling against the Cloud Shinobi who had captured him. This time, he had been careless. The Cloud Shinobi had come prepared, and Fugaku had walked right into their trap. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been captured so quickly. If he had encountered them head-on, he could have stalled for time until reinforcements from the Uchiha clan arrived. Damn it. Haven't the clan's reinforcements arrived yet? They're almost at the border of the Land of Fire, Fugaku thought, feeling uneasy. As an Uchiha, he knew exactly what the enemy wanted, his Sharingan. Being taken to the Land of Lightning was not an option. But no matter what happened, he was certain of one thing, he would not allow his Sharingan to fall into enemy hands. The Uchiha were a proud clan, carrying themselves with dignity and self-respect. Throughout history, no Uchiha had ever allowed their Sharingan to be stolen. If the Cloud Shinobi succeeded in taking his eyes, Fugaku would be remembered as the greatest disgrace in Uchiha history. Sharingan has never fallen into foreign hands, he reminded himself. What are you talking about? The Cloud Shinobi who had captured Fugaku were excited. Captain, I didn't expect this guy to be the Uchiha clan's young leader. We've hit the jackpot. He grinned. He hadn't expected to capture such a valuable target either. The young leader of the Uchiha clan would surely possess extraordinary strength, and his Sharingan must be incredibly pure. If not for their careful planning, Fugaku wouldn't have fallen into their hands so easily. However, several Uchiha had managed to escape. The news of Fugaku's capture had already reached the Uchiha clan. All of Konoha now knew that the Uchiha clan's young leader had been taken by the Cloud Shinobi. We don't have time to celebrate yet. Move faster. Reinforcements from the Uchiha clan and Konoha will arrive soon. We can't let our guard down. Captain ordered. Yes, Captain. The closer they got to the border, the more Fugaku's hope faded. Suddenly, under the moonlight, a lone figure appeared in their path. To rescue Uchiha Fugaku. A young man with blonde hair and a Konoha forehead protector stood blocking their way. Cloud Shinobi saw a flash of yellow under the moonlight. It was none other than Namikaze Minato. His forehead protector reflected a strange glow in the moonlight. Captain's expression darkened. Damn it. How did Konoha's reinforcements get here so fast? Then, he noticed something, there was only one enemy. Fugaku, upon seeing Minato, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Minato's arrival was like a calming medicine to his anxious heart. His blue eyes burned with determination. His breathing was steady despite the odds against him. He had no grand jutsu, no legendary techniques. But he had his speed, his skill, and his will to fight. Put him down, Minato ordered, his voice steady. The Cloud Jonin smirked. A genin. He scoffed. This is who Konoha sends after us. Kid, go home before you die. Minato didn't move. This is your last warning. The Jonin sighed and gestured to his partner. Kill him. The second Cloud Shinobi, a Chunin, wasted no time. He dashed forward, kunai in hand, aiming for Minato's heart. Minato sidestepped effortlessly. His speed was faster. He grabbed the Chunin's wrist, twisting it violently. A sickening crack echoed as the man's bones snapped. The shinobi screamed, but Minato was already moving. A precise elbow strike to the throat silenced the Chunin's cry, leaving him gasping for air. Minato spun and delivered a brutal knee to his ribs, the force caving them in. The shinobi staggered, coughing blood. Minato didn't hesitate. With a swift slash of his kunai across the throat, the Cloud Nin collapsed, lifeless. His first kill. But there was no time to dwell on it. The Jonin's smirk faded as he watched his comrade fall. You've got guts, kid, he admitted. But you're not walking away from this. Minato knew he couldn't overpower a Jonin in pure strength. He had to be faster. He dashed forward, striking first with a high kick. The Jonin blocked it with ease but missed Minato's follow-up attack, a kunai stabbing straight toward his gut. The Jonin twisted just in time, avoiding a fatal blow, but Minato's wind style, gale palm erupted from his other hand. The burst of wind slammed into the Jonin's chest, sending him skidding backward. The Jonin recovered quickly, forming a lightning-infused hand sign. Lightning style, Thunder Fang. A crackling bolt of lightning shot toward Minato. Minato's reflexes saved him, he dropped low, dodging just in time. The moment the attack passed, he sprang up, using the wind's momentum to increase his speed. The Jonin's eyes widened. Minato was already behind him. Leaf Whirlwind. His spinning kick smashed into the Jonin's skull, cracking bone. The Cloud Ninja stumbled, dazed, but Minato wasn't done. He leaped, kunai raised high. A single, clean stab to the heart. The Jonin's body stiffened, his breath hitching. Then, he fell. Dead. Minato exhaled, his heart pounding. Blood stained his kunai, his hands, the forest floor. Namikaze Minato lived up to his reputation as a genius. Within just a few short back-and-forth battles, he annihilated the Cloud Shinobi. After finishing the battle, Minato approached Fugaku. While untying him, he asked, Fugaku, how did you get caught by the Cloud Shinobi? I was careless and fell into their trap, Fugaku admitted. Minato wasn't surprised. He knew Fugaku's strength well, there was no way he could have been captured under normal circumstances. Though Fugaku had been saved, he was completely exhausted. Moving even one step was difficult. Minato, I. Before Fugaku could finish his sentence, Minato suddenly lifted him into his arms and dashed away under the moonlight. Minato, you. Fugaku was stunned, unable to find the words to respond. You're injured. Just let me handle this, Minato said with a gentle smile. The moonlight illuminated Minato's handsome face, making his perfect features even more striking. A/N, no BL, this is just comedy. Fugaku found himself blushing like a boiling teapot. A/N, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. I never realized a guy could be this beautiful, he thought. Under this moonlit sky, it felt as if Minato outshone everything else in existence. Minato, how did you get here so quickly? Fugaku finally asked. Minato squinted his eyes and smiled warmly. Because you're an important companion to me. At those words, Fugaku's eyes widened slightly. Important companion. At this moment, he finally understood why Mikoto was so obsessed with Kushina. Is this something that can be acceptable? Of course, Minato had no idea what was going through Fugaku's mind. Kurama's observed this situation. Elsewhere, Kurama, sealed within Kushina, received a system notification. Ding. Mission complete. Namikaze Minato has successfully rescued Uchiha Fugaku. Their bond has deepened. Kurama chuckled. As expected of Minato. He never disappoints. Kushina, who was linked to Minato's chakra, also sensed the outcome of the battle. Kurama, it seems like Minato saved Fugaku, she said. She could clearly sense the familiar chakra signatures of Minato and Fugaku heading back toward the village. Yes, Kushina-chan. And now, Uchiha Fugaku won't be bothering Mikoto anymore. Chapter 25, Second Ninja War. The aftermath of the Second Ninja War. The Second Ninja War, which had lasted on and off for many years, had finally come to an end. In the end, Konoha, the hidden leaf village of the Fire Nation, emerged victorious. However, while the war had officially ended, small-scale conflicts continued to break out along the borders of various nations. The situation remained unstable, with skirmishes occurring frequently. The backbone of Konoha, including powerful shinobi like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, often had to shuttle back and forth between the village and the front lines. They were responsible for handling the aftermath of the war, ensuring stability, and keeping Konoha's interests protected. Not long after Tsunade took Kushina Uzumaki as her student, she was called back to the front lines to deal with post-war matters. During this war, Tsunade had earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin and gained immense respect throughout the ninja world. However, her achievements came at a heavy price. She lost both her younger brother, Nawaki, and the men she loved, Dan Kato. When Nawaki died, Kushina and her peers were still attending the ninja academy. She had met Nawaki a few times while visiting Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. When the news of Nawaki's death reached her, Kushina had burst into tears in the middle of street. Even though she hadn't known him for long, she had seen his enthusiasm, his desire to become Hokage, and his unwavering belief in protecting the village. And now, before she, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari had even completed a proper mission under Tsunade, they were being separated again. "Kurama, is this what war is?" Kushina asked, her voice carrying a mixture of sorrow and anger. "Yes, Kushina-chan," the Nine Tails rumbled in her mind. "Didn't your home, Yuzushiogakyure, disappear the same way?" That reminder sent a chill down Kushina's spine. The destruction of her homeland, the loss of her people, everything was coming back to her. She clenched her fists. The war might have been over for now, but it had left deep scars. If peace was temporary, then true strength was the only way to protect what mattered. With Tsunade away on the battlefield, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari dedicated themselves to training, determined to improve. They wanted to give Tsunade a surprise when she returned, to show her how much they had grown. They knew that the world wasn't going to remain peaceful forever. One day, it would be their turn to step onto the battlefield. A ninja had to be prepared for war, even in times of peace. The Second Ninja War had been fueled by the vast economic disparity between nations. The poor remained poor, while the rich continued to flourish. Militant factions had begun to rise, each seeking to claim more territory and resources for themselves. These tensions had eventually ignited full-scale war. Kushina ran a hand through her long red hair, twirling a strand between her fingers. "Kurama," she murmured, "I've been thinking. If the entire ninja world became a single nation, wouldn't that stop wars?" Kurama let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "A good idea, but you need the power to make it happen." Kushina's eyes burned with determination. "Then I'll gain that power. Even if there are internal conflicts, I'll have absolute strength to suppress them." She wasn't just aiming to become Hokage anymore. She wanted something bigger, to change the world itself. And once she set her mind on something, she never backed down. There are still many battles of the Second Great Ninja War. The land of rain, caught between the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of earth, had been ravaged by war for years. It was a prime battleground, constantly suffering from conflicts between larger nations. This time, Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Mangeko, had declared war on the land of Iron, Konoha, and Tsunade, hoping to shift the balance in his favor and expand his territory. Konoha had fought battles against both Mangekyou's Rain Shinobi and Tsunade's Sand Shinobi. Leading Konoha's forces against the Sand Shinobi was none other than Hatake Tsukumo, the feared White Fang of Konoha. During this war, Tsukumo had clashed with Sasori's parents, ultimately killing them in battle. This loss would later shape Sasori into the feared puppet master he would become. Meanwhile, Sand Shinobi Elder Chiyo had been one of the most dangerous figures on the battlefield, but her deadly poisons were repeatedly countered by Tsunade. It was in this war that Tsunade's legend as the greatest medical ninja spread far and wide. Battle against Hanzo is very famous. In Konoha's fight against Mangeko, the third Hokage had entrusted the battle to his three disciples, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. The three faced off against Hanzo the Salamander, a ninja so powerful he had been dubbed a demigod. Though they were ultimately defeated in battle, Hanzo had been so impressed by their strength and resilience that he spared their lives, giving them the title of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Thus, the name Konoha Sannin was born. While his disciples and warriors fought fiercely on the battlefield, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained in the Hokage office, overseeing the war from a strategic position. Konoha's forces were simply too strong at the time. With his three talented disciples and a warrior like Hatake Tsukumo leading the charge, Hiruzen never had to step onto the battlefield himself. This was in stark contrast to the other great villages, where leaders were forced to fight alongside their soldiers. Chiyo of Tsunade had to personally engage in battle, using her puppetry skills to aid her forces. Hanzo, despite being the leader of a Mangeko, had to fight directly to protect his village. Compared to them, the third Hokage was in a much more comfortable position. Even in future during the Third Ninja War, Hiruzen had been fortunate. By then, Namikaze Minato had risen to prominence, leading Konoha to yet another victory. In contrast, other villages suffered heavy losses. The third Raikage of Kimogakure fell in battle during that war. It was undeniable, Hiruzen had a stroke of luck that few other leaders had. During the First Ninja War, he had the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to rely on. During the Second Ninja War, he had his 3 disciples and Hatake Tsukumo. During the Third Ninja War, Namikaze Minato carried Konoha to victory. While other Kage fought and bled on the battlefield, Hiruzen remained in his office, signing documents and making decisions from the safety of Konoha. Perhaps it was this prolonged ease that made him reluctant to relinquish power. Under his leadership, Konoha saw its last true era of dominance. With Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha stood at the peak of its strength. But from this point onward, the village would gradually begin its decline. Hiruzen's long reign would lead Konoha down a different path, one where the consequences of his decisions would shape the future of the entire ninja world. And in the end, the peace they had fought for would prove to be only temporary. Chapter 26, B-Level Mission. A month after the Second Ninja War. A month had passed since the end of the Second Ninja War, and Konoha had finally handled the follow-up matters. Tsunade had returned to Konoha from the front lines. However, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, did not return with her. Instead, he chose to stay in a Mangeko. Not only that, but Jiraiya also took in 3 local orphans, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, becoming their mentor and teaching them ninjutsu. He intended to stay with them until they were capable of surviving on their own. This decision infuriated Konoha's top brass, especially Danzo. War was inherently cruel, there was no place for mercy or sympathy. As a shinobi of Konohagakure, Jiraiya had taken it upon himself to secretly train children from another nation. The land of rain and the land of fire had been at war. Jiraiya's actions were seen as a betrayal of Konoha's interests. Danzo, in particular, was livid. But he wasn't the only one. Both Hamura Mito Kado and Koharu Udatane shared the same sentiment. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was displeased with Jiraiya's behavior. Konoha's post-war meeting. A post-war debriefing was held in Konoha, and the air in the Hokage's office was tense. Danzo spoke first, his voice sharp with anger. Hiruzen, this is the fine student you have trained. Hiruzen's face darkened. He sighed and took a slow drag from his pipe. Jiraiya is too reckless. This time, the third Hokage had no defense. He had lost to Danzo in this argument and had no choice but to shift the blame elsewhere. His eyes turned toward his other 2 students. Tsunade, Orochimaru, why did you let Jiraiya act like this? Orochimaru smirked, licking his lips before responding. Sarutobi-sensei, I wanted to kill those 3 brats in a Mangeko. Jiraiya, however, insisted on doing things his own way. And Tsunade, well, she didn't stop him. What was I supposed to do? Hiruzen shifted his gaze between Tsunade and Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes. His once young disciples had grown into powerful individuals with their own wills. Jiraiya had defied his orders as Hokage, acting entirely on his own accord. It was an unsettling realization. But Konoha couldn't treat Jiraiya as a rogue ninja. After all, he had done nothing to directly harm the village. On the contrary, he had made significant contributions during the war. Labeling him a traitor so soon after the war would make Konoha a laughingstock among the other nations. Worse still, it would send the wrong message to loyal Konoha shinobi. If Jiraiya could be treated as a criminal for a personal decision, then what would stop the village from turning on others? Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Jiraiya, you've grown too independent. Udatane Koharu, her expression severe, spoke up. Hiruzen, issue an order for Jiraiya to return to the village. If he refuses, bring him back by force. Mito Kado Hamura nodded in agreement. Yes. And as for those orphans he took in, they should be brought back as well. They can serve Konoha. Unlike them, Danzo remained silent, deep in thought. Hiruzen exhaled another puff of smoke and considered the suggestion. Then, his tone turned cold. And who do you think can bring Jiraiya back? The room fell silent. Hamura and Koharu exchanged uncertain glances. Jiraiya wasn't just any shinobi, he was one of the legendary Sannin. His strength was already at a Kage level. If they wanted to bring him back by force, they would need someone just as strong. Should they send Tsunade and Orochimaru after him? That was unrealistic. The war had just ended. Konoha needed to rebuild, strengthen its forces, and prepare for future conflicts. Fighting amongst themselves now would be the height of foolishness. Besides, Jiraiya wasn't an enemy. He was still a Konoha ninja, just one who had chosen a different path. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen spoke again. There's nothing we can do but accept Jiraiya's decision. Even Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu had no choice but to agree. The meeting concluded without a resolution. That evening, Tsunade wandered along the riverbank in Konoha, lost in thought. The war had left her feeling empty. If she didn't still care about Konoha, she might have left just like Jiraiya. But she couldn't bring herself to abandon the village entirely. In the past, she had people here, her younger brother Nawaki, and Dan Kato. Now, they were gone. All she had left were her 3 students, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. They were a source of comfort, slowly filling the void in her heart. And then there was Shizune, Dan's niece. She was still just a toddler, barely 2 years old, but Tsunade wanted to be there for her. She wanted to see her grow up. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade's team received their first major mission. A new mission. Hiruzen's expression was solemn as he addressed them. Most of Konoha's shinobi were busy with post-war reconstruction efforts. Tsunade's squad was one of the few teams available. This is a B-rank mission, he announced. You are to travel to Hashigakure and stop Amagekyure's conspiracy. Tsunade frowned. According to intelligence reports, Amegakure wasn't satisfied with the outcome of the war. They wanted revenge. And now, they had set their sights on the village hidden in the stars. Hashigakure possessed a mysterious and powerful energy source. If Amegakure could harness it, they could rebuild their forces and launch another war. Tsunade quickly realized the issue. This mission was classified as B rank, but in reality, it was A rank. Konoha, struggling financially after the war, had deliberately downgraded the mission's classification to avoid paying a higher reward. Tsunade scoffed inwardly. Good job, Konoha. Sending people on an A rank mission while paying them for a B rank one. How generous. Why didn't they do the opposite, pay for an A rank mission and send people on a B rank task? The reality was simple. The village needed funds for reconstruction. As for the shinobi, they were expected to endure and sacrifice. That was the way of the ninja. From Hiruzen's perspective, Kushina and the others were still genin, and this mission was dangerous for them. But Tsunade reassured him. With her leading the team, there was nothing to fear. There would be no mistakes. Chapter 27, Hashigakure, 1. Hashigakure village is located in the land of bears. The leader of the village is called Hoshikage. But that's what they call themselves. In the ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages have the title of Kage. This is not what we claim to be, but what is recognized by the world. There is a strange mysterious power in Hashigakure. That is the meteorite that fell 200 years ago. The ninjas in Hashigakure practiced around meteorites, and their abilities were greatly improved. The ninjas of Hashigakure want to rely on the power of this meteorite to make Hashigakure one of the 5 major ninja villages. TSK. In a small country like the Bear Country, it's like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. With the power of a meteorite, they want to be among the 5 great ninja villages. The people in Hashigakure don't know the dangers of world. And this time, the goal of the Hidden Rain village is the strange mysterious power of the meteorite in Hashigakure. Tsunade had only heard a little about the meteorite in Hashigakure. She had never seen its power either. Hashigakure. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari looked forward to it. This was their first time leaving the land of fire. And it's a B-level mission. Kushina is ready to show off her skills. Tsunade, Kushina, and the others traveled day and night and finally arrived at the Bear Country. Listen, you 3, don't act rashly. Tsunade instructed seriously. Ninja missions often come with danger. Tsunade had already lost too much in the war, and she couldn't lose any more. Tsunade said so, but Kushina and the other 2 didn't think so. These 3 people all want to show their progress in front of Tsunade. Especially Kushina. Near Hashigakure, Tsunade and her team carefully observed every move around them. It's not good, Tsunade-ne, there is a group of people rushing towards us. Kushina, who had just started sensed this emergency. Bang, bang, bang. Several kunai with detonating charms attached to them flew towards Kushina and the others with the force of cutting through the air current. Mikoto, who was good at shuriken, took the lead and knocked down all the kunai with her shuriken. Explosions sounded in the air. Who dares to invade our Hashigakure? Tsunade and the others were already very careful. They wanted to get rid of the Hidden Rain ninjas without the knowledge of the Hashigakure. But they didn't expect that it still alerted the ninjas of Hashigakure. Could it be that there are sensory ninjas in Hashigakure? Everyone, we are ninjas from Konoha. We came to Hashigakure this time to stop Hidden Rain's conspiracy. What a joke, what are you doing in our Hashigakure to stop Hidden Rain's conspiracy? And we're supposed to believe that. Tsunade told the Hashigakure ninjas that the hidden rain ninjas wanted to seize the power of the meteorite from their village. Humph, is this a one of great village in the ninja world? It's really hypocritical. You, Konoha, want to steal the power of our Hashigakure, and you are looking for a scapegoat in a high-sounding way. The ninjas in Hashigakure didn't believe Tsunade's words. Comrades, deal with the intruders. There are more than a dozen star ninjas in this group, and the leader is named Kai. Tsunade saw that they had formed a strange seal. Suddenly, a pair of peacock-like wings appeared from behind. The entire forest is filled with blue-purple chakra. This was the first time Tsunade saw such a strange ninjutsu. Is this the power of the meteorite? But as a medical ninja, she could tell at a glance that these people had great physical dangers, which seemed to be caused by their training. In other words, this force can cause great damage to the body. Peacock method. The chakra behind everyone transformed into the shape of wild beasts and pounced ferociously at Kushina and the others. Kushina, Mikoto, Hikari, retreat. Tsunade directly lifted up a large piece of land and rushed towards the beasts formed by chakra. Boom. Explosions were heard in the air, sending smoke and dust everywhere. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the figures of Tsunade and the others disappeared. TCH, she is worthy of being a ninja of Konoha. She really has strength. What surprised their leader and the other star ninjas was the yellow-haired woman. She actually had such terrifying power that she lifted up a large piece of land with her bare hands. Even if they use the peacock technique, they can't do it. Kai was confident when he got more power from the meteorite. Whether it is the ninjas of Konoha, Cloud Shinobi, or Mist Shinobi, Hashigakure will not take them seriously. By then, the title of Hoshikage will also be recognized by the world. Instead of calling themselves in a small village like the Bear Country like now. Lord Akahoshi, Lord Raijin, our ninjas has captured the third Hoshikage. As expected of my team, third Hoshikage should have abdicated long ago. But Lord Akahoshi, Natsu Hoshi escaped, and there are still some people in the village who support third Hoshikage and Natsu Hoshi. Yes, then use strength to silence them. Now, Hashigakure is in a stage of internal strife. The two brothers Raijin and Akahoshi advocated continuing to practice the power of meteorites. However, third Hoshikage, Natsu Hoshi, etc., prohibited practice with meteorites. Because many ninjas in the village have died young because they practiced the power of meteorites. However, Raijin and Akahoshi gained support from a large number of people on the grounds of third Hoshikage. Because third Hoshikage lived for more than 100 years, and he also practiced the power of meteorites. This made the people in the village feel that Hoshikage was deceiving them, so they chose to side with the two brothers Akahoshi and Raijin. As night fell, Tsunade and team found a place to rest. A figure made of dark red chakra appeared in the night. It was Kurama. He wants the power of this meteorite. At least not with the ability to fly. Moreover, the peacock technique can be used even more effectively when combined with his nine tails chakra, which is a good experience. As a nine tails, Kurama can basically ignore the side effects on people, and he can even cancel the side effects of the meteorite chakra. It's time to act. Inside Hashigakure. The two brothers Raijin and Akahoshi were planning their next move. Now that the third Hoshikage is in their hands, only Natsu Hoshi has escaped. As long as they get Natsu Hoshi, they can get support of all. Those star ninjas who supported Natsu Hoshi had no choice but to obey. By that time, they will fully grasp the power of meteorites. Raijin and Akahoshi want the world to recognize their title of Hoshikage. Just when the two brothers Raijin and Akahoshi were having a discussion, a star ninja hurriedly ran in. His eyes were filled with fear. Lord Raijin, Lord Akahoshi, it's not good, there's a monster outside. Chapter 28, Hashigakure, 2. There's a monster coming from outside. Raijin, Akahoshi, and the others rushed out immediately. They saw corpses everywhere outside, and the dead were all the men of the two brothers. Not far away, an orange-haired man clapped his hands and said, I just wanted to get something. Why stop me? At the same time, another star ninja came to report. Lord Raijin, Lord Akahoshi, a group of ninjas are coming. Maybe they wanted to steal the meteorite as well. It was truly a case of misfortune piling up. But they didn't recognize the orange-haired man in front of them. Had he found reinforcements from outside? Hey, do you guys know where the meteorite is? Kurama asked calmly. Without waiting for an answer, Kurama sensed the meteorite's chakra in the house behind the group of star ninjas. By the way, let me remind you, don't stop me. Otherwise, you'll end up just like them. Kurama pointed at the bodies on the ground. His expression remained indifferent. With that, he swaggered towards the house where the meteorite was kept. When had the brothers Raijin and Akahoshi ever seen someone this arrogant? He didn't take them seriously at all. Kill that wild beast. The brothers gave the order. Several ninjas from the Hidden Star Village simultaneously used the peacock technique. Blue-purple chakra formed into beasts that lunged toward Kurama. At that moment, several dark red chakra arms emerged from Kurama's body, grabbing the chakra beasts like an eagle snatching chicks. How is this possible? Reijin and Akahoshi were stunned, completely shocked. The peacock technique, which they prided themselves on, was utterly powerless before this man. And from this dark red chakra, they felt an unprecedented fear. This power seemed to surpass even the meteorite itself. Kurama had already warned them once. Since they chose to stop him, there was nothing more to say. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark red chakra arms pierced through the chests of the star ninja who had attacked him, swift and lethal. One by one, they fell lifelessly to the ground. Kurama sighed and muttered in frustration. I told you not to stop me, yet you still did. How disobedient. At this point, only Reijin and Akahoshi remained. Watching this, the two brothers trembled in fear. This man was ruthless and didn't waste words. When Reijin and Akahoshi saw Kurama's sharp fangs, their entire bodies shuddered. How could anyone have such fangs, like a wild beast? The chakra from the ninjas that Kurama had killed was absorbed into his body. His dark red chakra stretched out dozens of meters, directly reaching the meteorite inside the house. You already have such overwhelming power. Why do you still want to take our meteorite? Kurama glanced at them, his scarlet eyes making Reijin and Akahoshi's hearts pound in fear. That question was a mistake. Who would turn down more power? Kurama smirked before extending his chakra arms and pulling the brothers toward him. We didn't stop you. Please don't kill us. At this moment, all their pride and dignity vanished. The brothers could only beg for mercy. Seeing their terrified expressions, Kurama chuckled darkly. Who said you didn't stop me? Your stupid questions delayed me for several seconds. Reijin and Akahoshi nearly cried in despair. They thought, does that even count? In the face of absolute strength, crushing an ant required no justification. But if Kurama wanted to kill, he will kill. Crack. Snap. The two brothers perished in Kurama's grasp, and their meteorite-enhanced chakra was absorbed into his body. This scene was witnessed by the Hidden Star Village ninjas who had arrived with Hoshikage. Kurama turned back and sneered. What? Are you planning to stop me from taking the meteorite too? The elderly third Hoshikage had been rescued by others. These star ninjas opposed using the meteorite for training and wanted to destroy it. Now, someone else wanted to take it away. No, someone was already taking it away, and they were relieved. Seeing Kurama's terrifying power, none of them dared to speak, fearing they might delay him. Reijin and Akahoshi's deaths had been a clear warning. Only the third Hoshikage and Natsu trembled as they shook their heads, signaling that they had no objections. I see. Kurama understood the situation in Hidden Star Village. Everyone watched as he absorbed the meteorite's chakra into his body in a single breath. It was utterly terrifying. This meteorite had been used for over 200 years, yet its chakra had never been fully absorbed. And now, in mere moments, it had been drained dry. The horror of the men before them was beyond comprehension. Kurama curled his lips. So, the meteorite's chakra was nothing special after all. Look at that, this was what true strength sounded like. The star ninjas broke into a cold sweat. 200 years of effort, gone in a single breath. And yet, he called it, nothing special. To Kurama, this was simply an objective fact. To these people, it was pure arrogance. Not only that, but Kurama waved his hand once more. The remaining meteorite chakra within the star ninjas was drawn into his body. Since you don't want it, I'll take it. Without the meteorite chakra, the side effects of their training were gone. In a twisted way, Kurama had saved their lives. The third Hoshikage led everyone in kneeling before Kurama. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Boom. In an instant, a pair of peacock-like wings formed behind Kurama. But unlike the usual blue-purple chakra, his wings were wrapped in a dark red aura. With a flicker, he soared into the night sky, disappearing into the horizon. What interested Kurama the most was the ability to fly. Once he was gone, the star ninjas finally exhaled in relief. Lord Hoshikage, who was that young man? The third Hoshikage simply answered with 5 words. That was a god among men. Chapter 29, Hashigakure, 3. That man is a god. The third Hoshikage stood up and spoke word by word. Everyone gasped upon hearing this statement. The third Hoshikage had lived for decades and had never given such an evaluation. That meant the men with scarlet eyes and orange hair just now was far beyond their imagination. The shinobi of Hashigakure had only absorbed a portion of the meteorite's chakra, yet they suffered severe illnesses and died young. And this man had absorbed all the chakra from the meteorite. The side effects must have been unimaginable. However, Kurama acted as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but Kurama, who had just obtained the meteorite's chakra, used the peacock technique without forming seals or undergoing any training. To the shinobi of Hashigakure, what else could he be but a god? The next day, the sun rose in the east. Kurama had returned to Kushina's body. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari were ready. Tsunade-ne, I sense several distinct chakra signatures heading toward Hashigakure at full speed. The rain shinobi are finally here. It was too late to take a detour, they had to head directly to Hashigakure. Even if the Hashigakure shinobi tried to stop them, they would have to fight their way through. However, what surprised Kushina and the others was that the shinobi of Hashigakure did not engage them in battle like they had yesterday. Instead, they were extremely respectful and polite. They believed Tsunade's warning that the rain shinobi were coming to attack. Moreover, the shinobi of Hashigakure were willing to join forces with Kushina and the others to fend off the rain shinobi. This sudden change of attitude left Kushina and the others stunned. Just yesterday, they had been at each other's throats, yet now, they were being treated with respect and enthusiasm. It felt almost surreal. But after careful observation, Kushina and the others did not detect anything suspicious about them. Could it be that Konoha's willingness to help defend against the rain shinobi had earned their goodwill? All of this was because of one man, Kurama. Before leaving last night, Kurama had given orders. He instructed the people of Hashigakure to treat the girls well. Kurama had relieved them of the pain caused by refining the meteorite's chakra and had also helped quell the village's internal conflicts. For the people of Hashigakure, this was an act of immense kindness. Even though Kurama had done everything for his own reasons, his actions had inadvertently helped the village. This gratitude was one reason, and Kurama's terrifying strength was another. They feared what would happen if they did not obey Kurama's wishes. If he became displeased, he could easily wipe out their village. Kushina and the others worked together with the Hashigakure shinobi to set a trap. Now, they just had to wait for the rain shinobi to step into it. Meanwhile, a group of rain shinobi, numbering in the dozens, was making its way toward Hashigakure. Leading them was Jizo, a disciple of Hanzo of the Salamander. Lord Jizo, can the power of the meteorite in Hashigakure really help us challenge the 5 great nations again? No matter how small a gain is, it's still a gain. Megakure had suffered heavy losses during the Second Great Ninja War and was far weaker than before. At this point, any power increase was beneficial. While the meteorite's chakra was nowhere near as powerful as a tailed beast, it was still enough to strengthen their forces. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The area beneath the rain shinobi collapsed, forming a massive sinkhole. Damn it. Jizo's expression darkened. By the time they attempted to escape, it was already too late. Several figures stood atop the sinkhole, looking down at them. It was Kushina and the others. Oh, there's even a familiar face. Tsunade smirked as she looked down at the trapped rain shinobi. Of course, she had to bend down slightly to see them properly. Tsunade. Jizo's eyes widened in shock. They had clashed during the Second Great Ninja War. Damn it, why are Konoha's shinobi here? And worse, it seemed like they had walked right into a trap. The mission to steal the meteorite had been a secret, yet Konoha had somehow found out. Damn Konoha. Lord Jizo, what should we do? What else? We need to get out of here. But there was no escape for the rain shinobi. Rumble. Explosions echoed as the walls of the pit erupted, triggering a controlled landslide. The shinobi of Hashigakure had planted explosive tags to ensure the rain shinobi were buried alive. Bang. 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 The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. Some of the rain shinobi were crushed instantly, blood seeping from beneath the rubble. For those still alive, the fight was far from over. The scent of fresh blood made Tsunade's hands tremble. She had tried her best to avoid witnessing bloodshed, but fate was cruel. Unaware of Tsunade's unease, Kushina and the others leaped into action. A true battle left no room for mercy. Adamantine sealing chains. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Sharingan. Golden chains shot out from Kushina's body, piercing through the enemy. She had long since mastered the adamantine sealing chains. Hikari unleashed the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Mikoto's Sharingan had evolved to 3 tomo, sharpening her perception. These were the results of their rigorous training under Tsunade's guidance. Now, they were proving their strength in battle. Under their combined assault, the rain shinobi were overwhelmed. Damn it. How are these Konoha shinobi this strong? The shinobi of Hashigakure were nothing to fear. But these 3 kunoichi from Konoha. They were terrifying. They realized that was suicide. Hashigakure would be better off staying in the land of bears, far away from conflicts beyond their league. After the battle, Kushina and the others looked around but couldn't find Tsunade. Hey, where's Tsunade-ne? Kushina asked. They had been so focused on the fight, hoping to impress her. But she wasn't even watching. Kushina, Mikoto, something's wrong. Tsunade is still up there, Hikari said, activating his Byakugan. His eyes widened at what he saw. Tsunade's body was trembling slightly. She kept mumbling one word. Blood. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari immediately understood. Tsunade was hemophobic. She had never spoken to them about it before, but the symptoms were obvious. The smell and sight of blood above the sinkhole had triggered her trauma. Without hesitation, the three carried Tsunade to a house within Hashigakure. Once she was away from the battlefield, her trembling gradually lessened. The trio surrounded her, exchanging concerned glances. They had no idea how to cure hemophobia. Suddenly, Kushina thought of the being sealed inside her. Her consciousness entered the familiar dark space. Kurama, is there anything we can do for Tsunade's illness? The giant fox opened one eye, his voice gruff but amused. Kushina, have you forgotten the sealing jutsu, soul suppression seal I taught you? That's it. Kushina's face lit up. Kurama was truly incredible. The Uzumaki clan specialized in sealing techniques. But this particular technique, meant to seal away spiritual trauma, hadn't even been created by the Uzumaki. A fox had come up with it. At first, Kushina had refused to believe it. Was the creature sealed inside her really just a beast? Kurama simply scoffed in amusement. All right, I'll take care of it. Kushina declared. Mikoto and Hikari watched her roll up her sleeves. Kushina, you have an idea? Mikoto asked. Yeah. It's worth a try. You too, protect me. Tsunade's hemophobia stemmed from deep psychological trauma. Using the soul suppression seal, Kushina would seal away the painful memories that triggered it. If a memory only brought suffering, then it was better forgotten. Sealing jutsu, soul suppression seal. Kushina pressed her palm against Tsunade's forehead, releasing countless sealing marks. Dark symbols spread across Tsunade's face, forehead, and neck. Inside Tsunade's subconscious, she relived her worst moments, the deaths of Nawaki and Dan. But now, their identities had changed. They were just nameless Konoha shinobi who died in war. The pain of losing them as family and loved ones was erased. From now on, if she ever recalled them, she would only remember them as fallen comrades, not as her closest kin. The process took a long time. Seal. Kushina shouted, sending the final set of runes into Tsunade's mind. The black markings faded. Phew, it's finally done. Kushina wiped sweat from her brow, exhausted. Even as an Uzumaki, this sealing technique had drained her. Tsunade had fallen into a deep sleep. Kushina let out a tired chuckle. Mikoto, Hikari, the rest is up to you. I need to rest. With that, she collapsed onto Tsunade's body. Fast asleep. Chapter 31, Hashigakure, Final. Tsunade rubbed her hazy eyes, it was already the second day. Oh, Kushina, you are crushing me. The first thing Tsunade saw when she opened her eyes was Kushina's sleeping form. It was a large sleeping figure lying on top of her. She also used her breasts she was proud of as a pillow. This little girl really knows how to enjoy herself. She patted Kushina's little head and said softly. Kushina, wake up. Kushina was comfortable. But Tsunade's whole body was numb. Of course, Kurama inside Kushina also felt comfortable and smiled happily. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, you're awake. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari walked in from outside. Kushina rubbed her eyes and woke up too. Kushina woke up and gave Tsunade a big hug as soon as she woke up. Tsunade, you finally woke up. I slept so comfortably. Tsunade only remembered that after they dealt with the rain shinobi, they went back to Hashigakure to rest. In order to test the effect of the sealing technique, Kushina asked subconsciously. Tsunade, do you know Dan? Dan. Who is Dan? Do I know him? Is he a ninja of our village? 3 questions in a row. Tsunade looked at Kushina with a confused expression. No, it's okay. We thought you knew him, Tsunade. Ha, 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 ha. Kushina laughed awkwardly. Mikoto and Hikari pulled Kushina aside. Kushina, is Tsunade-sensei's hemophobia really cured? Could she be just pretending to worry us? Well, you'll know after you try it. It was the first time Tsunade saw such strange actions from her 3 students. Hey, you 3 brats, what are you doing? The mission has been completed. We can go back to the village. Kushina directly cut her arm with a kunai, causing blood to flow. The Kurama in her body called her a bold one. Kushina, you are using your life to prove it. Immediately, Kushina showed her true qualities as a drama queen. She ran to Tsunade's side, crying. I accidentally cut my hand while playing with the kunai. Mikoto and Hikari echoed. Yeah, Kushina is too careless. Tsunade glanced at the bloody arm and smiled proudly. This little injury is nothing. Don't forget my title as a shinobi. The medical saint of the ninja world. She performed medical ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped. Not only that, there were no traces of the wound. The mission in Hashirama was successfully completed. Tsunade and the others returned to Konoha. The third Hokage had great praise for Tsunade's team. Well, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hikari, you all performed very well on this mission. Completing an A-rank mission but getting B-rank rewards. This saved Konoha a lot of money. Of course, the third Hokage wouldn't tell them that. Leaving the Hokage's office, Tsunade was very honest with her disciples about the difficulty of the mission. What, this was an A-rank mission? That old man, the third Hokage, is so cruel. He gave us B-rank rewards. What a cheapskate. However, Kushina and the others thought that being able to complete an A-rank mission also proved that their strength had improved a lot. Tsunade was very dissatisfied with the third Hokage about the salary deduction. How could she gamble without money? The top brass of Konoha were all stingy. After completing a mission of this difficulty, Kushina and the others could take a good rest. Kushina returned home and immediately entered the sealed space. Kurama, is it because of you that the attitude of those guys in Hashirama attitude changed 180 degrees? This little girl had quite a keen sense. I'm responsible for that change. Wow, Kurama, you are really amazing. Kushina admired the big fox even more. Kushina, we have to take action. Kurama said word for word in his deep voice. What action? Live your dream and become Hokage. Kushina chuckled. Kurama, this is not difficult, right? You control my body, kill that old man third Hokage, and then become Hokage. Kill anyone who disobeys. Being powerful meant being so confident. Kurama. Ninjas aren't just about fighting and killing, it's about being humane. Kushina had been led astray by Kurama. Kurama told her that the destruction of Uzumaki had something to do with Konoha. At that time, Konoha was under pressure from Uzumaki, but there should have been extra troops to reinforce Uzumaki. Otherwise, Uzumaki wouldn't have been attacked in such an overwhelming assault. Even if they perished, most of their clan members should have survived. It wouldn't be like now, with only a few scattered around the world. When the first Hokage married Uzumaki Mito, it showed the friendly relationship between Konoha and Uzumaki. After the first Hokage's death, who would recognize that bond? The terrifying power of the Uzumaki clan made Konoha F4 in village fearful. Therefore, the demise of Uzumaki was also something Konoha wanted to see. Konoha would never allow an external power to rival them. Even some of the shinobi who attacked Uzumaki were from Konoha. They just changed their forehead protectors, vests, and identities. Even Uzumaki Mito in Konoha was kept in the dark about this. After Kurama told her this, Kushina decided to become Hokage herself. Konoha village should be under her control. With Kurama in her body, anyone who refused to obey would be eliminated. Kushina, think about it, if everyone in Konoha refuses to obey you and you kill them all, would it be interesting to be Hokage alone? Kushina chuckled. That seems to be the case. It seemed that Naruto's naive and idealistic nature was inherited from his mother. So, Kurama, what should we do? Power is not just about strength, it also requires influence. Don't you have a best friend from the Uchiha clan and a best friend from the Hyuga clan? Help them gain control of their clans first. Yes, Mikoto and Hikari. Kushina suddenly realized. She believed they would support her. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you use my power. Kushina was stunned. Using the power of the Nine Tails. Ahaha, Kurama, you finally let me use your power. Excited, Kushina pounced on Kurama's tail. It was so fluffy and comfortable. After waiting for so long, she finally gained access to the power of the Nine Tails. Chapter 32, Power. The power of the Nine Tails. Kushina still vividly remembered what the Nine Tails had once told her. If I'm in a good mood, you can use my power. As a Jinchuriki, Kushina had never actively wielded the immense power sealed within her. Even during her previous training, when she had fought Tsunade for the bell test, it was Kurama, the Nine Tails himself, who had intervened of his own accord. But now, he had decided that the time had come. Kushina needed to familiarize herself with his power. Standing in front of the massive fox, she clenched her fists tightly, her violet eyes filled with anticipation. Kurama's deep, knowing gaze locked onto hers before he released a shadow of his red chakra. The dense, fiery energy surged forward, wrapping around her body before fusing directly into her core. An intricate Uzumaki spiral manifested on her abdomen, marking the connection. In an instant, her entire body became engulfed in golden flames. This was the embodiment of the Nine-Tails chakra. Kushina stared at her hands, astonishment written all over her face. She had become a living beacon, glowing like a miniature sun in the darkness. This is incredible. Pick here. This form was known as the Nine-Tails chakra mode. In the future, Naruto would attain this power through the combined guidance of Killer Bee and his mother, but Kushina had reached this state through her own willpower and her complete bond with Kurama. Her speed, she realized, had increased exponentially. In this state, she could rival the Raikage in sheer velocity. The chakra itself pulsed with warmth, brimming with boundless energy. She took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared meters away. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, the power was intoxicating. Moreover, she could now sense malice. It was as if an invisible veil had been lifted from her perception, allowing her to feel the negative emotions around her, a trait unique to the Nine-Tails chakra. Kurama's deep voice rumbled in her mind. So, Kushina, how does it feel? A wide grin spread across her face. This is amazing, Kurama. I will love you till death. Kurama scoffed but allowed a faint smirk to tug at the corners of his massive maw. Humph, don't get too carried away. This is only the beginning. Does the power feel overwhelming? Kushina shook her head, her wild red hair swaying with the movement. Nope. No matter how much power you give me, I can handle it. Unlike Naruto, who was only a half-blood Uzumaki, Kushina was a pure-blood. Her immense chakra reserves made her uniquely suited to withstand Kurama's power in its entirety. Kurama let out a low chuckle. Then let's take this further. Experience the transformation from one tail to full 9 tails. The golden glow around her shifted into a sinister crimson. A bubbling aura formed around her body, thick and ominous. One tail sprouted from her back, then another, and another. By the time she reached 4 tails, the corrosive chakra darkened her skin, giving her a demonic, fox-like form. At this stage, even Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade wouldn't be able to pierce her. At 6 tails, a skeletal structure formed around her frame, reinforcing her transformation. She could feel the primal fury, the raw destruction begging to be unleashed. But she held firm, reveling in the sheer power coursing through her veins. By the time she reached the complete 9-tail state, she towered over the land, her body a mirror image of Kurama himself. Kushina let out a deep breath, her heartbeat thunderous in her ears. Damn, Kurama, you're too powerful. Kurama grinned. And this isn't even my final form. Kushina's eyes widened. Wait, there's more. Indeed. You haven't yet entered that mode. His voice was low, almost teasing. That's the true perfect Jinchuriki state. In that form, I will expand into pure chakra, manifesting as a complete entity alongside you. Kushina's fingers curled into a fist. The idea of reaching such a level thrilled her. But she knew better than to get ahead of herself. Kurama's voice softened. However, listen to me carefully, Kushina. Do not let the higher-ups in Konoha know that you have become a perfect Jinchuriki. Kushina's playful demeanor shifted. Her expression turned sharp. Yeah, I understand. I won't let them know. For now, she would only inform the third Hokage and the others that she was gradually mastering portions of the Nine-Tails power. After all, she was the inheritor of the Will of Fire. She would protect Konoha, but not under the command of its corrupt elite. She would protect the village by standing above them all. And she owed it all to Kurama. Meanwhile, in the High Council chambers of Konoha, a crucial meeting was taking place. The third Hokage sat at the head of the table, flanked by Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. The future of the village was the topic of discussion. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back, puffing on his pipe with satisfaction. Danzo, as you can see, we didn't need ANBU to monitor her. We concealed her status as a Jinchuriki, let her integrate into the academy like a normal student, and now the results speak for themselves. Danzo scoffed, arms crossed. TCH. Much as he hated to admit it, Kushina's current performance was proof that the third Hokage's approach had worked. Hiruzen's smile widened at Danzo's silence. He loved moments like these, when Danzo was forced to acknowledge his methods as superior. Hiruzen, don't be careless, Danzo finally bit out. That Uzumaki girl has yet to fully control the Nine-Tails power. Why are you so anxious about that? Hiruzen exhaled another puff of smoke, unbothered. Even Lady Mito never mastered the Nine-Tails entirely. Kushina still has time. The important thing is that she belongs to Konoha, not to you, Danzo. Danzo's single visible eye twitched. Hiruzen, you. Hiruzen, you will regret it, Danzo shouted. Danzo, I'm Hokage, Hiruzen added. Humph. Hiruzen waved a dismissive hand. Relax, Danzo. Have some faith. This was the daily routine in the council, Danzo and Hiruzen butting heads. And truth be told, Hiruzen rather enjoyed it. Danzo had always been his rival, his shadow counterpart, and the greatest thorn in his side. But in a strange way, their antagonism had become a fundamental part of his life. Still, regardless of Danzo's paranoia, Hiruzen felt proud. Konoha was thriving. The Will of Fire was alive and strong. And with Kushina growing into her role, the village would only become stronger. Little did he know, Kushina was already steps ahead of him. Her loyalty was to the village, yes. But her trust in its leadership? That was a different matter entirely. And soon, Konoha would realize just how much power their Jinchuriki truly wielded. Chapter 33, Chunin Exams, 1. The third Hokage and Danzo were at each other's throats. Danzo, usually composed, looked utterly deflated. Hamura and Koharu, standing to the side, barely held back their laughter at the rare sight of their old comrade being put in his place. As ninjas of the same era, they had all been acquaintances for decades, but moments like these reminded them of their shared history. For the first time in years, the third Hokage and Hamura noticed something unusual. When Koharu smiled, there was a certain charm about her. The deep lines on her face, the slight curve of her lips, an unexpected beauty hidden beneath the years of war and leadership. Why didn't I notice this when we were younger? Hiruzen wondered silently. Even the ever-stoic Danzo cast a brief glance at Udatane Koharu. But, unlike Danzo, Hiruzen immediately averted his gaze. He had a lustful heart but lacked the courage to act on it, especially when the wrath of Sarutobi Biwako, his formidable wife, loomed over him. The mere thought of Biwako catching him looking at another woman sent a shiver down his spine. Kneeling on a washboard was not a fate befitting the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. He still remembered the time he and Jiraiya had been caught peeping at the women's bathhouse. Biwako had dragged him through the streets, showing no regard for his title. The entire village had seen his humiliation firsthand. The memory of villagers whispering behind his back was enough to keep him from making the same mistake again. Ahem. A cough snapped him out of his thoughts. Mito Kato Hamura, regaining his composure, said, "Third Hokage, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Chunin exam?" The Chunin exam. Hiruzen sighed. The exam was a vital event, allowing major nations to assess each other's military strength. But with the Second Shinobi War only recently ending, every village already had a rough idea of where they stood. The current priority was recovery and stability, not rivalry. Most villages had abandoned the inter-village Chunin exams for now, opting instead for internal promotions. Konoha would follow suit, ensuring that its young shinobi were promoted based on skill rather than risking unnecessary casualties. Too many had already been lost in the war. With the policy decided, the high-ranking members of Konoha disbanded the meeting. A few days later, at a local barbecue restaurant, a gathering took place. The new Konoha's 12 had assembled, a rare reunion of the village's most promising young shinobi. The first team, led by Tsunade, consisted of Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. The second team, originally under Jiraiya, had been disbanded, leaving Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, and Abirame Shibi as independent ninjas. The fourth team, led by Hitaki Sakumo, included Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. And lastly, Team 8, under Sarutobi Yamaru, consisted of Hyuga Hisashi, Inuzuka Tsum, and Character 1. Many of them were still genin, while a few had already advanced to special jonin. Jiraiya had long since left Konoha to wander the world, leaving his former students to forge their own paths. Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, and Abirame Shibi had since become special jonin, each excelling in their respective roles. Fugaku had even joined the Konoha military police force, a position of power within the Uchiha clan. At reunions like these, those three were the ones to show off. Among them, Fugaku carried himself with the most authority, embodying both his Uchiha pride and his status as a clan elite. Kushina leaned in close to Mikoto and whispered, "Mikoto, is that Fugaku guy still bothering you?" Mikoto smirked. "Nope. Thanks to the art of speaking you taught me, I have complete peace." "Wait, that actually worked?" Kushina looked skeptical. Mikoto chuckled but didn't reveal the full story. She knew Fugaku had redirected his attention elsewhere, to Minato, of all people. Minato himself was baffled by this sudden shift in Fugaku's behavior. Back when they were still under Jiraiya, Fugaku had been distant but cordial. Yet, ever since a certain mission where Minato had saved Fugaku's life from a group of Cloud Nin, Fugaku had changed. He now visited Minato regularly, insisting on strengthening their bond as comrades. Minato found it both confusing and exhausting. Kushina, amused, retreated into her mindscape, where the Nine Tails lay dormant. "Hey, Kurama, you really are amazing. You said Fugaku would stop bothering Mikoto, and he actually did. Did you use some kind of mind trick?" The fox's deep voice rumbled in response. "No trick, just a simple redirection. Now, all his attention is on that golden-haired boy." Kushina scoffed. Minato's not bad looking, I guess, but he's not my type. Kurama chuckled in amusement, enjoying the irony. Kushina, known for a brash and direct nature, had no idea how deep this game of human emotions could run. Shaking her head, Kushina refocused on the present. As the night went on, the drinks flowed freely. The younger shinobi relaxed in each other's company, some indulging in light-hearted boasting, others quietly reflecting on how much had changed since their academy days. Fugaku, emboldened by the alcohol, clapped a hand on Hyuga Hisashi's shoulder. Hisashi. You represent the Hyuga, and I represent the Uchiha. Tonight, we drink to the prosperity of our clans and the strength of Konoha. Hisashi, slightly wary but too polite to refuse, raised his cup in response. But Fugaku wasn't done. The alcohol loosened his tongue, and his next words turned the atmosphere ice-cold. I heard your father died in the Second Shinobi War. What a coincidence, so did mine. Silence fell over the table. Drinks were momentarily forgotten, cups left hanging mid-air as everyone processed what had just been said. A few of them choked on their drinks, coughing violently as they tried to suppress their shock. The sheer bluntness of Fugaku's statement was staggering. Chapter 34, Chunin Exams, 2. After hearing Fugaku's words, everyone suppressed their laughter. Well, unless you really couldn't help it. How wonderful. There were once ancient sages who uttered truth after drinking. And now there was Fugaku, the true, filial son, after drinking. No wonder he could produce a son with such a twisted sense of duty like Itachi. Fugaku could write a book. The title. My Patriarch Father. Guaranteed to be a bigger hit than Jiraiya's Make-Out Paradise. When several Uchiha clan members arrived to escort Fugaku back home, they were met with resistance. Fugaku, drunk out of his mind, waved them off stubbornly. No. I want to stay here. Stay with Minato. If I have to go back, I want Minato to come with me. Minato, ever the gentleman, could only sigh and take responsibility for getting Fugaku home. It was going to be a long night. A few days later, the Chunin exams officially began. This time, there was only one test, and the location was the Forest of Death. The task was simple: enter the Forest of Death and reach the central tower. But the path was littered with obstacles. There were numerous traps, as well as Konoha Chunin and even Jonin-level shadow clones acting as opponents. Each team consisted of 3 members. Forming alliances with other teams was strictly forbidden, violators would be immediately disqualified. A ninja's true worth lay in their ability. This exam was designed to test exactly that. There were no written tests, no theoretical knowledge assessments, only skill, instinct, and survival. A ninja's ultimate goal was to fight on the battlefield and eliminate threats. With the scars of the Second Shinobi War still fresh, Konoha was in dire need of strong shinobi to shape the village's future. The lack of a written exam was a godsend for Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, along with Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari, were itching to get started. Mikoto, Hikari, let's reach the tower first, all right. Mikoto and Hikari both rolled their eyes at Kushina's boundless energy. Unlike her, they didn't have the stamina of a berserker. Both of them shook their heads. The proctor of the Chunin exams this time was Hatake Tsukumo. Standing beside him was a small child wearing a mask. His son, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi was barely 3 years old, yet Tsukumo took him everywhere like a dedicated babysitter whenever he wasn't on a mission. Tsukumo's voice rang out across the crowd. You all know the rules of the exam. The test begins now. The gates to the Forest of Death swung open, and the candidates flooded in. This Chunin exam included several prominent figures. Besides Kushina's team, there was the Ino Shikacho trio, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, and Choza Akimichi, as well as Hyuga Hisashi, Inazuka Tsum, and a few others. 15 teams. 45 participants in total. The oldest contestant. A genin in his 40s. The infamous, eternal genin. As the students disappeared into the Forest of Death, Hatake Tsukumo let out a breath. Chunin exams. I hope they all make it through. While the Chunin and Jonin shadow clones wouldn't kill any examinees, the forest itself was an unforgiving predator. Wild beasts, deadly traps, death was a real possibility. This was the ninja world. Only the strong survived. If this were an official Chunin exam with other villages participating, the risks would be even greater. But given the current circumstances, this was Konoha's best option. Not long after stepping into the Forest of Death, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari encountered a giant snake. The creature slithered forward, hunger gleaming in its reptilian eyes. Its jaws widened as it lunged toward them. Kushina clicked her tongue. Ugh. Gross. Mikoto, roast it. Mikoto sighed. Kushina, you're the worst commander ever. Still, she moved without hesitation. Fire release, fire dragon technique. A searing wave of fire erupted, engulfing the snake in an inferno. Flames spread across the trees, filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. The giant snake barely had time to let out a final screech before it collapsed, charred and motionless. Kushina grinned, tearing off a chunk of cooked meat. Not bad. Snake meat actually tastes pretty good. After refueling, the trio continued toward the central tower at full speed. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the Ino Shikacho team encountered an unexpected obstacle. Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clone. The clone blocked their path, an amused smirk tugging at its lips. Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza, if you want to pass, you'll have to prove you're strong enough. Shikaku sighed. Great. Just my luck. Though it was only a shadow clone, Fugaku was still an Uchiha. His strength wasn't something to take lightly. His Sharingan activated, red eyes spinning with 3 tomo. At this point, no one in the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangeko Sharingan. The only one known to have done so was Madara Uchiha himself, and the method to awaken it remained a mystery. Fugaku wasn't the clan leader yet. With his father having died in the war, the Uchiha clan was currently led by a council of elders. Shadow imitation technique. Choza barreled forward like a human wrecking ball, while Shikaku's shadow shot toward Fugaku's clone. Yamanaka Inoichi stood at the ready, prepared to use his mind transfer technique at the perfect moment. The battle began in earnest. In the central tower of the Death Forest, a sigh echoed through the hall. What? No one's arrived yet. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari stood in the empty hall, looking around in disbelief. Back in the surveillance room, a Chunin rushed toward Hitaki Tsukumo in a panic. Tsukumo-sama. A new record has been set. Tsukumo raised an eyebrow. What, someone already reached the central tower? Yes, sir. It only took them 1 hour and 4 seconds. This is the fastest time ever recorded in the Chunin exams. Tsukumo blinked. Then, the corners of his lips twitched. That was way too fast. Chapter 35, Chunin Exam, 3. 1 hour and 4 seconds. That was too fast. Which team they are? Hitaki Tsukumo asked curiously. The first team led by Tsunade-sama, the proctor replied. The students are Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. Oh. A Hyuga and an Uchiha in the same squad, interesting. Tsukumo mused, rubbing his chin. Unlike previous exams, this time, they didn't have to fight other genin to the death in the Forest of Death. Still, 1 hour and 4 seconds was far too fast. Even without traps and the interference of Chunin-level shadow clones, reaching the central tower in such a short span should have been nearly impossible. If they hadn't even taken a short rest, they might have been even faster. Inside the Hokage's office, several proctors rushed in, their faces full of urgency. Lord Hokage, the list of the first batch of Chunin has been finalized. Already? That fast? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari reached the central tower of the Forest of Death in just 1 hour and 4 seconds. 1 hour and 4 seconds. The third Hokage's eyes widened slightly. Even without the usual hazards, this speed was unnatural. Tsunade's disciples. A pleased smile crossed Hiruzen's face. It seemed that these 3 had already surpassed the level of ordinary Chunin. I see. The students of this team are no ordinary shinobi. Konoha was in need of fresh blood, and the emergence of such talented individuals gave him hope for the future. Kushina's team was the first to arrive. The second team arrived 5 hours later. Gradually, more Konoha genin reached the central tower, Ino Shikacho, Hyuga Hizashi, Inuzuka Tsum, and Namikaze Minato among them. By the end of the day, Konoha's internal Chunin exams had concluded. Out of 45 participants, 36 passed the assessment. As for the remaining 9, they weren't as lucky. Some became prey to the beasts lurking in the forest. Others fell victim to traps. Some drowned, unable to gather chakra properly to walk on water. But that was the nature of the ninja world. It was ruthless. Still, even Naruto and Sasuke had struggled with tree climbing at first. Naruto himself had needed extensive practice to master water walking. Despite the casualties, the village had no choice. After the Second Shinobi War, there was a dire shortage of skilled ninja. As a result, all 36 successful candidates were promoted to Chunin. The Chunin exams were over. To celebrate, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari gathered together that evening. As they were laughing and enjoying their meal, Hyuga Hizashi walked in, his posture as rigid as ever. Hikari-sama, there is an urgent matter in the clan. Please return immediately. Hikari nodded, her face unreadable. Understood. She turned to her friends. I'll see you later. As soon as she left, Mikoto frowned. Kushina, don't you think something seems off about Hikari? Kushina leaned back, arms crossed behind her head. Yeah, but if she doesn't want to talk about it, we can't force her. Mikoto blinked in surprise. Ah. That's oddly mature of you. But what's the rush? Kushina grinned mischievously. If she doesn't open up, we'll just march into the Hyuga compound and find out ourselves. Mikoto sighed. Never mind. There's the old Kushina. The next morning, within the central tower of the Forest of Death, the third Hokage addressed the newly promoted Chunin. You are the future of Konoha. From this day forward, you bear greater responsibility. Kushina and her team stood in the front row, listening, or pretending to listen. As shinobi of Konoha, we will dedicate ourselves to the village, they all chanted in unison. Kurama stirred within Kushina, chuckling darkly. This old man sure knows how to manipulate people, the Nine-Tails muttered. The same trick worked on Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi. He's got them all dancing in the palm of his hand. He wasn't wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have the sheer might of Hashirama or the tactical genius of Tobirama, but his ability to earn the unwavering loyalty of powerful shinobi was his greatest strength. Even those who wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, like Shursue and Itachi, ultimately served the village, and, by extension, the Hokage himself. Education and ideology were powerful tools. As the third Hokage continued his speech, Kushina and Mikoto, completely tuned out. Mikoto had been thoroughly corrupted by Kushina's bad habits. Listening to boring speeches. No way. Time passed. Before they knew it, Kushina and her teammates had risen to the rank of Jonin. Their first A-rank mission came swiftly. Recently, Tsunade's shinobi had been spotted lurking near the borders of the Land of Fire. Their objective was unclear, but Konoha wasn't taking any chances. The mission, eliminate the threat. These kinds of political games between major villages were always a delicate affair. A single mistake could escalate into all-out war. And with tension simmering beneath the surface, a third shinobi war wasn't out of the question. The night before the mission, however, was special. It was Kushina's birthday. After a small celebration with Mikoto and Hikari, Kushina returned to her now empty home. The warmth of the evening lingered, but she couldn't shake the loneliness that crept in once she was alone. The night stretched on. Sleep evaded her. With a sigh, she slipped outside to wander through the quiet streets of Konoha, taking in the peaceful night. Ding! A familiar voice echoed in her mind, breaking the silence. Kurama stirred. Given the current status of the host, two options are now available. Option 1, reveal your true identity to the Jinchuriki. Reward. Option 2, continue as the Nine-Tails sealed within the Jinchuriki. Reward. A choice. Kurama narrowed his eyes. The rewards were hidden. He hated that. Tomorrow, he'd be heading to the Land of Wind, perhaps even running into that oversized raccoon, Shikaku. But now, another thought crossed his mind. He had been hiding for too long. Tonight, perhaps it was finally time for the truth. A surprise? No. For Kushina, it would be a shock. Chapter 36, Reveal. Originally, Kurama had always been distant, but now he was about to show a different side of himself. Kushina took one last look at the peaceful night sky over Konoha before returning home. As she walked, her consciousness drifted into the sealed space within her. Kurama, didn't you say you wanted to help Mikoto awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan and take control of the Uchiha clan? Kurama's deep, rumbling voice resonated within the space. We'll act immediately after this mission to the Land of Wind is completed. Kurama had his own reasons for traveling to the Land of Wind. His true goal was Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Kushina hesitated for a moment before speaking again. This wasn't like her usual lively and optimistic self. What's wrong, Kushina? Kurama, today is my birthday. Can you say happy birthday to me? Her large, expectant eyes gazed up at the massive fox. For someone like Kushina, who had lost her home and been displaced, coming to Konoha was supposed to mean a fresh start. She had hoped to live a normal life, but her fate had been sealed the moment she became the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. She had lost Uzumaki Mito, the woman who had loved her like a grandmother, and without Kurama, she wasn't sure how she would have endured it all. Despite the world painting the tailed beasts as monsters, Kushina had learned that they weren't as terrifying as people claimed. Memories flooded her mind, and in this moment, what she wanted most was a simple birthday wish from the fox within her. Kurama's 9 massive tails swayed lazily behind him. He grinned, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Kushina, how old are you today? 15, she replied seriously. 15, huh? You've grown up, Kushina. I suppose I won't call you a brat anymore. He crossed his arms over his chest, putting on an air of arrogance. Kushina, happy birthday. Kushina's red eyes widened in surprise at his sincere words. Her lips trembled before she let out a wail. Wah, Kurama, you're being so serious. I'm so touched. Tears spilled from her eyes, but she wiped them away quickly. After crying a little longer, she sniffled and looked up at him again. Kurama, can I make an unreasonable request? Kurama's ears twitched. Unreasonable? Forget it. Kushina immediately waved her hands in protest. No, no. It's not unreasonable at all. I just want to ask if I can touch your tails. She still remembered the one time she had touched them, how soft and comfortable they were. That fluffy warmth had stayed in her mind ever since. Kurama scoffed. You make it sound like my tails are some kind of rare treasure. Kushina clasped her hands together and gave him her best puppy dog eyes. Just once, Kurama. Pretty please. Kurama sighed, then gave a reluctant nod. Kushina beamed. Yay. Kurama, I love you so much. But instead of just touching his tails, she threw herself into them, burying her entire body in the soft fur. Kurama felt a strange warmth at the sentiment but kept his expression neutral. However, he quickly realized his mistake as Kushina clung to his tails, refusing to let go. Kurama, this is the best birthday gift ever. Kurama let out a low growl. Enough already. She ignored him, snuggling further into the fluff. Finally, Kurama lost his patience and unceremoniously kicked her out of the sealed space. The next thing Kushina knew, she was back in front of her house, still pouting. Kurama is so stingy. He wouldn't even let me touch them for a little longer. She sighed dramatically and pushed open the door to her room, only to freeze at the sight of a figure sitting there. Who the hell is in my room? Her hand instinctively reached for a kunai as she stepped forward, but as she got a better look at the intruder, she stopped. Sitting casually on her bed was a man with striking orange hair and familiar, slit-pupiled red eyes. Kushina's mouth fell open in shock. Handsome guy, who are you? For some reason, he felt oddly familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The man smirked and spread his hands. Wow. 1 second, you're telling me you love me, and the next, you're acting like you don't even know me. That voice. That smirk. Those piercing red eyes. Kushina gasped, her hands trembling slightly as she pointed at him. Why you? Are you, Kurama? Who else? His lips curled, revealing sharp fangs in an almost playful manner. Kushina let out an excited squeal before launching herself at him, running her hands through his hair. Wow, Kurama, it's really you. Your hair is so soft. She ruffled it enthusiastically, her fingers sinking into the thick orange strands. Kurama let out an exaggerated sigh. Is this all humans think about? First my tails, now my hair. Kushina barely heard him, too engrossed in the sensation. Kurama, is this because your real body is too big to fit here? Obviously. My full form would tear this place apart. So, you used the transformation jutsu. Kushina continued running her hands along his arms, poking at his muscles, then tracing her fingers along his shoulders. She was absolutely fascinated. Kurama smirked. You think this is a transformation? Kushina paused and looked up at him, her expression filled with curiosity. Wait, this isn't a jutsu. Then this is your real form. Kurama nodded, leaning back on her bed. Took you long enough to figure that out. Kushina blinked in surprise. So this is how you actually look when you take human form. That's kinda cool. She resumed touching him, this time, patting his arms, poking at his cheeks, even tugging at the tips of his hair. Kurama, for all his usual indifference, finally twitched in irritation. Hey, Kushina, that's enough. You're starting to get too handsy. Kushina retracted her hands instantly, her face flushing. I am just amazed. Your transformation, no, your actual form is too realistic. Even your... Kurama shot her a warning glare before she could finish that sentence. She coughed awkwardly and averted her eyes. Anyway. Kurama, you showing up like this is the best birthday gift ever. Kurama chuckled, a rare, amused glint in his eyes. Enjoy it while it lasts, brat. And for the first time in a long while, Kushina felt truly happy. Chapter 37, Sand Village. No, it was originally true, not something conjured. This kind of thing could not be changed. Really, Kurama. You're saying this isn't a transformation jutsu, but your true form. Kushina's eyes widened in shock as she took a step back, staring at him. That ridiculous, adorable, and oddly endearing appearance. Kurama just nodded. So, Kurama, are you a tailed beast or a human? Both. Kushina blinked. Tailed beast. Human. Combined, didn't that make him some kind of hybrid? Kurama smirked, amused by her train of thought. If you want to call me an hybrid, I won't argue. Only then did it fully hit Kushina. There was a being, who had been living inside her all along. Memories flooded her mind. Every moment. Every time she had spoken aloud to herself, thinking no one could hear. Every time she had let her guard down, believing she was alone. And then. Bathing. Hot springs. Her face turned as red as her hair. Kurama, you haven't seen everything, right? Oh, I've seen it all. Kurama didn't even bother to deny it. Things I probably shouldn't have seen too. Kushina froze. Her entire body tensed before she started spinning in panicked circles, flustered beyond belief. Ah. This is so embarrassing. So embarrassing. The brash, tough-talking Kushina was gone, replaced by a mortified, shy girl. She had always been confident, but this was too much. What's there to be ashamed of? Kurama suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Kushina stiffened. His body was warm, firm, real. She could hear his heartbeat, slow and steady, against her ear. The rapid pounding of her own heart began to ease. Thank you, Kurama. That night, she slept soundly, curled up in the soft embrace of Nine-Tails' large, fluffy tail. A dream come true. The next morning, Kushina and her team set out for the Fire Country border. She wore a soft, satisfied smile the entire way. Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari exchanged glances. Kushina looked like a girl in love. This was the same Kushina, the loud, brash, rough-around-the-edges tomboy. Now she looked feminine. Glowing, even. Mikoto, older and graceful as ever, studied her friend with interest. Hikari, who had always seemed delicate on the outside but held a quiet strength, frowned slightly, trying to make sense of it. Kurama, still within Kushina, watched them all with amusement. A few years ago, they were all just kids. Now, they're young women. Time really does fly. Kushina would randomly giggle to herself along the way, unable to hide her happiness. Eventually, Mikoto had enough. All right, Kushina, what's going on? You've been smiling like an idiot this entire trip. Spill. Hikari and I want to be happy too. Kushina touched her stomach absent-mindedly. I'll tell you later. Mission comes first. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Tsunade dares to invade Konoha. They really have no idea what they're getting into. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened with anger. The Land of Wind was the weakest among the 5 great nations. Their home was a barren desert with scarce resources, nothing compared to the wealth and power of the Fire Country. And yet, the third Kazekage dared to provoke Konoha. During Konoha's weaker years, Hiruzen had been willing to make compromises. But now, he had no intention of backing down. Konoha was strong. And when it was strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a man who tolerated disrespect. He knew how to use power when needed. If they want to test us, we'll give them an answer they won't forget. This time, he didn't send only Kushina's team. Multiple squads had been deployed, each with a specific mission. Some were there to eliminate enemy forces, while others were to launch direct strikes against Tsunade. Sand Shinobi had been harassing the border for too long, and Hiruzen intended to settle the score. In the Second Great Ninja War, Sand had been crushed by Konoha. Their infamous poisons had been rendered useless by Tsunade. Their puppet masters had been slain, including one at the hands of Hataki Tsukumo. This time, history would repeat itself. And Kushina's team was part of it. Kurama, of course, had his own reasons for going along. The one tail was in the Land of Wind. Another tailed beast, another piece of his fragmented kin. Upon reaching the border, Kushina and her team found nothing. The Sand Shinobi had already pulled back into the Land of Wind. But the remnants of their presence were everywhere, footprints, signs of makeshift camps, battle marks. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. They're luring us in. They want us to chase them onto their turf. What do we do? Hikari asked. Kushina hesitated for only a moment before grinning. Mikoto, Hikari, I have a bold idea. Kurama chuckled darkly in the back of her mind. Bold. More like reckless. I like it. Kushina's eyes gleamed. They think they're leading us into a trap. Let's turn the tables on them. At Tsunade, a high-level meeting was underway. The third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, arms crossed. Konoha is bound to respond. They always do. We'll set a trap and ensure they don't make it back alive. Years had passed since their failure in the Second Great Ninja War. Tsunade had rebuilt, prepared, and was now ready to strike again. Their goal. The Fire Country's rich lands and resources. And this time, they wouldn't hold back. Kushina and her team pushed through the harsh desert winds, their destination clear. As night fell, they took shelter inside a cave. The sandstorm outside howled, but within the cave, all was silent. Kurama, inside Kushina, suddenly grinned. I can sense him. Kushina blinked. Sense who? One Tail. That stupid Tanuki. He's here. Even sealed within his Jinchuriki, Shikaku's chakra was impossible to miss. Kurama's grin widened. I think it's time I paid a visit to an old friend. Chapter 38, Shikaku, bonus. Stupid Tanuki, I'm here to see you, thought Kurama. Kushina Uzumaki gave Mikoto, Uchiha and Hikari a brief set of instructions. Wait here quietly. Don't alert anyone. As the captain and the strongest among them, Kushina took it upon herself to infiltrate Tsunade alone and cause a distraction. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Hikari would handle things outside, ready for extraction if needed. Deep within Tsunade, the one-tailed beast, Shikaku, was sealed inside a monk named Bunpuku. Isolated and shunned, Bunpuku was locked away, his existence reduced to nothing more than that of a prisoner. The shinobi of Tsunade had long forgotten his real name. They only knew him as Jinchuriki. Every day, they brought him food, sometimes accompanied by cruel laughter, treating him as less than human. This was how Tsunade treated its Jinchuriki. Hey, old man, you've done your best for the village, yet they've forgotten your name, Shikaku grumbled, his voice laced with resentment. Do you still want to put up with this? The massive beast had spent decades sealed within Bunpuku, and though it loathed humans, it had grown somewhat fond of this old monk. Bunpuku's unwavering patience and acceptance reminded Shikaku of the Sage of Six Paths himself. The one-tail had lived for centuries, had seen countless humans, but very few like Bunpuku. There were only a handful of people who truly understood the burden of sharing power. Restricting the Jinchuriki's freedom was no different from restricting the tailed beast itself, and that was something Shikaku could never stand. Shikaku, even if the others have forgotten my name, you still remember it, Bunpuku said, smiling gently. As long as that's true, I still exist in this world. That is enough for me. Bunpuku's voice carried the weight of decades of solitude, yet there was no anger, only quiet acceptance. It's a curse for both of us, he continued. For you to be sealed, for me to be a Jinchuriki. But let me bear my misfortune in peace. Perhaps one day, you will no longer be caged. As Bunpuku conversed with Shikaku inside his own body, Kushina, now fully under Kurama's control, arrived at the gates of the underground prison. Without hesitation, she slit the throat of the guard standing watch. The body fell silently to the ground. Hey, stupid raccoon, she called out, her voice dripping with amusement. You seem pretty comfortable being locked up. A voice thundered from within Bunpuku. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep? Shikaku's entire body tensed. That voice. No. It couldn't be. His entire being bristled in alarm. There was only one creature he had ever despised this much. Kurama. The stinking fox. Panic surged through Shikaku's mind. If Kurama had come all the way to Tsunade, then... No. No, no, no. He couldn't let that damn fox see him like this. A shadow stepped into Bunpuku's cell. A beautiful young woman with striking red hair appeared before them, her chakra flaring ominously. Hey, it's just a little girl, Bunpuku scoffed, feigning indifference. What's the big deal? But he wasn't fooled. The moment he sensed her presence, he knew she was a Jinchuriki, too. From within Kushina, a deep, taunting voice echoed through the room. Well, well. If it isn't the stupid civet cat, Kurama sneered. I never thought I'd see the day you'd be locked up like this. Shikaku snarled. Humph. And you're one to talk. You're sealed too, you damn fox. Kurama let out a low chuckle. The same. Who do you think you're talking to? A surge of dark red chakra burst forth from Kushina's body, taking the form of a humanoid figure. Kurama materialized beside her, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Kurama, you're out. Kushina beamed, grabbing Kurama's arm in a way that made it clear she wasn't just his Jinchuriki, she was something more. In front of One Tail, it felt like she was flaunting their bond. Shikaku's eyes widened in shock. Nine Tails was free. He shuddered. They were both tailed beasts, yet there was such a vast difference in their circumstances. Here he was, still sealed, still a prisoner. And Kurama could come and go as he pleased. It wasn't fair. Smelly fox, Shikaku spat, masking his envy with scorn. You hate humans more than anything, so why the hell do you look like one? Kurama's smirk widened. Shikaku, this is my true form. The one tail stiffened. Something was wrong. And yet, the being before him was different. His chakra, his aura, undeniably, it was Nine Tails. But the way he carried himself, the presence he exuded, it was foreign. Shikaku swallowed hard. Had the damn fox been assimilated by humans? For the first time in centuries, fear flickered through Shikaku's mind. This was not the Ninetales he had known. What the hell happened to you? Bunpuku, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled. Shikaku, he said softly. If you were like your friend here, perhaps you wouldn't have been sealed in the first place. Hey, old man. Don't start siding with him. Shikaku barked, bristling with indignation. But the moment of banter had passed. Kurama's expression darkened. It was time to get serious. Shikaku, he said, his voice carrying an air of authority. We tailed beasts need to rise up. Join me, become my strength. TCH. As if I'd ever. You don't have a choice. Before Shikaku could react, golden chains shot out from Kurama's body, piercing Bunpuku and ensnaring the one tail. The air crackled with energy as the chains tightened, completely binding Shikaku in place. Shikaku's eyes widened in panic. He struggled, but the chains held firm. The hell? Since when did you master sealing techniques like this? Bunpuku, rather than resisting, clasped his hands together and bowed his head to Kurama in submission. Sir, please, he whispered. Save me. Shikaku's panic deepened. Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Have some damn pride. But Bunpuku only smiled. Shikaku, join him. He will guide you correctly. As the last of Bunpuku's resistance faded, Kurama pulled Shikaku further from his host's body, his expression unreadable. The time for games was over. Chapter 39, Shikaku, 2. At this moment, Shikaku had been pulled halfway out of Bunpuku's body by Kurama. The one-tailed beast couldn't believe what was happening. How could Kurama wield such an overpowering sealing technique? And more importantly, the nine tails in front of him was no longer the same beast he once knew. Shikaku refused to believe that Kurama was doing this to set him free. He roared, thrashing violently, Oi, Bunpuku. Help me. But the aged monk merely clasped his hands together, a serene smile on his face. Shikaku, follow this sir in front of you. He will guide you properly. My fate ends here. Bunpuku had always been wise. Even now, at the end of his road, he could see that the being before him was unlike any other. No wonder Shikaku had mistaken him for having the same qualities as the Sage of Six Paths. With his Jinchuriki offering no assistance, Shikaku realized he had to rely on himself. Oi, you damned fox, what the hell do you want? He snarled. Shikaku, have you forgotten? You and I are one. Do you truly wish to remain a slave to the shinobi? If not for their seals, no tailed beast would ever allow themselves to be bound by humans. Freedom was their birthright, yet here they were, shackled. But Shikaku had no intention of merging with Kurama, the fox he despised the most. And something about Kurama was off. He wasn't the same as before. Something had changed. Hey, Kurama. If you let me go, I'll offer you a portion of my chakra. Shikaku bargained desperately. It was the first time the One Tail had ever addressed the Nine Tails properly. That alone proved how dire the situation was. At that moment, a notification sounded in Kurama's mind. Ding. Due to the host's current actions, two choices have been presented. Option 1, accept One Tail Shikaku's deal. Reward, obtain a portion of Shikaku's chakra. Option 2, reject Shikaku's deal. Reward, none. The difference was clear, one had a reward, and the other didn't. Under normal circumstances, Kurama might have been tempted to accept the first option, gaining part of Shikaku's power. But right now, it was unnecessary. He hadn't come here for a mere fragment of One Tail's strength. Instead, Kurama grinned, eyes glinting with cruel amusement. Shikaku, it's time for us tailed beasts to rise. Shikaku's eyes widened before twisting into a furious glare. Realizing that Kurama had no intention of stopping, he struggled wildly. Damn it, Kurama. You bastard. I won't let you have your way. Oh. That's not up to you. Kurama's smirk widened. The golden adamantine sealing chains binding Shikaku ensured that breaking free was impossible. Within moments, Shikaku was entirely extracted in pure chakra form, his body dissolving into shimmering blue energy. The large sand tanuki was helpless as his essence merged with Kurama's being. And with that, Kurama erased Shikaku's consciousness. Tailed beasts were, at their core, pure chakra entities. Without their minds, they were nothing more than raw energy to be wielded. There was no longer a One Tail. Only Kurama remained. Kurama, did it work? Kushina asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and unease. A minor enhancement, Kurama muttered, rolling his shoulders. Kushina frowned. Minor. That's an entire tailed beast's power. Bunpuku, now without Shikaku, lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He stared at Kurama, the beast that Shikaku had screamed about moments ago. And yet, something about him felt different. This Ninetales didn't just possess power. He had purpose. A tailed beast with conviction. Bunpuku smiled, content. Shikaku will find its way under this Sir guidance, something I could never achieve in my lifetime. This was my destiny. For the first time in history, the fate of the tailed beasts was changing. The relationship between humans and the Biju was on the verge of transformation. And Bunpuku firmly believed this was for the best. Sir, may I ask you one last favor? Bunpuku whispered, voice weak but steady. Kurama narrowed his eyes. Speak. Can you take me outside, to see the world one last time? Bunpuku had spent his entire life imprisoned, never once setting foot beyond the walls that confined him. The only voice that had ever spoken to him was Shikaku's. Now, at the end of his journey, he wanted to witness the outside world. Kushina turned to Kurama. Can we do it? Kurama sighed before ruffling Kushina's vibrant red hair. Fine. This old man isn't bad. And so, under the cover of night, they quietly slipped out of Tsunade. The desert village lay silent beneath the star-speckled sky. The cool night breeze ruffled Bunpuku's robes as he gazed at the heavens. His lips curled into a peaceful smile. He had no regrets. The last thing he saw was the infinite stretch of the night sky. And then, he was gone. Back in Tsunade, chaos erupted. A group of sand shinobi rushed into the Kazekage's chambers, their faces pale with panic. Kazekage-sama. We have a problem. The guards watching over the Jinchuriki were slaughtered, and Bunpuku is missing. The third Kazekage's eyes widened. What? Their village had only one tailed beast. If the other nations discovered that Tsunade had lost its trump card, the balance of power would shift dangerously. It would make them a target. He gritted his teeth. Raza. Move immediately. Yes, Lord Third. Moments later, a scouting team discovered Bunpuku's body in the outskirts of the village. The third Kazekage, Raza, and several elite shinobi arrived at the scene. Bunpuku's corpse lay motionless, hands still folded in prayer, his expression one of absolute peace. This can't be happening. The Kazekage's voice was barely above a whisper. For a moment, the wind howled through the desert, eerily silent. Then, the third Kazekage's expression hardened. Search the entire village. We need to confirm whether an enemy took the tailed beast. Tsunade was plunged into turmoil. If Bunpuku had simply escaped and died, One Tail would eventually reform. But if an enemy had stolen Shikaku, then this was a disaster. Outside Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari watched the village descend into chaos from a safe distance. Mikoto glanced at Kushina, intrigued. Kushina, what exactly did you do? You've got all of Tsunade in an uproar. Kushina chuckled, leaning back smugly. Mikoto, if you think this is chaotic, just wait and see what happens next. As Tsunade trembled in fear of an unseen enemy, the true mastermind behind the storm watched from the shadows, the smirk on his lips growing ever wider. Chapter 40, Shikaku absorbed, bonus chapter. The Jinchuriki of the One Tail was dead, and Shikaku had vanished without a trace. No signs of the beast remained within Tsunade. The next day, within the confines of the Sand Village, the Council of High-Ranking Shinobi convened. The third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered figures, Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo. The air in the war chamber was thick with tension, their expressions grim. The death of the Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, had been completely concealed from the outside world. The village could not afford to let this information leak. At least, not immediately. The loss of a tailed beast was an event that could shake the balance of power between the great nations. And Tsunade, already struggling in political conflicts, could not afford further instability. Still, history had proven that the use of tailed beasts in war was a rarity. Whether it was the First Shinobi War or the Second, no village had truly dared to deploy a Jinchuriki as a weapon. None had mastered complete control over their beast. Unleashing a tailed beast in battle was reckless, a double-edged sword that would cut down both friend and foe alike. No village was willing to take such a risk, sacrificing hundreds of their own in exchange for enemy casualties. And worse, the tailed beasts bore nothing but hatred for their human captors. If unleashed, their wrath was indiscriminate. To the major villages, the tailed beasts were like forbidden weapons. Never meant to be used, but necessary to possess. A masked ANBU agent stepped forward, bowing before Kazekage. His voice was steady, though the weight of his words was not lost on the room. Lord Kazekage, we have investigated the matter thoroughly. There are no clear leads regarding the death of Bunpuku. Silence. The implications were unsettling. Bunpuku had lived under constant surveillance. His movements had been restricted, his existence a closely monitored secret. If there had been no external force, then perhaps, he had simply chosen to die, seeking one final moment of freedom before his end. And with that, the one tail had disappeared. A possibility. But if it wasn't the case, if there had been an enemy behind this. If an intruder had managed to kill the Jinchuriki, slaughter his guards, and extract Shikaku, all without leaving a single trace. Then Tsunade was in far greater danger than they could comprehend. If it was an enemy, one of the council members muttered darkly, 99% chance it was Konoha. Konoha and Suna were at odds. Their shinobi had clashed multiple times. But there was a problem with that assumption. Tsunade's elite forces had searched through the night, combing every inch of land, and found no trace of an enemy presence. No Konoha shinobi, no battle remnants, no trails. Nothing. To infiltrate so deep, eliminate a Jinchuriki, and steal a tailed beast without a single trace. Even the fabled Sannin of Konoha could not accomplish such a feat. Bam. The third Kazekage slammed his fist against the table, his iron grip twisting the wood beneath his fingers. His expression darkened, teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it. Has this turned into a ghost story? The most powerful military weapon of Tsunade was gone, and they had no answers. If this leaked, their village would become a laughingstock among the other great nations. This mystery would not leave these walls. As far as the world was concerned, the one-tailed Jinchuriki still existed. The meeting was declared classified. The disappearance of Shikaku would remain a state secret, locked within the annals of Tsunade's shadowed history. And yet, the irony of fate would soon reveal itself. For the third Kazekage himself would soon become another unsolved mystery in Suna's dark history. With the rise of Sasori, the truth behind his fate would eventually be unraveled. A Sand ANBU agent suddenly stepped forward, bowing before the Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, we have received an urgent report from the battlefield. Speak. We have eliminated over half of Konoha's shinobi forces that entered the Land of Wind. Though we suffered heavy casualties of our own, the operation was a success. For the first time that day, the Kazekage exhaled in relief. At least, some victory had been salvaged. Had they failed, Tsunade would have suffered humiliation on all fronts. Their strategy had worked. This time, it was the Hokage who had underestimated them. Konoha's forces had been lured into Tsunade's trap, their shinobi cut down. Before they could mount an effective counterattack. The third Hokage had overstepped, believing that he could strike at Suna without repercussions. Instead, he was the one who had been humbled. And yet, even as Suna claimed this minor victory, there was no room for celebration. The loss of the one-tail was far more devastating than any small battlefield triumph. All of Tsunade was on high alert. The iron sand in the Kazekage's grip crumbled to dust between his fingers. The war council adjourned. Far from the tense walls of the Kazekage's chambers, an old woman sat in the quiet solitude of her home. Chiyo. Awaiting her return was her grandson. Sasori was only 10, yet his skill with puppetry already exceeded expectations. He had crafted two of his finest creations, a pair of human-like puppets modeled after his own mother and father. Chiyo's gaze softened. Such talent. A child with a promising future in Tsunade. As she traced the delicate craftsmanship of the puppets, her mind wandered to bitter memories. Her hands clenched, her grief igniting into anger. The white Fang of Konoha. The men who had taken her son from her. A deep, simmering hatred burned in her chest. She would bring her son back. No matter the cost. Sasori turned, his youthful voice cutting through the silence. Grandmother, something happened in the village today, didn't it? Chiyo looked down at him, forcing a gentle smile onto her face. Nothing to worry about, child. The third Kazekage is the strongest. He will protect Tsunade. Sasori's gaze lingered. The strongest Kazekage. He murmured. Meanwhile, three figures moved swiftly through the trees, their mission complete. Kushina Uzumaki team were making their return to the Land of Fire. Their objective had been clear, eliminate Suna's forces at the border. And they had done so. Mikoto glanced at Kushina, curiosity sparking in her dark eyes. Hey, Kushina, stop being so smug and tell us what you did last night. You stirred up a hell of a storm in Suna. Kushina grinned, her crimson hair catching the moonlight. Well. She chuckled, that's because their Jinchuriki is dead. Chapter 41, Hiruzen is frustrated. Well, that's because their Jinchuriki is dead. What? Mikoto Uchiha and Hikari Hyuga turned to Kushina Uzumaki, their eyes wide with disbelief. A Jinchuriki, someone with a tailed beast sealed inside them, was a force to be reckoned with. They possessed power beyond ordinary shinobi, often feared and respected on the battlefield. And yet, Kushina had just admitted to taking down the Sand Village's Jinchuriki. Did that mean she was stronger than they had realized? Stronger than them? Even as friends and comrades, there was always an unspoken rivalry between them. No one wanted to be left behind. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. Kushina, are you saying you were the one who killed the Sans Jinchuriki? Kushina let out a small chuckle and shook her head. Nah, not really. I only took out his guards. The Jinchuriki was already an old man. The moment he stepped outside and saw the world again, he laughed himself to death. Hikari blinked. You're kidding, right? Kushina stretched her arms behind her head, feigning nonchalance. Not at all. Poor guy had been locked up for decades. Guess seeing the outside world was just too much for him. Mikoto and Hikari exchanged glances. It sounded ridiculous, but when it came to Jinchuriki, nothing was ever simple. Their existence was nothing like that of an ordinary shinobi. No wonder the sand is so on edge, Mikoto muttered. Yeah. Makes sense. Hikari crossed her arms. Jinchuriki aren't like normal people. Wouldn't be surprised if a lifetime of isolation messed with his head. Kushina's brow twitched slightly. Are you talking about him or me? Hikari smirked but said nothing. Before the conversation could continue, Kushina changed the subject. Listen, we don't need to report this to the third Hokage, all right? It wasn't part of our mission. Mikoto raised an eyebrow. Are you saying we should lie? Not lie, Kushina corrected. Just, not mention it. Our main mission isn't over yet, right? Hikari shrugged. Fine by me. Mikoto sighed but nodded. All right. But if this blows up later, it's on you. Kushina grinned. Deal. Hashtag Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, read through the mission report with a satisfied smile. Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Hikari, and Uchiha Mikoto had successfully eliminated the Sand Shinobi threatening the Land of Fire's borders. The enemy had retreated back into the Wind Country, and for now, the border was secure. You three did well, he praised, setting the report aside. This mission was crucial, and you carried it out flawlessly. Kushina and her teammates gave small bows. The third Hokage took a long puff from his pipe, watching Kushina closely. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but more than that, she was growing into a capable kunoichi. This was good. He had always believed in instilling the will of fire into the younger generation, and Kushina's loyalty to Konoha seemed firm. As they left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, exhaling smoke. Then, a knock at the door. Hokage-sama, urgent news from the front. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Enter. A messenger rushed in, face pale. The mission to attack the Sand Village's outpost, it failed. Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his lips. What? The messenger handed over a casualty report. Most of our forces were wiped out. Hiruzen's hands trembled as he unrolled the parchment. Of the 100 shinobi he had sent, 60 chunin, 10 jonin, 30 reconnaissance and support personnel. Only 35 had returned. Among them, 23 chunin, 4 jonin, 8 from the support and recon teams. Even the logistics team, usually the first to retreat, had been nearly obliterated. The Sand's counterattack had been brutal. Hiruzen clenched the report in his fist, his heart heavy with anger and regret. He had personally authorized this operation, believing it would weaken the Sand before they could launch a full-scale war. Instead, Konoha had suffered a humiliating defeat. Damn it. He muttered, throwing the crumpled paper into the trash. Did they set a trap for us? As if the situation couldn't get worse. The office door slammed open. 3 figures entered. Danzo Shimura. Kohara Udatane. Hamura Mito Kado. The moment Hiruzen saw them, his irritation grew. Danzo wasted no time. Hiruzen, how do you plan to take responsibility for this failure? Hiruzen's expression darkened. Of course, they had found out already. I was handling a delicate operation. There was no time for consultation, he replied curtly. Hamura scoffed. That's not how we do things, Hiruzen. You may be Hokage, but this village isn't yours alone to command. Danzo smirked. Exactly. You should have consulted us. Hiruzen exhaled sharply. He knew where this was going. Danzo didn't care about the mission's failure. He just wanted leverage against him. Still, Hiruzen wasn't about to let Danzo use this as an excuse to seize power. You want me to take responsibility? Hiruzen said, voice steady. Fine. Should I resign and let you take over, Danzo? Danzo's smirk faltered. Koharu quickly stepped in. That won't be necessary. Hamura nodded. Every Hokage makes mistakes. Even the first and second Hokage had their failures. Danzo huffed. TCH Hiruzen, you will regret this. He had come to humiliate Hiruzen, but it seemed his chance had slipped. Still, he had made his point. Without another word, he turned on his heel and left. Koharu and Hamura followed soon after. Alone once more, Hiruzen sat back down, rubbing his temples. The anger in his chest burned. Sand Shinobi, you think Konoha is weak? His fingers tightened around his pipe. You'll regret that. That night, Kushina's home. Steam filled the air as Kushina soaked in her bath, letting her muscles relax. She had completed another mission. Another step forward. Her thoughts drifted as she leaned back, her vibrant red hair floating in the water. Then. She smirked. You in there, Kurama, she murmured. Deep within her mind, in the vast, dark space of her seal, the massive form of the Nine Tails shifted. One red eye opened. What do you want, girl? Kushina tilted her head, amused. I was just wondering, do you really know how the Uchiha awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kurama let out a low, rumbling chuckle. Of course I do. Kushina's smirk widened. She had a feeling this was going to be an interesting conversation. Chapter 42, Mikoto Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurama, do you truly understand how the Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan? Of course. The Nine Tails had existed since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, having witnessed history unfold firsthand. From the battle for inheritance between the sage's sons, Indra and Azura, to the legendary conflict between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, Kurama had seen it all. Moreover, Kurama wasn't just an ancient being, he was also a transmigrator. With knowledge spanning across eras, there were few secrets in the shinobi world that he didn't know. The method of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was no mystery to him. Suddenly, a dark red chakra surged from Kushina Uzumaki's body. The Nine Tails' consciousness projected itself outward, forming its spectral image within the dimly lit seal. Kurama observed Kushina, who was soaking in the bathtub, and a mischievous glint flashed in his crimson eyes. Kushina, this bathtub seems a little cramped. Are you sure there's enough room for another person? Kushina stood up abruptly, foam dripping from her hair as she placed her hands on her hips. Oh. So you're interested in my figure now, Master Nine Tails. This Kushina was getting bold. Kurama chuckled, his massive tails curling behind him. Not bad, but I know a method that can help you grow even stronger every day. Oh. Kushina tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her violet eyes. Is that so? For someone as competitive as Kushina, such an opportunity was too good to ignore. Tsunade was her idol, and while surpassing her might be a stretch, at the very least, she wanted to hold her own against Mikoto Uchiha and the other kunoichi. This was the unspoken rivalry among women. That night, Kushina once again used Kurama's tails as a pillow. Even though she was already lying comfortably, she couldn't stop tossing and turning. Kurama let out a groan. Hey, Kushina, you're disturbing my rest. Kushina blushed. What happens when the Nine Tails gets mad? Kurama narrowed his eyes. If I get angry, the consequences will be serious. Kushina smirked, unconvinced. Yeah. I don't believe it. Good grief. This girl was still running her mouth. Tonight, it seemed neither of them would be getting much sleep. The next morning, Kushina arrived at the training grounds outside the village. Rather than calling it early, it would be more accurate to say she had barely slept at all. This was the spot where she had arranged to meet Mikoto. After experiencing Kurama's overwhelming power firsthand, she figured it would be wise not to test his patience again, at least, not for a while. Wobbling slightly as she walked, she sighed. Her consciousness drifted into the seal. Master Kurama, you bullied me. Her tone carried a deep resentment. Kurama merely chuckled. The only way to deal with someone who talks big is to make them experience reality. Hey, Kushina. You're here early. Mikoto Uchiha's voice rang out from the distance. Kushina tensed. Kurama-sama, how am I supposed to face Mikoto like this? Kurama smirked and flicked his massive clawed fingers. A surge of dark red chakra flowed into Kushina, instantly healing any lingering exhaustion and discomfort. Such was the benefit of being an Uzumaki and having the regenerative power of the Nine Tails. Smack. In an instant, Mikoto was beside her, playfully patting her shoulder. Kushina, what's up? It's nothing, Mikoto. I was just in a daze. Mikoto frowned slightly. Something about Kushina seemed different today. How to describe it? She appeared more radiant, more mature. There was a presence about her that wasn't there before. But Mikoto had other concerns for now, and she pushed the thought aside. Kushina was the first to speak. Mikoto, do you know how your clan awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan? Mikoto shook her head. For now, her 3-Tomo Sharingan was the peak of her abilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan was considered a legendary power within the Uchiha clan. In the original timeline, Uchiha Fugaku had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War. As things stood, the only known wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan in history was Uchiha Madara, who had fought alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to establish Konoha. The specifics of awakening it, however, remained a mystery to most. Mikoto had reached a bottleneck. If she wanted to grow stronger, she needed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With those eyes, she could make a real difference alongside Kushina. The tension between the Uchiha clan and the village had existed for a long time. Mikoto couldn't simply rely on Kushina becoming Hokage to fix everything. As an Uchiha, she had a responsibility to ensure her clan's survival and influence. The previous clan leader, Fugaku's father, had already passed away. Currently, the Uchiha elders were managing affairs until Fugaku officially assumed leadership. Mikoto, despite her strength, was just a minor figure within the clan. To seize control, she needed overwhelming power. Many within the Uchiha clan already resented their position in the village. Originally, the Uchiha were at the center of Konoha, both physically and politically. But after the first Hokage's death, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had moved the Uchiha away from the village center to the outskirts, essentially isolating them. It was like being forced to relocate from the heart of a city to its borders. Anyone would be resentful. To make matters worse, the second Hokage established the Konoha military police force, effectively making the Uchiha responsible for policing their own people. It was a cruel strategy. Tobirama understood the Uchiha clan better than the Uchiha themselves. This was the root cause of the growing rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. Mikoto needed power to unify the Uchiha. If she became the clan leader, her first act would be to return the Uchiha to their rightful place in the village, back at the center of Konoha. If she and Kushina worked together, they could reshape the future. Mikoto had faith in Kushina's ability to become Hokage, and if that happened while she led the Uchiha, their clan's standing would drastically improve. This was their shared vision. The only thing missing was power. Mikoto turned to Kushina, her voice filled with anticipation. Kushina, what exactly is the method you're talking about? Kushina grinned, twirling a strand of her vibrant red hair around her finger. Her expression was playful, yet there was a dangerous gleam in her eyes. This, she said, stepping forward. In the blink of an eye, she raised her right hand and gently pressed her palm against Mikoto's forehead. The Uchiha woman gasped as a surge of dark red chakra surged into her body. It was time to change everything. Chapter 43, Itachi Uchiha. Kushina placed the palm of her right hand on Mikoto's forehead. In an instant, Mikoto closed her eyes. This was the memory-sealing jutsu, a powerful fuinjutsu designed to delve into the depths of one's soul. Kushina asked softly, Kurama, is this all right? Yeah. Leave the rest to me, the fox rumbled in response. This was the deep spiritual and subconscious world of Uchiha Mikoto. When Mikoto opened her eyes, darkness stretched endlessly around her. She found herself leaning against a small tree, a familiar but unsettling scene. Looking around, she saw no trace of Kushina. Strange. Where did Kushina go? Is this some sort of genjutsu? Thinking this, Mikoto immediately activated her Sharingan. Whether ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, her Sharingan could see through them all. Yet, even with her fully developed 3-tomo Sharingan, she found no trace of an illusion. She pinched her cheek. It hurt. Damn it, Kushina. Did you seriously ditch me here? Mikoto clearly remembered coming to her friend to learn more about the Mangekyo Sharingan. The full moon shone brilliantly in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the surroundings. Since Kushina wasn't here, she decided to return to the Uchiha compound. But as soon as she arrived, something felt wrong. The entire compound was unnervingly silent. Not a single window glowed with candlelight, and the streets were deserted. That's strange. Did everyone go to sleep early tonight? A figure crouched atop a telephone pole caught Mikoto's eye. Under the moonlight, his silhouette cast an enormous shadow over the clan's homes. Who is that? Mikoto squinted, her Sharingan whirling slightly. Just as she was about to call out, the figure vanished in an instant. She clicked her tongue. TCH. That's just weird. Were they trying to look cool or were they just taking a dump up there? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the silence from deep within the compound. The air reeked of blood. A cold dread crept up Mikoto's spine. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the sound. When she arrived, her breath hitched in horror. A man wielding a katana, his Sharingan glowing crimson, was ruthlessly cutting down their clansmen. Each strike was precise. A single slash, and the target crumpled lifelessly to the ground. His movements were cold, methodical, efficient. Stop. Mikoto roared, immediately forming the hand seals for a fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The roaring flames engulfed the killer, but when the fire dispersed, he remained untouched. Instead, the nearby homes burned, flames licking hungrily at the wooden structures. What the hell is going on? Mikoto was utterly confused. This wasn't an illusion. The stench of blood, the corpses, the anguished cries. Everything was real. Itachi, why are you doing this? An anguished voice rang out from a dying Uchiha. Mikoto's eyes widened. Itachi. The killer turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Uchiha Itachi. A shinobi prodigy, a name whispered with admiration and respect. And now, uttered with fear and hatred. You bastard. Stop this. Mikoto lunged forward, kunai in hand, aiming straight for his chest. But the blade passed right through him. Her eyes widened in shock. She whirled around, attacking again. Nothing. Her fist struck empty air. She threw kunai after kunai, set off explosive tags. Nothing worked. Why? Mikoto felt a cold wave of frustration and despair wash over her. Itachi continued his slaughter, paying her no mind. You traitor. Didn't I tell you to stop? More cries echoed through the night. Uchiha Itachi, have you truly become Konoha's lapdog? Why are you doing this to your own family? A desperate elder shielded his trembling granddaughter. If you must kill, then take me instead. Spare the child. Without hesitation, a flurry of shuriken ended them both. No remorse. No mercy. The Uchiha clan fell into despair. Their once beloved genius was now a demon wearing human skin. Pregnant women. Elders. Children, even babies who were just born. A/N, and thus Bob Uchiha died. None were spared. Why is this happening? Run! Mikoto screamed, but no one reacted. The massacre continued, oblivious to her presence. Then, Mikoto's gaze locked onto an all-too-familiar figure. An old woman, the kind elder who had always treated her like family. She collapsed in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes still filled with kindness. Something inside Mikoto snapped. Her Sharingan burned as she grabbed a fallen katana and slashed wildly at Itachi. Her strikes were relentless. If this attack worked, there would be nothing left of him but shredded flesh. But every swing passed right through his body. Again. And again. Desperation clawed at her chest. Why? Why won't it work? Her breath came in ragged pants, her grip on the katana trembling. This was a nightmare. No matter what she did, she couldn't stop him. And then. She saw it. Through the haze of blood and fire, her own home stood before her. And in front of it, she saw herself. A mirror image, standing motionless under the pale moonlight. Mikoto's blood ran cold. She staggered back, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. What is this? A twisted, overwhelming realization gripped her. Was this real? Or had she already died, trapped in a nightmare she could never wake from? Chapter 44, I'll control my future, bonus. Mikoto followed Uchiha Itachi to his home. She saw herself. That's me. The Uchiha compound was littered with corpses. The air was thick with the scent of blood, heavy and suffocating. A deep, gut-wrenching feeling took hold of her. Run away. Mikoto let out a heartbreaking cry. Uchiha Itachi raised his blade, his expression cold and unreadable, before he swung it down effortlessly. It felt as real as a nightmare, yet as surreal as a dream. Mikoto saw herself falling to the sword of the murderer that was Uchiha Itachi. Everywhere she looked, there were bodies, blood staining the streets, the walls, everything. Helplessness, despair, and resentment surged through her heart like an unrelenting storm. Uchiha Mikoto collapsed onto the ground, staring at her trembling hands. Why? Why is this happening? Is this the fate of the Uchiha clan? A shadow loomed over her. A figure stood before her, tall and imposing. Behind him, the massive, menacing form of the Ninetales loomed, its red eyes locked onto her. It was Kurama. The man in front of her radiated an overwhelming power, something beyond anything she had ever felt before. Kurama's deep crimson pupils bore into her soul. Do you want power? His voice was a whisper laced with dark temptation. Do you want to change the Uchiha clan? Do you want to take control of your future? Come to me. I have everything you desire. The Ninetales was the embodiment of power. Kurama's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he spread his arms wide. Embrace me, and you will gain the strength you crave. You will be able to control the future, to reshape Uchiha's destiny. Do you want to embrace the future or give up everything? Strength. The future. Uchiha Itachi's bloodlust was still fresh in Mikoto's mind. Wasn't all of this happening because she lacked power? She wanted strength. She wanted to control the future. With unwavering resolve, Uchiha Mikoto threw herself into Kurama's embrace. She clung tightly to him, desperation pouring out of her in waves. She wanted to change everything. She screamed out, her voice raw with emotion. I want power. I want a future. I want to change Uchiha. Mikoto thought of the death of her closest kin, of the clan members slaughtered mercilessly. At that moment, something ignited within her. A special chakra surged through her brain, flowing directly into her optic nerves. The three tomo in her eyes spun wildly. Faster. Faster. And then, inside her blood-red pupils, the tomo merged, forming intricate twin rings. This was Uchiha Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurama's gaze sharpened as he looked deep into Mikoto's soul, peering into the future she would carve. However, he made one adjustment. In this new future, Uchiha Mikoto was no longer the wife of Fugaku, nor the mother of Itachi. Kurama's influence ran deep. This was an S-rank technique, and everything was now within his control. In the real world, Mikoto suddenly opened her eyes. She gasped for air before shouting. Uchiha will change. I will take control of the future. The sheer intensity of her chakra forced Kushina back several steps. Mikoto. Mikoto, are you okay? Still shaken from the visions of the Uchiha massacre, Mikoto's breath was ragged. She couldn't calm down. Sweat dripped from her body. Her hair clung to her damp cheeks, her clothes sticking to her skin. Seeing Mikoto's condition, Kushina grew worried. Kurama, will Mikoto be all right? Don't worry, Kurama replied with a smirk. She was just greatly stimulated. Let her rest. Kushina hesitated before asking, did it work, Kurama? Did Mikoto awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kurama chuckled darkly. Of course. Without my power, I doubt you'd be able to match her now. Time passed, each second stretching endlessly. Mikoto's gaze slowly focused, and the first thing she saw was Kushina. Kushina was leaning against a tree, taking a nap, her breathing soft and steady. Kushina, wake up. Ah. Mikoto. Are you okay? You were so pale and sweating like crazy just now. You scared me. Kushina immediately pulled Mikoto into a tight hug. Mikoto smiled, a newfound determination burning in her eyes. Thank you, Kushina. Because of you, I was able to see the Uchiha's future, and I awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Really? Mikoto nodded. A confident smirk played on her lips as her blood-red Sharingan spun rapidly, shifting into the distinct pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina's consciousness was suddenly pulled into the sealed space. In the depths of her mind, she found herself before Kurama. Without hesitation, she lunged at him, wrapping her arms around the massive fox's snout. Kurama, you're amazing. You really helped Mikoto awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina knew how much Mikoto had longed for this power. And now, she had finally obtained it. Kurama scoffed. Hey, Kushina, get off me already. Go see what her Mangekyo can do. Nope. As a thank you, I'm hugging you a little longer. Kushina clung to him stubbornly, grinning like a child. Kurama growled, exasperated. Really? If you keep acting like this, the other half of me is going to get annoyed. Hearing that, Kushina immediately let go, rubbing the back of her head awkwardly. Aha, haha. Okay. I'm going back now. Kurama smirked. He had found the perfect way to deal with Kushina's antics. Outside, Mikoto tapped Kushina's cheek, pulling her back to reality. Kushina, why were you spacing out? Kushina blinked before shaking her head. No, nothing. Mikoto, is the Mangekyo Sharingan really that strong? The wind carried fallen leaves across the ground as Mikoto's confident smile deepened. I'm still getting used to its abilities. Kushina, I want you to punch me. Punch you? Kushina stared in confusion. Mikoto nodded. Yes, with everything you've got. Still puzzled, Kushina shrugged and threw a half-hearted punch. Her fist barely grazed Mikoto's cheek. Mikoto sighed in frustration, though amusement flickered in her eyes. Kushina, that wasn't a punch. That was a tap. She locked eyes with her friend, her gaze filled with steel-like determination. I need you to come at me like I'm your enemy. Hit me with your full strength. Chapter 45, Manjikyu Techniques, Divine Reversion and Void Servrance. The awakening of Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. If that's what you want, Mikoto, then don't blame me for what happens next. Uzumaki Kushina narrowed her sharp eyes at her best friend, Uchiha Mikoto. If Mikoto wanted her to go all out, then she wouldn't hold back. After all, Kushina had trained under Senju Tsunade herself, her fists carried monstrous strength capable of leveling mountains. Taking a deep breath, Kushina clenched her fist tightly. Her chakra flared, sending a strong gust of wind around her. Then, boom. Her punch connected directly with Mikoto's face. The impact distorted Mikoto's elegant features as her head snapped to the side. The force sent her flying backward, her body crashing through several massive trees before slamming into a boulder. The rock shattered, creating a crater upon impact. Blood spurted from Mikoto's lips as she collapsed against the ruined stone. Kushina's eyes widened in alarm. Mikoto. Are you okay? Kushina dashed forward and crouched beside her. Let me use medical ninjutsu. But before her hand could glow with healing chakra. Hey, Kushina. I'm perfectly fine. A voice sounded behind her. Kushina's breath hitched as her body tensed. She slowly turned around. The Mikoto she had just struck vanished into thin air. The real Mikoto stood behind her, completely unharmed. Her Sharingan spun ominously, a smirk on her lips. Inside Kushina's mind, the Nine-Tails, Kurama, narrowed his crimson eyes. I see, so that's how it works. Kushina stepped back, her fist still clenched. Mikoto, what the hell was that? I know I hit you, there's no way you dodged it. Mikoto chuckled. You're right, Kushina. You did hit me. But. She tapped the temple of her left eye. This is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan, *** divine reversion ***. Kushina stared at her in disbelief. Mikoto's left Mangekyo Sharingan had a unique ring-like pattern, curving inward like two spirals intertwining. She explained, divine reversion allows me to return to the exact state I was in 10 seconds ago. Any damage I receive, any injuries, even death, will be undone as if they never happened. Kushina's heart pounded as she processed the implications. That's overpowered, she muttered. Mikoto nodded. Unlike the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, which alters reality itself, my ability doesn't require sacrificing my eye. It's purely a defensive power, I can reset myself to an unscathed state while keeping the memories of everything that happened. Kurama's deep voice rumbled inside Kushina's mind. Humph. A technique like that makes her nearly untouchable. No wonder the Uchiha clan was feared. Kushina exhaled, shaking her head. Mikoto, do I understand? Mikoto blinked in confusion before laughing. Kushina, you mean, did you understand? Wait, never mind, I get it. Kushina grinned. You're catching on. Though she didn't fully grasp the intricacies of the technique, she could tell it was insanely powerful. But if that was only Mikoto's left eye ability. What about your right eye? Kushina asked, curiosity burning in her gaze. Mikoto smirked. You want to see? She slowly closed her eyes, then snapped her right eye open. Immediately, a swirling distortion formed in the air, aimed at a thick tree across from them. SHFF, crack. The massive trunk was sliced cleanly into two perfect rings. Kurama breath hitched. That's not Kamui. That's something else. Mikoto's right Mangekyo, unlike the left, had a sharper curvature, two spirals forming an endless cycle. This is my other Mangekyo ability, *** void severance ***, she explained. It creates a spatial vortex, but instead of warping space like vortex, it cuts through it. Anything caught in its range is severed instantly. Kushina stared at the flawless rings of wood where the tree had been. There was no splintering, no jagged edges, just an impossibly clean cut. Kurama's voice was thoughtful. A perfect offense and a perfect defense. Divine reversion resets her state to avoid damage, and void severance can cut through anything. That combination surpasses even the abilities of Kamui. Even with his centuries of experience, Kurama was genuinely impressed. Kushina exhaled. Damn, Mikoto, you're way too strong now. The Uchiha clan won't know what hit them. Mikoto's smirk faded as her gaze turned serious. 3 days from now, at the Uchiha clan meeting, I'll be taking control. It's time to change things. Kushina knew this was a battle Mikoto had to fight alone. I won't interfere, but I'll be watching, she promised. Mikoto nodded. I know. As they headed home, Kushina's mind raced. This world revolved around power. And Mikoto had just climbed to the very top. ####. 3 days later, Uchiha clan meeting, Naka Shrine. The underground chamber of Naka Shrine was filled with Uchiha elites, their crimson Sharingan eyes glowing ominously in the dim candlelight. Chapter 46, Naka Shrine. The land of the Uchiha clan, Naka Shrine. The Uchiha clan members had gathered at Naka Shrine, their sacred ground. Among them were village ninjas, members of the Uchiha police force, and ordinary civilians of the clan. Currently, the Uchiha clan was overseen by 3 elders, Uchiha Tenzo, Uchiha Ryu, and Uchiha Shirasue. Today's gathering was an important one. It was meant to officially confirm Uchiha Fugaku as the new clan head. A/N, not the canon Shirasue. Earlier, the meeting had been occupied with internal matters, dealing with trivial yet necessary concerns of the clan. But now, they had arrived at the heart of the discussion, the clan's relationship with Konoha and the confirmation of Fugaku's leadership. Elder Uchiha Tenzo was the first to speak. Fellow clansmen, ever since the second Hokage took power, our Uchiha clan has been pushed to the outskirts of the village, far from its heart. Even now, the suppression continues, Tenzo said, his voice firm. The Uchiha police force was the most obvious example of this. While it was presented as an honor, in reality, it was a means of containment, segregation disguised as authority. There were even Uchiha members who sided with the village, acting as informants against their own kin. Konoha's leadership had inherited the policies of the second Hokage. They had turned the Uchiha against each other. As things stood, the Uchiha did not possess the strength to openly resist Konoha. In the original course of events, Fugaku had awakened the Mangeko Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War but had chosen to conceal it. Konoha's higher-ups never knew, and even among his own clan, he had kept it a secret. Right now, no one in the Uchiha clan possessed the Mangeko Sharingan. Tenzo, the current state of our clan's relationship with the village is a delicate matter, Uchiha Ryu interjected, his tone measured. It is not something we should openly discuss here. Indeed, if they spoke too openly, the details of their conversation would surely reach Konoha's higher-ups by the next day. Tenzo sighed. Very well. We will put that topic aside for now. Instead, let us proceed with the formal confirmation. The elder turned to the gathered clan members. I now declare that Uchiha Fugaku will officially assume the position of clan head. Does anyone have any objections? Silence. No one spoke. Fugaku, the son of the former clan head, was the natural successor. He was an elite jonin and the captain of the Uchiha police force. With his lineage and standing, there was no reason to dispute his claim. Then, with no opposition, I hereby announce. I object. The voice was clear and unwavering. The clan members turned toward the source. A young woman stepped forward from the shadows. Who is that? Isn't that Mikoto? Yes, but why would Mikoto, of all people, object? Mikoto Uchiha was known for being quiet and reserved. She had never been involved in clan politics before. Her sudden defiance caught everyone off guard. Even Fugaku was surprised. He remembered his time at the academy, how he had once pursued Mikoto's attention. But after a certain incident, their paths had drifted apart. He had assumed she was indifferent to clan affairs. Why is she doing this now? Elder Tenzo narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Mikoto, what is your objection? Mikoto's gaze was cold as she pointed directly at Fugaku. He is not fit to lead the Uchiha clan, she declared. A hushed murmur spread through the crowd. Fugaku lacks the strength required to protect our clan, and he does not have the vision to guide us forward. If he takes the position of clan head, he will lead us to ruin. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Even the elders, Tenzo, Ryu, and Shirasue, were momentarily at a loss for words. Fugaku studied Mikoto. Something about her seemed different. The woman standing before him was not the same Mikoto he had once known. She carried herself with an aura of authority, her presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy. Elder Shirasue, a staunch supporter of Fugaku, scowled. And what do you propose instead? That a woman leads the Uchiha. His voice was filled with disdain. Mikoto's sharp gaze flicked toward him, and for the first time in his life, Shirasue felt a chill run down his spine. He could not meet her eyes. What kind of presence is this? Mikoto's eyes scanned the gathered clan members. Her stare was cold and unwavering, her confidence absolute. Fugaku, I told you, you are not worthy. A suffocating tension filled the room. No one dared to speak. Mikoto was satisfied with the reaction. The elders remained silent, watching intently. Finally, Mikoto continued, her voice resolute. Since the days of the second Hokage, our clan has been treated as an outcast. We were exiled to the outskirts of the village, treated with suspicion and fear. But I, Uchiha Mikoto, will change that. She took a step forward, her presence pressing down on those around her. I will lead our clan to greatness. Under my leadership, the Uchiha will hold true power within Konoha. We will no longer be cast aside. We will take our rightful place. Some among the gathered clansmen stirred. Her words were daring. They held a vision of a future many longed for but feared to speak of. Elder, however, sneered. Words are easy, girl. But how do you intend to achieve such an impossible feat? Fugaku finally stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He had never been overly attached to the role of clan leader. His ambitions extended beyond the clan's internal affairs, toward his growing partnership with Minato Namikaze. Still, he would not allow his position to be taken so easily. Mikoto, he said calmly, if you believe you are capable of leading the Uchiha, then prove it. Mikoto smirked. With pleasure. The Sharingan in her eyes flickered dangerously. The world of shinobi was unforgiving. The strong led, and the weak followed. Today, Uchiha Mikoto had declared war on the old ways of her clan. And she had no intention of losing. Chapter 47, Strength. Kurama and Uzumaki Kushina secretly observed everything unfolding within the Uchiha compound. Seeing Mikoto's commanding presence, Kushina clenched her fists in excitement. Wow, Kurama, did you see that? Mikoto is incredible. Uchiha Mikoto could handle both the responsibilities of leadership and the battlefield with equal prowess. Her personality was vastly different from Kushina's. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha listened as Mikoto declared that power was proof of one's worth. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had long since mastered the three-tomo Sharingan, his skills far beyond those of most in the clan. Though he had never fought Mikoto directly, his experience at the academy and on missions made it clear, he was superior in every aspect. Or so he thought. He was about to learn that time changes everything. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fugaku unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature Great Fireball technique. A massive sphere of fire roared towards Mikoto, threatening to consume everything in its path. But just as it reached her, the fireball twisted unnaturally and vanished into a spiraling distortion. The flames faded into nothingness. What is this? Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. He had expected her to dodge or counter with another jutsu. But for the fireball to simply disappear? This was unlike anything he had ever seen. Kurama, still watching from the shadows, smirked. She's not holding back at all, is she? Looks like she's aiming to break his spirit completely. As the space distortion dissipated, Fugaku caught sight of Mikoto's eyes. His breath hitched. The three-tomo in her Sharingan spun wildly, morphing into an intricate, ringed pattern. A chilling sensation crept down his spine. The three Uchiha elders, Tenzo, Ryu, and Shursue, saw it too. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Tenzo's voice was barely above a whisper. In response, Mikoto simply smiled. Fugaku's heart pounded. Mangekyo Sharingan. The legendary dojutsu. For decades, the Uchiha clan had records of only one person awakening it, Madara Uchiha. Now, for the first time since Madara's death, those cursed eyes had reappeared. TCH. Fugaku gritted his teeth. So what? I don't care about Mangekyo Sharingan. He wasn't going to lose. If ninjutsu was ineffective, then he would rely on pure speed and taijutsu. With a burst of chakra, he vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Mikoto in an instant. His fist shot forward, aiming straight for her abdomen. Before anyone could react, Fugaku's body was suddenly hurled backward. He slammed into the stone wall of the compound with a sickening crunch, blood spilling from his mouth. The moment his fist had neared Mikoto, an invisible force had repelled him violently. The pain was unbearable. But even worse was the realization. The gap between them was insurmountable. The pressure emanating from Mikoto wasn't just killing intent, it was an overwhelming, bone-deep chill that suffocated him. If this fight continued, she would kill him. The difference between Mangekyo Sharingan and a standard three-tomo Sharingan was like night and day. Fugaku clenched his fists, his pride warring with logic. But he knew. He had lost. More than that, Mikoto was the future of the Uchiha clan. He struggled to his feet and spoke through ragged breaths. Mikoto. I admit defeat. The elders exchanged glances, realizing what this meant. Fugaku inhaled deeply before turning to them. Tenzo-sama, Ryu-sama, Shursue-sama. Mikoto is the most suited to lead the Uchiha. Kushina, still watching in secret, was practically vibrating with excitement. Kurama-sama, did you see that? Mikoto with the Mangekyo Sharingan is unstoppable. Kurama chuckled. Of course. The power of those eyes transcends ordinary limits. Even Sasuke, years later, had defeated Itachi because of the Mangekyo's abilities. Uchiha Fugaku was no fool. Unlike the old-fashioned, rigid elders of the Uchiha, he knew when to put aside his pride. That's why, in the original timeline, he had become clan head. Among the Uchiha, he was one of the rare individuals who understood the bigger picture. The three elders, still shaken by witnessing the Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand, knew the truth of their world. Power ruled above all. The only reason Konoha had been able to suppress the Uchiha clan for so long was because they had the numbers advantage. Fugaku had originally been the prime candidate for clan leader, the son of the previous head, but now. That position belonged to Mikoto. Mikoto. Elder Tenzo exhaled. Since you claim to have seen the future with those eyes of yours, it is only right that you lead the clan. Yes, Ryu agreed. We will follow your vision for the Uchiha's future. The gathered clan members exchanged uneasy glances but did not object. Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan flickered ominously as she scanned the crowd. A suffocating pressure filled the air. Void severance. In an instant, 5 Uchiha members let out choked screams. A spiraling distortion swallowed their chests, cutting through them like a blade before vanishing entirely. They collapsed, lifeless. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Mikoto turned to the elders. Tenzo-sama, Ryu-sama. I have long suspected that these 5 were informants for Konoha's higher-ups, traitors to our clan. Their punishment was necessary. The 2 elders exchanged uneasy glances. The clan had been plagued by disunity for years. Now, they understood why. Mikoto had just taken leadership, yet her decisiveness and ruthlessness left no room for doubt. She was no longer the gentle, quiet woman they once knew. Not after witnessing the slaughter of her clan in the future she had foreseen. And now, for the first time in years, the Uchiha clan had hope. Hope that, under Mikoto's leadership, they could finally claim the respect and authority they deserved within Konoha. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha will no longer be pawns in the village's game. One elder murmured. Mikoto picked up a kunai and walked toward Elder Shursue. Before anyone could react, she slashed downward. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the compound. Elder Shursue fell to the ground, his leg severed below the knee. Mikoto's voice was ice-cold. Shursue. I won't kill you today. But for doubting and disrespecting me earlier, this is your punishment. If you challenge my authority again, next time, it won't be just a leg. Her gaze, filled with the terrifying weight of the Mangekyo, silenced any objections. The message was clear. This was her clan now. Mark my words, she declared, voice unwavering. The Uchiha will reclaim their place in Konoha. For the first time in years, the Uchiha clan felt a surge of unity. Mikoto was their leader. And under her, the Uchiha would rise again. Chapter 48, Flying Thunder God Technique. The once lifeless Uchiha clan had begun to thrive under the leadership of Uchiha Mikoto. Her exceptional leadership skills had earned the clan newfound respect and trust among the people of Konoha. One evening, as Kushina, Uzumaki and Kurama were having dinner at home, there was a knock at the door. It was Mikoto. Kurama, not wanting to reveal his true form to Mikoto yet, silently entered Kushina's body as pure chakra. Kushina chuckled at the sight, her sharp eyes glinting with amusement. Hey, Kurama, do you want me to introduce you to my best friend? Next time, Kurama replied lazily. Kushina smirked. You've already experienced Mikoto's kindness firsthand, Kurama. Don't forget me, all right. The friendship between Kushina and Mikoto was nothing like the shallow rivalry between Sakura and Ino. It ran deep, built on years of trust and shared experiences. As soon as Kushina opened the door, she pulled Mikoto into a tight hug. TSK, how does the great clan leader, burdened with so many responsibilities, still find time for little old me, she teased. Mikoto rolled her eyes, but a smile tugged at her lips. In front of her clan, she was the formidable and dignified Uchiha leader, but with Kushina, she was simply Mikoto. As they settled at the dinner table, Mikoto's gaze landed on an extra set of dishes and chopsticks, ones that had already been used. Oh. Why are there 2 sets of dishes, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Kushina's heart skipped a beat. She had forgotten to clear the evidence Kurama had been eating just moments ago. Kurama, hidden inside her, smirked. He was eager to see how Kushina would talk her way out of this one. Mikoto's sharp eyes glimmered with mischief as she leaned forward. Kushina, you're not secretly hiding a man in here, are you? What? Ha ha ha. Of course not. Kushina laughed awkwardly, her cheeks flushing red. Mikoto had only been joking, but in a way, she was absolutely right. Kushina was, indeed, harboring someone, but not in the way she suspected. Oh, Tsunade-sama was here earlier. Kushina quickly lied. Mikoto gave her a knowing smirk. Oh, I see. The way you blushed, I almost thought it was true. She let the subject drop, sparing her best friend from further embarrassment. Just as they began eating, another knock echoed at the door. Ugh, who is it this time? Kushina grumbled, standing up to open the door. Standing outside was Namikaze Minato. Oh, Mikoto-san, you're here too. Kushina, the 3rd Hokage has summoned us, Minato greeted warmly. Kushina frowned. The 3rd? What does he want? Soon after, Kushina and Minato arrived at the Hokage's office. On the desk before the 3rd Hokage lay 2 scrolls. Over the past few months, both Kushina and Minato had diligently completed missions, proving themselves to be exceptional shinobi. Their skills and dedication had surpassed many others in their Hokage. One was the student of Jiraiya. The other, the apprentice of Tsunade. Now, both had officially attained the rank of Jonin. Hiruzen Sarutobi trusted them more than most. The scrolls were a reward for their exceptional performance. The third Hokage cleared his throat. First, Namikaze Minato. Minato stepped forward respectfully. Yes, Lord Third. Hiruzen handed him the first scroll. Minato, this contains a powerful space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's eyes widened slightly as he took the scroll. Since the second Hokage's time, no one in the village has been able to master it. But I believe, with your talent and dedication, you can inherit this technique and carry on his legacy. Minato accepted the scroll with determination. I will do my best to live up to your expectations, Lord Hokage. The Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama had once attempted to pass it on, but even Sarutobi himself had failed to master it. Thus, it had remained sealed away, waiting for someone worthy. Kurama, watching through Kushina, hummed thoughtfully. So, this is how Minato obtained the Flying Thunder God technique. He had to admit, the third Hokage had an excellent eye for talent. Minato had both the skills and the right political standing. He was a disciple of Jiraiya and worked tirelessly for the village. A perfect candidate. Is the Flying Thunder God technique hard to learn? Kushina asked Kurama internally. It was created by the second Hokage, and no one else has mastered it since. What do you think? Kurama replied with amusement. Oh, that sounds rough. Kushina pouted. Next, the third Hokage turned his attention to her. Kushina, this scroll is for you. Kushina took the scroll and opened it. Inside was an A-rank technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hiruzen had chosen techniques based on their strengths. The Flying Thunder God required precise chakra control and strategic thinking, perfect for Minato. But for Kushina, she had immense chakra reserves, thanks to her Uzumaki heritage. A technique that consumed large amounts of chakra would be ideal for her. This jutsu had been originally developed by the first Hokage and was a perfect fit for her abilities. She grinned. Heh, this one's just my style. Minato and Kushina left the Hokage's office, both eager to begin training with their new techniques. Minato unfurled his scroll, his sharp blue eyes scanning the contents. Flying Thunder God technique. Difficulty, S rank. Description, a teleportation ninjutsu that allows the user to instantly move to a pre-marked location, regardless of distance. Usage, the technique can be used by leaving a seal on objects, weapons, or even living beings. Minato's mind raced as he took it all in. So this was it, the legendary jutsu of the second Hokage. The path ahead would be difficult, but he was ready. Kushina leaned over, peeking at his scroll. Minato, how hard do you think it'll be to learn the Flying Thunder God? Minato chuckled. Hard enough. But that's never stopped me before. She smirked. Heh. Well, I hope you're ready for a lot of sleepless nights. Minato laughed. Right back at you, Kushina. Don't underestimate the multi-shadow clone jutsu, it can be deadly in the right hands. The two exchanged grins, knowing that their paths as shinobi were just beginning. And with that, their journey toward mastering their new techniques had begun. Chapter 49, Mastered FTG. Minato, is it really that difficult to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Kushina, standing beside him, asked curiously, tilting her head as she peeked at the scroll in his hands. Minato sighed, his expression thoughtful. Well, you can see for yourself. Besides the second Hokage, who created it, no one in the village has been able to master it yet. He carefully unrolled the scroll, letting Kushina scan through its contents. The complexity of the jutsu was undeniable. What sinister thoughts could the ever-kind Minato possibly have? He didn't know. Just this once. Inside Kushina, Kurama had already memorized everything at a single glance. Minato, on the other hand, was still pondering the intricacies of the technique. However, his curiosity was also piqued by the multiple shadow clone jutsu that the third Hokage had given Kushina. Kushina, do you really have that much chakra? He asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Kushina smirked mischievously. My chakra reserves aren't that huge or anything. The third Hokage just thinks highly of me, that's all. Immediately, she grinned slyly, eyes gleaming with mischief. Kurama, have you already figured out the Flying Thunder God technique? She asked internally. You can try it out and see for yourself, the great beast responded with a smug chuckle. Kushina's smirk widened. Minato, you keep saying the Flying Thunder God technique is insanely difficult, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. I've already mastered it. Minato froze. Did she just say she mastered it? His eyes widened in shock. The Flying Thunder God technique was classified as an S-rank jutsu, one of the most complex spacetime ninjutsu ever created. He had only skimmed the scroll so far, just to get a general idea of how it functioned. Even at his level, Minato knew it would take significant time and effort to grasp the fundamentals, let alone fully master it. And yet, Kushina just glanced at it once. Was that even possible? It didn't make sense, but Minato wasn't about to jump to conclusions. He knew that back in their academy days, Kushina never failed at theoretical ninja studies. Even so, mastering the Flying Thunder God wasn't just about chakra, it required unparalleled spatial awareness, an innate sense of timing, and a deep understanding of seals. Minato was confident in his own talent. But this. Kushina, are you messing with me? He asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Kushina coughed dramatically, feigning offense. Messing with you? Me? Never. Here, let me show you. At the same time, she sent a mental message to Kurama. Master Kurama, will this work? Kurama chuckled darkly. Of course. Go ahead, put on a little show for that so-called genius. Without hesitation, Kushina pulled out a kunai wrapped with seals and flicked it towards a tree trunk dozens of meters away. With a sly grin, she glanced at Minato. All right, genius, try not to blink. Minato didn't blink. He kept his eyes fixed on her, waiting to see what kind of trick she was pulling. And then. A streak of red light flashed across his vision. Kushina vanished. In the very next instant, she reappeared, standing casually against the tree where the kunai had landed. Minato's breath hitched. This wasn't just speed. The body flicker technique couldn't achieve something like this. No doubt about it. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato felt a rush of emotions, disbelief, amazement, and an almost childlike awe. His heart pounded as the realization settled in. He had just witnessed the infamous red flash. Kushina's red hair swayed slightly in the wind as she beamed at him, utterly smug. Minato, the prodigy of his generation, the so-called genius, had just been completely overshadowed. And he knew it. He had always been praised for his intelligence and skill, but Kushina's performance just now. It far exceeded his understanding of talent. He had spent his life believing he was one of the brightest shinobi in Konoha. Now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Kushina was on an entirely different level. A talent beyond genius. A true prodigy. Minato stood frozen, contemplating the truth before him. Kushina, ever the trickster, grinned wider. Seeing Minato stunned beyond words filled her with satisfaction. The great Namikaze Minato, speechless. Priceless. Of course, she knew the truth. She had been merely the vessel. It wasn't her who had actually performed the technique. The one who truly executed the Flying Thunder God was Kurama. Kurama, whose intelligence was beyond human comprehension, had deciphered the technique in mere seconds. Kushina had just played along. Still, the look on Minato's face. Totally worth it. Minato's confused expression remained as Kushina patted his shoulder. Come on, Minato. Keep practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Maybe one day you'll catch up to me. She hummed a cheerful tune as she walked away, her voice light and teasing. Minato, still in place, muttered under his breath. The talent of this red-haired menace is truly terrifying. Deep within Kushina's sealed space, she flopped against Kurama's fur, laughing. Master Kurama, what is your brain even made of? Can I crack it open and take a peek? Kurama flicked her forehead with his claw, exasperated but amused. TCH, don't compare me to you humans. Understanding something like the Flying Thunder God is child's play. Kushina pouted, rubbing her forehead. She had to admit, when she first looked at the scroll, none of the complex seals or formulas had made any sense. Kurama, on the other hand, had absorbed it in an instant. His intelligence was on another plane of existence. Still, there was one thing she was curious about. Master Kurama, do you think Minato can actually learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Kurama let out a rumbling chuckle. His talent is far below mine, but he's not hopeless. Given enough time, he will master it. Kushina nodded. I see. As for the multiple shadow clone technique, it was practically tailor-made for someone like her. Having an enormous chakra pool made it effortless to use. Kurama, naturally, had grasped it at a single glance. What's so difficult about a few hand seals, he scoffed. Kushina smirked. If only Minato knew the truth. Chapter 50, Time Skip. Several years have passed since the Second Great Ninja War. The shinobi villages across the 5 great nations have undergone vast developments, preparing for the inevitable conflict ahead. Tensions are rising, and whispers of war echo through the lands. Among the 5 great villages, Tsunade of the Land of Wind and Kimogakure of the Land of Lightning harbor the greatest hostility toward Konoha. Tsunade, plagued by economic struggles and scarce resources, finds itself at the bottom compared to the other four great nations. The mysterious death of Bunpuku, the former Jinchuriki of the One-Tails, has only exacerbated their desperation. The Sand Shinobi cannot afford to wait for their decline, they seek war as a means of survival. Their target is none other than the Land of Fire, home to Konoha. Last time, the third Hokage had sent a battalion to challenge the Land of Wind, only for them to be decimated by Tsunade's forces. This emboldened the third Kazekage, who now thirsts for another taste of conquest. The Sand Shinobi are growing more active along the borders of the Land of Fire, fully prepared for another war. Kumogakuer, a village renowned for its militaristic nature and expansionist ideology, still holds a deep grudge against Konoha. Their previous attempt to capture Uzumaki Kushina, a rare individual with a powerful chakra lineage, had ended in failure. Even the Sharingan they were so close to obtaining was lost, all due to one man, Namikaze Minato. Cloud Shinobi do not forget their debts. Kumogakuer, like Tsunade, has set its sights on Konoha. But their aggression does not stop there. They also bear hostility toward Iwagakuer, the village hidden in the stones. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, has never trusted the Cloud Shinobi. Treaties mean little in the face of ambition. The alliance between nations is nothing more than a piece of paper, easily torn apart at the whims of war. The Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth are all on the brink of battle. Even the Land of Water, isolated and enigmatic, cannot escape the tides of war. Though the surface appears calm, the undercurrents of destruction surge beneath. Each nation is bolstering its forces, training its shinobi for the third great ninja war, which could ignite at any moment. Konoha Village, Land of Fire. For now, there is a fleeting peace in Konoha. But everyone knows this is merely the calm before the storm. Inside a modest yet well-kept room, a young woman with vibrant red hair sat on her bed, her sharp eyes fixed intently on the figure before her. Uzumaki Kushina, one of Konoha's most remarkable kunoichi, was captivated by the sight before her. Kurama sat cross-legged on her bed, his expression serene yet commanding. His golden fur gleamed under the dim light, his eyes, normally a deep, menacing crimson, now radiated an otherworldly glow. Kushina found herself mesmerized. Damn, Kurama's face is way too good-looking, she murmured to herself, nearly entranced by the sheer power and grace he exuded. Kurama took a deep breath, his body absorbing the natural energy around him. His pupils shifted, no longer the mere slitted eyes of a beast but something far more profound. Cross-shaped irises formed within his gaze, a symbol of his connection to sage mode. As the embodiment of chakra, the Nine-Tails had no need to train extensively like humans did. Natural energy came to him effortlessly. In the distant future, Naruto and Sasuke would clash in a battle that shook the world. In that fight, it was Kurama who had absorbed the natural energy of the earth, empowering Naruto with the strength to counter Sasuke's Indra arrow. Now, Kurama was merely refining that ability. He could feel it coursing through his being, enhancing his already godlike strength. As a sensory-type kunoichi, Kushina quickly noticed something strange, she could no longer sense Kurama's chakra. It had expanded far beyond her comprehension, vast and endless like the sea itself. Kurama, you're so incredible. Kushina's voice brimmed with admiration. Kurama smirked. It's nothing special, Kushina. I still have a long way to go. But just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. A familiar interface materialized before him, displaying a status screen. Host, Kurama, Nine-Tails. Sex, male. Fusion power, Nine-Tails chakra, Uzumaki bloodline, One-Tails chakra, Sage chakra, natural energy, etc. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god, tailed beast bomb, advanced sealing techniques, etc. Host's power requires further balance. The system recommends integrating the Uchiha clan's abilities. Please select from the following options. Option 1, Uchiha Mikoto, Mangeko Sharingan, Advanced Fire Release, Illusion Techniques. Option 2, Uchiha Tenzu, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Basic Genjutsu, Standard Fire Release. Option 3, Uchiha Fugaku, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Potential to Awaken Mangekyo, Genjutsu, Fire Release. Kurama's gaze darkened slightly as he pondered the choices. Among the current Uchiha, only Mikoto had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Her ocular technique, Void Servrance and Divine Reversion, intrigued him. He had invested his time in helping her awaken it, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Without hesitation, he selected option 1. Fugaku? Tenzu. He had no interest in fusing with men. Kurama was many things, but he was no fool, and he certainly wasn't going to merge with another guy. When he shared his decision with Kushina, she giggled mischievously. Kurama, are you planning to make a move on Mikoto? What if she doesn't agree? Kurama rolled his eyes. Make a move. This isn't about romance. This is about collecting what I've earned. Kushina, however, wasn't convinced. Come on, have you seen yourself? No woman in their right mind would refuse you. Kurama raised a brow, amused. Oh. And does that include you, Kushina? Kushina's cheeks flushed red, but instead of backing down, she smirked. Who knows? Maybe I wouldn't mind sharing. A playful chuckle rumbled in Kurama's chest. You really are a handful. For a moment, Kushina found herself lost in thought. Her mind wandering to a rather interesting image, a scenario where both she and Mikoto lay curled up against Kurama's massive tails, enveloped in his warmth. She quickly shook the thought away, biting her lip. Damn it, girl. Get a grip. But deep down, she couldn't help but feel excited. If nothing else, things were about to get a lot more interesting. The storm of war loomed over the horizon, and amidst the chaos, personal battles of a different nature would unfold as well. Chapter 51, Mikoto meets Kurama. Kushina was looking forward to it. After she revealed her secret to Mikoto, how would her best friend react? She couldn't wait to see Mikoto's expression. Mikoto had only recently become the Uchiha clan leader, and clan affairs had kept her busy. But Kushina had made sure to schedule this meeting well in advance. No matter how hectic things got, Mikoto would always find time for her. Same time, same place. A secluded forest outside Konoha. It was the very spot where Mikoto had awakened her Mangeko Sharingan. A place significant to them both. Because it was Kushina who had asked to meet, Mikoto arrived early. The clearing was empty. No sign of Kushina. Mikoto sighed, crossing her arms. Where has that troublesome woman gone? She wouldn't just leave me waiting, would she? Since Kushina wasn't there yet, Mikoto allowed herself to complain freely. Their friendship had long since passed the stage of formalities. She knew Kushina inside and out. Her temperament, her quirks, even her body size, Mikoto could probably guess it all with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands covered her eyes from behind. A familiar laugh followed. Hee hee, guess who? Have trained under Tsunade-sama, but failing to use the gentle fist and chakra point strikes is your greatest mistake. Hayashi moved swiftly, closing the distance between them. This was his domain. Within his striking range, few could withstand the Hyuga's most devastating technique. The 8 trigrams seal formed beneath him. His hands spread out, stance firm. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. It was a technique far surpassing the standard 128 palms. Upon witnessing this move, the Hyuga clan members already knew the outcome. The clan head had never lost while using this technique. The sheer power of 256 palms was equivalent to the force of hundreds of skilled gentle fist users attacking at once. Hikari was now fully within Hayashi's assault range. Seeing victory in his grasp, Hayashi smirked. He would not relinquish his title as clan head. Especially not to a woman. On the sidelines, Kushina clenched her fists, worried. She hadn't seen Hikari fight at full strength before. Even Mikoto looked tense. Kushina's consciousness instinctively reached the sealed space within her. Kurama. Can Hikari win? Should I step in and smash that arrogant bastard's face in? The deep, rumbling voice of the Ninetales responded lazily. Stay out of it, Kushina. This is her battle. Kurama's tone was amused. As for who will win? Do you really need to ask? That girl is the Byakugan princess. Kushina blinked. Byakugan princess. She had never heard the title before. But the meaning was clear. The victor was already decided. Kushina exhaled, her tension fading. Hyuga Hayashi, it's because of people like you that the clan remains divided, Hikari said coldly. It's time to end this. Hayashi's strikes approached, but Hikari did not flinch. Instead, she shifted into a stance unfamiliar to anyone present. It was fluid, elegant, resembling a dance. Then, word by word, she whispered. 8 trigrams. 1,028 palms. A deadly silence fell over the battlefield. Hayashi's eyes widened in disbelief. His attacks could not even touch her. Hikari's movements were like flowing water, precise and untouchable. Then, she retaliated. First strike. Second strike. Fourth. 8th. 16th. 32nd. 64th. The air blurred with the sheer speed of her technique. 128. 256. 512. Her speed increased exponentially. 1028. Each strike landed perfectly, battering Hayashi without reprieve. Bang. 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 The sounds of impact echoed through the Hyuga compound as Hayashi's body convulsed with each hit. He coughed up blood, his face drained of color. His body was sent hurtling dozens of meters away, skidding across the ground like a lifeless rag doll. Silence. Total silence. Everyone had just witnessed something that defied all expectations. The once invincible Hyuga clan head lay motionless, defeated. And Hikari. Hikari had danced through the battle like an untouchable phantom. The third Hokage's lips curled into a pleased smile. A true genius emerges within the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi was finished. Hikari's cold Byakugan swept across the crowd, her gaze unwavering. As of today, Hyuga Hayashi is no longer the clan leader. I am. Her voice carried absolute authority. I will dismantle the outdated hierarchy dividing the main and branch families. Under my leadership, the Hyuga clan will become Konoha's strongest. The main family members looked away, unable to meet her gaze. They could feel an icy, inescapable pressure from her. But among the branch family members, hope ignited. For the first time, the future looked different. Hayashi was defeated. Hikari turned away, her usual playful expression returning. She approached Kushina and Mikoto with a grin. Were you too worried about me? She teased. Worried? Kushina huffed. You were amazing. That 1028 palms was like a work of art. If I were a man, I'd probably fall in love with you. Kushina tackled Hikari into a hug, squeezing the life out of her. The third Hokage let out a satisfied chuckle. The battle is over, and as Hokage, I declare, from today onward, the leader of the Hyuga clan is Hyuga Hikari. Chapter 62, Third Great Ninja War, Bonus. From today onward, the leader of the Hyuga clan is Hyuga Hikari. The third Hokage himself made the announcement. In other words, Hyuga Hikari's status as clan leader had been recognized by the Hokage. Especially after Hikari displayed her overwhelming strength, the members of the Hyuga clan had no choice but to submit. They had to accept it. They dared not voice any dissatisfaction. Hyuga Hayashi's strength was considered comparable to an elite jonin within Konoha. Even so, in the hands of the new clan head, Hyuga Hikari, he was utterly defeated in under a minute. Furthermore, Hyuga Hikari had a powerful ally, the infamous blood red pepper, Uzumaki Kushina. Any sign of hesitation or resistance was met with merciless force. The clan elders had already seen how Kushina had crushed Elder Hyuga Takemura's head without a second thought. They simply couldn't afford to defy such monsters. Moreover, judging from the way things unfolded, the third Hokage seemed to respect Kushina's stance on the matter. The Hyuga clan members quickly understood, there was an unusual relationship between Hikari and Kushina. And with the third Hokage's apparent approval, it became clear that Hikari had solid backing. With strength, influence, and the right connections, Hyuga Hikari had completely subdued the clan. They could only accept their new leader, whether they liked it or not. At the same time, she had garnered the support of most of the branch family members. A few outliers still existed, those so accustomed to servitude that they had forgotten how to stand on their own. The power dynamics within the Hyuga clan had shifted drastically. Elder Hyuga Rigi, ever the opportunist, understood the current situation. He knew where his allegiance should lie. Hikari's tone was commanding as she said, Elder Rigi, the injured members and the damages sustained by the clan are now your responsibility. Yes, clan head. Rigi replied without hesitation. Hyuga Hikari exuded an aura of absolute authority. She looked every bit like a queen ruling over her subjects. Her words from earlier echoed in the minds of those present. I will make the Hyuga clan the strongest in Konoha. Of course, she had said that mostly for the third Hokage's benefit. Hikari knew of Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto's plans. She was an active participant in them. For now, the third Hokage had officially recognized her as the clan leader. This was the perfect opportunity to show her loyalty to him. After this war, it would soon be time for the current generation to step down. 3 women, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari, were about to reshape the village's power structure. Hyuga Hayashi finally regained consciousness, emerging from the rubble. I lost, he murmured in disbelief. He hadn't even seen how he was defeated. He hadn't even had time to activate his heavenly rotation. Now, his chakra pathways and tenketsu were completely sealed, making it nearly impossible to mold chakra. As he lay in the debris, no one came to check on him. Hayashi saw the members of the branch family casting him cold, disdainful glances. And the main family members, the very people he had trusted, refused to even look at him. This was human nature. Just moments ago, he had been the proud and respected clan head. Now that he had lost that title, he was nothing more than an ordinary clansman. Who would care about him now? The fall from grace was abrupt and merciless. How could Hyuga Hayashi endure this? Born into nobility, he had always carried himself with pride and dignity. To suffer such an utter defeat, to lose everything so easily. It was unacceptable. That woman took everything from me. Hayashi's heart twisted with resentment and rage. To him, this was the greatest humiliation. He had lost to a woman. Not only had he been defeated, but his position had also been stolen from him. If word spread, other clans and ninja across the village would mock him. Even worse, the entire shinobi world would laugh at him. He could already imagine their sneers. Hey, did you hear? Hyuga Hayashi lost to a woman from his own clan and got kicked out as leader, 62. Of course. What a joke. He must be pathetic. Hyuga Hayashi's fists clenched tightly. He refused to be a laughingstock. Anger, jealousy, and wounded pride clouded his judgment. His white Byakugan eyes were bloodshot. His face twisted with hatred. Then, without warning, he screamed, "Die, Hyuga Hikari!" Dozens of kunai, each wrapped with explosive tags, flew from both of his hands, aimed directly at Hyuga Hikari's back. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rocked the battlefield. Smoke and dust filled the air. Hyuga Hayashi grinned maniacally. Ha ha ha. Burn in hell. As the smoke cleared, his grin faltered. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari stood completely unharmed. Kushina had already anticipated his move. While in her Ninetales chakra mode, she had sensed the intense killing intent directed toward them. The kunai had been effortlessly blocked by the chakra arms extending from her body. A sneak attack like this might work against an average ninja. But against someone like Hyuga Hikari, who possessed the Byakugan, it was laughable. Kushina smirked, a cruel glint in her eyes. Oh. Not willing to accept defeat, so you resort to sneak attacks. In a red flash, she appeared beside Hayashi. You pathetic coward, she sneered. You really thought you could take us down? Before Hayashi could react, Kushina raised her foot and stomped between his legs. A sickening crack echoed through the air. A scream of pure agony tore from Hayashi's throat. He collapsed, unconscious. With that single blow, Kushina had permanently ensured that Hayashi would never produce an heir. The watching Hyuga clan members broke into a cold sweat. The blood-red pepper was a demon in human skin. Meanwhile, Kurama, sealed inside Kushina, shuddered. Damn, she's terrifying. He instinctively glanced down at himself. Good, everything's still intact. With the Hyuga clan matter settled, Konoha prepared for a new crisis. Tensions in the ninja world had reached a boiling point. The Third Great Ninja War had begun. Unlike in the original timeline, where Kakashi had participated, he and his team were still in the Ninja Academy. This time, the war had ignited much earlier. The catalyst was the Hidden Cloud Village. Restless and aggressive, they had finally decided to make their move. They were no longer content with sitting on the sidelines. The Third Raikage himself led the charge, setting the battlefield ablaze. One by one, the major villages were drawn into the conflict. The Hidden Sand, the Hidden Rock, the Hidden Mist, and even Konoha were now engaged in a full-scale war. No village was innocent. No village could remain neutral. The Third Great Ninja War had begun in earnest. Chapter 63, Targeted Uchiha. For the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had made extensive preparations. They had formulated targeted strategies to counter the forces of Kyomogakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunade. Particularly, Kyomogakure. Compared to the Sand Shinobi of the Wind Country and the Rock Shinobi of the Earth Country, the Cloud Shinobi from the Land of Lightning were the most formidable. However, in this war, Kyomogakure's enemies were not just Konoha. They also had to contend with the Wagakure and the Land of Iron Samurai. The Third Raikage personally led his troops into battle, shaking the entire shinobi world. Neither the Third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, the Third Kazekage of Tsunade, nor even Konoha's Third Hokage had stepped onto the battlefield themselves. As the leaders of their villages, they commanded from behind the scenes, orchestrating every move like master strategists. But the fact that the Third Raikage had chosen to fight in person was proof of Kyomogakure's determination. They were resolute in claiming victory in this war. In the upper levels of Konoha, inside the Hokage Tower, a high-ranking meeting was underway. Most of Konoha's shinobi forces had already been deployed to the front lines. Seated at the table were the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohara Udatane, analyzing the war's progression. Damn Cloud Shinobi. I never expected the Third Raikage to take the battlefield himself, Danzo muttered, scanning the large war map before him. Wouldn't it be easier for Raikage to remain behind the lines and dictate orders like the rest of them? Why throw himself into battle? What if they sent the likes of Danzo and the others to the front lines to fight? That was unthinkable. Perhaps it was the difference in culture and ideology between the villages. Kyomogakure was a militaristic powerhouse that believed in strength through conquest. Their leadership did not shy away from battle. For them, observing the war from a safe distance was an act of cowardice. The Raikage leading from the front was simply the natural order. But from the perspective of other villages, Kumogakura's shinobi were reckless savages. In contrast, Konoha's higher-ups, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, preferred to maneuver from the shadows. They saw war as a massive chessboard where shinobi were mere pieces to be sacrificed at will. And these four did not intend to be pawns. They wanted to be the ones moving the pieces, controlling the game, and shaping the war to their advantage. And this time, against Kumogakura's forces, the primary force Konoha had chosen to deploy was the Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Mikoto. Due to long-standing tensions between the Uchiha and the village, the top brass saw an opportunity to manipulate the battlefield. If the Uchiha succeeded, it would be credited to Konoha's brilliant strategy. If they suffered heavy casualties, their names would simply be etched onto the memorial stone as fallen heroes. Either way, the village benefited. It was a plan that served two purposes, achieving victory while simultaneously depleting the Uchiha clan's strength. Konoha, however, had its own formidable warriors. This time, Hiruzen had decided to bring Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to the battlefield. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were initially against this decision. However, when Hiruzen informed them that Kushina had attained the same level of control over the Nine-Tails chakra as Uzumaki Mito, their stance shifted. Only then did Hamura and Koharu relent. The same power as Lady Mito. This meant she could enter Nine-Tails chakra mode and perceive negative emotions, a critical ability in anticipating surprise attacks. Uzumaki Mito had originally obtained this level of chakra control with the aid of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But according to Hiruzen, Kushina had achieved it on her own. This convinced them that she was capable of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. With that, even Koharu and Hamura gave their approval for her deployment to the battlefield. Danzo, however, remained opposed. But 3 votes outweighed 1. He had no choice but to accept. The idea that Uzumaki Kushina had gained partial mastery over the Nine-Tails should have been a cause for celebration in Konoha. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu viewed it as a major advantage. Danzo, however, was far from pleased. He acknowledged the necessity of having a powerful Jinchuriki loyal to the village. But in his mind, that power did not belong to Kushina. It belonged to Konoha. More specifically, it belonged to him. Until he could control the Nine-Tails power personally, he would never feel secure. While the others hoped for Kushina to become a perfect Jinchuriki and harness the beast's full potential, Danzo had other plans. If she truly mastered the Nine-Tails power, it would only make her more difficult to control. To Danzo, she was just another tool. Much like the Uchiha clan, she was a pawn to be used and discarded when necessary. Danzo silently plotted. Hasn't Orochimaru successfully developed a way to utilize Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru was currently working under him. But Orochimaru had his own agenda. Danzo had provided him with everything he needed, funding, research materials, test subjects. And, of course, Hashirama's cells. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu had no idea. Danzo now possessed multiple Sharingan, though none had yet evolved into the Mangekyo. But with Hashirama's cells, that could change. Now that Kushina had partially mastered the Nine-Tails chakra, Danzo was growing impatient. He couldn't afford to wait for her to become a perfect Jinchuriki. His mind was made up. As soon as this war was over, his next target would be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Sending the Uchiha to the front lines was another strategic move. Hiruzen had his reservations. But once again, 3 votes outweighed 1. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu all supported the decision. The deep-seated conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village made the choice an easy one. And in the end, Hiruzen gave his tacit approval. Danzo merely smirked. No one knew Hiruzen better than he did. To Danzo, Hiruzen's hesitance was nothing more than an act. A display meant to maintain his benevolent image in the eyes of the village. On the front lines, the Uchiha forces were led by Uchiha Mikoto. Under normal circumstances, the clan might have opposed this decision. They could have hesitated, resisted, or even acted sluggishly on the battlefield, believing that Konoha was merely using them as expendable assets. But this time, they did not. Mikoto had ensured the clan was organized and united. She had promised them that through this war, the Uchiha name would rise again. Once this war ended, the Uchiha would have a voice in Konoha's future. And that would be the true revolution. They would prove their worth, remind the world of their power. The name Uchiha would no longer be a relic of the past. It would once again shake the shinobi world. Chapter 64, AB Team. The Land of Frost. Located to the north of the Land of Fire and bordering the Land of Lightning to the west and south, it serves as a battlefield when tensions rise between the great nations. War between major powers never occurs within their own lands. Instead, smaller nations bear the brunt of these conflicts, suffering immense devastation. The true victims of war are not the great shinobi villages but the nations caught in the crossfire. To be weak in the shinobi world is to be at the mercy of the strong. This is the reality of war. The Land of Frost has become the primary battleground in the ongoing conflict between Konoha and Kumogaku. At the heart of this war stands Black Cloud Forest, a dense and treacherous woodland that serves as Konoha's defensive line. The elite Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Mikoto, alongside other Konoha shinobi, have fortified this position. It is an advantageous battleground for Konoha. The terrain favors them. The Land of Fire is naturally rich in forests, making woodland combat second nature to Konoha shinobi. Black Cloud Forest stretches for miles, acting as a crucial gateway to the Land of Fire. If Kumogaku were to break through, their forces would pour into Fire Country, making any counteroffensive nearly impossible. Standing against Konoha's defenses is the Kumogaku army, led by none other than the son of the third Raikage, and his partner, Killer Bee. At this point, Bee is still young but already a perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The world remains unaware of Kumogaku's success in taming a tailed beast completely. Normally, deploying a Jinchuriki in war is a double-edged sword. If the beast goes berserk, it becomes a threat to both sides. But Killer Bee is different. Kumogaku has mastered the art of training Jinchuriki. Bee has already gained the full approval of the Eight Tails, making him a formidable weapon of war. Beside him stands the second Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. Though younger and still mastering her abilities, the third Raikage has full confidence that she will one day reach Killer Bee's level. It is only a matter of time before she, too, becomes a perfect Jinchuriki. Now, the Kumogaku army camps just miles from Black Cloud Forest. A war council is underway. Despite his reputation for recklessness, A is no fool. He doesn't charge into battle without a plan. With Killer Bee at his side, he intends to crush Konoha's defenses and carve a path straight into Fire Country. B, before we begin. Yo, fist bump, fight. Killer Bee's rap is as terrible as ever, but A has grown used to it. At that moment, a Kumogaku scout rushes into the tent, panting heavily. Lord A, Lord B. We have confirmation, the forces guarding Black Cloud Forest are led by the Uchiha clan. A's lips curled into a grin. Sharingan. He doesn't fear it. No Sharingan can keep up with his speed. Yo, I'm Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Sharingan. Ain't no worry for me. B throws another freestyle rap. The surrounding shinobi try not to cringe. B, as a perfect Jinchuriki, is practically immune to the Uchiha's Genjutsu. This battle would not be won through illusion. A, however, sees another opportunity. The Uchiha make for a fine target, he muses. Cloud has already attempted to steal the Sharingan once. This time, a plans to take them openly, on the battlefield. There will be no secret missions this time. We kill them all. And we take everything. His voice is cold. Unforgiving. Kumogaku has not forgotten the deaths of C and D, the two shinobi who once attempted to capture the Sharingan and the Uzumaki heiress from Konoha, only to be slain. Tonight, A intends to settle that score. For revenge. For revenge. For revenge. The war cry roars through the camp, shaking the very earth. A and Killer Bee will unleash their combined technique, the double lariat, for the first time on the battlefield. Their goal is simple. Twist every Uchiha's head off their shoulders. Meanwhile, deep within Black Cloud Forest, Uchiha Mikoto prepares for war. Lady Mikoto, we've confirmed our enemy, the Kumogaku army is led by A, son of the third Raikage. Mikoto narrows her eyes. A formidable opponent. This confirms that Kumogaku has come prepared for a full-scale war. She cannot afford a loss. If they fail to hold the forest, the Uchiha will be disgraced. Worse, the Land of Fire itself will be at risk. We will win this first battle, she declares. We will crush Cloud's advance and remind them of our power. Her voice carries through the ranks, igniting the spirits of the Uchiha forces. For Konoha. For Konoha. For Konoha. A fierce war cry shakes the trees. Mikoto surveys her soldiers and suddenly spots a familiar figure. A man she never expected to see here. Kurama. She almost calls his name aloud before he raises a single hand, signaling silence. A smile tugs at her lips. The Uchiha warriors freeze. They had never seen their leader smile in the heat of war. One of the younger Uchiha stammers, Lady Mikoto, did you just say something? Nothing, she replies smoothly. Get back to your stations. But internally, her thoughts are racing. Kurama is here. This can only mean one thing. The Nine Tails has left Kushina's body. This changes everything. With Kurama on the battlefield, the Uchiha now have a guaranteed victory. Even if A himself stands on the other side. Even if the third Raikage arrives in person. Uchiha Mikoto will not lose. Kurama grins, baring his fangs. Yo, 8 tails. His voice rumbles through the forest, rich with amusement. Did you miss me? Chapter 65, Gyuki. A dark night settled over the secluded grove, where 2 figures stood alone beneath the moonlight, a man and a woman. None other than Kurama and Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto was surprised to see Kurama aligned with the Uchiha forces. Kurama, I didn't expect you to be part of the Uchiha's battle plans. Does Kushina know about this? Kurama chuckled. It doesn't matter. She's not concerned whether I'm here or not. Besides, you know very well how strong she is. Mikoto nodded seriously. That's true. But why are you here? Kurama's expression darkened slightly. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is stationed in the Cloud Shinobi camp. And he has full control over his tailed beast now. Mikoto's face turned solemn. So, in addition to the 3rd Raikage son, we're also up against a perfect Jinchuriki. The son of the 3rd Raikage was already a formidable opponent, but adding an 8 Tails wielder into the mix was an entirely different challenge. Mikoto wasn't too worried for herself, her concern lay with whether her clan could handle it. Kurama smirked. Don't worry. Leave the 8 Tails to me. Tonight, the Uchiha clan was fully prepared. Every shinobi was alert, their senses sharper than during the day. Kurama could already feel the bloodlust emanating from the approaching Cloud Shinobi forces. He had instructed Mikoto to make specific preparations at a strategic location, anticipating an attack. As expected, a Konoha ninja rushed over. Mikoto-sama, are you certain Cloud Shinobi will attack tonight? If they don't come or approach from a different angle, our deployment could be wasted. Mikoto's crimson eyes gleamed with confidence. Trust me. They will come. The ninja hesitated. But Mikoto's Sharingan locked onto him with a chilling glare. Are you the captain, or am I the captain? The sheer pressure of her gaze made the shinobi swallow his words. Of course, Mikoto-sama. I understand. Then follow orders. Kurama had already sensed the malicious intent of the Cloud Shinobi advancing toward Black Cloud Forest. This was a surprise attack force led by the 3rd Raikage son. Their goal was clear, strike first, deliver a devastating blow, and shake Konoha's morale before the real battle began. The Cloud Shinobi unit was 500 strong. But waiting in the darkness, perched among the trees, were dozens of Uchiha warriors. Eyes glowing red in the night, they watched, silent as specters, tracking every movement. TCH, the clan head is incredible at predicting enemy movements. Yeah, the Cloud Shinobi are heading right into the areas where she stationed us. The Uchiha Shinobi whispered amongst themselves, their admiration for Mikoto growing. They believed it was her keen intellect that had anticipated the enemy's actions so perfectly. Mikoto, however, knew better. She cast a glance into the shadows where Kurama stood, smirking as he gave her a thumbs up. She returned the gesture subtly. Go, she ordered one of the Uchiha Shinobi. Tell the ambush units to be ready. The battle begins soon. Yes, Mikoto-sama. The Uchiha warriors tensed, their hands gripping their kunai and swords. They were tired of being underestimated. Tonight, they would show Konoha their true strength. The Cloud Shinobi infiltrators moved cautiously, unaware that they had already stepped into a deadly trap. Kill them all. A voice roared from the treetops. The Uchiha forces struck first. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as pre-placed explosive tags detonated. Flames engulfed the forest floor, swallowing dozens of Cloud Shinobi in an instant. It's a trap. Retreat, a Cloud Shinobi commander shouted. But it was too late. More explosions rocked the area. The ground beneath the enemy forces crumbled as pitfall traps activated, sending scores of shinobi plummeting into deep trenches lined with spikes. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire. A storm of flames rained down into the pits. The Cloud Shinobi trapped within screamed as they were burned alive. The air reeked of scorched flesh and blood. Kunai and shuriken flew in every direction. Blood splattered against the trees, staining the battlefield crimson. This was war. The ambush was a success. Within moments, most of the Cloud Shinobi force was obliterated. Now, it was time for direct combat. For the Uchiha. Fugaku roared, leading the charge. Uchiha warriors, their Sharingan blazing, engaged the remaining Cloud Shinobi in a fierce melee. It was pure carnage. Bodies clashed, jutsu ignited the battlefield, and screams echoed through the forest. Kurama stood amidst the chaos, watching with detached amusement. He barely needed to intervene. But then, a group of Cloud Shinobi spotted him. That one's not an Uchiha. Kill him. Lightning-coated swords flashed as multiple Cloud Shinobi charged Kurama, aiming to cut him down. In an instant, their blades slashed through his body. Kurama's form was torn apart, shredded like paper. The Cloud Shinobi grinned victoriously. Ha! Is this the best Konoha has? Pathetic. But then. Kurama stood before them, completely unharmed. Their smiles faded. What the hell? Their swords had struck true. He should be dead. Kurama's scarlet eyes gleamed as his left eye shifted, revealing a black-ringed Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me show you something special. Divine reversal. 30 seconds earlier, before they had ever struck him. Kurama smirked. This ability's pretty useful, huh? The Cloud Shinobi recoiled in horror. You, what are you? Their fear was delicious. And then, he slaughtered them. Uchiha warriors fought with relentless fury, wiping out the remnants of the Cloud Shinobi forces. By the time the battle ended, the 500-strong invasion force lay dead. Not a single enemy survived. The Black Cloud Forest was now painted red. The Uchiha had proven their dominance. And the war had only just begun. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, I don't want to lose. The ambush battle had come to an end. Konoha emerged victorious. They had annihilated all 520 hidden Cloud Shinobi who launched a surprise night attack, suffering only minimal losses in return. The Uchiha clan suffered 18 casualties, while the rest of Konoha's forces lost 35 men. It was a decisive and brutal victory. At the center of it all stood Uchiha Mikoto, who led the operation and executed a flawless strategy that crushed the enemy. The entire battlefield was left in awe of her tactical brilliance. After this battle, Uchiha Fugaku, who had once questioned Mikoto's rise to power, was completely convinced of her leadership. Originally, he had believed Mikoto only secured the position of clan head due to her Mangekyo Sharingan. He thought that if he awakened his own Mangekyo, he could easily achieve the same results. But after this battle, that belief crumbled. Now, to the Uchiha, Mikoto was no longer just their leader, she was an indomitable force, a god of war in their eyes. This was Konoha's first major victory since the war began. And more importantly, it was a victory for the Uchiha. In the squad led by Uchiha Mikoto, nearly 90% of the forces consisted of Uchiha Shinobi. For years, the Uchiha had suffered oppression within the village. First, they were pushed to the outskirts of Konoha by the second Hokage. Then, they were placed in charge of the Konoha military police, a position that forced them to police their own people and endure hatred from the villagers. They were distrusted by the higher-ups, scrutinized at every turn, treated like potential traitors rather than honored warriors. All of this resentment had built up within them over the years. And now, in this war, it had exploded. It was Uchiha Mikoto who led them back to glory. Tend to the wounded, secure the battlefield, and take a brief rest. Then return to your positions, Mikoto ordered firmly. Cloud won't let this defeat go unanswered. We need to be ready. The thrill of victory was fleeting. The war was far from over. This night attack was merely an advanced strike force. The real battle had yet to come. Despite the overwhelming victory, Mikoto remained composed, ever vigilant for what lay ahead. Tonight, it wasn't Cloud who had dealt a blow to Konoha. It was Konoha that had crushed Cloud. The hot-blooded hidden Cloud Shinobi wouldn't take this lightly. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku approached a mysterious shinobi, Kurama. Hey, handsome. How did you do that earlier? I saw you getting cut down by a Cloud Shinobi right in front of me. Kurama shrugged nonchalantly. Just a trick. A bit of luck. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Oh. Everyone had their secrets. Just like the Uchiha rarely revealed the full truth about their Sharingan, he wouldn't pry. But Fugaku couldn't shake the curiosity gnawing at him. It wasn't a simple body replacement technique, nor was it a shadow clone. He had seen Kurama get sliced apart. Yet, the next moment, there he was, completely unharmed. Even his Sharingan couldn't see through the deception. It was bizarre. Fugaku studied him closely. Something about Kurama was familiar. Have we met before? Fugaku asked, voice steady but probing. Your face, it feels like I've seen you somewhere. Kurama tensed at the question. He had been inside Kushina Uzumaki's body during their academy days. He had seen Fugaku every day back then. No wonder Fugaku felt a strange familiarity. Just then, Mikoto approached them. Kurama. Ah, Fugaku, what are you doing? Fugaku turned to her, curiosity deepening. Clan head, you know him. Mikoto's dark eyes gleamed. Of course. He's a friend of Kushina's. Kushina's friend. That explained the familiarity. Fugaku glanced up at the full moon. Memories of a different night resurfaced. Under this very moon, Namikaze Minato had once saved him from a Cloud Shinobi ambush. The memory made his chest tighten. Minato. How is the battlefield on your side? We have to make it back alive. While Fugaku was lost in thought, Kurama and Mikoto quietly slipped away. Kurama exhaled in relief. Being around Fugaku was dangerous. Because, truthfully, his face was even more striking than Minato's. Seeing his nervous expression, Mikoto chuckled. So, even the mighty Kurama gets nervous sometimes. Nonsense. I was just being cautious. Besides, Fugaku is too obsessed with Minato to notice anything. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud encampment, a devastating rage shook the air. A clenched fist slammed down onto the war table, shattering it into splinters. What did you say? The enraged voice of the Raikage son roared. Say that again. The cloud shinobi delivering the report trembled. Lord A, the 520 shinobi sent for the night attack, were completely wiped out. Silence. Then, an explosion of fury. I told you to shut up. A's fist lashed out, sending the unfortunate messenger flying several meters across the tent. The shinobi groaned in pain, but he dared not complain. What else could he do? He had only reported the truth. A 520-man ambush force, obliterated in one night. A's first strategic move in this war had turned into a complete catastrophe. His father, the third Raikage, would demand an explanation. His pride, his reputation, it had all taken a devastating hit. Damn those Uchiha. How the hell did they wipe out our entire force? Electricity crackled in the air as A activated his lightning release chakra mode in frustration, his rage intensifying. This night attack had been carefully planned. He had specifically targeted what was supposed to be a weakly defended area. Yet, what awaited his forces was a death trap. Could there have been a traitor? He immediately dismissed the thought. The only ones aware of this mission were himself, Killer B, and a handful of his most trusted captains. Betrayal among them was impossible. Killer B, his sworn brother and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, was beyond suspicion. The captains had fought and died alongside him countless times. It just didn't make sense. Then a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Was the fool me? A clenched his fists. His entire body crackled with lightning. A bitter realization set in. The Uchiha had outplayed him. And this war was far from over. Chapter 67, Uchiha is too difficult. Frost Country, Cloud Shinobi Camp. Killer B carefully analyzed the surprise attack from the previous night. His usual playful demeanor was absent as he spoke in a serious tone. Brother, don't start suspecting our own people. There's no mole among us. There's only one explanation. A's eyes narrowed slightly. It was rare to see B so solemn. And that is, Konoha has deployed a ninja with special abilities ahead of time. Despite his usual rapping and carefree nature, Killer B possessed keen instincts. As a Jinchuriki, his battle intuition was razor-sharp, something even Namikaze Minato had once acknowledged. I considered his brother's words carefully. He knew for certain that neither he nor Killer B could be compromised. The captains who had launched the assault last night were also beyond suspicion. That left only one possibility. The enemy had anticipated their movements. However, the weight of the situation didn't last long. Killer B quickly reverted to his usual self, grinning wildly. Brother, let's regroup and tear them to pieces. A's face, which had been shadowed by a frown, instantly broke into a grin as well. You're right, B. This isn't the time for doubt. It's time to fight. The bond between them, the infamous duo known as the AB combo, was unshakable. When together, they motivated and pushed each other to new heights, forming one of the most fearsome tag teams in the ninja world. With an explosive burst of energy, they bumped fists, feeling each other's determination course through their veins. Their synchronization was absolute. A's rough exterior often masked the fact that he was a meticulous strategist. He had already begun planning his next move. The losses suffered last night would be repaid in full. His pride as the Raikage son demanded it. Konoha bastards, just wait. The next time we meet, you'll be the one screaming. His deep, menacing voice rumbled like a brewing storm. Meanwhile, the news of Konoha's victory spread like wildfire. The third Hokage and his council were exhilarated upon learning that the Uchiha clan had annihilated all 520 Cloud Shinobi at minimal cost. Their pride swelled. This victory sent a clear message to the entire world: the land of fire was not to be underestimated. Konoha was no weakling. Morale skyrocketed across the village. This was more than just a battle won, it was a symbol of Konoha's might. Other troops across the battlefield took inspiration from the success, fueled by the momentum gained from this triumph. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, nodded approvingly. Yes, the Uchiha have proven themselves. Though their new clan head is young, she is undeniably capable. The mention of Uchiha Mikoto made the Hokage's mind wander. As Tsunade's disciple, she carried an undeniable weight of responsibility. In a way, she reminded him of Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade truly had an eye for talent, 3 brilliant kunoichi had emerged under her guidance. While the Hokage and his inner circle reveled in victory, not all were as pleased. Danzo Shimura sat silently, his expression unreadable. Though the triumph was good for Konoha, it also posed a problem. The Uchiha clan was growing stronger. The more powerful they became, the greater the potential threat to the village. Danzo's cold gaze swept over the room, resting briefly on Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu. His voice was measured but laced with warning. It's just a small-scale victory. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. And don't forget, the stronger the Uchiha become, the bigger the risk they pose. Hiruzen's smile faded slightly as he countered with an authoritative tone. Danzo, the Uchiha are Konoha's shinobi. Your paranoia will only deepen the divide between them and the village. I suggest you choose your words carefully. Danzo smirked. How noble of you, Third Hokage. Despite his sarcastic response, he knew Hiruzen was aware of the truth. The stronger the Uchiha became, the harder they would be to control. Even Hamura and Koharu, though typically inclined to side with Hiruzen, didn't refute Danzo's words too strongly this time. Danzo, be careful with your rhetoric. If word spreads, it will only sow distrust among the villagers. That is not the way to govern. Danzo scoffed inwardly. Hypocrites. All of them. His gut told him that the war itself wasn't the greatest concern. The real problem would come afterward. While political maneuvering unfolded in Konoha, the battlefield was still alive with chaos. Cloud Shinobi wasted no time in retaliating. A mere 3 days after their failed night assault, they launched a second attack on Black Cloud Forest. This time, there were no underhanded tactics. No sneaky infiltrations. They came in full force, split into 2 separate battalions. One was personally led by A himself. Inside the Konoha camp, a scout rushed toward Uchiha Mikoto, his voice urgent. Lady Mikoto. Cloud Shinobi are attacking again. This time, they've split into 2 groups and are approaching from both flanks. Their leader is none other than A, the third Raikage's son. Mikoto's red eyes gleamed with intelligence as she processed the information. So, they're done lurking in the shadows and have decided to attack head-on. Interesting. Despite the tension in the room, she smiled slightly. It seems the rumors about A's supposed lack of intelligence were false after all. Her subordinates looked uneasy. Lady Mikoto, if we focus all our forces on A's group, what about the 2nd Battalion? They'll break through our defenses. Mikoto's smile didn't fade. That number of troops will be enough. The confidence in her voice startled the shinobi around her. Cloud Shinobi's forces were evenly split, yet Mikoto was dedicating all their main forces to A's side, leaving their other flank significantly weaker. If the other side is overwhelmed, we'll be completely surrounded, one of her men argued. Mikoto remained composed. Trust me. The hesitation in the room was palpable. But after witnessing her strategic brilliance in the previous battle, none dared to challenge her outright. They clenched their fists, steeled their nerves, and followed her orders. In their hearts, they could only hope that the comrades left to defend the other side would hold their ground. Because if Mikoto was wrong, Konoha would face utter annihilation. Chapter 68, A versus Mangeko Sharingan, bonus. Boom. Explosions echoed across the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi's assault was relentless, their attacks infused with overwhelming power. The once dense forest had been reduced to a barren wasteland, the trees incinerated, the ground scorched and shattered from the fierce clashes. Flames blazed wildly, lightning crackled through the open field, and the air was thick with the scent of burning wood and blood. On Konoha's side, volleys of fire-style jutsu roared across the battlefield, illuminating the night sky with searing heat. Lightning-style, lariat. Leading the charge was none other than A, the future 4th Raikage, his eyes burning with battle lust. With a single devastating strike, he decapitated a Konoha shinobi, his sheer brute strength tearing through flesh and bone like paper. The Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques licked at his body, but he ignored them completely, his armor-like physique rendering the flames meaningless. He moved like an unstoppable force, tearing through enemy lines with unrelenting fury. Everyone, follow me. We'll tear through this damn forest. A's voice thundered over the battlefield. Seeing their leader charging forward without hesitation, the Cloud Shinobi roared in response, their morale skyrocketing. Lord A, long live. Lord A, you're the strongest. Cloud Shinobi forces had split into 2 units for this assault, attacking Black Cloud Forest from both the left and right flanks. A led one team, while his brother, Killer B, led the other. Their goal was simple, meet at the center and break through Konoha's defenses in one decisive strike. When the 2 of them reunited, the legendary double lariat would make the entire Leaf Village tremble. The presence of their commander on the front lines electrified the Cloud Shinobi. The battlefield was theirs to claim. Lightning bomb. I lifted a young Uchiha by the throat and slammed him into the ground with monstrous force. The resulting impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, leaving behind a crater several meters wide. The earth split open with deep fissures. Several nearby Konoha shinobi were caught in the blast, their bodies flung aside like rag dolls, some lifeless before they even hit the ground. So that's the son of the third Raikage. Atop a nearby ridge, Uchiha Fugaku, captain of Konoha's forces, watched the Cloud General closely, his Sharingan spinning as he analyzed every movement. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of flaming kunai shot through the air, aimed directly at A. The flames burned bright against the darkness, their heat intense. A barely reacted. With a burst of speed, his body flickered, and in an instant, he was gone, dodging every single kunai with ease. Damn it, he's fast. Fugaku muttered under his breath, his Sharingan whirling. I grinned, lightning flickering across his muscular frame. Heh, looks like I found someone worth fighting. Konoha shinobi watched the two warriors face off, hope igniting in their hearts. Captain Fugaku. Captain Fugaku's got this. Fugaku stepped forward, his gaze sharp. All of you, fall back. This one's mine. A laughed, cracking his knuckles. You think those eyes of yours can keep up with me? Let's see if you can back up that arrogance. But Fugaku wasn't one to be provoked so easily. The battle wasn't about words, it was about survival. Sharingan. Fugaku's crimson eyes glowed ominously, his three tomo spinning wildly. He locked eyes with A, activating a powerful genjutsu. For a split second, A hesitated. Then, he vanished. A bolt of blue lightning streaked across the battlefield. Lateral bolt of pain. In the blink of an eye, I reappeared at Fugaku's side, his hand crackling with concentrated lightning chakra, slicing through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Fugaku's neck. Too fast. Can a human even move at this speed? Fugaku's mind raced as he instinctively twisted his body at the last moment, barely dodging the lethal strike. His Sharingan spun wildly as he staggered back, heart pounding. That was close, if I'd hesitated even a second longer, I'd be dead. I smirked. Not bad. Your body reacted before your mind did. That's rare. Fugaku didn't waste time replying. Instead, he launched his counterattack. Dozens of Fuma shuriken flew toward A from every direction, their razor-sharp edges gleaming under the moonlight. A didn't even flinch. He walked forward, completely unfazed, as if the deadly projectiles were nothing more than falling leaves. Konoha shinobi watched in stunned silence. That's A. Is this the strength of the Raikage son? Can Captain Fugaku really win? But Fugaku wasn't done yet. With a subtle flick of his fingers, thin wires gleamed in the air. The Fuma shuriken he had thrown suddenly curved midair, turning back toward A from unexpected angles. Kenjutsu, triple blades. A frowned slightly as the blades came at him from all sides. Then, with brute force, he smashed them aside, his armored forearms deflecting the attacks effortlessly. The wires snapped, and the shuriken clattered uselessly to the ground. TCH. That's annoying. Lightning surged around A's body, his chakra spiking dramatically. Nearby Konoha sensors gasped as they felt his chakra pressure intensify. This chakra. It's like a damn-tailed beast. The sheer force of it caused weaker shinobi to collapse in fear. I clenched his fists. I respect you, Achiha. But this ends now. Guillotine drop. A massive bolt of blue lightning appeared above Fugaku. I had leaped into the air, his right foot raised high, crackling with concentrated lightning chakra. He brought it down with earth-shattering force. Fugaku's eyes widened. Shit. Boom. The impact was catastrophic. The ground exploded, creating a crater dozens of meters wide. The shockwave blasted through the battlefield, sending dust and debris flying. From the smoke, a figure stumbled backward. Fugaku. Blood dripped from his lips as he coughed violently, his ribs aching from the sheer force of the shockwave. His body trembled, his internal organs screaming in pain. He couldn't win this. Captain Fugaku. A group of Uchiha shinobi rushed forward, forming a protective line in front of him. Fugaku smirked bitterly. TCH, so this is the strength of the Raikage son. But just then, a new presence entered the battlefield. A graceful figure landed between the two forces, standing protectively in front of the fallen Fugaku. Long black hair flowed behind her, her Sharingan glowing ominously in the moonlight. Uchiha Mikoto. Stand down, everyone. I'll handle this. The Uchiha shinobi looked at her with unwavering faith. A grinned. Oh. Another Uchiha. This might actually be fun. This was a battle of kings. Whoever won this duel would determine the fate of the battlefield, and perhaps, the future of Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Chapter 69, Mangeko Technique, Divine Reversion. Lord A, this woman has killed many of our comrades. A cloud shinobi panted heavily beside A, his body covered in wounds as he pointed toward Uchiha Mikoto. His eyes were filled with fear. On the battlefield, A grew more relentless, his lightning-release chakra cloak crackling as he tore through Konoha's ranks. But Konoha had its own monsters. And one of them was a woman. Blinded by his battle fervor, A hadn't realized that another force of destruction was tearing through his ranks. A warrior just as deadly, just as merciless. Uchiha Mikoto. Though Fugaku held A at bay, Mikoto was wreaking even greater havoc among the cloud shinobi, her katana drenched in blood, her Sharingan spinning ominously. Lord A, that woman isn't just any Uchiha. She's their leader, the commander of the Black Cloud Forest. Both sides had already analyzed each other's forces. The identity of the Uchiha clan's leader was no longer a mystery. A woman leading the Uchiha. I hadn't expected that. A battle between leaders. A war between kings and queens. Whoever emerged victorious would decide the course of the war. Clan leader, please, you must lead us to victory. Fugaku had fallen. The Uchiha turned to Mikoto, their last hope. If she lost here, the Uchiha would be annihilated. Cloud Shinobi would breach Black Cloud Forest and press deep into the land of fire. Mikoto's expression remained cold. Her blood-red eyes locked onto A. Suddenly, the three tomo in her eyes began to shift, spinning rapidly, morphing. A new pattern emerged. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Cloud Shinobi gasped in horror. Mangekyo Sharingan. A's expression darkened. This was the first time he was facing a Mangekyo user in battle. He smirked. Interesting. Those eyes. We Cloud Shinobi have always had an interest in them. Lord A, don't be reckless. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are unknown. Save it. I know the Sharingan better than anyone. Boom. A burst of violent chakra erupted from A as his lightning-release chakra mode intensified. The last strands of his blonde hair stood on end. His body pulsed with pure power. Mikoto had unveiled her Mangekyo Sharingan. So he, too, would unleash his full strength. He didn't know what her Mangekyo ability was, but if he made a single mistake, he might not live to find out. Lightning crackled. His body blurred. Mikoto's lips curled into a cold smile. A lightning-release ninja. Perfect. Wind release, gale blades. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu. Wind and fire surged together, creating a massive inferno of cutting gales and roaring flames. A's figure disappeared before the attack could reach him. But many Cloud Shinobi were caught in the blast, their screams piercing the battlefield as their bodies were torn apart and incinerated. Damn you, bitch. A roared as he landed, eyes flashing with rage. He realized it now. Mikoto hadn't been aiming for him. She had targeted his men instead. And he had fallen for it. He watched, helpless, as his comrades collapsed in front of him, their charred bodies motionless. A clenched his fists. His rage boiled over. Mikoto smirked. Good. She had provoked him. An enraged opponent was an unthinking opponent. Damn Uchiha. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lightning flickered as A vanished from sight. Clan leader. He's above. Mikoto's Sharingan barely caught the movement. Too fast. A was already overhead, his body wreathed in blue lightning. Lateral bolt of pain, decapitation. The force of his attack cracked the very air. Boom. A shockwave exploded as the ground split apart. Smoke and debris billowed across the battlefield. Mikoto's body crashed, rolling across the dirt before coming to a stop in front of the Konoha forces. Clan leader. The battlefield went silent. Had she lost? Had the Uchiha leader, the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, been defeated? A burst into laughter, the tension in his chest lifting. Ha! You Uchiha act so high and mighty, but in the end, you're just another corpse beneath my feet. He was sure of it. His attack had landed. The battle between leaders had been decided. Cloud Shinobi had won. Konoha's forces were finished. Now, Cloud Shinobi would push through Black Cloud Forest and press onward to the land of fire. Or so he thought. 1. A voice, laced with amusement, cut through the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi turned, their eyes widening in horror. There she stood. Uchiha Mikoto. Completely unscathed. The figure that had fallen moments ago had vanished like an illusion. A's heart pounded in his chest. What the hell? His instinct screamed at him. He knew, he had felt it. His blow had landed. There was no doubt. But then why? Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed ominously. Her left eye pulsed with power. It had been her dojutsu. An ability that rewound her state to 10 seconds prior. A ability that erased injury. A ability that denied death. Without it, she would have been crippled. Deep in her heart, Mikoto thanked Kurama. Lord Kurama. If not for you, I would have never awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan. I owe you for this power. Cloud Shinobi stood frozen. Lord A. A sensor ninja hurried to A's side. That technique, it drained her chakra. A vast amount. The only reason she could avoid your attack was by burning through her reserves. A smirked. I see. So that's the trick behind her Mangekyo Sharingan. In that case, he had a solution. I had chakra reserves comparable to a tailed beast. He had the advantage in a battle of attrition. If that technique drained her chakra, then all he had to do was keep pressing her. Push her. Make her exhaust herself. Until she had nothing left. Although it was reckless, he wasn't a fool. TCH. Have I been found out? Mikoto clenched her jaw. Her ability could rewind her physical state. But it couldn't restore her chakra. And this battle had only just begun. Chapter 70, 8 Tails I've came to see you. Now that he had found a way to deal with it, things became much easier. The fourth Raikage, A, wanted to see how many times Uchiha Mikoto could use her Mangekyo Sharingan technique that allowed her to remain unharmed. He could keep attacking with his speed, pressuring her to her limits. A, despite his rough and savage exterior, was extremely thoughtful and strategic. Mikoto was not the commander-in-chief of the Uchiha forces solely because she possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. She knew it herself. A's legendary durability alone would not be enough to defeat her. If he wanted to win, he had to attack decisively. A believed he had found a way to counter her abilities, but Mikoto was even more aware of her strengths and weaknesses. She possessed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, not just one. It was enough to use Susanoo's ultimate defense once. Next, she would unleash the power of her right eye, the most powerful offensive technique in her arsenal. At that moment, Mikoto quietly closed her right eye, preparing for her attack. She wanted to strike suddenly and catch him off guard. She hummed softly, Kamui. A, who was about to launch his next attack, suddenly felt his movements become sluggish. What's happening? A was shocked. A spiraling distortion in space appeared around him, dragging him into its vortex. His greatest asset, his speed, was rendered useless in this unnatural phenomenon. A deep sense of unease surged in his heart. He had never expected to be in such danger. As the vortex tightened, his pupils dilated. There was a faint smell of death in the air. Damn it. A powerful sense of crisis overwhelmed him. He instinctively surged his chakra, pushing it to its limits to escape. But Mikoto's right eye bled from the strain of her jutsu. Kamui, she shouted. The vortex space started cutting through reality itself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the vortex disappeared, a long sleeve was left behind, a sleeve. Mikoto, exhausted from using Kamui, panted heavily, sweat pouring down her face. This was the first time she had used this technique in actual combat, and her control over the spacetime distortion was not yet perfect. But next time, that might not be the case. A, who had narrowly escaped the attack, felt a deep sense of fear. He had come dangerously close to being erased from existence. The ability to cut through space itself was truly terrifying. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess not only an impenetrable defense but also such a devastating offensive power. Uchiha Mikoto was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. Before he could recover, another spacetime vortex appeared around him. His expression twisted in anger and panic. That damn woman. In desperation, A unleashed his full-tailed beast-level chakra, forcing his way out of the distortion with sheer power. The battle had drawn the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Both Kumo and Konoha Shinobi had stopped fighting, their eyes locked on the duel. This was not a fight they could interfere with. The outcome of this clash would determine the fate of both armies. Lady Mikoto, you must win. We can't lose to Kumo. Kumo Shinobi also cheered for A. Lord A, don't give up. There's no way Lord A would lose to a woman. Mikoto's mastery over her spacetime technique had reached a terrifying level. Kamui. Her bleeding right eye focused sharply, and with a final pull of space, a sickening crack echoed across the battlefield. A's right arm was severed. Ha! Mikoto gasped, immediately clutching her right eye as she collapsed to one knee. Large beads of sweat rolled down her flushed cheeks. The continuous use of the Mangekyo Sharingan had taken a heavy toll on her body, chakra, and mind. She could no longer use its abilities in this fight. Damn it! A growled, looking at his severed arm. Mikoto was drained, but so was A. Despite possessing tailed beast-level chakra, it was not infinite. He had already burned through a massive amount of chakra just to break free of the vortexes, and now, he had lost an arm. Everyone on the battlefield fell silent. They hadn't expected the fight to be this intense. The Uchiha clan was overjoyed. Lady Mikoto is truly worthy of leading us. She actually managed to severely wound the son of the third Raikage. The Kumo shinobi, however, were stunned into silence. A clenched his teeth. If he had been fighting alongside Killer Bee, things would have been different. With his brother's support, he was confident he could have defeated Mikoto. But now, it was a stalemate at best. Lord A, there's an urgent message from the front lines. The third Raikage has issued an absolute order, retreat immediately. What? A direct order. A's eyes widened in shock. His mind raced. Father, what the hell are you thinking? Returning home with a loss would be humiliating, but if he kept fighting, there was no guarantee he would win. And he had received a direct order from his father, the third Raikage. If I retreat now, what happens next? Don't worry, Lord A, Killer Bee is also being informed of the retreat. After a brief internal struggle, A swallowed his pride. Logic won over emotion. He glared fiercely at the Konoha shinobi. Uchiha Mikoto. I'll remember this. Then, he turned to his forces. Kumo shinobi, retreat. As the Konoha shinobi considered pursuing them, Mikoto immediately stopped them. Don't chase after a wounded beast. A moment later, the Kumo shinobi vanished into the distance. Even a weakened tiger was dangerous. Lady Mikoto, should we send reinforcements to the other battlefronts? No need. Hold this position. We can't let A's forces return. Understood, Lady Mikoto. On the other front, Kurama Senii had been leading the charge. Mikoto had complete trust in him. Mikoto, there's an eight-tails Jinchuriki on the other battlefield, Kurama Senii had informed her earlier. And it seemed like that Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had run into trouble. Yo, Seven Swords Killer Bee here. I'm gonna make you Konoha shinobi disappear. Killer Bee stood in the middle of the battlefield, wielding 7 blades in a bizarre stance. His opponents hesitated, his unorthodox style was dangerous. Yo, you weaklings ain't worth my time. Ain't no one got the guts to face me, huh? A single figure stepped forward, a smirk on his lips. A young man with orange hair and piercing red eyes. Kurama. He eyed Killer Bee's sunglasses and chuckled darkly. Well, well. 8th brother Gyuki, looks like my little brother's in trouble. Killer Bee's brow twitched. No one dared to mock him. Who the hell are you, fool? I'm Killer Bee of the 7 Swords style. Yeah. Ah. You idiot. Inside his mind, Gyuki's deep voice rumbled. Be careful. There's something off about this guy. Chapter 71, Kurama, my tails outrank yours, Hachibi. Hey, be serious. There's something wrong with this guy. The deep voice of the 8 tails echoed in Killer Bee's mind, a rare moment of urgency. Killer Bee paused, surprised. The 8 tails was usually silent unless something was truly significant. What's wrong, Hachibi? What's up with this wannabe rapper in front of me? Thinks he can diss me, betray the village in front of me. Ha. Killer Bee's the originator of rap, you feel me? The 8 tails remained quiet, uneasy. The young man before them gave off a strange sense of familiarity, one that it couldn't quite place yet. But it was unsettling. Hey, man, this guy ain't easy to deal with. Yeah, based on the intel, he might be the B from the infamous Cloud Shinobi duo, AB combo. We should fall back to Lady Mikoto's position. A Konoha shinobi urgently whispered to his comrade. They had seen Killer Bee in action before. He had cut down countless shinobi with his unorthodox 7-sword style, a deadly dance of flashing steel and unpredictable slashes. No one dared to engage him in direct combat. And yet, a single figure had stepped forward. Foolish. Or fearless. Most Konoha shinobi knew Killer Bee as the younger brother of the Raikage, but few knew the truth, his status as the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails was a well-guarded secret. On the battlefield, he had never once revealed his Bijuu-S power. You fool, stepping up to me. I'll slice off your head, play with it like a ball, oh yeah. That awful rap grated on their ears. With blinding speed, Bee lunged, his 7-sword style a whirlwind of slashes aimed directly at Kurama. The Konoha shinobi instinctively shut their eyes, unable to watch the inevitable bloodshed. They had seen this attack before. A series of rapid thrusts, targeting the throat, the heart, the skull, the gut. Unstoppable. Inescapable. Clang. 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 The sound of steel meeting something solid rang through the battlefield. Killer Bee's movements came to an abrupt halt. Under normal circumstances, his blades would have already torn through flesh. But now, they didn't even pierce the man's clothing. Dark red chakra flickered around Kurama's form, a bubbling cloak of malevolent energy. A Biju cloak. Killer Bee's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. He knew this power all too well. Hey, Hachibi, this chakra. The Eight Tails finally understood the strange feeling it had earlier. This was the power of the Nine Tails. Bee studied the young man before him. Could he be Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Jinchuriki? No. Something felt off. Very off. So you finally figured it out? Kurama grinned. Come on, Hachibi, let's have a little chat, just the two of us. A gust of wind blew past as fallen leaves scattered into the air. And in the blink of an eye, both men were gone. The Konoha shinobi were stunned. The Cloud shinobi were confused. 1 second, Killer Bee had been launching an attack. The next, both had vanished without a trace. To the Konoha forces, this was an unexpected stroke of luck. Killer Bee had been their biggest obstacle. Without him, the Cloud forces were vulnerable. TCH, I don't know who the kid was, but he just took away our biggest problem. Yeah, this is perfect for us. To them, Kurama was a low-ranking piece, willingly sacrificing himself to remove an enemy general. A trade in Konoha's favor. With Killer Bee gone, the Konoha forces found renewed confidence and launched an immediate counterattack. Meanwhile, the Cloud shinobi stood frozen. Where the hell did Lord Bee go? You tell me. I was watching, and then, poof. They were both gone. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. This was war. Killer Bee, no matter how playful, wouldn't just disappear in the middle of battle. Beneath a secluded waterfall, a familiar three-pronged kunai rested against a rock. The Flying Thunder God mark. Kurama had teleported himself and Killer Bee away from the battlefield. There were too many external factors there. He wanted privacy for this conversation. Killer Bee remained cautious, eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. This guy's no joke, he muttered. Hey, Hachibi, come out and say hello to your dear older brother. At those words, the Eight Tails stiffened inside Bee's mind. Bee, let me talk to him. Bee hesitated. He had never seen Hachibi this tense before. Even when facing powerful opponents, the Eight Tails remained composed. But now, there was unease. Wariness. Bee allowed the Eight Tails partial control of his body, his voice deepening with the Biju's presence. Are you, the Nine Tails? Or are you its Jinchuriki? Kurama smirked. What, you don't recognize your older brother anymore? Older brother. Tailed beasts had no siblings. Something wasn't right. The Eight Tails' unease only grew as it carefully observed the one before it. It wasn't just the Nine Tails chakra it felt. There was something else. The faint trace of another Biju's chakra. One tail. Shikaku. The Eight Tails stiffened in realization. Kurama and Shikaku, together. Impossible. They despised each other. There was no way they could be working together. And yet, both of their chakras radiated from the men in front of him. Why do you have Shikaku's chakra? Oh, you mean that dumb Tanuki? I absorbed his power. The Eight Tails finally understood. This man wasn't a Jinchuriki. He was the Nine Tails itself. A Biju in human form. A chill ran through the Eight Tails. It laughed dryly, masking its discomfort. Nine Tails. I thought you hated humans. Why take a human form? Kurama's sharp fangs flashed in a grin. I don't need to change. The casual exchange ended. Now it was time for action. Kurama's smile turned predatory. Hachibi, just like Shikaku, you'll become my strength. A wave of killing intent filled the air. The Eight Tails felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Bee's body moved instinctively, jumping back to create distance. This wasn't the same Nine Tails from before. In the past, the Nine Tails was fueled by hatred alone. But now, it was different. It had human emotions. It had ambition. And the Eight Tails realized one horrifying truth: Shikaku hadn't been defeated. He had been consumed. Hey, we're all Biju here. We should stand together. You're not the Nine Tails I remember. I'll never submit to you. Submit. Kurama's grin widened. That's not your choice to make. His tails unfurled, chakra surging. My tails outrank yours, Hachibi. Kneel. The battle had begun. Chapter 72, Fusion of Eight Tails. Kurama sneered, his golden eyes gleaming with authority. My tail is above yours. The moment the words left his mouth, Gyuki instinctively distanced himself. A primal fear settled within him. Among the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails was always the strongest. But the Kurama standing before him now was not just the Nine Tails, he carried the power of the One Tail as well. How could Gyuki not be afraid? In the past, Naruto had wielded only half of Kurama's power and managed to take on 4-tailed beasts at once. But Kurama, he was complete. Fully realized. Understanding the gap between their power, Gyuki immediately relinquished control, retreating into Killer Bee's subconscious. B, who had heard everything, stopped rapping. For the first time in a long while, he grew serious. B, get away. Even if we fight together, we can't win against him. Gyuki's voice trembled with an urgency Killer Bee had never heard before. Killer Bee frowned. He had never seen Gyuki this panicked. Yo, no way this uncle's gonna run and hide. 7090, wait, that don't rhyme. B let out a battle cry and entered his version 2 transformation. His body became cloaked in a dense layer of dark red chakra, and the 8 chakra tails behind him surged forward toward Kurama, aiming to bind him. 8th brother, 9th brother is just playing with you. Kurama grinned before entering his own version 2 state. 9 massive, crimson chakra tails lashed forward, colliding with Gyuki's. The battlefield shook as the tails wrapped around each other, wrestling for dominance. Despite Gyuki's strength, Kurama's superiority was undeniable. Even with their tails intertwined, Kurama still had an extra one free. That single tail slammed into Killer Bee's body with brutal force, sending him flying dozens of meters away. He crashed into a rock wall with a loud boom, the impact leaving deep cracks in the stone. But Bee wasn't finished. Damn you, 9 tails. Take this. High above him, a sphere of dark red, blue, and violet chakra gathered, forming a compressed black orb. Killer Bee swallowed it without hesitation. Tailed Beast Bomb. With a roar, he unleashed the devastating attack straight at Kurama. A deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield. The shockwave shattered a small mountain, sending debris flying in all directions. Did he get him? Bee exhaled sharply. Oh yeah. Don't care if you're 9 tails or not, I just blew you to pieces, fool. Bastard. Bee, his chakra is still there. Gyuki's warning made Bee's blood run cold. He turned sharply, only to see Kurama standing there, completely unharmed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. How? Killer Bee had seen it with his own eyes, Kurama had taken a direct hit from the tailed beast bomb. And yet, there wasn't even a scratch on him. His clothes were still intact. Bee, look at his eyes. Killer Bee narrowed his gaze. Then, his breath caught in his throat. Sharingan. His face twisted in disbelief. Gyuki. Didn't you say this guy is 9 tails? How the hell does 9 tails have a Sharingan? I don't know. Even Gyuki was at a loss. This doesn't make sense. What had happened to Kurama in Konoha all these years? Gyuki knew that after the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Kurama had been sealed away within Mito Uzumaki. Since then, he had remained under Konoha's control. Now, he was free. And somehow, he possessed the Sharingan. Something was very wrong. Killer Bee clenched his fists. He felt like a fool, like a puppet being toyed with. Kurama sneered. Gyuki, you're in need of training. Before Bee could react, golden chains shot out from Kurama's body, wrapping around him in an instant. Adamantine sealing chains. But Kurama wasn't done. He extended 9 massive chakra tails, coiling them tightly around Bee's body like a constricting serpent. Bee struggled, but under the combined force of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique and Kurama's overwhelming chakra, he was utterly immobilized. Gyuki, fully transform into your beast form. Bee called out desperately. No, Bee, it's impossible. Gyuki's voice was grim. These adamantine sealing chains belong to the Uzumaki clan. And Kurama has me bound with his tails as well. I can't fully transform like this. Bee's eyes widened. Is this really the 9 tails? First a Sharingan, now an Uzumaki seal. Kurama smirked as the chains tightened, siphoning Gyuki's chakra. With just a few moments of effort, over half of Gyuki's chakra was already torn from Bee's body. Too strong. Kurama wasn't just a tailed beast anymore. He felt like an amalgamation of an Uchiha, an Uzumaki, and the strongest Biju all in one. 8th brother, Kurama said mockingly, the scattered chakras will eventually become one. One-tailed beast is enough for me. His eyes flashed with cold determination. A powerful force surged from him, and with one final pull, Gyuki's chakra was completely torn from Killer Bee's body. Bee fell to the ground, lifeless and unmoving. Whether he lived or died, it wasn't Kurama's concern. All that mattered was the power of the 8 tails. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully integrated 8 tails chakra. 10%. 12%. 20%. 99%. 100%. Ding. Fusion complete. A system prompt echoed within Kurama's mind, presenting him with a choice. Option 1, erase Eight Tails' consciousness and fully integrate his power. Reward, none. Option 2, retain Eight Tails' consciousness. Reward, a companion who can chat with you anytime, anywhere. Eight Tails can be sweet or salty. Kurama's lips curled into a cruel smile. Option 1. When he had first absorbed Shikaku, he had erased his consciousness. Gyuki would meet the same fate. As far as Kurama was concerned, there was only room for one conscious-tailed beast. Him. The rest were nothing more than accessories to his power. With that, Gyuki's consciousness was obliterated, and his chakra was fully absorbed into Kurama's being. Kurama exhaled, feeling the surge of power course through him. This was how it should be. With Gyuki dealt with, Kurama dusted off his hands and turned to leave the battlefield. Meanwhile, a Cloud Shinobi messenger finally arrived at the battle site. Scanning the area, he frowned. Where is Lord Killer Bee? A nearby Cloud Shinobi, his face pale with fear, stammered, we don't know. He was fighting Konoha's ninja, and then, in an instant, he disappeared. The messenger's expression darkened. This was bad. Very bad. Eight Tails' Jinchuriki had vanished. And if that was true, then both the Raikage and the third Raikage would go mad with rage. The entire Cloud Village would tremble in the wake of this loss. But no one, not even them, could understand the true horror of what had just been unleashed upon the world. Kurama had ascended. And the world was not ready for him. Chapter 73, AB Combination, 1 dead 1 injured. When Kurama rushed back, Killer Bee's Cloud Shinobi squad had already retreated in disarray. Hey, bro, you're back. Everyone was surprised to see Kurama's sudden return. Just now, you and the enemy disappeared at the same time. What happened? Oh, you guys don't know, Kurama said with a serious face. That Cloud Shinobi named Killer Bee fights with bayonets and only targets handsome men. He didn't dare to do it in public, so he took me into a small forest. Kurama spoke nonsense with a straight face. The others looked at each other. They understood. Killer Bee had always been an odd one. Wearing sunglasses and rapping terribly, it wasn't surprising if he had some unusual hobbies. Moreover, Cloud Shinobi were known for their physical prowess. There was no way they would mistreat a weaker opponent. At this moment, several Konoha Shinobi cast sympathetic glances at Kurama. One of them patted him on the shoulder. Bro, you worked hard. It's because you successfully delayed the enemy that we won this battle. You're a hero of the village. The Black Cloud Forest defensive battle had ended in a complete victory for Konoha. Even Cloud Shinobi's strongest duo, the Amber Lightning Squad, had been defeated by the Uchiha forces led by Uchiha Mikoto. The son of the third Raikage had even lost an arm in battle. This loss forced Cloud Shinobi to reconsider their strategies. In the Konoha camp, Uchiha Mikoto lay resting, exhausted from excessive use of her abilities. The medical nin shook their heads helplessly. She needs at least a week to recover, one of them said. Anything can happen in a week on the battlefield. Let me take care of it. Kurama walked into the tent. Someone immediately recognized him. Isn't that the hero who delayed Killer Bee? Yeah, that's him. The medical nin looked at him with disbelief. Kurama-sama, do you know medical ninjutsu too? I know a little, Kurama said. I'll give it a try. Mikoto dismissed everyone from the tent, leaving only her and Kurama. Kurama, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Handled, Kurama said casually. Mikoto was momentarily speechless. She had struggled against but Kurama had managed to deal with Killer Bee on his own. What she didn't realize was that she was already immensely strong. AI was the second most powerful shinobi in Cloud Village, surpassed only by the third Raikage himself. The Mangeko Sharingan placed an enormous strain on the user's body, draining their chakra and stamina at an alarming rate. But this wasn't a problem for Kurama. With his connection to the Nine Tails and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his healing abilities were beyond extraordinary. Placing a hand gently on Mikoto's forehead, he channeled his chakra. Moments later, Mikoto sat up, fully recovered. The chakra she had spent using her Mangekyo Sharingan had been completely restored. Mikoto's eyes widened. Even if Lady Tsunade had been here, such a recovery wouldn't have been possible. Kurama, thank you. It's nothing. This war isn't over yet. In the Cloud Shinobi camp, the third Raikage stared in shock at his son's missing arm. Someone on the battlefield had managed to push AI to this point. Did Konoha's Sannin personally join the war, he wondered. There had been no reports of such an event. Remained silent about his injuries. The third Raikage instead got the full story from his subordinates. He lost his arm fighting an Uchiha who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. That explained everything. Clenched his fists. The pain of losing his arm was secondary to the humiliation of defeat. He wanted revenge. But before he could act, his father recalled them to the command tent. The reason became clear: Iwagakure had taken advantage of their battle with Konoha to launch an invasion. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had sent his son, Getsuchi, leading tens of thousands of rock shinobi into the land of lightning itself. Cloud shinobi could not afford to fight Konoha and Iwagakure at the same time. Their homeland was at risk. The third Raikage gave the order to retreat immediately. A and Killer B were recalled from the front lines. A gritted his teeth. Damn rock shinobi, always attacking from behind. This is war, A, strategy matters. The winner writes history, the third Raikage said. And Inoki is a schemer. A spat in frustration. He had no choice but to focus on Iwagakure for now. Revenge on Konoha would have to wait. Strange. One team hasn't reported back yet. The third Raikage's concern grew. Just then, an intelligence officer arrived, panting. Lord Raikage. Lord A. Lord Killer B, hasn't returned. Silence fell over the command tent. A's face darkened. Killer B was playful, yes, but he would never fool around on the battlefield. According to those who returned, Killer B engaged a Konoha shinobi in battle. They both disappeared. Send out a search team immediately. Alive or dead, I want him found, the third Raikage roared, slamming a fist into the ground. The very earth trembled. A's temper clearly ran in the family. Losing a Jinchuriki was a disaster. Killer B wasn't just another ninja, he was the perfect Jinchuriki. He had complete control over the eight tails, making him a living weapon. Without him, the balance of power between the great villages would shift. Years ago, when Cloud Shinobi had lost control of the eight tails, the resulting chaos had nearly led to their downfall. They would not let that happen again. Meanwhile, the search teams combed the land for Killer B. Hours passed. Then, next to a waterfall, they found him. Or rather, his corpse. Killer B was dead. The third Raikage and A stood over the body, their eyes burning with fury. Who did this? Was it Konoha? Thunder crackled through the sky. Blue lightning surged violently around AI's body. The waterfall below roared, sending waves high into the air, as if the heavens themselves were trembling. He had died before he could truly shine. No one had expected this outcome. Killer B, Cloud Shinobi's pride, their strongest Jinchuriki, was dead. It was unthinkable. The Cloud Shinobi stood in stunned silence. The Amber Lightning Squad's first real battle had ended in tragedy, one dead, one crippled. And with Killer B gone, the morale of the Cloud Shinobi forces plummeted. For the first time since the war began, the village that had started it all, the mighty Cloud Shinobi of the Land of Lightning, was left in an impossible situation. Chapter 74, Red Hot Habanero famous all over the world. Fire Nation, Konohagakure. The third Hokage and other senior officials gathered to receive reports from the front lines. The battle in Black Cloud Forest had come to an end. The Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Mikoto, had defeated the infamous Kumo shinobi raiding squad. Among the fallen was none other than the son of the third Raikage, A. The ruthless defeat forced the Kumo forces into a full retreat from Black Cloud Forest. Konoha had secured a decisive victory. Upon hearing the results, the third Hokage's face lit up with satisfaction. As expected of the Uchiha clan, even the feared Kumo raiding squad had been repelled. It was quite the surprise for the third Hokage. Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, do you see now? If we can ease tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, it will be greatly beneficial to Konoha. What are our casualties? He asked. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan's casualties are within an acceptable range, a subordinate reported. I see. Very well. The Uchiha have strengthened our village's reputation. After the war, they will be rewarded handsomely. Ha. 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 Victory over the Cloud Shinobi was a significant achievement. Even Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu felt a sense of relief. However, the power demonstrated by the Uchiha clan unsettled them. The fact that they emerged victorious without devastating losses made them even more of a threat. For now, this minor battle could be overlooked, but the war between Konoha and Kumo had nearly reached its conclusion. Yet, Konoha could not afford to lower its guard. Because Kumo was not their only enemy. Iwa, Suna, and even smaller factions like Takigakure were beginning to stir. Even Kirigakure had its eyes set on Konoha, though its movements were less pronounced compared to the other great nations. The war was far from over. But this victory against Kumo was worth celebrating. Among the 5 great nations, Kumo prided itself on strength and raw power above all else. And now, Konoha had bested them. It was a symbolic triumph, one that boosted the morale of Konoha's shinobi. As the third Hokage, Hamura, and Koharu shared a moment of satisfaction, Danzo voiced his thoughts. Hokage-sama, we should use this war to weaken the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds, contemplating. He hesitated, unsure of whether to even entertain such a proposal. However, the three listened to Danzo's plan. Once he finished, their expressions darkened. Especially the third Hokage. "Danzo, what are you thinking?" He immediately rejected the idea. "You're suggesting we use our enemies to suppress the Uchiha clan. Have you lost your mind? What do you think the villagers, the shinobi, and the entire village would say if they found out?" Danzo's methods were always steeped in the darkness of Konoha's underbelly. And now, he wanted to further his ambitions using the war as a tool. "Danzo, your idea is too dangerous. The war isn't over yet. We can discuss internal matters after the situation stabilizes," Koharu interjected. Hamura nodded in agreement. Neither outright opposed Danzo's plan. They only argued that the timing wasn't right. If weakening the Uchiha could ensure that another Madara would never rise, they were willing to consider it. After all, decades ago, Konoha had sent Hashirama to counter Madara. If another Uchiha with similar power appeared, there would be no second Hashirama to stop them. The war council lasted for hours. After the meeting concluded, Danzo returned to the root base. In the dimly lit underground headquarters, a masked root operative emerged from the shadows, kneeling before him. "Lord Danzo, we have important intel from the front lines." "Speak." "Uchiha Mikoto has awakened the Mangeko Sharingan." Danzo's eyes narrowed. Then, his lips curled into a mysterious smirk. "So that's why my right eye has been aching. It must know that it's about to be replaced." A woman had awakened the Mangeko Sharingan. She had been hiding this power all along. Does the third Hokage know about this? Not yet. Danzo's Sharingan had only reached the 3-tomo stage. The Mangeko Sharingan was beyond his grasp. Until now, only 2 Uchiha in history had awakened it, Madara and his younger brother Izuna. And now, Mikoto had become the third. Danzo's desire for the Mangeko Sharingan burned within him. No wonder Kumo's elite force had been defeated. With the power of the Mangekyo, it made sense. Danzo's mind was set. Once the war ended, he would make his move against the Uchiha clan. Perhaps he wouldn't even wait that long. The war itself provided the perfect cover. Land of Frost, Konoha's camp. "Mikoto, the battle here is almost over. I'm heading to Kushina's side." "Understood, Kurama. Be careful." Mikoto was not afraid of Konoha's higher-ups discovering her Mangekyo Sharingan. Because after this war, she, Kushina, and Kurama had a bigger battle ahead. The conflict within Konoha itself was inevitable. But through this war, they could gain the support of the majority of Konoha's shinobi. By the time they made their move, the village elders would be powerless to stop them. Meanwhile, in another sector of the battlefield, Kushina's name was growing in infamy. Her main opponents were the forces of Iwagakure. Among them, she had earned multiple titles. No longer was she simply the blood-red habanero. Now, she was known by another name, the Crimson Flash. Wherever Kushina appeared, Iwa shinobi trembled in fear. Her legend spread quickly among the enemy ranks. Kumo, Iwa, Suna, and even Takigakure had heard the name. The Crimson Flash, the terrifying demon of the battlefield. This infuriated the son of the third Raikage. He had entered this war wanting to prove himself as the fastest shinobi in the world. Yet now, another Konoha kunoichi had stolen his spotlight. To make matters worse, she was the second Konoha woman to humiliate him. First, he had lost an arm in battle against the Uchiha. Now, a woman had overshadowed his speed. The entire shinobi world mocked him. Had he truly fallen so far? Back in the Konoha camp, Kushina grinned as she saw Kurama approach. She ran up to him and wrapped her arms around him tightly. "Kurama, it's been too long." The surrounding Konoha shinobi were left dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? How did he manage to tame a demon like Kushina-sama? Chapter 75, Chapter 75. Kushina Uzumaki was seen embracing a man. The surrounding Konoha shinobi were stunned. Who is this man? He actually managed to win over someone as terrifying as Kushina-sama. To her enemies, Kushina was a ruthless force of destruction, a relentless warrior who fought without hesitation. To the shinobi of Konoha, she was no different. Trained under Tsunade-sama herself, she had inherited her master's raw strength and fierce reputation. No one in Konoha dared to provoke her. On the battlefield, she was a nightmare. One punch was enough to turn enemies into pulp. The very earth cracked beneath her fists. Her strength was rumored to rival, if not surpass, that of Tsunade herself. Moreover, Kushina had the ability to enter a unique chakra mode, her own version of the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Her speed became inhuman, her senses heightened to the point where she could anticipate the enemy's movements effortlessly. The shinobi of Konoha respected her. And, if they were honest, they feared her too. Yet here she was, acting coy in front of a man. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Oi, Kushina, stop hugging me. We're in public, everyone's watching. Oh, right. Kushina reluctantly released Kurama, then frowned as she swept her gaze across the stunned onlookers. You bunch of single idiots. Keep staring, and I'll beat the hell out of you. The Konoha shinobi immediately averted their eyes. Kushina-sama, who is this? One finally asked hesitantly. This is Kurama. My boyfriend. Smooth. So smooth. The front lines had thousands of Konoha shinobi who admired and feared her, yet none had expected that she had a boyfriend. Beyond his striking looks, Kurama had an undeniable presence. His fiery orange hair and scarlet, slit-pupiled eyes were unusual, to say the least. In the command tent, only two people remained, Kushina and Kenji, a respected strategist and veteran shinobi. Kushina, is Mikoto's battle finished? Kenji asked. Yeah, pretty much, Kurama replied instead. She took down the third Raikage son, A. And I also managed to obtain the power of the Eight Tails. Damn, that's insane. Kushina grinned. She had always known Kurama was powerful, but hearing this still amazed her. Upon learning that Mikoto had severely wounded A, Kushina became so excited that she nearly dashed off to find her. And how's your battle going? Kurama asked, bringing her focus back. Kushina quickly summarized the battle against the Rock Shinobi. Since most of the Rock Village's forces had been deployed to invade the Land of Lightning, only about 5,000 shinobi were left to face Konoha's contingent. Thanks to her Nine-Tails enhanced perception, Kushina had detected every ambush and night raid before they happened. Every attempt at an enemy surprise attack had failed. Not only had she successfully defended, but she had also led Konoha's forces in breaking through the Rock Shinobi lines, crushing them in combat. Her reputation as the Crimson Flash, a warrior bathed in blood and chakra, began to spread throughout the shinobi world. Among the Rock Shinobi, she had become a legend of terror. Kushina, you were playing defense before, but now we're taking the offensive, Kenji announced. A savage grin stretched across her face. She had been waiting for this moment. The war between Konoha and the Rock Shinobi had been waged mainly in the Land of Grass, a country caught between two great powers, the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. A land too weak to choose its own fate. War had turned it into a battleground. Meanwhile, at the Sand Shinobi encampment, a group of Rock Village commanders discussed their predicament. Among them was Akuto, a veteran jonin, who had barely escaped from Kushina's forces. He sat alongside his fellow commanders, Kuroya and Oishi, debating how to counter Konoha's advance. Damn that Crimson Flash. How the hell does she have such terrifying power? Akuto growled, his fists clenched in frustration. He had only managed to escape at the cost of dozens of his own men. Kushina's overwhelming strength had left a deep psychological scar on him. Particularly that golden chakra form. Her speed was unreal, her strength monstrous. To Akuto, she was already at Kage level. Their ambushes, their night raids, their feints, everything had been rendered useless against her heightened sensory perception. Every single strategy had failed. At first, they suspected a spy in their ranks. But then, Akuto had personally planned an operation, sharing the details with no one. And yet, she had still anticipated his moves. Despair had begun to creep into his heart. To him, the name Crimson Flash had become synonymous with terror. Kuroya smirked at his nervous state. Come on, Akuto, you lost a couple of fights. That's no reason to lose your mind. Yeah, Oishi added. Are you seriously telling me that a single woman from Konoha is enough to break a jonin of Iwagakure? Akuto forced out a hollow laugh. You haven't faced her yet. You don't know how terrifying she really is. Meanwhile, in Konoha's advancing army, a group of scouts approached their commander. Kushina-sama, are you certain Rock's forces are in this direction? Asked Sarutobi Yamaru, a seasoned jonin from the Sarutobi clan. He was once the sensei of Team 8, which included Hyuga Hizashi, Inazuka Tsum, and Gashu. Now, he was Kushina's second-in-command. His true role, however, was to monitor her. The third Hokage had placed him here not just to assist in battle, but also to keep an eye on Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If anything went wrong, Yamaru's orders were to report it immediately. Kushina scoffed. What's this, Deputy Commander Yamaru? Are you questioning me? She knew exactly why he was here. The third Hokage didn't trust her. And Kurama had made sure she understood that. No, I wouldn't dare, Yamaru replied smoothly. As the deputy commander, he technically had no authority to override her decisions. Besides, the soldiers under her command had grown to trust her completely. Under her leadership, they had tasted nothing but victory. Then shut up and follow orders, she snapped. On the other side of the battlefield, the Rock Shinobi camp was nestled on a mountainside, an excellent defensive position. The air was still. Too still. Akuto shifted uneasily. Something was wrong. This eerie silence felt like the calm before a storm. Then, a rock shinobi sprinted into the tent, panting heavily. Commander Akuto. Commanders Kuroya, Oishi. Urgent report from the front lines. Akuto turned, his heart pounding. What is it? The scout gulped, visibly shaken. The crimson flash is leading the Konoha forces straight toward us. Silence. Then, the teacup in Akuto's hand slipped, spilling across the floor. His fingers trembled. Blood red pepper. She was coming. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. Red hot habanero. The tea in the rock jonin's hand slipped and shattered against the ground upon hearing those 4 words. Kuroya, Oishi, fall back. We need to regroup with Lord Kitsuchi's main force. Akuto's face was stricken with horror. Humph, Akuto, you're cowering over some red-haired kunoichi. Have some dignity as a rock shinobi. Kuroya sneered, crossing his arms. Take a good look. We're positioned on higher ground with a fortified defense. Konoha's forces are at a disadvantage. We'll bring back her head and settle the score for you. Oishi nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Akuto's reluctance to fight disgusted them. Their forces were strong. Their leader, Kitsuchi, was already engaged in battle against the Cloud Shinobi. Retreating now would be a disgrace to Iwagakure. No. This battle would be fought. Men, bring me the head of the red-hot habanero. Yes, sir. The morale of the rock shinobi soared as they prepared for battle. At the base of the mountain, the Konoha army was already assembled. This time, Kushina Uzumaki led them with all the tactical prowess she had honed through war. Over 2,000 Konoha shinobi stood behind her. Today, she would use them to crush the rock shinobi's 5,000-strong force. She would make them understand that Konoha's warriors were not to be trifled with. The Iwagakure forces, outnumbering Konoha's army by more than double, looked down from their high vantage point, their eyes locking onto the striking figure below. Lord Kuroya, Lord Oishi, that's the red-hot habanero. A rock shinobi pointed at Kushina. That hair, that bright red hair makes her an easy target. Kushina suddenly cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, her voice loud and clear across the battlefield. Hey, Akuto. You sacrificed dozens of your own men just to escape from me last time. How many do you plan to throw away today? Akuto's face paled. He had told his superiors that those men died in a trap. But the truth was far more disgraceful, he had used them as human shields to save himself. Akuto, is that true? Kuroya's voice was filled with venomous disbelief. Akuto bit his lip, unable to respond. But there was no time for internal disputes now. War was imminent. We'll deal with this after the battle. Warriors of Iwagakure, charge. The war horn sounded. Oishi's command sent hundreds of rock shinobi forward, their battle cries echoing in the valley. Earth style, earth flow rampart. A massive wave of stone and boulders rained down toward the Konoha forces. Kushina stood at the front, undeterred. She would carve the first path through. Sarutobi Yamaru, the special jonin, and Chunin followed closely behind her. Stay with Lady Kushina. Charge. They had fought under her command before. They had won. Again and again. This time would be no different. Lightning style, thunder pillar. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Wind style, gale surge. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The battlefield erupted in fire, water, and lightning as the Konoha shinobi countered the falling rock bombardment. Shuriken and kunai cut through the air, detonating tags flashing like fireworks. Kurama prowled beside Kushina, a hulking presence of raw power. Kushina's body gleamed with golden chakra, Ninetales chakra mode. Her speed was inhuman. Only Kurama could keep up. Her gaze locked onto Akuto. He was terrified. She grinned. You think numbers matter to me? I don't give a damn about numbers. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang. 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 Thick white smoke exploded across the mountainside, swept away by the wind, revealing thousands of golden figures standing beside her. The rock shinobi recoiled in shock. One woman had just created an entire army. Kurama chuckled darkly. The battlefield was her domain now. Her Uzumaki bloodline gave her absurd stamina and chakra reserves. Unlike most shinobi, she never seemed to tire, no matter how long the fight dragged on. This was why she was feared. This was why she was called the red-hot habanero. Impossible. Kuroya whispered. Akuto, Oishi hissed, you never told us she was this strong. Akuto could only laugh bitterly. I did. You just didn't listen. They should have retreated when they had the chance. Now, it was too late. They watched in horror as their fellow IWA shinobi fell like wheat before the scythe. Fear took hold of their army. Their morale shattered. The desire to fight vanished. Akuto, Oishi turned to his comrade, his voice cracking, maybe we should retreat toward Lord Kitsuchi. Oh. And where exactly do you think you're running off to? A mocking voice cut through the battlefield. A crimson blur flashed before their eyes. Kushina and Kurama stood before them. Their hearts stopped. How had she reached them so fast? The pass they stood on was supposed to be impenetrable. To her, it was nothing. Kurama, Kushina asked, do you want to handle them, or should I? Akuto, Kuroya, and Oishi trembled. Sweat dripped down their faces. They weren't even strong enough to fight her clones. Now the real Kushina stood before them. And Kurama? He was an enigma. A man even the red-hot habanero called master. They didn't even dare to meet his crimson gaze. Those eyes held the fury of a beast. Which one of them ran away from you before? Kurama asked casually. Kushina smirked and pointed. That one. Kurama's grin widened. Oh. Him? He's not getting away this time. Not even if Inoki himself shows up to save him. Arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. Kurama had just dismissed their Tsuchikage as if he were nothing. Akuto's blood boiled in rage. Konoha had their will of fire. Iwagakure had the will of stone. No matter what, they would not let their leader be disrespected. Akuto snarled, kunai flashing in his hand, and charged at Kurama. Boom. Kurama didn't even look. A dark red chakra hand shot out, slamming into Akuto and sending him flying. His body crashed into the mountain wall with a sickening crack. He slid down, lifeless. Instant kill. A veteran rock jonin, erased in one strike. Kuroya and Oishi paled. They were only slightly stronger than Akuto. If he died that easily, what chance did they have? Regret consumed them. They should have listened to Akuto. They should have retreated when they had the chance. Kushina bit into a strand of her crimson hair. Lightning exploded around her. One step. One strike. Kuroya and Oishi collapsed, lifeless. The battle ended in a massacre. Kushina's forces wiped out the 5,000-strong rock army within an hour. Konoha had won. And the red-hot habanero would be feared forevermore. Chapter 77, please let me atone. More than 5,000 Iwagakure shinobi had been completely annihilated by the forces of Konoha. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the victorious cheers of Konoha's shinobi. Relief and triumph were evident on every face as they stood amidst the bodies of their fallen enemies. On the mountainside overlooking the battlefield, Uzumaki Kushina and Kurama stood side by side, surveying the aftermath of their overwhelming victory. Somewhere in the ranks, a voice suddenly cried out. Long live Lady Kushina. That single voice ignited a wave of cheers as the rest of the Konoha shinobi followed suit, their cries echoing across the battlefield. Long live Lady Kushina. Long live Lady Kushina. The loud, unified chant spread like wildfire, shaking the very air. In their eyes, Kushina was no longer just a kunoichi or a jinchuriki, she was a legend in the making. A deity of war who had led them to victory after victory. Under her command, Konoha had never lost a battle. And now, they had wiped out over 5,000 enemy shinobi at an astoundingly low cost. Such a feat was unheard of in the history of the ninja world. Even Sarutobi Yamaru, who had once questioned Kushina's leadership, could no longer deny her prowess. There was nothing left to doubt. But amidst the cheers, there was another name on everyone's lips, Kurama. Everyone knew of Kushina's power, but who was this man beside her? Who was Senju Kurama? He was the only one who could keep up with Lady Kushina's speed. Only he, Kurama. The other shinobi could only watch the two of them from behind as they surged through the battlefield like a crimson tempest and a golden shadow. Quiet whispers spread among the ranks. Kurama. Do we have a shinobi by that name in Konoha? There are thousands of us here on the front lines. Maybe he was transferred from another unit. Unbothered by the murmurs, Kushina basked in the cheers with a proud grin, her arms crossed over her chest. Hee, Kurama, I'm amazing, aren't I? Kurama smirked. Yes, that little redhead has grown up. Hee, but I still need Kurama's help. Otherwise, little Kushina wouldn't have grown up this strong. Meanwhile, on another battlefield. The main force of Iwagakure, led by Kitsuchi, was locked in an intense confrontation with the forces of Kumogakure. IWA had the upper hand, steadily pushing Kumo's forces back toward the border of the Land of Lightning. An IWA shinobi sprinted towards Kitsuchi with urgency. Lord Kitsuchi. The other battlefield, our forces. Speak. Kitsuchi barked, his deep voice filled with authority. The shinobi gulped before delivering the grim news. Lord Kitsuchi, on the other battlefield, over 5,000 of our comrades were completely wiped out by the Konoha forces. What? Kitsuchi's already hardened face twisted in shock and fury. The entire 5,000-strong IWA unit, including elite jonin like Akuto the Demon, Kuroya, Oishi, Suma, had been utterly annihilated. The weight of the news sent a ripple of disbelief through the remaining IWA forces. Just yesterday, Kitsuchi had communicated with Akuto's unit. And now, they were all gone. When had Konoha's military strength become so terrifying? Kitsuchi gritted his teeth, fists clenching in frustration. Which Konoha unit did this? Iwagakure will not forget this betrayal. The messenger took a deep breath before answering. Lord Kitsuchi, the enemy commander was none other than the blood-red flash, Uzumaki Kushina. Silence fell. Then, Kitsuchi's face contorted in rage. That cursed woman. He wanted nothing more than to seek revenge immediately. But they were still engaged with Kimogakure. There was no time to turn back and strike Konoha. For now, they had to focus on crushing Kimo. Konohagakure, Fire Country. The moment the news of Kushina's victory reached Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhaled in satisfaction. Good, truly, she is worthy of being Tsunade's student and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Mito-sama's bloodline is strong indeed. The decision to send Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to the front lines had proven to be the right one. She had delivered Konoha an unprecedented victory. Even Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, who had been skeptical of sending Kushina into war, had no choice but to acknowledge the results. With such achievements, Uzumaki Kushina had secured her place in history. Konoha had never lost a battle where Kushina fought. This was Konoha's greatest victory in the entire war against Iwagakure. But Danzo Shimura's expression remained unreadable. Kushina's power was growing too quickly. And Uchiha Mikoto had also distinguished herself in battle. If things continued like this, these women would become too powerful, too difficult to control. If Kushina truly became a perfect Jinchuriki, his plans to control the Nine-Tails would slip further away. No. Danzo's ambitions had to be fulfilled step by step. First, he would acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, he would find an opportunity to manipulate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For now, he would wait. The land of grass, Konoha War Camp. Dusk had settled over the battlefield. Kushina's forces had finished cleaning up the remnants of the battle. After a long day of bloodshed, even the strongest shinobi needed rest. Inside her tent, only two people remained, Kushina and Kurama. Ah, ha. Kushina stretched her arms, her lithe frame arching slightly as she let out a long yawn. Despite her monstrous chakra reserves and stamina, even she wasn't immune to exhaustion. She turned to Kurama with a playful smile. Kurama, I'm really sleepy. Can I nap on your tail? Who would have thought that the fierce, unstoppable blood-red flash of the battlefield could act so cute in private? At first, Kurama pretended not to hear her. Kushina huffed and stomped over to him, her red hair swishing dramatically. She puffed out her cheeks and pouted, her large violet eyes shimmering. Kurama smirked but said nothing, just teasing her. Seeing that her usual tactics weren't working, Kushina took it a step further, grabbing a fistful of her own hair and draping it over her face as if she were about to cry. Finally, Kurama relented. A large, fluffy tail unfurled before her. Wow. Kurama is the best. Kushina immediately dove onto the tail, rubbing her cheek against the soft fur. Then, without another word, she closed her eyes and fell asleep, her breathing quickly evening out. Kurama watched her fondly, running a hand through her long red hair. This little devil had worked hard today. Let her rest. By the time Kushina woke up, the sky was dark. She opened her eyes to find Kurama watching her with a knowing smirk. Kushina, you slept so well that my tail went numb. Kushina blinked. Then her face turned pink with guilt. Ah. Kurama, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She looked so flustered that Kurama chuckled. Kushina clenched her fists determinedly. Kurama, let me atone for my sins. Chapter 78, I'm responsible. Kurama, please allow me to atone for my sins. Kushina stared at Kurama with wide eyes. Atonement. Here. There are still Konoha shinobi patrolling outside. Unexpectedly, the leader smiled. The smile was cunning. If there are people, wouldn't that make it more exciting? Kurama's face was covered in black lines. He was convinced. Kushina had been completely corrupted by him. Now she was the one driving the train. If Tobirama Senju were to take a train, he wouldn't do it unless Kushina was the captain. Kushina started moving, and a rhythmic sound echoed in the room. We're not familiar with this place. Let's go home. Home? Before Kushina could react, Kurama grabbed her small hand. With a whoosh, the two of them vanished instantly. The scene changed. They appeared in the land of fire, inside the hidden leaf village. Kushina blinked and saw the familiar walls, the familiar ceiling, and the familiar bed. They had returned home. The room bore the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ah. Kushina stretched out, feeling the comfort of home. This is Lord Kurama's Flying Thunder God technique. She had almost forgotten that Kurama could use this jutsu. These past days had been spent on the front lines, with little rest. Kushina hadn't had a proper sleep in a long time. Without hesitation, she threw herself onto the bed, rolling around and relishing the comfort. Ah, Kurama, thank you. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the distant chirping of crickets and frogs. Even the croaking of frogs felt like a kind of peace. Kurama smiled. This was a good place for atonement. This time, he didn't need to do anything. Kushina, however, seemed unusually eager. This was her journey of redemption, and she had to complete everything herself. Kurama, I'll take care of the movement, you just hold steady. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Shinobi camp. Lord Raikage, Lord A, good news. Lord Killerby has woken up. Ha. The third Raikage and his son, A, were overjoyed at the news. As expected of a perfect Jinchuriki. Even after having the 8 tails extracted, Killerby had survived. It turned out that the day Kurama had forcibly separated the 8 tails from him, he had simply turned and left. But because Killerby was a perfect Jinchuriki, his deep bond with the 8 tails had already prepared for such an event. Just in case, Gyuki had left behind enough chakra within Killerby to sustain his life. Once Cloud Shinobi found him, they used their village's secret techniques to bring him back. However, without the 8 tails, Killerby's strength was greatly diminished. But his 7-sword style and lightning release techniques were still formidable. Even without his tailed beast, there were fewer than 5 shinobi in the village who could defeat him. After regaining consciousness, Killerby immediately told the Raikage and A everything about what had happened, how he suddenly disappeared from the battlefield, how the 9 tails had taken the 8 tails, and everything else he had seen. Raikage and A were stunned. They never imagined such a thing could happen. The one who had taken the 8 tails wasn't an enemy shinobi but the 9 tails itself. And what was even more shocking was that the 9 tails didn't just look like a beast. Lord Raikage, brother, Gyuki told me, the 9 tails is no longer the 9 tails we know. B's words were serious, not in his usual rap. Raikage and A listened carefully as Killerby revealed even more shocking information. For instance, 9 tails had used the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Not only that, but it also possessed abilities from the Uzumaki clan. And, if that weren't enough, it even had the Sharingan. Such a thing was unheard of. Even the third Raikage and A were in disbelief. But Killerby was serious. If anyone else had said such words, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. Possessing the Sharingan. Mastering the second Hokage's time-space jutsu. Holding the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Was this really a tailed beast? It was unbelievable. A tailed beast with such abilities, who in the entire shinobi world could be its opponent? After hearing Killer B's words, Raikage and A couldn't remain calm for a long time. At that moment, A gave up any thoughts of avenging Killer B. He wasn't a coward, but he knew this wasn't just a personal grudge. If they acted recklessly, it could bring destruction upon the village. And, 9 tails was currently within Konoha's camp. From what Killer B described, neither the third Raikage nor A believed the 9 tails was obediently serving Konoha. It must be plotting something. What a cunning fox. In the end, the third Raikage made his decision. They would not engage in further conflict with Konoha. At the same time, he ordered a letter of surrender and an alliance treaty to be sent to Konoha. The Land of Lightning was willing to offer compensation, cede land, and negotiate peace. If the third Hokage received this letter, his first reaction would be shock. His second reaction would be to smile from ear to ear. With Cloud Shinobi retreating from the war, their situation was still dire. Because now, Iwagakure had deployed over 30,000 shinobi against them. This time, Iwagakure was determined. They vowed to wipe out the third Raikage and what remained of the Cloud Shinobi. Within the Cloud Shinobi camp, the third Raikage knew he had no choice but to make a sacrifice. He planned to stay behind and ensure his son A and Killer B could escape back to the Land of Lightning. As long as they returned safely, Iwagakure's plans would be for nothing. Before the IWA shinobi could form a full encirclement, the third Raikage had to hold the line and ensure their retreat. The next day, Kushina and Kurama returned to the front lines. Kurama, help me. Kushina had been active all night, and now her waist ached terribly. She staggered as she walked. If anyone saw her like this, it would be a disaster. She shot a resentful glance at Kurama. Her body was sore from exhaustion, and not even her Uzumaki clan vitality could help. She had to rely on Kurama's healing. Kurama chuckled, letting his dark red chakra flow into her. Moments later, the pain in her waist and legs faded, though the red marks on her knees wouldn't disappear immediately. Lord Kushina. We have an important battle report. A Konoha shinobi rushed in. Iwa's forces, tens of thousands strong, have nearly surrounded the Cloud Shinobi camp. The war is about to break out. Before, Konoha had been fighting both Iwa and Kumo. Now, they could sit back and watch the two devour each other. Kurama smirked. Kushina knew that look. Kurama, do you want to go? Heh, the one who understands me best is you, Kushina. Chapter 79, I'm your daddy. The third great ninja war had finally reached its climax. Rock Shinobi versus Cloud Shinobi. This time, the Rock Shinobi army, led by Kitsuchi, had gathered a force of 30,000 shinobi. On the other side, the Cloud Shinobi troops, under the command of the Third Raikage, numbered only around 2,000. The remainder of Cloud's forces were still stationed in the Land of Lightning, leaving their front line vulnerable due to their overconfidence and miscalculated strategy. At the same time, they faced not just one but two major ninja villages, Konohagakure of the Land of Fire and Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. The division of troops had left Cloud Shinobi stretched thin, and their defeat in the Black Cloud Forest at the hands of Konoha had left them severely weakened and disorganized. This time, the Rock Shinobi seized the opportunity. Kitsuchi had mobilized almost all of Iwagakure's forces to the battlefield. A staggering 30,000 troops, an overwhelming force. The sheer number alone created an imposing aura, like an unyielding tide crashing against the enemy, determined not to retreat until victory was secured. Soon, the Rock Shinobi encircled the Cloud Shinobi, including the Third Raikage himself, forming an inescapable trap. A country cannot be without its leader, a village cannot be without its Kage. If Iwagakure managed to capture or even kill the Third Raikage on the battlefield, it would spell disaster for the Land of Lightning. Without their leader, Cloud Shinobi would crumble. And with that, Iwagakure could march straight into the Land of Lightning, breaking through its defenses. If they succeeded, the entire Cloud Village would be thrown into chaos, and the tailed beasts, Matatabi and Gyuki, would fall into the hands of Iwagakure. Kitsuchi, the son of the Third Tsuchikage, was at the helm of this invasion. Observing the sheer might of his forces, he exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Akuto, Kuroya, Oishi, once Cloud Shinobi is crushed, we will launch an all-out counteroffensive against Konoha. A cruel smirk crossed his face. Cloud Shinobi will fall. And Konoha. They will meet the same fate. Cloud Valley. This was the last stronghold of the Cloud Shinobi. The Third Raikage, his son A, Killer B, and several high-ranking shinobi such as C and Dodai had gathered here. The Valley of Clouds had a deep, sunken terrain surrounded by towering mountains, making it an ideal defensive position. But now, all the Cloud Shinobi stationed outside had been wiped out by the Rock Shinobi. What was once their stronghold had become a valley of death. 3 layers of Iwagakure's troops encircled them, sealing off every exit. Escape was nearly impossible. At this moment, the Third Raikage stood before his people. His sharp gaze swept over the gathered shinobi, his son A, Killer B, C, Dodai, and countless warriors who had fought and bled for their village. Everyone, this is the darkest hour in the history of Cloud Village. His voice was steady, yet heavy with the weight of responsibility. As the Raikage, it is my duty to lead in times of crisis. Despite their dire situation, there was no hesitation in his words. Unlike his son, who was brash, impatient, and prone to anger, the Third Raikage was a man of resilience, wisdom, and unshakable will. Even in the face of death, he remained composed. And now, he had made his decision. The Third Raikage laid out his plan to his people. He would stay behind and fight alone, creating a path for his shinobi to escape. A deafening silence followed his words. Then came the immediate protests. Lord Raikage, if someone must stay behind, let it be us. We will fight to clear a path for you. You are the leader of our village. Cloud needs you to survive. Even C and Dodai, known for their strategic minds, stepped forward in protest. Lord Raikage, let us handle this. You and Lord A should escape. Killer B, usually carefree and joking, was dead serious. Boss, let us fight. You gotta get out of here. A, who had already lost an arm, stood up immediately. This should be my job. I can fight Rock Shinobi all day long. Let me do it. But this time, A didn't call him Lord Raikage. He called him father. Father, leave this to me. The Third Raikage closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his body was already crackling with lightning. You are Cloud's future. And this is my responsibility as Raikage. Before anyone could argue further, his voice turned sharp. If anyone objects again, I will cut them down myself. And then, I will take my own life. A thunderous silence filled the valley. Lightning surged around him as he activated his strongest technique, the Hell Stab, four-finger spear. The strongest shield. The strongest spear. Everyone in Cloud knew that none of them could stand against him. And they knew he was serious. If they refused to leave, he would make them. Tears welled up in their eyes. But they had no choice. They had to live. Clenched his fists, his whole body shaking with emotion. The third Raikage grabbed him by the shoulder and spoke 4 words. I am your father. 4 simple words, yet they carried the weight of everything. A hardened warrior like A, who rarely showed vulnerability, broke down into tears. And then, the final order was given. If I die in battle, then A will be the next Raikage of Cloud Village. With one final roar, his lightning-clad figure vanished into the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi fled, their hearts heavy with sorrow and determination. But they would not let his sacrifice be in vain. Outside the Valley of Clouds, a chilling silence filled the air. Then, a deafening roar of thunder shook the battlefield. Lord Kitsuchi. Bad news. The third Raikage has broken through. That reckless beast. Attack with everything we have. Kill him. Charge. Thousands of rock shinobi surged forward. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags rained down on the third Raikage. But none of it mattered. Nothing could pierce his indestructible body. Not even Earth-style, the pride of rock shinobi, could counter him. Against an army of thousands, he charged forward alone. His lightning-cloaked body tore through the enemy lines like a storm of death. Blood painted the battlefield red. The rock shinobi ranks crumbled before him. With every strike, his mighty spear carved a path of destruction. And finally, he broke through the encirclement. His voice thundered across the battlefield. A. Killer B. Cloud Shinobi. Follow this path and escape. I will guard the rear. And in the distance, a figure lurked in the shadows, watching the spectacle unfold with fascination. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, observed the battle with a sinister glint in his eyes. A man against an army. How amusing. Chapter 80, Raikage. For hours, this battle raged against a single, formidable enemy. The third Raikage was truly a force of nature. Ha! Suddenly, he sensed an unexpected chakra signature. Killer B. His sharp gaze swept through the ranks of the Cloud Shinobi. Sure enough, Killer B was among them. Surprising. At the start of this war, he had torn the 8 tails from Killer B, never giving it a second thought. And yet, here he was, still breathing. Well, a perfect Jinchuriki indeed. You really are something. But the goal remained the same. The power of the 8 tails was all that mattered. As for Killer B's life, it was inconsequential. If extracting the beast killed him, so be it. If he survived, then that too was of no concern. The battlefield was a storm of smoke and blood. The rock shinobi had witnessed the terrifying might of the third Raikage. Their weapons, kunai, swords, explosive tags, jutsu, nothing had any effect. His body bore not a single new wound, save for the old scar that already marked him. The rock shinobi wavered, fear creeping into their ranks. Is his body made of steel? How can it not break? Can a shinobi's flesh really be this tough? Charge. Keep attacking. Wave after wave of rock shinobi threw themselves at him. But the third Raikage was not just the strongest shield. He was also the strongest spear. His hell stab technique pierced through every rock shinobi defense as if they were made of paper. To him, these shinobi were nothing more than cannon fodder. The relentless onslaught continued, but even in their numbers, they could not overwhelm him. In the end, AI, Killer B, and several others led the Cloud Shinobi through the encirclement. The bloody path had been carved open by the third Raikage himself. Not only did he ensure their escape, but he also turned back to block the pursuit. Alone, he stood his ground. No enemy would pass. Lord Kitsuchi, one of the rock shinobi, reported urgently, the enemy forces have escaped with the help of the third Raikage. With him standing guard, we're unable to break through. Kitsuchi watched the lone warrior from a distance, his expression grim. The third Raikage, truly a monster. A warrior capable of standing against an entire army alone. Forget the escaping Cloud Shinobi. They're no longer our concern. Today, we ensure that the third Raikage falls. The battle raged on. The third Raikage had already slain over 3,000 rock shinobi. His body was drenched in enemy blood. His mind burned with the heat of battle. At last, Kitsuchi signaled a temporary retreat. Hold the line. Let him rest. The rock shinobi pulled back, controlling the pass, ensuring no escape for the Raikage. They needed 10 minutes. 10 minutes to form a strategy. 10 minutes to calm their nerves. 10 minutes to ensure his downfall with minimal casualties. The third Raikage, though seemingly invincible, was still human. Chakra and stamina were not limitless. Even he had his breaking point. And in the original history of the shinobi world, he had fallen precisely this way, worn down by the endless waves of enemy forces. In a secluded section of the valley, surrounded by broken bodies and scorched earth, the third Raikage stood alone, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. More than 3,000 slain, and still, he stood. Even if he bore no injuries, the toll on his chakra and stamina was immense. A shinobi without chakra and strength was a dead man walking. Who's there? His sharp gaze flicked toward the trees, his instinct screaming danger. Well. Raikage, your senses are as sharp as ever. A man with fiery orange hair and piercing crimson eyes emerged from the shadows of the trees. Kurama. He had deliberately revealed his presence. Otherwise, not even the Raikage or the rock shinobi would have noticed him. Seeing the men before him, the third Raikage's eyes widened in alarm. He immediately stepped back, muscles tensed, prepared for battle. Kurama chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. Now, Raikage, is that any way to greet someone? The third Raikage's grip on his chakra tightened. What business do I have with a tailed beast? He already knew who this was. Killer Bee had given an artist sketch of this man after regaining consciousness. The Ninetales himself. Oh. So you recognize me. That makes things easier. The Raikage's expression remained hardened. Should I call you Ninetales, or do you have another name? Names are irrelevant, Kurama said with a smirk. What matters is that I am not your enemy. The Raikage did not believe it for a second. You're saying that after stealing the 8 tails? Kurama spread his hands, his tone light. Let's be honest. The role of the tailed beasts is nothing more than a balance between the 5 great nations. But tell me, Raikage, if all the nations lost their tailed beasts, wouldn't that balance still remain? The third Raikage remained silent. Besides, your Killer Bee is still alive, isn't he? If I had truly wanted him dead, I would have finished him off after extracting the 8 tails. Yet, I didn't. That gave the Raikage pause. Kurama continued, his voice carrying conviction. Let me take on this burden. I will lead the tailed beasts toward a different path. You won't have to fight over them anymore. The third Raikage studied him carefully. A Biju, speaking of peace. Of a new order. The idea was difficult to comprehend. Yet, if there was no village with a tailed beast, there would be no reason to fight over them. Kurama's logic was undeniable. With a deep breath, the Raikage asked, then why are you here now? Kurama's grin widened. To test you. Test. Simple, Kurama explained, stepping forward. If I win, I take you out of this encirclement. And if I lose, then I take your strength for myself. The third Raikage understood immediately. There was no if. This was not a challenge. This was a declaration of his defeat before the battle had even begun. Realization dawned, and for the first time in a long while, the third Raikage chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that shook the air. Ninetales, you underestimate me. Do you truly believe I have no chance of winning? Kurama's crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. No. His voice was calm. I know you have no chance. The third Raikage roared in defiance, his chakra flaring to its peak. Then prove it. Chapter 81. There is no hope of winning. Could it be that waiting for the end of the third Raikage means accepting defeat? As the shadow of a village, the third Raikage carries his own dignity and pride. What's more, his strongest spear and strongest shield have never been broken. Except for the scar on his chest, which remains his shame. But even that wound was self-inflicted, not given by another. Even if the one before him is the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Ninetales, his words are too arrogant. Could it be that all foxes have such loud voices? The third Raikage once fought the 8 tails to a standstill. Both sides had been pushed to exhaustion. Though wild-tailed beasts cannot control their power as effectively as a perfect Jinchuriki, they remain tailed beasts all the same. The figure before him, Ninetales, was a wild one. If it's a fight, then so be it. The third Raikage's battle spirit surged. He wasn't satisfied yet. The skirmish with the Iwa earlier had been nothing more than a one-sided massacre. They had thrown themselves at him, relying on numbers, only to die one after another. He did not understand their reasoning. Now, he wanted a worthy opponent. And in front of him, Ninetales was just that. Come on, Ninetales. The world fears the tailed beasts, but I do not. Haha, the strongest spear and the strongest shield. I'll break your spear and pierce your shield today. The third Raikage's expression darkened, and lightning coursed across his body. This time, he wasn't facing the 8 tails. This was the Ninetales. From the very start, he pushed his speed to its ultimate limit. Just a tailed beast, don't be so arrogant. What a joke. If a tailed beast isn't arrogant, is it still a tailed beast? Kurama immediately entered his tailed beast chakra mode. His body radiated golden chakra, much like Kushina's form. Hell stab, 4-finger thrust. The third Raikage concentrated chakra into all 4 fingers of his right hand. His speed was blinding. A blue streak of lightning flashed past. His 4 extended fingers closed in on Kurama's heart. A sharp sound cut through the air. Orange flickered. The third Raikage felt nothing against his fingers. An afterimage. Kurama's form shimmered, an illusion fading into the air. Gone in an instant. So fast. He dodged my attack at full speed. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes. Then, another flash. An orange flash. A golden figure appeared above him, midair. The third Raikage tensed, a chill creeping up his spine. This was no ordinary wild-tailed beast. For the first time, he felt danger. A single misstep could be fatal. Tailed beast bomb. Kurama growled. A small, compressed-tailed beast bomb formed in his chakra-cloaked hand. He hurled it straight at the third Raikage's skull. Too fast, even with his full-powered lightning release armor, he couldn't dodge it. Boom. A deafening explosion followed. The valley of clouds trembled, the ground blasted into a massive crater. Dust and smoke filled the air. When it finally cleared, the third Raikage stood in the pit, unscathed. Lightning crackled around his body, dazzling and fierce. TCH, TCH. The strongest shield really is thick-skinned. The third Raikage had once battled the 8 tails to a draw. A single-tailed beast bomb was nothing to him. That meant Kurama's attack hadn't been compressed enough. He needed to refine it further. A mini-tailed beast bomb formed again, this time compressed to a density of 1,000 kilograms. The third Raikage scoffed. 9 tails, I told you already, tailed beast bombs are useless against me. Even if you're faster than me, if you can't hurt me, it's all in vain. Ha ha ha. The third Raikage laughed wildly. It had been too long since he had such a fight. The last time was against the 8 tails. It seemed no human opponent could ignite his fighting spirit anymore. Only a tailed beast could. Kurama flashed forward, clutching the mini-tailed beast bomb. He appeared behind the third Raikage in an instant. Damn it. 9 tails' speed is even greater than before. He's far above me now. The third Raikage couldn't block in time. He could only endure it. The 1,000-kilogram mini-tailed beast bomb crashed against his lightning release armor. Sparks flew. Boom. The explosion sent the third Raikage hurtling back dozens of meters. He crashed through trees, then slammed into the cliffside before coming to a stop. A mouthful of blood spattered from his lips. The third Raikage's expression twisted in disbelief. More than shock, this was an awakening. He, the third Raikage, the man known for the strongest shield, was injured. Lightning crackled around him, flickering chaotically. His armor, his strongest shield, had been broken by Kurama's tailed beast bomb. His body, bruised and bloodied, bore the proof. For decades, he had fought in the ninja world. Never once had his shield been breached. Until now. And his opponent, the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. Is this beast tougher than me? The third Raikage muttered, his voice tinged with admiration. His wounds were minor, insignificant to him. But they proved something undeniable. His strongest shield had been broken. And these scars would remain forever. Is this the power of the 9 tails? Heh. Old man Raikage, your strongest shield isn't that great after all. The third Raikage was an honest man. He could not deny it. His shield had been shattered. The 9 tails had earned his right to say that. Refreshing. The third Raikage roared. It had been so long since he faced such an opponent. His shield was broken. Now, he would unleash his strongest spear. Hell stab, 1-finger thrust. This was the ultimate form of his technique. 1 finger, capable of piercing anything. No defense could withstand it. The third Raikage channeled all his chakra into his right index finger. This single strike carried infinite power. He would drive it through the 9 tails. Kurama, however, remained unfazed. He had fulfilled his promise. He had shattered the third Raikage's shield. Now, it was time to break his spear. His scarlet, slit pupil spun. The Mangeko Sharingan activated. Space trembled. The technique was unleashed. Void Severance. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. Lightning crackled across the stormy skies of the battlefield, illuminating the valley in an eerie glow. The third Raikage, clad in his powerful lightning release chakra mode, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. His strongest spear, the Hell Stab, one-finger variant, was aimed directly at the towering beast before him. The Ninetales, Kurama, stood motionless, his massive form exuding an aura of sheer dominance. His scarlet eyes, brimming with malice and intellect, slowly spun into a new form, the Mangekyo Sharingan. A single glance, and the Raikage world slowed. His body, which had been moving at blinding speeds, felt sluggish, as though trapped in a vortex. The very space around him twisted unnaturally. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized what was happening. How is this possible? Killer Bee's words echoed in his mind. Big bro, that fox ain't normal. He's got eyes that can mess with reality itself. Sharingan. No, this was far beyond an ordinary Sharingan. This was the power of the Mangekyo. Kurama's right eye narrowed slightly. Void Severance or Kemui. A silent, invisible force sliced through the battlefield. Before the Raikage could react, his Hell Stab, the technique that had pierced through thousands of enemies, that had even wounded himself in an unstoppable assault, was severed at its source. The sharp, armored fingertip that had been his ultimate weapon vanished. No sound. No resistance. Just a clean, effortless cut. The third Raikage's eyes widened as he watched his own severed finger drop to the ground, swallowed instantly by the storm of dust and debris. A deep, searing pain shot through his body. But pain meant nothing to him. He was a warrior. He was a Kage. Yet, despite his willpower, a sharp, involuntary hiss escaped his lips. His massive frame trembled as he clutched his bleeding hand. His strongest weapon, his spear, was broken. First, his so-called unbreakable shield had been shattered. Now, his legendary spear had been rendered useless. He clenched his jaw, but his pride forced a bitter smile onto his lips. Ninetales. I lost. A heavy silence settled between them. For the first time, the third Raikage understood the horror that lay within those crimson eyes. He thought back to his army, his comrades waiting beyond the valley. The rock shinobi encroaching upon their forces. He knew he could no longer lead them to victory. With a slow, measured breath, he met the fox's gaze again. Ninetales, he said, his voice steady despite the pain. Take me away from this battlefield. With your strength, you can break through Iwagakure's encirclement. Kurama tilted his head slightly, an amused smirk forming on his humanoid face. Oh, I could do that, he mused, his voice a deep rumble that sent shivers down the Raikage's spine. But first. In a flash, golden chains erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the Raikage's powerful frame. They shimmered with a power he recognized instantly, sealing chakra. At the same time, Kurama's tail slithered through the air like sentient appendages, layering over the chains, further restricting him. The third Raikage's muscles tensed. What was happening? He had admitted defeat. What more did the Ninetales want? His mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Ninetales. He growled, his deep voice laced with suspicion. What are you doing? Kurama's smirk widened. You can't move anymore, can you? The Raikage's heartbeat thundered in his chest. The Ninetales stepped closer. An ominous presence surrounded him. He had never feared an opponent before, not even the second Tsuchikage, not even Madara Uchiha's legend. But this was different. A deep, primal terror gripped him. His body involuntarily recoiled as Kurama leaned in, eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Stay back. The Raikage's voice boomed across the valley. Kurama merely chuckled. Relax, he said, his voice a velvet whisper laced with amusement. This will be over before you know it. Before the Raikage could comprehend the meaning of those words, a sensation unlike any he had ever felt surged through him. A formless energy, Kurama's very essence, slipped into his body. He could feel it. Like a storm raging within him. Like an ocean flooding his soul. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered the third Raikage's body. Would you like to begin fusion? Kurama's lips curled into a knowing grin. Begin. A pulse of chakra rippled outward, shaking the valley itself. Fusion initiated. Lightning release chakra mode integration, 10%. 50%. 100%. Fusion complete. A surge of golden lightning coursed through Kurama's veins. Hell Stab, 4-finger variant integrated. Hell Stab, 3-finger variant integrated. Hell Stab, 2-finger variant integrated. Hell Stab, 1-finger variant integrated. Black lightning integration complete. A deep exhale escaped Kurama's lips as he stepped back, his new power settling within him like an unquenchable fire. The third Raikage's body remained motionless, his breath shallow, his eyes wide with disbelief. Moments passed. Then, suddenly, the golden chains shattered. The Ninetales chakra tails withdrew. Kurama's humanoid form materialized a few feet away, as though he had never moved at all. The Raikage staggered, his body still reeling from the experience. He looked down at himself. His injuries, gone. His severed finger, restored. His power, intact. He flexed his hand, eyes widening in astonishment. This was beyond medical ninjutsu. It was as though the battle had never happened. Kurama chuckled. Surprised. It's a little trick called divine reversion. The Raikage clenched his fists, awe flickering in his stormy eyes. You reverse time, on me. Kurama shrugged. Something like that. The Raikage stood silent for a long moment. He had lost this battle. He had been broken, humiliated, stripped of his power, and then given it back. It was a lesson. One he would never forget. Finally, he turned to face the Ninetales with newfound respect. You are not the monster they claim you to be. Kurama scoffed. Oh. And what am I, then? The Raikage gave him a rare smile. Something far more terrifying. A gust of wind howled through the valley. In the distance, Iwagakure's forces advanced, unaware of the battle that had just concluded. The Raikage straightened. We should leave before the rock shinobi arrive. Kurama smirked. Agreed. And with that, the two vanished into the storm. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. Through a brief encounter, the third Raikage knew the true horror of the Ninetales. With such terrifying strength, he firmly believed that the Ninetales would not willingly remain in Konoha. After the war, the shinobi world might undergo earth-shaking changes, but as long as the Ninetales resided in Konoha, the Cloud Village would not dare to invade again. Now, the third Raikage only wished to withdraw back to the land of lightning, abandoning any further ambitions of war. Wasn't it better to protect one's home rather than march out to be beaten senseless? Third Raikage, how about we compete? Kurama asked with evident amusement. A competition? There was no need for that. He had already lost moments ago. But Kurama merely smiled. The competition he was referring to was not between himself and the third Raikage, but against the Iwagakure forces. The challenge, breaking out of the Iwagakure encirclement and seeing who could kill more enemy shinobi. Now, that sounded interesting. Although the third Raikage knew he was no match for Kurama, when it came to fighting the Iwa Nin, who he considered fools, he had full confidence in his victory. Lord Kurama, I accept this wager. Kurama had already bested the Raikage, but instead of finishing him off, he healed his wounds, restoring him to his prime state. Moreover, if this unknown warrior sought to break the long-standing balance of power among the tailed beasts, then he could very well be considered a hero of the shinobi world, a savior-like figure. Throughout history, wars in the shinobi world had always revolved around the struggle for control over the tailed beasts. For the first time, the third Raikage called him Lord as a sign of respect. Meanwhile, at the Iwagakure war camp, 10 minutes had passed. It was time to move. Moments ago, news of the battle between Kurama and the third Raikage had reached the Iwa Nin, including their commander, Kitsuchi. However, they had assumed it was merely a skirmish, a desperate attempt at survival. But these efforts were meaningless. In Kitsuchi's mind, the outcome for the third Raikage had already been decided, death in the Valley of Clouds. Proceed with the full-scale attack on the third Raikage, Kitsuchi ordered. Lord Kitsuchi, there's something else, there's another warrior with him. A strange-looking man. Another one. Kitsuchi was taken aback. Wasn't the third Raikage supposed to be the only enemy? Where had this additional threat come from? His confusion spread among the Iwa Nin. And then, disaster struck. Hundreds of Iwa shinobi fell to the combined assault of Kurama and the third Raikage. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the Valley of Clouds, dripping with contempt and amusement. Iwagakure shinobi, listen well. You are surrounded. Surrender, or die. Surrender? Such arrogance. Kitsuchi scoffed at the absurdity. Their forces numbered over 30,000, while the enemy consisted of only 2 individuals. How could they possibly believe they had the upper hand? Hearing the Ninetales' taunts, the Raikage burst into laughter. Even though he had never trusted the tailed beasts, this particular fox had won his respect. Or maybe foxes just always had a knack for arrogance. The Cloud Shinobi pressed forward with relentless attacks. Battle reports kept flooding into Kitsuchi's tent. Lord Kitsuchi, we have lost another 500 men. Lord Kitsuchi, our traps, carefully set by 800 shinobi, have been completely dismantled. Lord Kitsuchi, what kind of monsters are the third Raikage and that warrior? We haven't even grazed them. In the heart of the battlefield, the chaos continued. Ninetales. I've slain 2022 Iwa Nin, the third Raikage called out, his voice brimming with battle lust. Only 2022. Kurama responded with a smirk. I've already taken down 3,458. Over 1,000 more. The third Raikage sighed. As expected of the Nine Tails' power. Lariat. Kurama roared, unleashing a devastating charge. The third Raikage's eyes widened. He could feel it, Kurama's lariat carried more force than even his own. When did you learn that? Don't tell me, you copied it just by watching. This was the natural talent of a tailed beast. It seemed his title as the wielder of the strongest spear was now in jeopardy. Even the third Raikage had to admit it, Kurama's technique had already surpassed his own. Back in the IWA camp, Kitsuchi was growing restless. The latest intelligence was grim. Of their original 30,000-strong army, only about 20,000 remained. If this continued, they might be reduced to a mere 10,000 in no time. Had it been just the third Raikage, they would have been confident of victory. But that unknown warrior, that beast in human form. Not only was he as strong as the Raikage, but he was even deadlier. He had killed more of their shinobi than the Raikage himself. Scarlet eyes, orange hair. Just who was this man? This mystery now plagued the minds of Iwagakiru's forces. Charge. Take their heads. Kill them. The third Raikage's body must remain here. Another wave of shinobi surged forward. Previously, Kurama had engaged in battle using sheer physical might. Now, he was about to try something different. Genjutsu, Eternal Mirage. His crimson eyes shifted into a strange, hypnotic pattern, forming concentric rings. This was his Mangeko Sharingan's unique technique. Those who met his gaze were immediately ensnared. Hundreds of Iwa nin froze in place before collapsing, their minds transported into an illusionary paradise. Trapped in the dream world of the Eternal Mirage, they found themselves experiencing everything they had ever desired, an ultimate genjutsu that rivaled even the infinite Tsukuyomi. Unlike the latter, which drained chakra and turned its victims into husks, Kurama's illusion simply left them in a dreamscape, forever lost in their own fantasies. All it took was a glance. The third Raikage was stunned. What kind of Sharingan power is this? An illusion. Kurama's overwhelming strength was now undeniable. But the Raikage would not be outdone. Activating his lightning armor to its fullest extent, he tore through the battlefield, massacring the remaining Iwa nin. Previously, the Raikage had been the one struggling against an overwhelming force. Now, the tides had turned. Kurama continued spreading the Eternal Mirage through both his gaze and physical contact, sending more and more Iwa nin into eternal slumber. On the front lines, the situation was dire. The Iwa shinobi were scattered, their numbers dwindling rapidly. A desperate messenger rushed into Kitsuchi's tent, out of breath. Lord Kitsuchi, our army of 30,000 has been reduced to only 10,000. Chapter 84, Chapter 84. Kitsuchi-sama, our 30,000-strong Iwa shinobi army has been devastated by those two men. We're down to only about 10,000 troops left. What? Two men directly wiped out 20,000 Iwa shinobi. This is a 1 against 10,000 scenario. What exactly are their bodies made of? Even an ox would tire after such a battle. From the very start of our assault, the reports have been nothing but grim. Every attempt, every strategy, has been utterly crushed. The ambush set by 800 elite Iwa shinobi. Useless. The 1,000-strong assault force. Obliterated. The 5,000-strong encirclement, supported by synchronized ninjutsu attacks. Not even a scratch on either the third Raikage or the other men. Kitsuchi, stationed at the command post, had already exhausted every conceivable tactic. Nothing worked. More than 20,000 of their forces lost, yet not a single wound could be found on the two enemy combatants. Was this even possible? Were these two truly human? The third Raikage's strength was undeniable. He carried the titles of both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Kitsuchi had planned for heavy casualties but had hoped to trade lives for his. If they could bring down the third Raikage, it would send a shockwave across the ninja world. The last time a Kage fell in battle was during the First Great Ninja War, when multiple village leaders perished. If Iwa could claim the third Raikage's life, the other nations would learn to fear them. And if nothing else worked, Kitsuchi was prepared to drown the Raikage in sheer numbers, exhausting him to death. But what he hadn't accounted for was the other men. Who was this orange-haired warrior with piercing red pupils? His abilities were even more terrifying than the third Raikage's. According to reports, anyone who looked into his eyes lost all will to fight, as if plunged into a deep trance. Those who made direct physical contact with him suffered the same fate. He was cutting down the Iwa forces without even staining his hands with blood. None of the Iwa shinobi dared to meet his gaze. They tried medium and long-range attacks, but their effectiveness was severely reduced. More than half of the fallen 20,000 had been claimed by this mysterious warrior. Compared to the sheer brute force of the third Raikage, his method was eerie, precise, and inescapable. Master Kitsuchi. We've identified the orange-haired men. Kitsuchi turned sharply. Who is he? He wields the Sharingan. He must be from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Sharingan. Achiha. Kitsuchi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Konoha, again. Why were Konoha and Kumo working together? They had just been at war not long ago. In fact, IWA had deliberately attacked Kumo while they were clashing with Konoha, hoping to exploit their weakness. So why now? Why wasn't Uchiha fighting alongside the third Raikage? Kitsuchi's mind raced through possibilities. Then, realization struck him like a hammer. I see, so that's it. Fury surged through him, and he slammed his fist into the ground. To him, the answer was clear. Konoha and Kumo had been deceiving everyone. Their previous conflicts had been a mere act. In reality, they had secretly allied against IWA. On the surface, it seemed like Kumo was fighting a two-front war against both IWA and Konoha. But in reality, IWA was the true target. Konoha and Kumo had planned this from the beginning. IWA had walked straight into a trap. And now, Kitsuchi had to decide. Kitsuchi-sama. Urgent report. The third Raikage and the Uchiha warrior are advancing. They'll be upon us any moment. So fast. The frontline fighters couldn't even slow them down. Kitsuchi's mind was caught in turmoil. Should they fight to the death? Or retreat? If they fought, there was still a slim chance. A miracle could happen. They were in the command camp, where the strongest of Iwa's forces remained. Elite Jonin, shinobi with decades of experience, were gathered here. Kitsuchi himself was no weakling. With the right tactics, they could attempt a desperate stand. A gamble. A bicycle turning into a motorcycle. But if they retreated, IWA would never live this down. They would become a laughingstock. A mighty force of 30,000, sent fleeing by just 2 men. The world would mock them for generations. IWA shinobi are weak. They were crushed by just 2 people. What is the third Tsuchikage even doing? The so-called mighty IWA got chased back to their village like cowards. Whispers like these would spread across the ninja world. Kitsuchi clenched his fists so hard they bled. Yet, as much as it pained him, he had no choice. All units. Fall back. They had to retreat. They had already suffered a devastating loss. If they continued, the entire force would be annihilated. This wasn't just a battle, this was the future of IWA at stake. If they were wiped out, Iwa's military power would be critically weakened. Other nations, Kiri, Suna, even Konoha, would descend like vultures. During war, every village sought an advantage. If IWA showed any weakness, the other nations would rip them apart. They had to preserve what strength they had left. Yes, retreating was humiliating. Yes, it was a shame. But in the long run, it was better than being erased from existence. Even worse, Kitsuchi knew in his heart that they had no chance of winning. The third Raikage alone was nearly unstoppable. And this Uchiha. His Mangeko Sharingan granted him abilities beyond comprehension. They could barely handle one Kage-level opponent. Facing 2 was suicide. Fighting to the end would accomplish nothing. It would not be an honorable sacrifice. It would be a massacre. Kitsuchi swallowed his pride. Sound the retreat. Now. He, the commander of the IWA army, would bear the weight of this shame. He would ensure his people lived to fight another day. And one day, they would have their revenge. As his forces turned and began their retreat, Kitsuchi gazed back at the battlefield one last time. The third Raikage stood amidst a sea of fallen shinobi, his body untouched, his power unmatched. And beside him, the orange-haired Uchiha stood with eerie calm, his crimson eyes glowing ominously. 2 men. 30,000 IWA shinobi. An entire war. And it had all ended in a nightmare. As Kitsuchi and his remaining forces vanished into the distance, one thought echoed in his mind. We were never the hunters. We were the prey. And the ninja world would never be the same again. Chapter 85, Chapter 85. Number 18,114. Kurama flicked his finger. He had already taken down over 18,000 Iwagakure shinobi. A fraction of them fell by his direct attacks. The majority were trapped within his genjutsu, a nightmarish Tsukumi that ensnared their minds in an illusion they could never escape. In the real world, their bodies dropped like lifeless husks, cold and unresponsive. The 8,080th. The third Raikage exhaled heavily, his broad chest rising and falling. Even for him, cutting through thousands of enemies like slicing through paper required immense stamina. He had personally annihilated over 8,000 IWA shinobi. If he were alone, facing a force of over 30,000, exhaustion would have claimed him long before he could finish the battle. For the first time in his life, the unbreakable wall that was the third Raikage was feeling the strain. Sweat dripped from his brow, his breaths came in harsh gasps. But Kurama stood beside him, immaculate. The nine-tailed fox in human form had effortlessly subdued over 18,000 IWA shinobi, yet his breathing remained steady. His body showed no signs of fatigue, as though his stamina was endless. Nine tails. I lost. The third Raikage forced a bitter smile. Even at his strongest, even with his legendary endurance, he was nothing before Kurama. He could fight Gyuki, the eight tails, to a standstill for days on end. But against Kurama, there was no comparison. Now, seeing Kurama's true power, the third Raikage felt relieved that he had already dispatched an official surrender letter and a peace treaty to Konoha. No matter what, Kurama belonged to Konoha. And Cloud could not afford to be on Konoha's bad side. By the time Kurama and the third Raikage arrived at Iwagakure's forward headquarters, they found the building eerily silent. Empty. A moment of careful observation confirmed it. The surviving IWA shinobi were retreating at full speed. They were running for their lives, abandoning their posts in a mad dash to return to their homeland. Kurama did not bother chasing them. The message had been delivered. They would never dare to return. Lord Ninetails, thank you for your aid today. When I return to Kimogakure, I will accept all of Konoha's terms, the third Raikage said solemnly, cupping his fists in gratitude. It was Kurama who had helped him escape the encirclement of the IWA shinobi. The title of Lord Ninetails was well deserved. The Raikage also made a silent vow, so long as Kurama willed it, Cloud would never act against Konoha again. Kurama's lips curled into a slight smirk. That wasn't what he was after. Third Raikage, I will have to trouble you in the future, when the time comes for Cloud to march against Konoha. The words hit like a thunderclap. The third Raikage froze. What? Had he misheard? Wasn't Kurama from Konoha? Why was he implying that Cloud should attack it? He stared at Kurama, trying to gauge his intentions. But the beast's eyes revealed nothing. Kurama had his own motives. The third Raikage was no fool. As a leader, he knew when not to question things beyond his understanding. He gave a simple nod, offered a few parting words, and set off for the land of lightning. He had to inform his people, his son A, his comrades, all of Kimogakure, that he had survived. More importantly, that the war was over for them. Upon his return, the third Raikage wasted no time in issuing a decree. The land of lightning was withdrawing from the third great ninja war. War was inevitable. But for now, the land of lightning would not be the aggressor. They would defend their land and rebuild. That was enough. After dismantling the IWA forces, Kurama returned to Kushina's unit. The moment she saw him, Kushina rushed forward, wrapping him in a tight embrace. The Konoha shinobi around them let out collective sighs. Damn, even Kushina-sama is acting like this. That's Uzumaki Kushina for you. Strong, fiery, and now utterly conquered by one man. Senhiku, huh? I guess some people really can do anything. Inside the command tent, Kushina leaned closer, her voice playful. Kurama, tell me, did you wipe out all of Iwa's forces? Kurama smirked. Yeah, that old warhorse, the third Raikage, and I chased them off. Wait, hold up, he fought alongside you. That stubborn old man. Kurama chuckled, polishing the story a little. It was a battle of endurance. He might be the strongest shield, but even he knew when to retreat. Kushina burst into laughter. Ha! That old geezer actually backed off. You really are too good at spinning stories. Then her expression grew serious. Kurama, does this mean the war is coming to an end? Yes, he replied. With the third Raikage back in the land of lightning, he'll switch to a defensive strategy. IWA has lost too many shinobi. They won't have the resources to keep fighting. The remaining factions, Suna and Kiri, will lose their will to continue soon enough. The third ninja war is ending. Kushina stared at him, admiration flickering in her eyes. You basically turned the tide of the war on your own. That's insane, Kurama. She then flashed a mischievous grin. You know, this calls for a celebration. Kurama raised an eyebrow. A celebration? Here? In a war camp? She grabbed his hand. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they were back in Konoha. Away from the battlefield. Away from war. For the next 3 days, they lived in blissful peace. Meanwhile, the news of the battle spread across the shinobi world. It was said that the third Raikage had single-handedly fought off an army of 30,000 IWA shinobi. But whispers of another tale circulated as well. That he was not alone. That another warrior had stood by his side. The identity of this man remained a mystery. For now. But soon, the entire world would come to know the name. Kurama. Iwagakure. Inside the Tsuchihage's war chamber, Inoki sat stone-faced, rage bubbling beneath the surface. His son Katsuchi had led 30,000 men. Only 10,000 had returned. It was a catastrophic loss. After learning the details, Inoki did not punish his son. Instead, he praised him for making the right call to retreat. Had he stayed and fought to the last man, Iwagakure would have lost its entire force. The Tsuchihage gritted his teeth. Damn you, Konoha. Have you and Kimogakure joined forces behind our backs? He had thought he was outmaneuvering them. Instead, he had been utterly crushed. Inoki clenched his fists, knowing one bitter truth. Iwagakure had no choice but to withdraw. For now. The war was over. But the grudges. They would never fade. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. Fire Country, Konohagakure. Hokage's Office. Third Hokage-sama, we have urgent information. This is a document sent by Kimogakure of the Land of Lightning. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in his chair, his usual calm demeanor unwavering. Surrounding him were his trusted advisors, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohara Udatane. Given the ongoing war, every major decision was deliberated among the four of them. The intelligence division had finally cracked the encryption on the document. As the third Hokage unsealed and opened it, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Is this real? For the first time in years, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu saw the third Hokage visibly shaken. It was a sight they had never expected. Hiruzen, what is it? Hamura asked, concern lacing his voice. The third Hokage took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then, with a strange smile forming on his usually hardened face, he placed the document in front of them. See for yourselves. The three elders leaned in, their eyes scanning the paper. Within moments, their expressions mirrored the Hokage's. This can't be possible. Koharu whispered, disbelief coloring her tone. Danzo, though usually composed, let out a quiet chuckle. Whether we believe it or not, this is happening. The document was a formal surrender and alliance treaty from Kimogakure. In this war, they acknowledged their losses and agreed to shoulder the damages inflicted upon Konoha. Land reparations, financial compensation, whatever Konoha demanded, Kimogakure was willing to provide. The treaty even bore the official stamp of Kimogakure and the fingerprints of the third Raikage himself. This was not a deception. This was a legitimate act of surrender. Even for the third Hokage, who had witnessed decades of war and diplomacy, this was unprecedented. Why now? Why would the ever-proud Cloud Shinobi surrender? They were known for their aggressive military expansion, their belief in the supremacy of power. They had no reason to submit so easily. More baffling was the fact that, despite their loss at the Battle of Black Cloud Forest, Kimogakure was still strong enough to continue the fight. Their forces were not crippled. Yet, they had willingly withdrawn all their troops back to the Land of Lightning, ceasing all further military aggression. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his mind already dissecting the situation. Hiruzen, have you heard the full details of the third Raikage's battle against Iwagakure's forces? Of course. The reports say he fought through tens of thousands of IWA shinobi and survived. The Hokage's voice held an undertone of admiration. A truly legendary feat. Danzo, however, had access to a different version of the events. His agents had obtained classified information. There were rumors that the third Raikage had not fought alone. That someone else had stood by his side, an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. And as of now, the only confirmed wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Konoha was Uchiha Mikoto. Was it possible that she had fought alongside the third Raikage against Iwa's overwhelming forces? Danzo kept this speculation to himself. There was no need to inform the Hokage of the Uchiha clan's secrets. Doing so would only complicate matters and hinder his own plans. Once this war ended, he would take matters into his own hands. If Uchiha Mikoto truly possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, then he needed to ensure that those eyes belonged to him. With those eyes, and the research he had gathered on Hashirama's cells, Danzo allowed himself a brief smirk while the others were still engrossed in the treaty. This era would soon belong to him. The third Hokage, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Konoha's position in the war had suddenly shifted. If Kimogakure had surrendered, then Konoha was already at a massive advantage. And then, as if fate itself had chosen their victory, more news arrived. Not long after Kimogakure's surrender, Iwagakure, another major force in the war, also withdrew. 2 of the 5 great shinobi nations, both retreating from the war. The third Hokage exchanged glances with his advisors. The answer was clear. Konoha was on the verge of absolute victory. The Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Mikoto, had crushed Kimogakure's forces at Black Cloud Forest. The squads under Uzumaki Kushina had obliterated Iwa's frontline battalions. Even the Hyuga-led forces under Hyuga Hikari had decimated Tsunade's defenses. Good news kept pouring in. For the third Hokage, it was an affirmation that Konoha was standing at the peak of power. Humph, he mused aloud, Tsunade, the weakest of the 5 nations, actually thought they could claim a share of Konoha's power. What a foolish dream. For the first time in this war, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt truly at ease. The surrender treaty from Kimogakure had initially seemed like a farce, a formality to buy time. But when they actually followed through, offering reparations, ceding land, it became clear that this was real. Kimogakure had signed an unequal treaty. They had given up. Hiruzen found it difficult to believe. Could this truly be the same Kimogakure that once sought to abduct Hyuga clan members? The same village that waged war for nothing but expansion. A slow grin spread across his face. Well then, let's see who else dares to challenge the might of Konoha. The war was nearing its end. Besides the remaining skirmishes with Tsunade, there were no major conflicts left. Konoha's victory in the Third Shinobi War was all but secured. And as the third Hokage reflected on the battles that had led them to this moment, he felt a growing sense of pride. The shinobi he had nurtured, his students, their students, had turned Konoha into the strongest military power. He had once believed that the era of the Sannin and Konoha's White Fang was Konoha's golden age. But now, he saw that he had underestimated Konoha's true potential. Konoha had surpassed its previous limits. And this was truly Konoha's greatest era. Just as he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, a sudden knock on the door disrupted his thoughts. Hokage-sama. Urgent report from the front lines. Hiruzen's smile faded. Enter. A shinobi rushed in, panting heavily. Bad news, Lord Third. Kirigakure has launched an invasion on our eastern borders, p. Chapter 87, Chapter 87. No, Third Hokage-sama, the Mist Shinobi have launched an attack on our borders. Mist Shinobi? Did they really think this was the time to jump in and try to grab a share of the spoils? How ridiculous. The third Hokage's furrowed face curled into a slight smirk, carrying an air of disdain. Konoha had already crushed the Cloud and Stone Shinobi in succession, why would they be afraid of mere Mist Shinobi? While Konoha had secured a victory at Black Cloud Forest, it had not been the decisive battle against Cloud Shinobi. The forces led by Kushina had only managed to eliminate over 5,000 Rock Shinobi. A victory was still a victory. But it was not enough to completely cripple the Rock Shinobi's core strength. Cloud Shinobi had chosen to withdraw, their leader, the third Raikage, having witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the Nine Tails. Rock Shinobi, on the other hand, had been struck hard, not just by Cloud Shinobi, but by an enigmatic warrior wielding the Mangeko Sharingan. This unknown Uchiha had fought alongside the third Raikage, dealing a devastating blow to Iwagakure's forces, costing them over 20,000 shinobi. Even the mighty land of Earth, one of the 5 great nations, could not withstand such a massive loss. However, the mysterious wielder of the Mangeko Sharingan was not an Uchiha at all. And Konoha had not allied with Cloud Shinobi. Of course, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was unaware of this. The third Hokage had convinced himself that Konoha had achieved these victories through sheer strength alone. His pride swelled. Now, as Sand Shinobi and the newly arrived Mist Shinobi prepared their offensives, he barely regarded them as a threat. For the Land of Fire to stand alone against the 4 other great nations and emerge victorious would be a tale of legend in the shinobi world. And from the looks of the war so far, Konoha still held the upper hand. Having crushed both Cloud and Rock Shinobi, Hiruzen's confidence soared. The Land of Fire was not so easily invaded. The more cards one held, the better. And Hiruzen was certain of his position. Which of our forces is closest to the Mist Shinobi? He asked. A messenger bowed. Reporting, Lord Hokage. Jonin Namikaze Minato's unit is positioned closest. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya's pupil. Deploy Sarutobi Yamaru to Minato's unit, Hiruzen ordered. He will assume command. Make sure they teach the Mist Shinobi a lesson they won't forget. Understood, Lord Hokage. Tsunade's disciples, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari, were already making names for themselves on the battlefield. Jiraiya's student, Minato, was proving his talent as well. Hiruzen carefully assessed the situation with the Mist Shinobi. He appointed Sarutobi Yamaru, a trusted member of his clan, as commander to ensure the war ended in Konoha's favor. He could not let other clans take the glory. As head of the Sarutobi clan and the village's Hokage, Hiruzen knew that elevating the Sarutobi name was crucial. If Yamaru led Konoha to the final victory, the prestige of the Sarutobi clan would rise significantly. Their influence in the village would grow stronger. And with Minato under Yamaru's command, victory was almost guaranteed. Minato was powerful but easy to control. That made Hiruzen feel even more secure. The Sarutobi would bring this war to an end. It was the perfect scenario. A smirk stretched across the third Hokage's face. Everything was going according to plan. On the battlefield, Kushina's second-in-command, Sarutobi Yamaru, was reassigned to Minato's unit, assuming leadership. Not just Kushina's forces, but other squads, including those from the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, were also reassigned under Yamaru's command to reinforce Minato. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans sent warriors as well. With ninjas from across Konoha's great clans uniting under Minato's unit, Sarutobi Yamaru assumed leadership. An experienced warrior of the Second Shinobi War, Yamaru was an elite jonin deeply trusted by the third Hokage. His placement in this role was no accident. Kushina had only been given a deputy position in order to keep a watchful eye on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now, Yamaru commanded over 10,000 Konoha shinobi, alongside Minato and other elite clans, to face the Mist Shinobi. Meanwhile, Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were assigned to reinforce Hyuga Hikari. Tsunade's disciples had been deployed together to face the Sand Shinobi. To Hiruzen, this was the best decision. Kushina, Hikari, and Mikoto had once all trained under Tsunade. Their coordination was excellent. And, among the 5 great nations, the military power of the Land of Wind was the weakest. Compared to the 10,000-strong army under Yamaru, Kushina's group appeared small. But that wasn't Kushina's concern. She was too busy reuniting with Mikoto. Mikoto. I'm going to squeeze the life out of you. The red-haired kunoichi lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around her best friend. Mikoto let out a small laugh, her face coloring slightly. Kushina, stop that. There are people watching. What are you embarrassed for? You're not a guy. Mikoto wanted to say that Kushina's strength alone was enough to suffocate her. Far from Konoha, the war raged between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind in the Land of Rivers. After a long journey, Kushina and Mikoto finally met up with Hikari. Hikari, who had been fighting on her own for some time, had won several battles, but there was no one to share in her victories. To the Hyuga clan and the rest of the Konoha forces, she was simply a cold and efficient leader. Now, seeing her friends, her confidence soared. Inside the command tent, the 3 kunoichi sat together. Hikari briefed them on the current situation with the Sand Shinobi. But Kushina was more focused on something else. With a smirk, she eyed Hikari's vest. Hey, Hikari, haven't seen you in a while, but wow, you really filled out your vest. From deep within Kushina's mind, Kurama nearly choked. Was this how girls talk to each other? Or was Kushina just a pervert? Hikari and Mikoto both rolled their eyes. It seemed they were used to this by now. Hikari smirked. Kushina, yours isn't exactly small either. Only in front of these 2 did Hikari let down her guard. Kushina cackled. Let's confirm, shall we? Mikoto, don't think you can run away. With that, the tent erupted into playful chaos. Nothing had changed since their academy days. Perhaps, despite the war, some things never did. Laughter filled the camp. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Sand Shinobi suffered in misery. Chapter 88, Sand Shinobi, in poor, but I'm fierce. The Land of Wind, Tsunade. Baki, Raza, and Karura were the key figures leading the Sand Shinobi forces. They commanded 3 separate armies, each advancing toward the Land of Fire from different directions. The Land of Rivers was merely a stepping stone in their conquest. Back in Tsunade, the third Kazekage, Chiyo, and Ebizo orchestrated the strategy from behind the scenes. The third Kazekage was well aware that both the Rock Shinobi of Iwagakure and the Cloud Shinobi of Kimogakure had withdrawn from the war. However, that didn't mean Tsunade had to follow suit. News from the front lines confirmed that the third Raikage had single-handedly annihilated a massive Iwagakure force. Moreover, the battle between Kimogakure and Kanagakure had also ended in failure for the Cloud Shinobi. Both Iwagakure and Kimogakure had suffered severe losses and were forced to retreat. But Tsunade remained undeterred. Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja, was absent from the battlefield. Chiyo was confident in her poison, no one but Tsunade could counter it. Furthermore, the previous one-tailed Jinchuriki had mysteriously died years ago, and word had spread across the ninja world that Tsunade no longer possessed a tailed beast. Thus, the Sand Shinobi sought to exploit this war to extract the maximum benefits from Kanagakure and the Land of Fire. Lord Kazekage, we have an update. A Sand Shinobi intelligence officer rushed forward. The Mist Shinobi of Kirigakure have also launched an assault on Kanagakure. 13 of Konoha's main forces are currently engaged in battle with them. The third Kazekage smirked. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Although the Hyuga clan had been a constant thorn in Tsunade's side, their reinforcements were insignificant. There was nothing to fear. Besides, the Land of Rivers was mostly desert, terrain that favored the Sand Shinobi. Do we know the identity of the Hyuga clan's reinforcements? Not yet, but we will find out soon. Very well. Inform Karura to launch the attack immediately. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The front line, Land of Rivers. Lord Karura, we have located the Hyuga clan's encampment, but they appear to have 2 additional reinforcements. Karura studied the map. The Dage Desert had several key water sources, making it an ideal camping site, perfect for both defense and a tactical retreat if necessary. The Konoha forces had chosen their position wisely. However, they had underestimated Tsunade's dominance over desert warfare. Karura had received intelligence from the village. Konoha's main forces were fully occupied with Kirigakure's assault. The Hyuga had inflicted several defeats upon the Sand Shinobi recently, but this time, Karura intended to turn the tide. Under the cover of night, Karura led her forces towards the Ingo Desert. Third Eye of Sand. Using her unique sensory ability, Karura gathered chakra-infused sand, forming an all-seeing eye that ascended into the air. Blending seamlessly with the dust-filled winds, it was nearly undetectable. As the eye surveyed the enemy camp, Karura spotted familiar symbols, Hyuga. But there was another. The crimson and black crest of the Uchiha clan. So the reinforcements were Uchiha, Sharingan and Byakugan together. No wonder Konoha had sent so few troops. Karura gritted her teeth. Damn Konoha. Do they think so little of us? Do they truly believe such a small force can defeat Tsunade? Suddenly. 8 trigrams air palm. A concentrated burst of chakra was fired into the sky. Boom. A powerful shockwave dispersed the sands, shattering Karura's sand eye instantly. Karura's eyes widened in the darkness. She had been careful. How had they detected her? Even with the Byakugan, all they should have seen was swirling sand. Damn it, we've been exposed. But no matter. Karura smirked. The Hyuga had sensed something, but they hadn't seen her directly. It was Kushina Uzumaki who had detected the malicious intent. Kushina, your sensory ability is incredible. Of course. Kushina grinned. Hikari, Mikoto, and I are here. There's no need to worry. From atop the Gobi Desert cliffs, the Konoha shinobi looked down at the advancing Sand Shinobi. Karura believed she had moved undetected. She was wrong. She had walked straight into a trap set by Kushina, Hyuga Hikari, and Uchiha Mikoto. Oh. So we've been lured in. Karura chuckled. There was no panic in her voice. Her forces remained calm as well. Because this desert belonged to the Sand Shinobi. Hyuga Hikari pointed at Karura. Kushina, Mikoto, that's Karura, an elite jonin of the sand. She's strong, but I've beaten her back multiple times. Kushina smirked. Oh. Is that so? Sounds like a cute little sister from the sand needs a lesson. Karura scoffed. TCH, don't get cocky, Hyuga. We've never settled the score properly. In truth, Karura had always retreated before their fights could reach a conclusion. But that was by design. Each retreat had been an attempt to lure Hyuga Hikari's forces into a Sand Shinobi ambush. Yet Hikari had always sensed the traps, stopping just short of disaster. The stalemate had persisted ever since. A nearby Sand Shinobi suddenly paled. Lord Karura, that woman, she's the blood-red flash of Konoha. Karura's mind froze. She had been so focused on Hikari that she had ignored the others. Now that she looked closely. The long red hair, the fierce eyes, the undeniable presence. This was Uzumaki Kushina. The blood-red flash. No wonder Konoha had left such a small force. Was she the true reason? Kushina laughed. Oh. You recognized me. Seems like my reputation is growing as big as my. Mikoto and Hikari rolled their eyes. Kushina was shameless. Hikari, Mikoto, I think I'll make friends with this little Sand Shinobi. Kushina bit down on a strand of her red hair, flashing a dangerous grin as she took the lead into battle. Chapter 89, The Power of Shikaku. Kushina clenched a handful of her vibrant red hair between her teeth, her fiery determination evident as she sprinted toward the battlefield. Suna Shinobi, my dear little sister, don't be afraid. Her consciousness momentarily drifted into the vast, dark space of her seal. Kurama, if we take down Suna, this war should be over, right? No, the deep, growling voice of the Nine-Tails rumbled. The mist will still be a threat. The third Hokage is about to make a crucial mistake. Kushina smirked. Oh. Then I'll be looking forward to that. Watching her reckless charge, Hyuga Hikari and Uchiha Mikoto had no choice but to follow, unwilling to let her face the enemy alone. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind accompanied by chakra-infused sand rushed toward them. At the center of it stood Karura, her piercing gaze locked onto Kushina. With a swift movement of her hand, the air around Kushina thickened as an invisible force tried to crush her. Sand coffin. You're starting with your strongest technique. My little sister really isn't cute. The pressure tightened, and Kushina's body was engulfed by the dense sand. For a moment, it seemed like she had been swallowed whole. A crimson light flashed. In an instant, Karura's sand coffin shattered, exploding in a burst of chakra-infused debris. Karura's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the famed red flash of Konoha? Impressive. It was the first time anyone had broken free of her technique so easily. But speed alone wasn't enough, this was a battlefield dominated by sand. No matter how fast Kushina was, she couldn't outrun the desert itself. Karura spread her arms and slammed her palms into the earth. Sand tsunami. The entire desert responded, shifting like a living entity. A monstrous wave of sand surged forward, swallowing Kushina whole within seconds. The crushing weight of the sand only intensified as Karura pressed her hands down. Sand burial. A massive surge of pressure descended, crushing everything beneath it. It's over. Konoha's red flash has been buried. Konoha's forces gasped in horror. Even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, known for their composure, showed signs of unease. No way. Did she really lose? That attack was too wide. There was nowhere to escape. No. Kushina-sama isn't someone who would fall that easily. She's the one who destroyed an entire battalion of IWA shinobi. Despite the uncertainty among the troops, two individuals remained unfazed. Uchiha Mikoto, the rising star of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hikari, the formidable leader of the Hyuga. They knew Kushina's strength better than anyone. Karura's attack was powerful, but it wasn't enough to end her. Meanwhile, Tsunade's forces erupted in cheers. Lady Karura has taken down Konoha's red flash. As expected of our strongest kunoichi. Karura exhaled deeply, her hands still embedded in the sand. Her momentary relief was shattered by a familiar, playful voice echoing from beneath the desert. Suna Shinobi, thanks for the sand bath. Karura's blood ran cold. Her golden eyes widened as she saw Kushina emerging from the quicksand, completely unharmed. A few strands of red hair still clutched between her teeth, her mischievous grin made her look more like a demon than a human. Little sister, I heard you control sand. What a coincidence, I'm feeling playful today too. Kushina raised her hands, and the ground beneath them shifted. A massive surge of sand, almost identical to Karura's, surged toward the Suna forces. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. How? How is a Konoha ninja controlling sand? Even Mikoto and Hikari exchanged glances, their minds racing. Mikoto's Sharingan spun as she analyzed the technique. Inside the sealed space, Kushina was laughing wildly. Kurama, is this the power of Shikaku? Humph, the fox snorted. That stupid Tanuki's power is nothing compared to mine, but yes. Kushina's connection to the tailed beasts allowed her to manipulate sand with even greater precision than Karura. After all, nobody understood sand better than the one tail itself. As the two waves of sand collided, the earth trembled from the impact. The sheer force shook the battlefield, sending weaker shinobi stumbling. Karura gritted her teeth, trying to reinforce her attack, but within moments, Kushina's control over the sand overwhelmed her own. The Konoha kunoichi's wave of sand crashed down, swallowing the Suna shinobi in an instant. Fall back. Retreat. The once confident Suna forces now screamed in panic, their morale shattered. Karura clenched her fists. Why? How does she have this power? Her mind raced. The sensation of Kushina's sand, it felt disturbingly familiar. No. It couldn't be. A sinking feeling crept into her chest as realization dawned upon her. Meanwhile, Kushina grinned, watching the retreating enemy. Kurama, Shikaku's abilities are really handy. Of course. That Tanuki has been manipulating sand for centuries. Compared to him, these humans are mere children. Kushina's eyes gleamed. I'm not letting them get away. She turned to her allies. Hikari, Mikoto, I'm going after my cute little sister. Without another word, she vanished in a crimson blur. Hikari and Mikoto sighed in unison. There she goes again, Mikoto muttered. Hikari shook his head. We should follow her. She may be strong, but this is still war. Mikoto turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Hold the line here. We'll be back. Fugaku watched as they departed, sighing. Kushina was reckless, always diving headfirst into battle without a second thought. But despite her hot-headed nature, he couldn't help but admire her strength. He glanced at the battlefield, where the remnants of Kushina's attack were still evident. Kushina and Minato. Two rising stars of Konoha. While Kushina was a storm of raw power, Minato was the calm, unshakable force, a genius in every sense of the word. Handsome, intelligent, and kind, Minato was respected by all who knew him. Fugaku smirked. In the end, Minato's way of fighting might be the smarter one. Elsewhere, Karura led her surviving forces through the desert, her mind racing. Lady Karura, the red flash is pursuing us. Alongside Hyuga Hikari and an Uchiha. 3 of Konoha's strongest warriors. She should have been worried, but instead, a cold smile formed on her lips. Perfect. Let them come. Karura had been trying to lure Hyuga Hikari into a trap for weeks, but the Hyuga leader had always been too cautious. However, Kushina. That woman was impulsive, reckless. And now, she was playing right into Karura's hands. Karura's grip tightened. Kushina Uzumaki. I need to know. Where did you get the power to control sand? The answer terrified her more than the battlefield itself. Chapter 90, Magnet Style, Reisnon. It's terrifying to think about. At this moment, Kushina couldn't afford to be distracted by such thoughts. The priority was clear, they needed to find a way to lure these 3 major forces of Konoha into the trap. Behind her, Mikoto Uchiha, Hikari Hyuga, and Kushina Uzumaki were chasing at full speed. Hikari activated her Byakugan and spoke cautiously, Kushina, that shinobi from the land of wind is deliberately leading us into a trap. Previously, it was just Hikari alone. She was a single target, an easy one to abandon. But now, things were different. A trap. Kushina repeated before grinning widely. Mikoto and Hikari exchanged glances, understanding the weight of the situation. Kushina, however, seemed unfazed. Mikoto, Hikari, don't hesitate. Just follow me. They continued pursuit until, up ahead, Karura, the kunoichi from Tsunade, suddenly came to a stop. Kushina let go of the lock of crimson hair she had been chewing absent-mindedly. Hey, little sand shinobi, done running. Karura smirked. Run. Why would I run? I led you here on purpose. Silence stretched between them for a few seconds. The atmosphere grew tense. Kushina turned to her teammates. Hey, Mikoto, Hikari, did you hear that? We walked right into her trap. Mikoto and Hikari nodded seriously, already sensing the shift in the battlefield. We've been caught, Mikoto stated flatly. Kushina's tone remained oddly neutral. Are all the shinobi from Suna this reckless? Falling into our trap so easily? Karura's expression darkened. She had never been so blatantly underestimated. In Tsunade, she was the strongest candidate for the title of the 4th Kazekage. Chiyo and Ebizo were growing old. Raza and Baki, both elite jonin of the sand, were skilled, but they couldn't surpass her. She, Karura, was the princess of Tsunade. You fools, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the sand. Rumble. The ground beneath them trembled violently. The sand under their feet shifted, beginning to spiral downward into a vortex. This was Quicksand Vortex, a far deadlier trap than any swamp or pitfall. Anyone caught in its grasp was doomed to be swallowed into the depths of the earth. Karura let out a triumphant laugh. You 3 will be buried 500 meters beneath the ground, unable to move. This is your grave. Her gaze landed on Kushina, eyes filled with amusement. Red Flash, your famed speed is useless here. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun quicksand. From Karura's perspective, the infamous red-hot habanero was naive. Too easily deceived. And she had dragged 2 of her comrades down with her. Mikoto and Hikari stood ready, waiting for Kushina's command. Kushina, what now? Hikari asked, her tone edged with concern. What else? Kushina brought us here, she's responsible for getting us out, Mikoto quipped. Kushina sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. I'll take responsibility. She shut her eyes, her consciousness sinking into the sealed space where the 9 tails lay. Kurama, can you lend me some of 1 tail's power? No need, Kurama rumbled. There's a better way. A better way. Trust me. Let me take control. In an instant, Kushina's eyes snapped open, their bright blue hue replaced by deep crimson slits. A pair of massive, butterfly-like wings emerged from her back, blue-purple in color, wrapped in a layer of red chakra. Awe-inspiring and terrifying at the same time. Karura's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? With a single beat of her wings, Kushina shot into the sky, carrying Mikoto and Hikari along with her. This was the secret technique of the Peacock clan, fused with the chakra of the 9 tails. Hikari, still reeling from the sensation of flight, pouted. Kushina, you were hiding this from me. Mikoto, on the other hand, had already deduced the truth. This wasn't Kushina's ability. It was Kurama's. She sighed quietly, thinking to herself. How long can she keep this a secret from Hikari? Meanwhile, down below, the sand shinobi looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. They're flying, one of them gasped. Karura gritted her teeth. Only the 3rd Tsuchikage is known for flight. How is this possible? Her carefully planned trap had become completely useless. A complete failure. Kushina, hovering high in the air, smirked. Hey, sand kunoichi, let me show you how real sand is used. With a wave of her hand, Kushina manipulated the sand below, halting the quicksand vortex entirely. The sheer scope of the jutsu had extended for miles in radius. Yet, just like that, it was stopped. Even Karura's forces had failed to halt it before. Sand burial. The ground rumbled as Kushina conjured a massive pyramid of hardened sand, trapping dozens of sand shinobi within it. Karura, standing at the very top, felt a creeping sense of dread. This power, it felt familiar. Kushina grinned. Surprised. This is the power of your own village's tailed beast. The power of Shikaku. Karura's pupils contracted. Shikaku. That was why the chakra felt so eerily familiar. A terrible realization dawned upon her. She couldn't win. But even so, she would fight to the bitter end. She clapped her hands together, ready to launch a desperate attack. In a blur, Kushina appeared in front of her. Don't move, little princess. In that instant, Kushina lived up to her title as the red-hot habanero. Magnet style, Raisnon. The spiraling sphere of chakra was laced with black sealing runes. As soon as it struck Karura's chest, her body froze. The attack itself wasn't lethal, but its sealing properties were absolute. Karura could no longer move. Powerless. Completely at Kushina's mercy. A terrible sense of defeat washed over her. Had Konoha really only sent 2 small squads? She had lost. And a defeated warrior had no right to claim bravery. Closing her eyes, she accepted her fate. Red-hot habanero, Karura whispered, her voice steady despite her predicament. Don't expect to get any information about the sand from me. Do what you must. At this moment, she was prepared for death. Chapter 91, Extorting Confessions Through Torture. Magnet Release, Raisnon. It was a technique that fused Shikaku's magnet release with the Raisnon, granting it a powerful sealing effect. When Karura witnessed this, her heart trembled. So this was the power of the one-tailed beast, Shikaku. No wonder it felt so familiar. A chilling thought crept into her mind. The mysterious death of Tsunade's last Jinchuriki, just a few years ago, could it have been her doing? The woman standing before her now. Could she be the one who stole the tailed beast from Bunpoku's body? It was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could she wield Shikaku's power? You damn Konoha shinobi, filthy predators. Karura cursed inwardly. She had conveniently forgotten that in this war, it was the sand shinobi who had been the aggressors. It was you. You killed our Jinchuriki. Karura's voice was sharp with rage as she glared at Kushina Uzumaki. But Kushina ignored her. Instead, she closed her eyes, her consciousness slipping into the sealed space within her. A moment later, a shift occurred. The battle-hardened warrior, hidden within Kushina's mind, briefly took control, swiftly subduing Karura before retreating. He wanted to see what Kushina would do next. Kushina returned to the sealed space, facing her own tailed beast with a smile. Kurama, thanks a lot. Now, let's see how I handle this cute little sand kunoichi. Kill their Jinchuriki. Kushina scoffed at the accusation. Little sister, that old Jinchuriki of yours was imprisoned his whole life. Is that how you sand shinobi treat your own? All he wanted was to see the world beyond his walls. Was that such a crime? You. Karura had no words to counter her. It was true. When the sand shinobi had found Bunpoku's body, there had been no wounds. No signs of battle. Had he given up Shikaku voluntarily? Karura's mind spun. She had always opposed Tsunade's treatment of their Jinchuriki. But back then, her voice had not carried enough weight to make a difference. The village had agreed that the One-Tail's power should be controlled through absolute confinement. There had been nothing she could do about it. But now, this Konoha kunoichi had taken their tailed beast, right under their noses. It was unthinkable. She knew better than anyone what Shikaku meant to Tsunade. The One-Tail had resided in the land of wind for generations, its chakra shaping the very people who lived there. It was the reason magnet release and sand manipulation had become so prominent among their shinobi. For centuries, Tsunade had refined its abilities based on Shikaku's presence. And when it came to controlling sand, Shikaku was the absolute master. Little sister, Kushina grinned, tilting her head mockingly. I've caught you now. Karura lifted her chin defiantly. Humph. Kill me if you want. But don't expect me to talk. Kushina let out a teasing sigh. Such a shame. You're pretty cute, but I prefer long, straight black hair over short hair. Karura froze. What? Why was this woman suddenly commenting on her appearance? What did her hair have to do with anything? Kushina continued, looking her up and down with an exaggerated expression of pity. Tisk, TSK. And your figure isn't all that impressive, either. You say you're the princess of Tsunade? You look more like Princess Flatchest to me. Karura's entire body burned with humiliation. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. Her face flushed red with anger, then blue with mortification. If anyone in Tsunade had dared, they would have been executed on the spot. But here she was, at the mercy of a grinning red-haired devil. At that moment, two more kunoichi joined the scene. Mikoto Uchiha and Hikari Hyuga. Hikari, mimicking Kushina, crossed her arms and smirked. You can run, but you can't escape. Karura's blood boiled. These Konoha kunoichi, what the hell did they want from her? What do you plan to do? She demanded. Kushina turned to her companions. Mikoto, Hikari, what should we do? The two kunoichi exchanged looks, then shrugged. Kushina, what do you want to do? A mischievous smile spread across Kushina's face. Karura stiffened. That smile, it sent a chill down her spine. What am I going to do? Kushina repeated. Oh, nothing much. Just a little, torture. Torture? Karura's resolve hardened. If they expected her to beg for mercy, they were mistaken. She had already resigned herself to death. But then, Kushina did something completely unexpected. She walked around Karura, took a handful of her own long red hair, and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply. The gesture was bizarre, intimate yet unsettling. Karura clenched her fists. What the hell are they playing at? If you want to kill me, then kill me already. That was Karura's only thought at that moment. Then, Kushina's sly smirk returned. Sister Sand Shinobi, what a pity. If the three of us were men, well, you would have been executed by now. Then, she struck. Her hands darted forward, fingers dancing over Karura's sides, her armpits. Tickling. Karura's entire body spasmed. No. No way. She would not. She bit her lip, muscles tensing, refusing to laugh. But Kushina was ruthless. Her fingers moved with an almost supernatural precision, targeting every sensitive spot. Ahahaha. The laughter tore from Karura's throat despite her best efforts to suppress it. It was elegant at first, then feral. Her expression twisted, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kushina did not let up. Her fingers danced up and down Karura's sides, over her ribs, even down to her knees. Karura thrashed, breathless. By the time Kushina finally relented, Karura was gasping for air, her entire body trembling with exhaustion. She didn't even have the strength to call Kushina a bastard anymore. Mikoto and Hikari had watched the entire ordeal in stunned silence. That was not what I expected, Mikoto muttered. I thought we were going to carve up her face, Hikari added. Instead, tickling. Yet, somehow, it had been far more effective. Karura was utterly drained. Kushina beamed with satisfaction. Well. Have you seen my terror now? Karura, still catching her breath, glared weakly. Bastard. Red-hot habanero. You should have just killed me. Oh. Still talking back. Want to go for round 2? Kushina wiggled her fingers menacingly. Karura snapped her mouth shut. Her voice softened. What do you want? Kushina smirked. Simple. Tsunade withdraws from this war. Karura's eyes darkened. Never. Even if I agreed, my village would not. Her voice was unwavering. Tsunade would never retreat. Chapter 92, Conquest by Force. Kurama felt it was time. It was time to end the Third Great Ninja War. The Sand Village was not the main battlefield. The real battle lay with the Mist Village. And it was about to end here. Within the sealed space, a voice called out. Lord Kurama, this woman refuses to retreat. What should I do? Simple. Kurama's deep voice rumbled with amusement. Then we conquer by force. Kushina and the others had only one goal, to end this battle quickly. They didn't fight for Konoha's sake. They didn't owe Konoha anything. This was just a necessary step. Once the Mist Village fell, it would be time to turn on Konoha itself. Soon, the third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and the rest of Konoha's corrupt council would be removed. And the Uchiha clan would return to power. They would reclaim their rightful place at the center of the village. Kushina's crimson pupils changed, twisting into the ominous, vertical slits of the nine tails. Kurama took control once more. A chilling pressure filled the battlefield. Karura, the formidable Sand Kunoichi, felt an instinctive fear creeping up her spine. The aura around Kushina had transformed, no longer human. The blood-red haze in her eyes exuded pure malice. Looking directly at her was like staring into the abyss of death. A shiver coursed through Karura's body, despite the desert heat. Her heart pounded. Why is the red hot-blooded habanero radiating such a monstrous presence, she thought, gritting her teeth. Little Sand Kunoichi, you still refuse to retreat. Kushina's voice dripped with amusement. After this, I doubt your village will dare to continue. Karura stood her ground, exhaling sharply. You think you can make the sand village bow? You have no idea how stubborn our elders are. Kushina grinned wickedly. She bit down on a strand of her own fiery red hair, stepping back several meters. Then, she raised one hand to the sky. A massive, swirling sphere of raw chakra condensed in her palm, flickering with black and purple energy. Karura's eyes widened in horror. That's. She barely had time to process what she was seeing before Kushina hurled the tailed beast bomb skyward. The massive orb of destruction soared over Karura's head, missing her by inches before flying into the distance. Then, the world shook. A deafening explosion erupted, splitting the desert horizon apart. A distant mountain, once a towering landmark, was obliterated in an instant. Nothing remained but a crater of dust and shattered earth. Karura's breath hitched in her throat. This was the power of a tailed beast. Unmatched. Terrifying. Kushina smirked, crossing her arms. How many of those do you think the sand village can withstand? Tailed beast bombs, destructive techniques wielded only by fully synchronized Jinchuriki, were capable of leveling entire villages. The sand village had no way to counter them. Karura swallowed hard. Had Kushina become a perfect Jinchuriki? A true master of the Nine Tails power? A wild-tailed beast could be suppressed. But a Jinchuriki in full control. They were far deadlier. The sand's greatest strength, the One Tail, paled in comparison to a being that could freely unleash the power of the Nine Tails. Sand techniques, magnet-style techniques, all meaningless against this level of raw power. A crushing realization dawned on Karura. The sand had already lost. There was no victory here. Their only option was retreat. Karura clenched her fists, suppressing the shame swelling inside her. She said nothing. Just gave a slow, defeated nod. Kurama chuckled in satisfaction. Kushina sighed, breaking Karura's seal. Heh. Little Sand Kunoichi. She leaned in close, whispering with a smirk. Your people aren't my real enemy. Karura tensed, her expression wary. Kushina's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Once this war is over, we'll be tearing Konoha apart. Mikoto stepped forward, her Sharingan spinning. And when that day comes, every single one of Konoha's corrupt leaders will be dealt with. Karura's lips parted in shock. They weren't fighting for Konoha. They were planning to destroy it. Before she could say anything, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari vanished, disappearing into the desert winds. Karura was left alone, a stunned silence hanging in the air. Her mind raced, replaying their words. Sand Village is not the enemy. They want to turn Konoha upside down. A coup. A brutal, merciless coup against their own village. Kushina's sheer power, her monstrous confidence. She wasn't lying. If that woman became Hokage, the entire world would change. Karura shuddered at the thought. What would happen to the fire country if Konoha fell into her hands? A village ruled by someone like that. It would be terrifying. Yet, undeniably exhilarating. Suddenly, a different memory surfaced in Karura's mind. Kushina's final parting words. Something about food. Her expression darkened. Princess. Not eating well. Not feeling anything. Karura blinked. Then it hit her. During their encounter, that damn woman had touched her. Her entire body. Karura's face turned crimson in an instant. She looked down at herself. The desert stretched on before her, flat and endless. A vast, unforgiving plain. Her hands clenched at her sides. Kushina, that damn red hot-blooded habanero, had just called her flat. A deadly silence fell over the battlefield. Then, Karura's entire body trembled with fury. Damn her. Who is she calling flat? She spun around, pointing at a nearby sand shinobi. You. Come here. The unfortunate soldier stiffened, saluting instantly. Why yes, Lady Karura. Do I look small to you? The shinobi blinked. Small, my lady. Are you referring to anything? The shinobi hesitated. Then, with complete sincerity, he responded, Yes, Lady Karura. You appear very small. In age and in stature. A deadly silence followed. The other sand shinobi held their breaths. Karura's eye twitched. Her right hand snapped upward. Sand coffin. Lady Karura, wait. I didn't mean it like that. The shinobi's screams filled the air as he was encased in a crushing embrace of sand. Of course, Karura didn't actually kill him. She merely let him experience the sensation of impending death. "Do you know what you did wrong?" she asked coldly. I understand. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Though, in truth, he had no idea what mistake he had even made. As the war raged on, Karura stood in silence, her mind no longer on the battlefield, but on the chaos that was soon to engulf Konoha. And on the dangerous, fiery-haired woman at the center of it all. Chapter 93, Hiruzen, I will be greatest Hokage. The land of wind, Tsunade. Karura led the army back to the village. She reported everything she had encountered to the third Kazekage, Granny Chiyo, Ebizo, and the other high-ranking officials of the Sand Village. The red-hot habanero. The crimson flash. A Jinchuriki of the One Tail. And the terrifying tailed beast bomb. The third Kazekage was horrified. He had never imagined that the death of the previous one-tailed Jinchuriki, Fanfu, was linked to Konoha. Furthermore, the red-hot habanero had infiltrated their forces undetected. Just the thought of that woman, now a perfect Jinchuriki, slipping into Tsunade and launching a tailed beast bomb was terrifying. If she attacked them directly, Tsunade would be wiped off the map. The third Kazekage shuddered at the thought. But what unsettled him even more was the fact that this woman had gained full control over the One-Tail's power. She was already a perfect Jinchuriki. Tsunade had spent years attempting to tame Shikaku, yet they had never succeeded. And now, a foreign kunoichi had stolen that power for herself. Upon hearing Karura's report, the third Kazekage's expression darkened. He had no reason to doubt her. Karura was the princess of Tsunade, an elite jonin, and one of the village's strongest shinobi. She had no reason to lie. Moreover, the sand shinobi under her command had seen it firsthand. They had watched as the red-hot habanero obliterated an entire mountain with a single-tailed beast bomb. That was the raw, unfiltered power of a tailed beast. The war council chamber fell into silence. The third Kazekage, Granny Chiyo, Ebizo. All of them wore grim expressions. Finally, the third Kazekage exhaled slowly. Like Iwagakure and Kimogakure before them, Tsunade would withdraw from the war. Konoha was simply too powerful. And the rumors, they only made matters worse. The third Raikage had not been the only one responsible for Iwagakure's crushing defeat. A member of the Uchiha clan had played a part as well. And that Uchiha wielded the Mangeko Sharingan. The techniques he had used were even more terrifying than the third Raikage's legendary strength. The third Raikage was a man who prided himself on his unbreakable defense and unstoppable offense. Yet even he had not fought alone. The third Kazekage could not shake the feeling that Kimogakure and Konoha had joined forces behind the scenes. That their so-called conflicts were nothing more than a smokescreen. And now, with the knowledge of the red-hot habanero's power, there was no reason to continue this war. Like the third Tsuchikage, the third Kazekage decided to retreat. With that, the primary players in the third great ninja war had dwindled. The only two great nations still locked in battle were the land of fire's Konoha and the land of water's Kirigakure. A true clash of fire and water. The heart of this war. Karura had withheld one crucial detail from the Kazekage, something the red-hot habanero had told her personally. That once the war was over, she planned to lead a coup in Konoha. But Karura had no way of knowing if Kushina was serious or merely bluffing. Or if she had some hidden agenda. It was not worth mentioning. But the things she had seen with her own eyes. The One-Tail's power, the tailed beast bomb. Those were undeniable facts. In the end, pulling out of the war would benefit Tsunade greatly. They could focus on rebuilding and strengthening their forces. After the meeting, Granny Chiyo returned home. As soon as she arrived, she saw Sasori controlling his puppets, mother, and father. Sasori, ever perceptive, glanced at her. "Grandmother, is the war ending?" "Yes," Chiyo replied. "Our shinobi will no longer be sent to the battlefield." Sasori narrowed his eyes. "Good. These puppets are too weak." In the past, he had wanted puppets for companionship. Now, he craved power. 3 days later, as Iwagakure and Kimogakure withdrew, Tsunade officially announced its retreat. The news spread across the entire ninja world. The conflicts between smaller nations and minor villages were insignificant. Only two major players remained. Konoha and Kirigakure. The battle that would decide the fate of the third great ninja war was upon them. Land of Fire. Konoha. The Hokage's office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen read the latest report and grinned from ear to ear. Excellent. Tsunade has withdrawn. Now, Konoha had only one enemy left, Kirigakure. If Konoha could crush them, the war would end in their favor. And history would forever remember the Land of Fire as the nation that stood alone against the rest of the world, and won. Such a victory would be unprecedented. Hiruzen could already see it. His name would be etched into history as the Hokage who led Konoha to its greatest triumph. No other leader could boast such an accomplishment. The third Hokage, the one who single-handedly guided Konoha to victory against the other four great nations. The strongest Hokage. Stronger than the first. Stronger than the second. After all, how many of Konoha's citizens had actually seen Hashirama Senju in battle? Who was left to remember the strength of Tobirama Senju? But him. Everyone would see his glory firsthand. The eternal Hokage. This was the will of fire. He didn't need a genjutsu like Koto Amatsukami. He knew how to control hearts and minds in other ways. By the time this war ended, the entire village would worship him. Danzo wouldn't stand a chance. No one would challenge him. Hiruzen chuckled to himself as he sipped his tea. While his subordinates fought and bled on the battlefield, he merely observed. And when victory arrived, he would claim the credit. Only one obstacle remained. Sarutobi Yamaru, of the Sarutobi clan, had been tasked with leading Konoha's forces against Kirigakure. He had to ensure that the final battle belonged to the Sarutobi clan. He had not expected Tsunade to surrender so soon. But Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto had proven themselves. As expected of Tsunade's disciple. As expected of Lady Mito's chosen successor. As expected of the Uzumaki clan. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. With Tsunade out of the picture, he issued one final command. Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Hikari Hyuga were to reinforce the main forces on the Kirigakure front. Konoha's entire army would now converge upon one battlefield. The final battle of the Third Great Ninja War was about to begin. The commander leading the charge? Sarutobi Yamaru. Chapter 94, Danzo Methods. The commander of the 20,000-strong ninja army on the front lines of Konoha was Sarutobi Yamaru of the Sarutobi clan. For victory in this war, the third Hokage had decided that it was up to the Sarutobi clan to secure the final triumph. Konoha's army, nearly 20,000 strong, consisted of the Sarutobi clan, Akimichi clan, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, Aburame clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and many others. Among them were elite shinobi such as the Blood Red Pepper, Uzumaki Kushina, and the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. The third Hokage, believing in Sarutobi Yamaru's leadership, saw no reason why they would lose. Moreover, Konoha had already triumphed in previous battles against the Cloud, Stone, and Sand shinobi. Leading those victories were Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. Now, these powerful figures had also joined the Sarutobi-led forces. In the eyes of the third Hokage, this army of nearly 20,000 Konoha shinobi was an invincible force. Cloud, Stone, and Mist shinobi had all taken caution and avoided direct battle. Yet, the Mist were the only ones still arrogant enough to stand against them. For the third Hokage, this was an opportunity. A decisive strike against the Mist shinobi would cement Konoha's dominance. Who could blame him? The Mist had chosen a cowardly strategy, lurking in the shadows while Konoha was busy fighting the other great villages. Instead of confronting Konoha head-on, they had waited for them to defeat the Cloud, Stone, and Sand shinobi before launching a surprise attack. This deception angered the third Hokage. Water and fire had been incompatible since ancient times. Today, the land of fire would turn that water into steam. Inside Konoha's high command meeting room, the third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Kohara gathered together. They were preparing for the final battle. To be precise, they were discussing the aftermath of this war. Because Konoha had already crushed the Cloud, Stone, and Sand forces, dealing with the Mist shinobi seemed like nothing more than a formality. Danzo, however, was not at ease. His face was grim, his expression shadowed by doubt. Although the tide of war was clearly in Konoha's favor, he felt uneasy. As if something terrible was about to happen. The reports from the front lines only deepened his concerns. One name, in particular, stood out, Uzumaki Kushina, the Blood Red Pepper. She had already begun to harness the power of the Nine Tails, and her fearsome reputation had spread across the entire ninja world. She had led Konoha's shinobi to victory time and time again, without a single loss. The warriors under her command admired her, followed her without question, and trusted her completely. Even the shinobi on other battlefields wished for her presence, believing that as long as the Blood Red Pepper fought alongside them, they were invincible. Danzo saw this as a dangerous problem. Uzumaki Kushina had won the hearts of too many Konoha shinobi. Her growing prestige was beginning to eclipse even Konoha's ruling elite. This made Danzo uneasy. If they ever needed to contain or eliminate the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it would now be much harder than before. And it wasn't just Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto, the leader of the Uchiha clan, had also earned the absolute trust of her people. Before her rise to power, the Uchiha clan had been riddled with internal strife. But under her leadership, they had become more united than ever. The level of loyalty she commanded among her clan was nearly absolute. She was no ordinary clan head, she carried an authority that rivaled that of a Kage. Danzo found this deeply unsettling. And then there was the Hyuga clan. Under the leadership of Hyuga Hikari, the rigid boundaries between the main family and the branch family had started to erode. The Hyuga clan had never been so unified. Danzo's paranoia began to take shape. First, Uchiha Mikoto became the leader of the Uchiha clan. Then, Hyuga Hikari transformed the Hyuga clan. Then, Uzumaki Kushina emerged as an unstoppable force on the battlefield. And all three had one thing in common. They had once been in the same genin team. Their sensei, Tsunade of the Sannin. Danzo frowned. Are those three plotting something? He muttered to himself. His instincts told him that something was off. But there was no evidence. And at the moment, everything Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari were doing was for the village. They were fighting for Konoha. Even Danzo couldn't refute that. But there was one more thing he had learned from the front lines. Something that confirmed his worst fears. Uchiha Mikoto, leader of the Uchiha clan, had awakened the Mangeko Sharingan. This news sent a ripple through Konoha's leadership. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu reacted with smiles of relief and excitement. Danzo, however, scowled. Danzo, why is your face so dark? We're about to win this war. Hamura tried to reassure him. Udatane Koharu, despite keeping a straight face, secretly thought to herself, no wonder Danzo always looks so miserable. Wrinkled, bitter, and filled with resentment, as if the world owed him something. Even in victory, he was frowning. Danzo coughed, trying to ease the tension. Hiruzen, through this war, everyone has seen how powerful the Uchiha clan is. Moreover, other clans and even common shinobi admire them greatly. Shouldn't we take steps to weaken them? Danzo's reasoning made sense. If the Uchiha clan was gaining the admiration of the entire village, what if they used that influence to start a coup? This was what truly worried Danzo. Unlike in the past, when Madara Uchiha had left the village and no one had followed him, things were different now. If Uchiha Mikoto raised her voice and called her people to arms, she would not stand alone. Even the third Hokage, Hamura, and Koharu silently acknowledged this concern. But as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not openly admit it. He simply closed his eyes, took a long drag from his pipe, and remained silent. Koharu, sensing his hesitation, spoke up. Danzo, do you have a plan to weaken the Uchiha clan? Danzo smirked. Simple. Assign them to the most dangerous missions. Let the mist shinobi wear them down. If they disobey orders, we brand them traitors. Either way, we win. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. No, Danzo. You can't do that. If the village finds out, the consequences will be catastrophic. Hamura and Koharu quickly agreed. Yeah, Danzo, that's too extreme. The Uchiha are still part of Konoha. Danzo clicked his tongue in frustration. You three are fools. You'll regret this decision. And with that, he turned and left, his cane tapping against the wooden floor. His parting words lingered in the air. You will regret this sooner or later. Chapter 95, will Sarutobi really be finished? You will regret it sooner or later. Danzo said coldly, turning around to leave. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu, stood in stunned silence for a moment. Danzo's methods are too extreme. Yeah, how can he stab his own village in the back like this? This was a critical moment in the war. The Uchiha clan was still fighting for the village. Konoha shouldn't do this, neither emotionally nor rationally. The third Hokage had always followed a path of compromise, moderation, and delay. As for how to weaken the Uchiha clan, he could only think of other ways. Hamura and Koharu agreed that the Uchiha needed to be weakened, but they strongly disagreed with Danzo's approach. Even their mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had always viewed the Uchiha with suspicion, never resorted to such underhanded tactics. He had simply moved the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village and created the Konoha police force to keep them occupied. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu exchanged heavy glances. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. All they could do was hope that the Third Shinobi War would end soon. Frontline battlefield, Land of Smoke. The Land of Smoke had become the main battlefield between Konoha of the Land of Fire and Kirigakure of the Land of Water. The troops led by Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari were advancing toward the battlefield at full speed. Kurama was among them. Hikari, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Kurama, Kushina said cheerfully. Kurama simply raised a hand in greeting. First time meeting you, Hyuga Hikari. Hyuga Hikari blinked in surprise. She bowed politely in return. Hyuga Hikari. Her gaze lingered on Kurama for a moment longer than necessary. His striking orange hair and deep crimson eyes caught her attention. There was something about him, something eerily familiar. Yet, she was sure she had never met him before. The feeling unsettled her. An awkward silence settled between them. Kurama smiled knowingly. Hinata will have the same kind of reaction in the future. Realizing that Kushina, Hikari, and Mikoto had a lot to talk about, Kurama quietly excused himself. As soon as he was out of earshot, Hikari turned to Kushina with an accusatory glare. Kushina. You never told me you had a boyfriend. And now you're just parading him around. Kushina flushed, recalling how Mikoto had reacted in the exact same way before. Hikari then turned to Mikoto, arms crossed. Hey, Mikoto, did you already know about this? Mikoto raised her hands in surrender. I only found out a little earlier than you. Oh, so you two conspired to hide it from me. Just wait until I deal with both of you. She playfully raised a fist, but then noticed the troops marching behind them. Huffing, she crossed her arms instead. If it were just the three of them, she would have definitely wrestled them to the ground. For now, she let it go. But something was still nagging at her. Kushina, she started hesitantly, your boyfriend. Kurama. He gives me a strange feeling. Like, déjà vu. Mikoto, do you feel the same? Mikoto forced a nervous laugh. No. I don't know him that well. Internally, she was screaming. Hikari, you're digging your own grave. Lord Kurama already knows all our secrets, Hikari pursed her lips. But I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Trying to shake off the thought, she turned back to Kushina. Wait, does Kurama know about our plans? She was referring to what they intended to do after the war. Kushina nodded. Yes. Lord Kurama knows everything. And he's strong. Really strong. At that, Hikari finally relaxed. At the same time, she couldn't help but think. It would be amazing if I could find a man as strong and handsome as Lord Kurama. Konoha Camp, Land of Smoke. Sarutobi Yamaru and his men were drinking celebratory sake. They had successfully repelled multiple mist shinobi attacks. Among them were Namikaze Minato and the Ino Shikacho trio, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza, as well as Aburame Shirue. Lord Yamaru, the reinforcements from the Land of Wind have arrived. Led by Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Kagumo. Yamaru grinned. That was fast. Excellent. The arrival of reinforcements gave him newfound confidence. He had witnessed Kushina's power firsthand as her unit's deputy commander. Now that they had arrived, a decisive battle with Kirigakure was imminent. During his time as Kushina's deputy, he had been assigned to monitor her movements and report back to the third Hokage. Back then, he had been confused by the order. Why would I need to monitor Kushina? She was a Konoha kunoichi. Her loyalty had never been questioned. At the time, he followed orders without understanding. Now, he knew the truth. Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Aside from Mikoto, only Konoha's top brass knew this secret. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Uchiha clan's leader, Fugaku Uchiha, was delighted. Because it meant he could see Minato Namikaze again. Only Minato could warm his cold heart. Fugaku worried about Minato. Was he injured? Was he safe? Would that handsome, gentle face be marred with scars? Then he shook his head, chiding himself. Minato is a genius. He wouldn't get injured so easily, After all, he had managed to escape from Kimo's forces before. In Fugaku's eyes, no one in Konoha could compare to Minato. Konoha Army's main camp. Kurama recognized many faces from Kushina's academy days. Team 4's Ino Shikacho. Hyuga Hizashi, Inuzuka Tsum, and Gashu from Team 8. Their sensei was now Sarutobi Yamaru. Fugaku, Minato, and Aburame Shirue from Team 2. Most of them had risen to the rank of Jonin. The few who hadn't, like Gashu and Choza, were high-ranking Chunin. Kushina leaned in toward Kurama. Kurama, do we even need to fight? Sarutobi Yamaru's forces have already won multiple battles. Kurama shook his head. We will fight. The third Hokage made a grave mistake by appointing Yamaru as commander. He had already sensed something off. Mist shinobi were gathering in an unusual formation. They were preparing something massive. A danger no one else had detected yet. Fugaku spotted Minato's golden figure and immediately ran over. Minato, are you all right? Minato smiled warmly. Fugaku, I'm fine. What about you? Are you unharmed? Fugaku froze. Minato was worried about him. He murmured under his breath. A boy's smile can really be this beautiful. Chapter 96, Mist Shinobi Plan. Mist Shinobi War Camp, Land of Smoke. The Mist Shinobi forces had amassed a staggering 20,000 troops at their war camp. Standing at the heart of the encampment were 7 figures, each bearing a distinct and formidable blade, the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Their combined strength was said to rival that of an entire nation. Kubikarabocho, Executioner's Blade, Juzo Biwa. Same Hada, Shark Skin, Fugaku Suikazen. Nuabari, Sewing Needle, Kushimaru Kuriere. Kabutawari, Helmet Splitter, Jinin Akabino. Shibuki, Blast Sword, Jinpachi Munashi. Kiba, Thunder Swords, Raiga Kurosuke. Hiramakari, Twin Sword, Hozuki. This time, Mist Shinobi had placed the 7 swordsmen at the forefront, serving as the backbone of their assault. Their strategist, Ao, stood at the center of the planning tent, his usual cautious demeanor absent. The infamous Byakugan he had obtained remained concealed beneath his headband, as if he didn't even need it. "Hey, Ao," one of the swordsmen grinned, resting his massive blade against his shoulder. "Isn't it about time we stop playing around?" Ao smirked. "Yes. It's time to counterattack." Did Sarutobi Yamaru truly believe that Mist Shinobi was some weak target? Their previous defeats had been nothing more than an elaborate ruse designed to lull Konoha into a false sense of superiority. The Mist forces had meticulously studied their enemy, identifying their commanding officer, Sarutobi Yamaru, a man who, despite his tactical competence, had grown arrogant from his recent victories. And now, with additional reinforcements, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, his overconfidence had only inflated further. The 7 swordsmen exchanged glances before breaking into dark chuckles. "Hey, Ao, let's get started already," Raiga muttered, gripping his twin swords eagerly. "Our blades are getting thirsty." Ao's smirk deepened. Mist Shinobi had already prepared Konoha's grave. Konoha War Camp. At noon the next day, the Konoha Sensing Division, led by Yamanaka Inoichi, was on high alert. Suddenly, Inoichi's expression darkened. His senses detected multiple massive chakra signatures moving toward them at high speed. "Lord Yamaru," Inoichi reported urgently. From the northwest, a large Mist Shinobi force is advancing. Hearing this, Sarutobi Yamaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, he muttered, clenching his fists. They took the bait. For Yamaru, this was the moment he had been waiting for, the final confrontation. He had expected Mist Shinobi to come at them eventually. Now, he would crush them completely. The battle begins. As the Mist Shinobi army marched, Ao took the lead, raising his hand in command. "Attack! Mist Shinobi, cut down Konoha!" "For the Mist!" The soldiers roared in unison. Thousands of Mist Shinobi surged forward like an unstoppable wave. Meanwhile, on Konoha's side, Kurama clan members, Uzumaki Kushina, and others stood ready. However, this time, Kurama had given strict orders to his allies. Just provide minimal support. Don't go all out. Kurama narrowed his eyes. Something about this attack felt off. From the enemy's formation, he counted about 5,000 troops, far fewer than expected. Even more suspiciously, the 7 ninja swordsmen were nowhere to be seen. Still, Sarutobi Yamaru laughed mockingly at Ao. "Hey, Ao. Is this all you brought? A few thousand shinobi? Where's the real Mist army? Or are you planning to take on Konoha all by yourself?" Ao only smiled. With a silent wave of his hand, Mist Shinobi launched the first strike. A hailstorm of shuriken and kunai rained down upon Konoha's forces, many of them carrying explosive tags. "Good!" Sarutobi Yamaru shouted, eyes burning with battle lust. Counterattack. Konoha's forces retaliated immediately. Earth style, Earth Wall Jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Oil Fire Jutsu. Wind style, Breakthrough. Jutsu clashed midair, detonations shaking the battlefield. Steel clashed against steel. Fists met flesh. The battle erupted into full-scale chaos. Unexpected retreat. However, just minutes into the skirmish, Mist Shinobi suddenly retreated. Both sides had suffered casualties, but Mist Shinobi had fallen back first. Konoha had won this round. Sarutobi Yamaru scowled. What the hell are they playing at? "Lord Yamaru," Namikaze Minato spoke cautiously, "shall we pursue?" Yamaru considered it but ultimately shook his head. No. Never chase a retreating enemy blindly. Despite his overconfidence, he still had tactical sense. He suspected a trap. The decisive mission. That evening, orders arrived from Konoha's high command. They had discovered Mist Shinobi's main base, a small island called Forgotten Red Island between the Land of Smoke and the Land of Water. Yamaru's mission was clear. Take the island. Kill or drive out every mist shinobi there. This would be the decisive battle. Reading the orders, Yamaru smirked. Konoha's intelligence network truly is unmatched. At dawn, he assembled Konoha's entire army. My comrades. This is our final battle. We will take Red Island and crush Mist Shinobi for good. The army roared back, crush the mist. Crush the mist. Yamaru raised his hand. Move out. A lone voice of dissent. Just as Konoha's forces prepared to march, a lazy voice cut through the air. I'm not going. The army turned toward the speaker, Kurama, standing amidst the ranks, wearing a Chunin vest. Yamaru's face darkened. What did you just say? Kurama shrugged. What if it's a trap? Yamaru narrowed his eyes. He vaguely remembered this guy, the so-called boyfriend of that red-haired demon, Uzumaki Kushina. TCH. What an arrogant brat. Yamaru dismissed the concern. Even if it's a trap, we're too strong for it to matter. Konoha's intelligence network discovered their base. This is our chance. Kurama sighed, arms crossed. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to die for someone else's stupidity. Whispers spread throughout the troops. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he challenge Lord Yamaru? Yamaru's fury flared. Are you disobeying orders? Kurama smirked. I'm just saying, don't cry when you walk into hell. His defiance sparked uncertainty in others. For the first time, hesitation spread through the ranks of Konoha's army. And in the shadows, Mist Shinobi's true trap lay in wait. Chapter 97, Coup. Someone actually dares to oppose the orders of the village's top brass. Who is this person? I don't know, but it looks like he's siding with the red-hot habanero. Kurama's voice carried his objection clearly. The gathered Konoha shinobi immediately erupted into hushed murmurs. If this situation wasn't resolved soon, it could disrupt the entire chain of command. Sarutobi Yamaru's expression darkened. He was ready to take action. If such insubordination remained unchecked in the ranks, it would shake the army's morale. However, before he could make a move, Kushina stepped forward. She twirled a strand of her vibrant red hair between her fingers, bringing it to her nose and inhaling with a knowing smirk. I refuse to take part in this mission. There's too much we don't know, it reeks of a trap. She then turned to her subordinates with a sharp gaze. If you trust me, don't go. An uproar followed her declaration. If it had been an ordinary shinobi objecting, they could have been dismissed as insignificant. But Uzumaki Kushina was different. Her name had become legend in this war, her title, the Red-Hot Habanero, spoken with both awe and fear. Her leadership had crushed countless IWA forces, her tactics leaving over 5,000 rock shinobi dead in their wake. Those under her command trusted her completely. She had never led them to defeat before, why would she start now? The tension was palpable. What should we do? Kushina-sama, are you openly defying the command of your superiors? Ninjas put their missions above all else. Many still sided with Sarutobi Yamaru. They understood the risks of disobeying direct orders. To refuse would be treason. They would be hunted down, branded as traitors of the village. Sarutobi Yamaru's patience had run out. He knew how influential Kushina was. His voice thundered across the encampment. Uzumaki Kushina. Do you intend to defy the orders of your superiors? On the battlefield, obedience was paramount. Betraying orders was no different from betraying the village itself. But Kushina remained unmoved. You can go if you want, she said with a casual shrug, but I won't. Her indifference stoked Yamaru's fury. Just then, another voice rang out. The Uchiha clan will not participate in this mission. Uchiha Mikoto stood firm, her sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled shinobi. A moment later, another voice followed. The Hyuga clan will also stand down. Hyuga Hikari declared, stepping beside Mikoto. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans operated differently from the average Konoha shinobi. They answered only to their clan heads. And now, the heads of both clans had openly refused to comply. The effect was immediate. All murmuring ceased. A chill ran through the assembled shinobi. The war hadn't even begun, yet a civil dispute was already breaking out. Sarutobi Yamaru clenched his fists in anger. This was Kushina's doing. Because of her, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had abandoned the mission. His position as commander-in-chief was now being undermined in front of the entire army. Humiliated, Yamaru roared. Arrest them. Wait. Nara Shikaku's voice cut through the tension. We can't afford infighting before facing the enemy. The Nara clan, known for their strategic minds, often served as military advisors. And Shikaku had his own reasons for stepping in. Lord Yamaru, Namikaze Minato added, stepping beside Shikaku, we should put aside internal conflicts for now. Even without the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, we have enough manpower. Indeed, the absence of the two clans meant losing around 3,000 shinobi. But the total army still numbered over 20,000. They had defeated Tsunade's forces without the Uchiha or Hyuga before. They could do it again. Yamaru exhaled sharply. He wanted nothing more than to punish Kushina and the others immediately. But now wasn't the time. Fine. Let them stay behind. He would return victorious and rub the success in their faces. Then, when they returned to Konoha, the village elders would deal with the Uchiha and Hyuga accordingly. We don't need you to win. With that, Yamaru finalized the strategy. A pre-dawn surprise attack on the enemy's base camp. Minato saw no reason to doubt the third Hokage's intelligence reports. A swift strike would end the war in one fell swoop. Shikaku also supported the move. Even if it weren't an official order, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Now or never. Sarutobi Yamaru led over 16,000 Konoha shinobi toward the enemy's encampment on the forgotten Red Island. Included in this force were the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Sarutobi clans. Many shinobi had doubts. But refusing would be tantamount to insubordination. Some went purely out of duty. Some went because the battle promised high rewards. Bloodshed was inevitable. Those who remained numbered just under 5,000. Aside from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, other Konoha shinobi who had fought alongside Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari also chose to stay. Among them, over 2,000 trusted their commanders more than the village elders. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated before approaching Mikoto. Clan head, he knelt, his voice uncertain, I worry for Minato's safety. Please grant me permission to go. Mikoto studied him for a long moment before nodding. If you must, then go. But be careful. Fugaku bowed deeply, then rushed to rejoin the departing army. Kushina watched him leave with a chuckle. Huh. That Fugaku's really something, huh? Kurama narrowed his eyes. Kushina, do you think they'll return? She turned to him with a smirk. I don't know, she said. We'll find out soon enough. If Kurama had gone with them, the battle would have been over in an instant. No matter what traps awaited them, he could have shattered them all. But he had no intention of doing so. The third Hokage's arrogance would cost him dearly. A heavy price would be paid for this order. The forgotten Red Island was already a graveyard waiting to be filled. Lord Ao. Sarutobi Yamaru is leading the Konoha army in an assault. What? Ao's eyes widened in shock. They weren't planning to attack Konoha. Yet Konoha had come knocking first. Clearly, the enemy had discovered their location. But Ao did not panic. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been expecting this. And they had a special surprise waiting for the Konoha army. Chapter 98, Konoha army suffered heavy casualties. Red Island stood as the dividing line between the land of water and the land of fire. Surrounded by the sea, the left side belonged to the land of fire, while the right stretched into the dominion of the land of water. It was here that Aa had planned to lead Konoha's forces into battle. But what he didn't expect was that Konoha's army would advance directly without hesitation. As for the location of Red Island, the Mist had intentionally leaked it. Since Konoha believed this to be a decisive battle, then Mist was more than willing to turn it into one. Jinpachi Munashi, Kushimaru Kuriare, Amuri Ringo, Jinin Akabino, Fuguki Suikezen, Raiga Kurosuke, and Mangetsu Hozuki. Ao's gaze was sharp as he looked at the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. This army of Konoha shinobi, numbering more than 10,000, will be left to you. Don't worry, Ao. Fuguki Suikezen, wielder of same hata, grinned. I'll make sure the Konoha dogs never set foot back home. The blade in his grasp seemed to writhe in anticipation. In addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen, over 10,000 Mist shinobi lay in wait on Red Island, prepared for the slaughter to come. They had set the perfect trap. Now all they had to do was wait. In the Konoha camp, Yamanaka Inoichi wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow. Captain Yamaru, I can sense multiple powerful chakra signatures ahead. His voice was grave. No mistake about it, it's the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Yamaru exhaled sharply. So they've gathered their monsters, huh? Fine. Then let's make this a battle to the death. As Konoha's forces neared the shore of Red Island, Inoichi's sensory abilities grew sharper, the details becoming clearer. Fugaku? Why are you here? Minato Namikaze turned to see Uchiha Fugaku beside him, surprise evident on his face. Didn't your clan head forbid the Uchiha from participating? Fugaku scoffed. That was before. The clan head has reconsidered. I'll feel more at ease fighting at your side, Minato. Don't get yourself killed. Minato chuckled, warmth in his eyes. Thanks, Fugaku. You be careful too. A vast army of Konoha shinobi sprinted across the water, moving in perfect formation. Their hands were held behind their backs as they ran, their movements fluid, disciplined. From atop the cliffs, the 7 ninja swordsmen watched them approach. Finally, they're here, Jinin Akabino murmured, gripping Kabuto tightly. The mist shinobi stood in formation, poised like predators eyeing their prey. Sarutobi Yamaru, leading Konoha's vanguard, raised his hand. The entire army came to a sudden halt. For several tense seconds, both forces stood in silence, merely watching. Then Yamaru dropped his arm. Attack. Annihilate the mist shinobi. Annihilate the mist. Annihilate the mist. The deafening war cries of Konoha's shinobi thundered across the battlefield. Do these fools really not understand that sea warfare is our domain? A sudden gust of wind roared across the battlefield, followed by towering waves surging towards Konoha's forces. Panic set in. The waves were immense, easily tens of meters high. But this was beyond mere ninjutsu. This was a natural disaster. What the hell? Yamaru's eyes widened in horror. The sea churned violently, forming whirlpools that stretched endlessly into the horizon. Konoha shinobi were swept into the waves, some dragged beneath the surface without so much as a scream. Earth style, earth wall. Earth style, double mud gate. Wind style, gale surge. Several Konoha shinobi scrambled to counter the waves, erecting barriers of rock and attempting to dispel the water. But it was futile. The ocean consumed their defenses effortlessly. Fire style. Some shinobi desperately unleashed streams of fire, but it was laughable. No fire jutsu could evaporate an entire sea. Explosions rang out across the water as mist shinobi began their attack. Shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags rained down upon Konoha's floundering forces. Boom. Plumes of water and fire erupted into the air, bodies vanishing beneath the waves. Awe. The screams of dying shinobi filled the battlefield. This wasn't war. This was a massacre. Black smoke rose into the sky, mixing with the thick scent of blood. On a nearby cliff, Raiga Kurosuke grinned. Let's add a little extra spice, shall we? He crossed his twin blades, the Kiba swords, crackling with electricity. Lightning style, thunderstorm slash. Boom. Bolts of lightning exploded from the heavens, striking the sea. The electricity spread through the water, engulfing the helpless Konoha shinobi. The results were immediate. Hundreds of shinobi convulsed, their bodies frying from the inside out. By the time the electricity dissipated, more than 16,000 Konoha shinobi had perished, and another 6,000 lay maimed or dying. Damn it, it was a trap. Shikaku clenched his fists, fury boiling in his veins. He had been outplayed. Fugaku and Minato stood together, both wounded but still standing. Minato, are you all right? Fugaku asked. Minato exhaled heavily. We underestimated them. The mist was ready for us. The waves showed no sign of stopping. Then came the final blow. 2,000 mist shinobi stepped forward, each bearing the same mark. They weaved signs in perfect unison. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The sea erupted. 2,000 enormous water dragons soared into the air before crashing down onto Konoha's forces. The battlefield vanished beneath the onslaught. The impact sent Konoha's remaining shinobi scattering like leaves in a storm. Some were hurled onto the shores of the land of smoke, others dragged into the abyssal depths. From his vantage point, Ao smirked. Well, Konoha. Where's your legendary momentum now? You crushed cloud, rock, and sand, but against us. You're nothing. The blue sea had turned crimson. Bodies floated in the water, their lifeless eyes staring blankly into the void. Sarutobi Yamaru's expression was grim. His army had been decimated. His decision had led thousands to their deaths. Retreat, he shouted, his voice hoarse. Fall back. But it was too late. A mist shinobi sprinted towards Ao, his voice urgent. Sir, this isn't Konoha's entire force. Scouts report that thousands of additional shinobi remain in their camp. Ao's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh. So Konoha still has fight left in them. Chapter 99, Death of Choza, Angry Shikaku. Konoha Camp. Kurama and the others were resting when they suddenly felt it, a massive portion of Konoha's army's chakra had disappeared. Kushina sensed it too. Kurama, those guys, they're suffering, she muttered, her expression darkening. This is the way of war, Kurama replied, his voice calm but firm. People talk about the bitterness of battle, but unless you experience it yourself, you won't understand. If he wanted to, Kurama could intervene and change the course of the battle. But he didn't. This was all the result of the third Hokage's reckless decision. This time, Konoha's shinobi would grow to despise their leadership. It was a senseless order. The higher-ups sat comfortably, sipping tea, giving commands from safety, while those on the front lines fought for their lives. Forget Red Island. Looking at the battlefield, the entire sea had turned bright red. Blood on the waves. Damn it, Konoha is still strong. Some of them managed to escape. Ao muttered bitterly. What does it matter? Their commander had his leg cut off by my same Hada, Fugaku Suikezen said, smirking. He couldn't sit still earlier and had gone into the sea to face the Konoha shinobi himself. His opponent was Sarutobi Yamaru. Mist's previous attacks had drained most of Yamaru's chakra. Add to that Fugaku's same Hada, which absorbed another portion, and the Sarutobi leader had nothing left. A few exchanges, and Yamaru lost a leg. He barely managed to escape under the cover of his comrades. The battle to take Red Island had ended in Konoha's defeat. Over 16,000 Konoha shinobi had been deployed. Only around 6,000 made it back. That meant Konoha had lost nearly 10,000 shinobi in this fight alone. The scale of the loss was unimaginable. Return in defeat. By evening, the surviving Konoha forces returned to camp in disgrace. Every single one of them bore injuries. Some minor, others severe. They looked at the soldiers who had stayed behind, regret clear in their eyes. If I had known, I never would have gone. Nara Shikaku was among them, his face contorted with guilt. As a strategist, he had believed this mission was sound. He had been wrong. He should have examined the situation more closely. He should have pushed back against the higher-ups' commands. The Nara clan had suffered heavy losses in this battle. The Inoshikacho trio had been broken, Akimichi Choza had died covering their retreat. Shikaku clenched his fists. His heart twisted with grief. I was the one who killed Choza. Tears slipped from his eyes. This wasn't just a failure of Konoha's leadership. It was his own failure, too. But there were no tears allowed on the battlefield. Of the three of them, only he and Yamanaka Inoichi remained. And Inoichi was seriously wounded. The Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Abirame, and Inazuka clans had suffered devastating losses. Resentment against Konoha's leadership festered among the survivors. Why? Why did they issue orders so carelessly? Why did they send them on such a reckless mission? But the worst losses belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Nearly 3,000 of the deployed shinobi had been Sarutobi. Only 500 returned. The survivors were broken, shattered in both body and spirit. Sarutobi Yamaru, their commander, had lost all credibility. Those who had stayed behind in camp listened as the battered survivors vented their frustrations. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone. Damn it, what kind of mission was that? That wasn't a battle. That was a slaughter. You were lucky you didn't go. Mist was waiting for us. We walked right into their trap. That's why I trust Kushina-sama. She said there was something wrong with this mission. I listened. And look, I'm still here. Aftermath. Uchiha Fugaku returned to his clan limping, his body aching from the fight. Mikoto greeted him, concern on her face. Fugaku, what happened? He told her everything. She listened silently, then nodded. Kurama was right. He saw this coming. Konoha's leadership would have to answer for their failure. This wasn't a minor mistake. It had cost more than 10,000 lives. The clans would never trust the leadership again. Kushina's forces, the Hyuga, and the Uchiha had refused to go. Now, the survivors would rather follow them than the so-called leadership. Shikaku had calmed down. He realized his mistake. If he had refused the mission, the Nara wouldn't have gone. If the Nara refused, the Yamanaka and Akimichi wouldn't have gone either. Then Choza wouldn't have died. It was his decision that killed his friend. Morale in the Konoha camp had plummeted. Sarutobi Yamaru sat silently, his leg bandaged, being treated by medics. He said nothing. He knew the truth. He had been played by Mist. He had led his men into an ambush. He would forever be remembered as the commander who lost 10,000 men in a single battle. He had lost the respect of his fellow shinobi. The only hope left in Konoha's ranks was Kushina's forces, the Hyuga, and the Uchiha. Mist's next move. In the enemy camp, Mist Nin gathered around Ao. Ao-sama, we've identified the remaining Konoha forces. Oh. Who's left? The Blood Red Pepper's forces, along with the Hyuga and Uchiha. 5,000 in total. Ao frowned. That idiot Sarutobi Yamaru actually had the sense to hold some people back. He thought the decision to leave behind Kushina and the others had been a tactical move by Yamaru. But that wasn't the case. Kushina's name still carried weight. Ao narrowed his eyes. Mist had wanted to use this war to steal Byakugan and Sharingan. But none had been present on the battlefield. There had been only one Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku. That Uchiha was strong, Ao admitted. And he escaped. Fugaku had fought alongside Minato Namikaze. The wounds on Fugaku's body had been minimized thanks to Minato's interventions. Minato was only 15. Yet, he was already an elite jonin. Before the war, the third Hokage had given him the Flying Thunder God Scroll. Minato had only learned half of it. If he had more time, he would have mastered it. But war had come too soon. Even so, Minato had lived up to his title as a genius. Despite the ambush, he hadn't hesitated. He had fought without taking a single injury. He alone had killed dozens of Mist Nin. But even Minato couldn't take on the entire Mist army alone. So he had led the retreat. If he and Fugaku hadn't been at the rear, Konoha's losses would have been even worse. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. All the shinobi of Kirigakure had heard of it, the Blood Red Pepper, the Red Flash. The one who led the Konoha forces, who single-handedly slaughtered over 5,000 Iwagakure shinobi. Fast as a red flash, unstoppable as a force of nature. That was Uzumaki Kushina. But in addition to the title of the Red Flash, another name had begun to spread, the Devil of Konoha. She was a legend in the making, a name whispered in fear even among the most hardened warriors. Her exploits had even begun to overshadow those of A, the son of the third Raikage, once considered one of the strongest young warriors of his generation. And then, there was Uchiha Mikoto, leader of the Uchiha clan, feared in equal measure. It was she who had taken A's arm in battle, an act that had sent shockwaves across the shinobi world. Together, these two Konoha kunoichi had become the focus of Kirigakure's attention. They had planned to ambush them in the waters near the Red Isle of Judgment. Yet, when the time came, they never appeared. TCH, AO, what's the big deal about those two women? A short, cocky boy sneered, his fingers tightening around the hilt of Hiramakari. He was the current wielder of the blade, Hozuki, and a prodigy among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We are the 7 ninja swordsmen, he declared with pride. The towering Fugaku Suikeisen, wielder of Same Hada, gave a toothy grin. He got a point. My Same Hada will feast on their chakra. He hadn't killed enough yet. The battlefield still called for blood. But one among them remained wary. Don't get too cocky, Juzo Biwa muttered, arms crossed. It's not just the Red Flash and the Uchiha we should be wary of. He scoffed. You mean that blonde kid? Yes, Ao answered grimly. I fought him briefly today. He's strong. And he's killed dozens of our shinobi already. His gaze drifted towards the horizon. There was something about the boy that unsettled him. Something beyond talent, something dangerous. He's Jiraiya's disciple. Namikaze Minato. Originally, Kirigakure had planned to push forward, to take advantage of Konoha's weakened state and ensure they had no room to breathe. But Konoha still had its strength. And the battlefield shifted like a living beast, its terrain ever-changing. A direct pursuit could be a trap. Even so, the battle had delivered a devastating blow to Konoha. Land of Fire, Konoha Camp. The nights in the Land of Fire were bitterly cold. Konoha's forces sat in silence, their morale shaken. The weight of defeat pressed on their shoulders. Kurama looked around the dimly lit camp, taking in the broken expressions. It was bleak. Kushina, let's go back to Konoha. She turned. To him, her exhaustion momentarily replaced with curiosity. All right, Kurama. She had wanted to ask before, but now the words slipped out. Why don't you just use the Flying Thunder God technique? Kurama smirked. It was an easy thing, after all. Should we take Mikoto and Hikari with us? Kushina added. The two had been on the front lines for too long without proper rest. His smirk deepened. Of course. Kushina narrowed her eyes. That smile. You're up to something. Kurama only chuckled. A short while later, Kushina approached Mikoto and Hyuga Hikari, her movements oddly stealthy. What's with you being all sneaky? Mikoto asked, raising an eyebrow. Kushina grabbed their hands. Before either could react, Kurama's hand was on her shoulder. Swish. The world shifted in an instant. Suddenly, they were standing in Kushina's home in Konoha. Both Mikoto and Hikari's eyes widened. Is this Konoha? How the hell, Mikoto started. Kushina grinned. Ha. That's the Flying Thunder God technique for you. Courtesy of Lord Kurama. Kurama waved at them with an infuriatingly smug smile. Mikoto and Hikari shot him a glare, then turned back to Kushina. No wonder you always look well rested, Hikari muttered. Mikoto crossed her arms, nodding. Makes sense now. While Kushina basked in their newfound admiration, both women exchanged knowing glances. That night, as Kushina and Kurama lay together, the stars of Konoha twinkled above them. Kurama, can you extend your tail? Kushina asked, her voice laced with mischief. Why? She pouted. Just do it. Kurama chuckled but obliged. Kushina reached out, stroking the soft fur. Heh. Little Ninetails. Her face turned as red as her hair. Kurama smirked. The night was far from over. The next morning, Mikoto and Hikari arrived at Kushina's doorstep early, prepared to return to the battlefield. Kurama's flying thunder god was their only way back. After knocking for a while, the door finally creaked open. Kushina stood there, barely. Her head was bowed, her waist bent, her steps unsteady. Mikoto frowned. Kushina. Did you not sleep last night? No. Lord Kurama kept me awake. Silence. Mikoto and Hikari exchanged a look. Then their faces turned a deep shade of red. Bam. The door slammed shut. Mikoto clenched her fists. That damn Kushina. She's flaunting it in front of us. Hikari huffed. Absolutely shameless. Inside, Kushina blinked in confusion. Did I say something wrong? She turned to Kurama with a pitiful look. It's your fault. I can barely walk straight. Kurama merely smiled. That's new. Kushina being shy. Her pout deepened, eyes shining with unshed tears. Lord Kurama, please, let me recover. I can't be stumbling around in front of them, it's embarrassing. Kurama chuckled, running a hand through her hair. Fine. Dark red chakra enveloped her, the healing power of the Ninetails flowing through her body. Almost immediately, she felt better. She grinned. Then, without warning, she threw herself into Kurama's arms. I love you, Lord Kurama. 3 days later, Konoha, Hokage's office. The tension in the air was palpable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura, Mito Kato Hamura, and Udatane Kohara sat in silence, their faces grim. Konoha had suffered heavy losses. The tides of war were shifting. And in the shadows, plans were being made. For better, or for worse.